I think I've posted on Red Pill Movies before.
Yeah, it's Demolition Man.
Oh yeah.
Demolition Man.
That one was pretty good. I did like that movie.
Yeah.
They Live is on
With
archive.org.
Wesley Snipes, yeah. And Sandra Bullock.
Yeah, I haven't seen that forever.
Yeah.
I forgot about that one.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
Demolition Man.
They depict exactly this thing, like social distancing, you know.
Mandra Bullock.
Yeah.
Mandra.
She grew up in the town I'm from. Her cousin started a liquor store chain. There's a chain of liquor stores in Marietta and Kennesaw, Georgia, called Bullock's, and that was started by her cousin. She went to Sprayberry High School,
I
if
thought
I'm
you
not
were.
mistaken.
Sorry, brother. I thought you were gonna say Marietta, California.
Oh no.
So glad to be out of that shithole.
California?
Yeah,
Yeah, California. I was in Orange County.
Oh yeah, I would imagine so.
in 2025, we will thank to all these pharmacy brand names for saving mankind, you know. And then
Such kind, caring
they
people.
will start pushing this microchipping, you know.
Yeah. Well, if anybody wants to live in a super based area, that I'd like to take over the town that I live in. Less than 100 people, and there's several houses for sale.
Yeah.
Very reasonable.
What area, if you don't mind?
Oh, North Dakota.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we've been looking that area. We're in Oklahoma. Like I said, we left California a couple of years ago. We got, I kind of saw this coming from a mile away. So we had we had quite a bit of time that we've been gone, but now we're thinking, we're in Oklahoma now. We're thinking either Arkansas or Tennessee, or also the Dakotas. We were thinking
Midwest is good. Now there's this interesting conversation going on about which is better, to be east or west of the Mississippi.
The Mississippi.
Yeah, that's the one.
Or the Colorado.
I believe the Mississippi is the
Yeah.
more important dividing line in regards
Yeah.
to goods, services, infrastructure,
Yeah, for
power,
sure.
whatever. I don't want to use the word creation, but
Hmm.
Yeah, for sure.
the manufacturing of power and.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I haven't heard this. What are the arguments?
So the argument is that there's one side that would basically fall apart and not be self-sufficient, and the other that would thrive or continue to exist at least better than the other side. As far as I understand it, the east side has more overall structure going for it than the west side, but I don't know if it's that relevant of an argument for trying to determine best place. You got short term and long term thinking, and you got to kind of balance the both of them. Because in the short term, living out in the middle of nowhere is fantastic in the short term when you still have access to
Yes.
trade and commerce. It's easy to like where I live, it's fantastic. However, if the stuff really did hit the fan, living
Yep.
where I live, there's no way that we could grow enough food. I mean, yeah, I mean we'd have to go to
Not
breeding
only that, but
cattle like crazy, I guess. But
not
We
only that,
could.
but you'd be having
Many
people
of
coming
us.
from all different cities to try and get to your shit, you know?
well, not nobody be coming where I am. Like it wouldn't be logical to like yeah, the soil's pretty good, but there for right now there's
No, I
just
mean to steal it, like to kill you and take your stuff. Like, you know, that I
well the
really
growing
believe
that's
that it's
that's
going to
what I'm
get to that type
arguing.
of thing.
The growing season's so short in North Dakota that it's not a really good target, right? It's like going to the
Yeah.
ghetto to rob people, which actually is probably not a good analogy because you could always steal Nikes and Xbox Fives.
Funny.
I know that doesn't exist. I just say it for but whatever. North Dakota's not a really good target. You like Texas, but even better, there's way more gun owners. There's probably more guns per capita in North Dakota than Texas. Texas just
Yeah.
has that reputation, but there's so many soy people in Texas these days. I don't think that it's nearly as high ratio as places like
Yeah.
South and North Dakota. But
I'm trying to get at the moment. I'm trying to get my reloading system all set up and all the stuff bought, but it's not looking
Bolivia.
good. Caps are like can't find them for a motherfucker.
I'm thinking Argentina, Bolivia, Uruguay, and Paraguay. Like
Uruguay is pretty good.
like
And
they're
Chile.
economically destitute. However, man, that's like a 10-month growing season. Depending, if you're in the mountains, it's a little different. But then you can do jalapenos and all that good stuff, which is
See,
where
I
that
do.
comes from.
I have a lot of literature on wild edibles, wild medicine, edible mushrooms, all that kind of stuff, because you never know when that kind of thing's going
Wild
to
fish.
come in handy. What was that, Jamesy?
Wild fish.
Yeah, wild fish. But yeah, there's here in Oklahoma, it's neat. Depending on the time of year, you can walk out and I can point out 10 different species of medicine within earshot or eyesight. There's strawberry patches that grow all over the place. Wild strawberries. They're tiny, but they're food.
That's pretty cool.
Blackberry bushes. I mean, there's a lot of edible mushrooms. Like there's this one mushroom that's very common around here. It's called hen of the woods. They call it hen of the woods because when you cook it, it tastes like chicken. So yeah, there's just a lot of good food here.
That might be handy because if you don't get the visual, you might not be getting any food from the sources. The main providers, you won't be able to buy food, so you're gonna have to go in the wild to get it.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to it actually.
Don't worry, you don't need food from nature anymore.
Yes, all you need is faith in the creator, honestly.
Oh, they use this electricity.
He gave us hands too, though, and we're supposed to be good stewards of what we have in front of us. And as part of while the curse is still enacted, it's our responsibility to till the fields.
And I'll be damned if I'm going to sit there and watch my little Down syndrome baby and her older brother perish for any reason whatsoever.
Yeah, you need to have faith, but you can't have faith alone when you're picking berries and mushrooms. You should kind of know what you're doing as well.
30
It's
days and 30
advisable.
nights.
Agreed. You can get in big trouble if you don't know what you're doing.
There's this guy,
Yeah.
he fasted. I forget what it was. It was like a couple months or something he fasted for. It was something. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, I don't.
Christopher McCandless. Anybody know that name?
Huh.
It's from the book Into the Wild.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I did see that movie.
Ah, gee, movie.
The
That
book.
movie was terrible. that that book was motivational.
Yeah, it sure
Motivational.
was.
Really was.
It played a part in my view of survival in the woods. Yeah,
Yeah.
Does
people are
anyone know how to harvest water from trees? Have you guys done that?
you can, like birch trees, maple trees,
Bamboo.
bamboo, yeah.
I get mine from cactus, Jimsy.
Vines, most vines that hang
Cool.
from trees, you can cut them and they'll spit out water at you.
Hey, just for the record, guys, every single cactus is edible.
Huh.
He's correct.
Interesting.
Some of them are a little more, give you a little bit more fun than others, but yeah, you can eat them all.
You can what?
and the
You just
nicest
roast
thing-
them?
Well, nicest you just kick the cactus and eat it. It'll just break apart.
That's awesome.
You might want to use a shovel. I had a jumping. I was walking in the desert, and I whatever. I wasn't wearing a shirt, and this jumping cactus. Literally, all of us. I look to my right, and there's a cactus on my arm, and the plant's like 3 feet away. So you got to be careful.
Give him a
I go, "You
shotgun,
gotta-
honey.
Listen, no, this is so funny. I wish I would have had a camera at the time. I told my friend, bro, you got to pick this off. So he puts gloves on, pulls it off. It stabs him through his glove, and we had to leave early because his injury was worse than mine. So be careful.
Oh no.
Yeah, I was just gonna say if people are looking for land, plots of land, stuff like that, definitely try to find something with a water source on it for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just can't wait for the time when the authorities start knocking on my door about my rain catch system. I'm gonna tell them to. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna tell them, but I'm not taking it down.
They're gonna ask you if you have a permit for that or something. What is it exactly?
You just convert your rain gutters. It's just like rain gutters. They basically just funnel the water into big vats and stuff. And the vats you can just use it as a container. You can actually run pipes from the vats to actually, have running water in your house, but you have to elevate it to give it, the whole G word thing, gravity fed water system.
Down.
Yeah,
All
apparently
you need to say is it's down fed.
there you go. But yeah, apparently they're making that illegal all over the United States, collecting rainwater. It's not our water, guys. It's theirs.
Also, just so you know, they've lied about everything, and not just that there's stories. I don't care about that, but you can put salt in your water. It's not going to hurt you. You can actually eat a lot more salt than they tell you. You'd be shocked how much. So if and salt sterilizes. So it's the easy line of defense. If you got mysterious water, you're not sure about it. Don't hesitate to put a chunk of salt in it and drink it all. It's not going to hurt.
For sure.
Or vinegar.
Or even a tiny bit of bleach, like the smallest amount,
Correct. Yep. Correct.
Or some
I'd
borax.
say if you have like
No.
if you have like
Boron.
let's say a bottle or something, and you can make your own filter. Saying for example, you could grab some sand, like wood and leaves
charcoal.
and charcoal, yeah, and throw some water, and it will filter most of the debris in it.
You know what's
Yeah.
fun
You gotta
too
put
is taking.
In the
Some-
correct pudding, but yeah.
Some dried grass, you can twist it up, put that in there. Yeah, you can stuff it with like scrub and sand and rocks. Yeah.
Could also take like plastic containers that are pretty much everywhere you look. You can find one, and you can cut off the top, and then you feed the top into the bottom part, and basically you take the water in the bottom part evaporates from the sun, and the funnel shape of the top of the bottle that's been put inside. It's hard to explain, but basically it gives you fresh sun distilled water. I'd have to show you pictures of it, I guess.
You just put the nozzle of the bottle, you cut it off and put it upside down inside the bottle.
Yeah, well, it's the same similar thing to like, imagine, you're at the beach, you're thirsty, you can't drink the too much salt water. What you would do is dig a hole, get a piece of plastic, cover that huge hole with the plastic, pour your water in there, just fill the hole with as much water as you can. Then you have like some kind of container that's below the plastic, and you put a rock on the center of the plastic, which creates a place for all the droplets to gather.
There you go.
It's the same thing, same idea with the plastic bottle.
That's true. That's what you would have to do on a boat if you're out at sea. You have to do things like that.
Oh yeah.
You have to put a big tarp out.
With the tarp, you collect the humidity in the air or something?
Yeah, you could put a big tub of water underneath the tarp, and then you have a weight, and so the tarp will, be in the middle further. So, and then you just put another container inside the basin, and so all the water that evaporates onto the tarp drains off into the center into your second container.
There's a lot of little fun tricks like that, man. I've been into this kind of stuff since I can remember.
Yeah, I think I could survive. There's enough cactus around here. Like if I haven't really had to do it other than some of the cactus fruit right now. I just have to get a good set of gloves or something, or I could pick the the stickers off with the pliers before, or rub it off with something.
Fire.
Drop kick it.
Drop kick it. No, shoot.
Like with any kind of, there's a lot of foods that are actually have spikes on them, and they have the spikes on them for a reason, because they are food. They're nutritious, and they've developed protection against the animals, supposedly. But yeah, all you do is take like with thistle or something. It's edible.
Yeah, with the purple, the super sticky ones, huh?
Yeah, you just kind of brush it over the fire real quick, and it'll burn off all the little sticky hairs and
That's what I
stuff.
heard. And then I heard you could even just cook it like you would kale or something.
Yeah.
Which I hardly ever eat that kind of stuff, but
a lot of those have a lot of.
Why do people cook plants? Why is that?
I don't know.
We've been told that it helps with digestion.
I have to cook them or I'll die. I'm allergic to raw vegetables and fruit.
There's the answer. Okay, thanks.
Really? I never heard of that.
Yeah, so when you cook it, it destroys the properties of it too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can't digest plant cellulose.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
We can't digest the cellulose fiber.
Yeah, I've heard that.
That's why. That's
that's because fiber. That's called evolution. See, we've lost the ability. That's evolution.
Yeah, but that stuff doesn't go through us without purpose. Like that's roughage and it doesn't hurt to have that kind of insoluble, fibrous, like that helps our digestion.
If it doesn't go through you, it rots.
Think Chuck Darwin, kids.
Well,
Thanks,
you
Chuck.
don't want something that stays inside of you, that's for sure.
Actually, the human digestive system is designed to have some things that we eat to just go through the body and not just digest them.
Yeah.
Well, you see, I'd eat a vegetable in a nanosecond, but I lost that ability and
lost the ability to buy that in the store. We don't have that technology anymore. So now we have to go out and get clover. And surprisingly enough, I can get enough clover in the springtime. I don't need any other greens.
Allergies are weird. You can get rid of them, and you can also like grow out of them. I don't understand them much, but it's a weird.
I agree with that.
Science to it.
Take care of your body, and it'll take care of you.
And maybe it's just your body's way of saying that's not what you need.
So now I figured an ingenious way to get this fruit up off of this tree. I'd have some cordage, right? And I'd tie a rock and throw it over the branch until it comes to the other side, and then pull it and shake the branch, and I got all the fruit I need. It's time to go harvest again. I'm gonna have to start making jam, jelly, freaking, I don't know. I better get busy.
Hey, Sonny, I'm convinced that with your study on that H.G. Wells book, Outline of History, and with the fact that they completely changed it, I would consider that the reset point. And I think we have a strong case because remember it was 1918 was the end of World War One. And then they already had that. But remember, H.G. Wells didn't just write that book right after World War One. It was being written during that period, right? And then a year later, they changed the version, take all of that out, and now it says nothing about that. And in the first sentence now is the Earth is a ball. Yep.
Yeah, and Jules Verne also, right? Before some outlandish things Jules Verne wrote about. So these guys were...
his journey to the center of the Earth and all that good stuff.
Yeah, a whole bunch of different ones.
Were you listening yesterday, Gospel?
On and off. Jules Verne was responsible for predicting a whole host of different things, including Skype, air travel, water travel, all kinds of.
But 100,000 Leagues Under the Sea, I think that's what it's called. That's one of them.
20,000 Leagues.
20,000 Leagues, that's right, sorry. That's how long ago it's been that I even remember it. So yeah, it says in that book, it says that people in Tennessee, a certain county in Tennessee, this is in 1920, they were dead set against people teaching this outlandish Earth as a sphere in space.
Oh, maybe they went to Lookout Mountain and could see Kentucky and went, well, ain't that the darndest thing? I tell you what.
No. Hold on. The first thing they said was, well, that must be refraction. Thanks.
Nah,
yeah, no doubt.
I know Tennessee people. They aren't like that.
They'd be like, we can see all along the Blue Ridge Mountains. What the hell?
You mean the Tennessee people aren't possessed by demons? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, some of them might be, but a lot of the Eastern Tennessee people aren't. They're either really cool, nice, friendly, hospitable, awesome people, or they're meth heads hiding in the woods. It's one or the other in Eastern Tennessee.
So, literally, the zombie apocalypse is upon us.
Western North Carolina as well. Similar things.
I don't think the zombies are doing so well with their diet and shit. I don't think they could. I don't think they could pass muster with somebody who knows how to forage and build and find fruit and animals, and can like survive on their own. Like, I don't think they're going to be doing quite that well. I could be wrong, but
unless they're being juiced and energized by the 5G. Charged wirelessly.
I had gone to the hospital earlier this year, well, in June actually, and after getting out, I started really liking this YouTube channel. And since you all are talking about zombies, for anybody that's fascinated by such things, that is a pretty funny video and slightly informative. Obviously, like most reasonable people wouldn't consider the possibility in the first place. But for any conceptualization or anybody that's even slightly curious that there would be any functional possibility thereof, they do an extremely thorough job of explaining how and why. But the long story short is every system of the body is interdependent, and you can't perform movement or different functions whatsoever as a result. So it is really it's really a cool video, and it's a really cool YouTube channel. They do a really good job. If you're interested in that sort of thing, some people are squeamish and all that.
So this video is actually about people being zombies, meaning they literally have no brain function.
No. Institute of Human Anatomy did this video in invalid or refuting the possibility of any zombie-like happening of any kind. So if you're dead, you're dead. Long story short. But if you want the details, they explain how never ever could any dead but that guy's not dead, right? None of the people on PCP and crazy drugs, those people aren't dead, right? They're still alive.
So they're doing better off than the
Yeah,
people
but
that got
if
the
they
taxi
live,
cab.
if they are living a lie, then it's equal being dead.
Yeah, that's not what
I
I'm
just see
talking
them
about.
as being real easy to knock over if there was any kind of altercation. I think who's going to get knocked over first?
I don't know, man. Have you seen different police video with people that are on PCP?
Yeah, I have on PCP, but
It's pretty scary. Like they get hit, like boom, 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 like 5 shots to the chest, and they're just still charging, like because they're
yeah, but I'm more talking like people that are on meth. They're not that bright. They're not doing so well
Look at
physically.
this guy.
for
He's
one.
smashing his head against the bus and keep going at it.
Mm-hmm.
That's a different story. That's a horse of a different color. I guess that would take a larger stick, a larger pointy stick.
I'm not arguing for zombies. I'm just sharing what I've seen about that.
Yeah, but a lot of those people are afraid of the air right now. It seems like all the people that are afraid of air, like, it doesn't matter how badass they thought they were. I don't see any of them around. It's giving me a whole bunch of space. I can go anywhere I want, and I'm like the only one there. I'm like, great, thanks, God. Give me all this space.
How about all the people eating the man flesh in the fast food industry whenever the chef hits the fan and they don't get their dose of fast food, they're not gonna want to eat the meat next to them.
Well, based on that one video, it looks like Flacca is a fast pass to demonic possession.
Yeah, they're not that bright.
Sonny, I got a timestamp for you.
I'll push them over into a sticker tree. These stickers. Oh, I'm going to take some pictures today when I go out. I got an interesting tree I have to show you guys. You won't believe what this tree did. And I wouldn't talk about it because people go, oh, you're talking about plants, weirdo. No,
What?
this is strange phenomenon having to do with plants that I've never seen before.
Tell us,
So
Sonny.
I'll send you a picture. I'm gonna go out and take the picture
Yeah.
today. If I see any zombies, I'll keep you guys posted. Usually I'm traveling kind of a lot faster than the zombies are, so not really worried. And when I get settled into my little
keep
paradise
safe.
spot where I'm completely protected in this bubble in nature, it's freaking incredible, man. Like, I just think this is part of that progression that I was asking for, to like okay, like help me, Lord, find a place where I feel safe and protected. And now I found this place, and there's sunshine there, and there's fruit growing all around. There's actually food out in the wild growing all around me, where I go like, wow,
Yeah,
I'm actually wealthy.
you see it. Yeah.
And just because it's only because I started looking around, I go, what kind of food is out here? I know there's all these plants and stuff, so I just started looking around at which ones are like, could I get a little snack or a little vitamin C or, or something like that.
Where do you live at, Sonny?
I live in San Diego.
Okay.
Next to a really large park, 1,600 acres. It's larger than Central Park. It's full of woods and canyons, trails, dirt bike trails. Like, it's fun. Stream
That's
beds.
nice.
It's all dry as fuck, though, man. It's so hot out here. Like, actually, in the sun, it's almost unbearable. But I like it for short periods of time, Then I find a nice shady place and just sit and just veg. Because when I'm in my building, I hear these frequencies, like, kind of pronounced. When I go out there in the nature, I hear a different kind of frequency or a buzz, but it seems to be just natural. Like, I don't think I'm sensing these frequencies that I do in my building.
Yeah, nothing beats like sleeping in the tall grass in the shade of a good tree.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna find a place like I wish I could actually go like spend literally a couple days on the beach, just like hanging out for a couple days on the beach and just do nothing but tend to my little campsite or whatever, go swimming, like just enjoy
Watch
nature.
the stars at night.
Yeah. But it's kind of far from me. Any good place that I could do that is 15 miles from me. So that's with no car.
Yeah, it's a bit.
I've ridden my
Maybe
bike
a
there.
bike.
I've ridden my bike 20 miles each way. I had 70 pounds, but I couldn't get to the place I wanted to get to because the tide was too high. Bad me, but I had a really great ride that day. And I figured out that I could carry all my shit and still have plenty of power on the bike. So that was a good thing.
You can take like this baby carriage for the bike, and
No,
yeah,
I already have one. No, it's a trailer. I have a full-on trailer. It's a single track. Yeah, I have a single track trailer.
Nice.
So I could go down trails with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ones with two wheels going side by side, they're wider, so you're not going to be able to get everywhere.
Yeah.
This one, I could literally take it on trails with me.
I see. Oh, nice.
Still make it. Yeah. Got that kind on purpose. It's just kind of weird thinking that I might have to like freaking actually like be out in the wilderness. Like now I'm pretty sure I could do it, but the only thing I'm questioning is my own ability to like cope for long periods of time like that. You know what I mean?
Well, start with small periods,
Yeah.
and see what are the challenges and what you have to be prepared for. Because you learn, and then when you develop, then you will be a pro. You can go like for long periods of time, because
Yeah, I could
there
pretty
will
much
be
do
no
whatever I want.
surprises for you. Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Never adventure too like head on into the unknown.
I'd almost be more concerned with what the carnivores that wander around in that place, like the coyotes that I've seen. Like
Yeah.
they know, obviously they know I'm around. Like I
Yes,
saw
they
one
feel you.
daytime recently, very healthy looking coat. Like, so I'm
Yeah.
not worried. They're not hungry. There's plenty of food for them. They stay away from me. They obviously can hear me coming probably from a mile away, and they go, "Oh, okay. Let's just
Yeah,
kind of
they don't attack people, but yeah.
yeah."
Do you need a
I don't.
fix-all weapon, Sonny, for animals?
No, there's nothing that any bigger than the coyotes out there, and I've been out there at nighttime,
Yeah.
and they don't. Like I've heard them like yelping off in the distance in canyons and stuff, but I've never been really concerned about them. Other than the first one I saw, it looked really hungry and lanky. It looked big. It looked large to me. It looked large and long and lanky, and it was checking me out. It stopped, and I basically verbalized. I said, "You don't fuck with me, I won't fuck with you." I had a big water bottle with me. I was just walking. So I'm not worried. I'd be more concerned with like the two-leg varmints, but I'm not really too concerned with that because, once somebody sets, like, that's my space. Like, if I sit down and I say this is where I'm sitting or whatever I'm doing, there's natural laws involved. Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen anybody that would violate that. Because you're opening yourself up. You're in my space now. And I know the space better than you do. So,
Of course.
yeah, that'd be a problem. So that's what the little by little has helped me with because I know my surroundings really well.
Yeah.
I'd be more worried about the mama bobcats than the coyotes any day.
I don't think that the bobcats, maybe so. Huh? I haven't seen any bobcats in here, but I've seen them. There's other canyons where they are existing still. I saw one before.
You may have not
Yeah,
saw any bobcats,
yeah,
but it's a very good
they're,
chance some of them saw you.
yeah, they're very secretive.
Yeah.
Do you have pumas?
Yes,
No, I don't. I don't live far enough out. Did you say? Wait a minute. What did you say?
when I lived
Like
in Orange County, I came face to face with pumas in like Carbon
Pumas. Oh,
Canyon.
pumas. Yeah.
Carbon Canyon. Yeah. Well, they have so many names: mountain lions, pumas, panthers.
Yep.
yeah.
They're further out. I don't think they would have traversed that much city as they would have had to cross over to get to where I'm talking about. But I was surprised to find out there were still coyotes still there. It's like basically in the middle of the city.
Yeah,
But
the ones I saw.
they're all over. There are pumas everywhere, all over the southwestern.
Yeah, just a little
Those are
just a little out of
dangerous.
town. All you'd have to go is about 10, 15 miles out of town. And you're in mountain cougar country or whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was on the trail. I saw her like probably 10, 15, 20 feet away. Started shitting myself, and then she just looked at me and just kept walking. Like I didn't
Just
even
kept
care.
walking. Like, oh, another one of
Yeah.
you. Okay.
But there's another time, like I said, I was over in some kind of over in a canyon somewhere in the Inland Empire, and I was like going exploring woodland areas and whatever, just explore anything. And I happened to go down to this brush line, and right in front of me, two baby bobcats, little tiny guys, just run right past me. And I'm like, at first, it's like, oh, how cute, and you're like, oh shit.
Oh, the mom is right
Yeah,
up
like,
there.
oh no, mom's gonna be somewhere around here, so I booked it.
That would be gnarly. That's funny. Well, I'm gonna go out. See you guys a little bit later. A little
Yeah, me
cooler
too.
today.
See you, man.
Catch you guys in a
Much
little bit.
love.
Later on.
Jemsy, you there?
Yes, sir.
You can't do it now, but when you get a chance to watch that clip, man, it's about 55 minutes, and you are going to hear the most sickening lies you have ever heard on the internet, I swear.
Is it a conversation?
Oh, yes, it is. And for some reason, somebody lost their mind, and I didn't think it was going to happen. But, sometimes, different people trigger different people, and that person exposed themselves beyond anything I've ever seen before. I don't even know what to call it. Like if I was doing what QE does, I would call it like Hello Weights clips, not numpty clips. Thanks. I mean, I can't even. Yep.
It's related to what you told me. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's probably, I mean, everybody's gonna see. I have nothing to hide. It's yesterday's episode. If for the record, 1887, which is 9 hours and 40 minutes. It starts at 6 hours, 24 minutes, and 24 seconds. And I started that conversation with, of course, Matthew Learns, and Matthew Learns will tell you guys all these things that he's been here for several months. Well, he admitted his true intentions last night. If you're interested to know who you're talking to, because it's nice to know what type of people we're talking to, you'll find it very amazing in that conversation.
6 hour and 22 minutes. Yeah, good that you said that, because the live stream is like what, 12 hours or something.
It's 9 hours and 9. Yeah, it's 9:40. So yeah, I found it. It took about 10 minutes, but yeah, 6 hours, 24 minutes and 24 seconds in, if you really want to get precise. 6:24, 24.
Of the last one?
It's the 1887 episode. It's 9 hours and 40 minutes long. So it's a little bit shorter than most of them. So it's easy to find. But yeah, 1887 is the number. 6 hours, 24 minutes, 24 seconds. Biggest lies I've ever heard. Literally, biggest. I've been doing this for many years. I've never heard lies this big before. And it's because this person calls themselves a Christian. And no, we find out the truth. We found it out last night.
I mean, you can only drive the lies so far until start messing up, because reality is reality, right?
he panicked. He panicked, Jemsy, and I didn't expect it. And sometimes, it's like just like anything else, right? Sometimes you do things unexpectedly, right? When you're trying, it doesn't work, and then when you're not trying, all of a sudden it's like, how the heck did that happen? And it happened. I mean, literally, it was unbelievable. And yeah, I'm keeping this one. This is my free bird.
And you said 6:24, right?
Yep, starts at 6:24, 24 seconds also. And it's about 55 minutes total, but it goes on for a little while. I eventually had to leave because moderators had to get involved, but I had already done what I had to do. And there's some people that are confused, guys. Like, people may wake up to this truth, right? As far as the lies of the globular magical space cartoon, but sometimes people have a hard time deciphering when they're being lied to, even when it's very obvious. I mean, you don't have to be a smart person, right? When somebody's obviously lying. I mean, a 9-year-old stupid version of me would have known this was a lie. So I could tell that some people weren't getting what I was saying, but I think that might be some sort of like, bleeding heart kind of thing. Like, let's be nice to people, but no, it doesn't work that way. I can't be nice to someone who tells me that kind of lie and then does it over and over again. And no, I can't do that. I'll just give you a hint because you're going to be like, which one is it? Which one of these things is he saying am I talking about? The first one, Jemsy and Ryan, is when he says, when I ask him, I go, well, why doesn't anybody know when we can see the curvature of the earth? And he gives some example about everybody else. And then I said, well, why can't you tell us? And he goes, because I really don't care. He said it doesn't matter. He doesn't care. He defends it till he's blue in the teeth. He'll tell us God was just joking in the Bible. We can't trust our eyes. We live on a ball because they tell us. It doesn't matter what the Bible says, but I don't care. And that's just when it started, and it continues on. And then some more questions ensue. And then he gives the weirdest, probably the sickest answer I've ever heard when asking for information about somebody's belief. Like, when can I see it? I can't even explain it. It's worth watching.
What's wrong with Matthew?
I think it's very obvious.
Yeah, I think it's the same thing that's wrong with Master. He couldn't answer a simple question the other day. It was a video I watched last night. What's that main guy with the flat earth? He's a good friend of Quantum's.
You talking about Robert Rostano?
No, he was on he was at Admasto was on, Chocolate was in there as well. Elijah was in there. Oh my gosh, what's his name? He's one of the crew, one of Quantum's crew.
Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, that's the one. Nathan Oakley was asking Admasto a simple question: which one is correct or which one is false? Neil deGrasse Tyson that the basketball moves with the Coriolis effect, or the atmosphere from blue marble moves along with the earth. Which one is incorrect? Admasto said he couldn't tell them the answer, as in, like, he refused to answer. Not that he didn't know, but he was refusing to answer the question because it made him and everyone else look like an idiot. The Globers again.
Right. No, Breaking, no, that's bad, but I'm telling you, Breaking, you're one of the people that does need to hear this if you didn't hear it last night, because this guy doesn't just keep his mouth shut, which is sometimes the best thing to do. He deliberately lies in the worst way possible that I've ever seen. And I can't explain it until you see it, and you're still going to be confused. Like, what? Just what did he say? You're not going to believe it.
Yeah, I'll definitely watch it. I'm doing a bit of homework at the minute for Craig from Fight the Flat Earth tonight. I'm debating him at 12 midnight just to show people what a clown he still is after about, 2-3 years of his channel being open. He'll need to shut his channel after tonight, hopefully. But yeah,
Good.
I'll definitely watch it, Exo. Thanks, bro.
Good. Excellent. And make sure you put the link to your conversation here, obviously, and remind us because, we
will
have
do.
goldfish memories. Thanks.
I will do. Yeah, just before it happens, I'll put the link. Good man.
If somebody asks you, let me give you an example, Gemsy, or anybody wants to answer, I don't care. But if somebody asks you, why is the sky blue? And somebody tells you elephants are gray. Is that a lie or the truth? Anybody?
Trying to lie?
Is that a lie or a truth? If I ask, why is the sky blue? And somebody tells me, well, elephants are gray. That's the answer. Is that a lie or is that the truth?
A lie.
Correct.
I mean,
even though that might, right. No, you're right. It's 100% lie. Even if it's a correct statement, it can still be a lie. A lot of people have a hard time understanding that, Gemsy. You know what I mean? I mean,
and elephants are
deceit. Go ahead.
mostly gray, right? But that has nothing to do with the question at hand.
Exactly right. Right. So if I ask you, what's the correct answer here? I have 100 possibilities. This is crazy. This upsets me. Okay. Somebody said, let's do, remember we used to do multiplication when we were in school, right? Pick A, B, C, or D, or none of the above. So let's say I have 100 of them, and let's say a child asks his parents, let's say, which is the right answer, Dad? And the dad goes, well, it's in between 0 and 100, son. That's not the correct answer. That's what the child already knows. The child already knows that it's from 0 to 100. The child asks, which one is it? And then the dad just reiterates what the child knows. That's called deceit. That means you're avoiding the question. And not only are you avoiding it, you're telling us what we already know. That is deceit. And that is one of the highest forms of deceit. And when you're saying that, you're also saying all of them and none of them, which is, again, is pure Satanism. When somebody tells you all of them and none of them, which is what it is, when somebody says it's between here and here, when I'm asking you to do it, that is literally the highest form of deceit. It is Satanism. It makes me sick. For some reason, people think lying is just when you say stuff like, I went to the moon. Yes, that's a lie. That is that type of lie. There's thousands of ways of deception, I mean, just, I don't know. I just don't know what people are thinking because, boy, that's the whole point, right? When they lie to you, they first tell you a bunch of truth, right? They give you a textbook, 2 + 2 is 4, which is true. Therefore, you come from pond scum. It's 99% truth, 1% lie. That means the whole thing is a lie. And I just don't understand why people don't get that. It's like rat poison. Rat poison, 99% edible. Well, let's eat it. 99% edible. Rat poison, guys, start eating it. That's literally the outcome that you're going to have if you think it's okay to tell all these lies or all these truths and then one lie, and you can try to claim that person told you the truth, though. Just like, well, the government tells you that 2 + 2 is 4, so therefore we can, get their special medicine. That's the same thing. The other one I wish I would have saved, I don't know what the timestamp is that he claims that God had to talk to his children, Job and Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and Moses in a very toddler-like fashion because they were very stupid people, Gemsy, and they couldn't understand the truth. So God had to explain his earth as if it was a stationary plane of existence, even though it was a ball, because at the altitude, of course, at ground level, that's what we experience. So therefore, God has to explain his creation like that, even though it's not, Gemsy. Actually, you might have heard that one. I just don't get why people just can't say I don't know. When somebody asks me something, I don't know. I don't know. I don't. Tell me.
Oh, if you don't know, therefore the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, if I don't know, you know, how we got this picture of a black hole, the Earth is certainly a globe. And yeah, we come from monkeys, sure. What's the sun? I don't know. Well, that proves the Earth is a magical ball. Okay. I mean, they're in the chat, right? That's all they do is ask questions that are unanswerable. Where's the edge? Well, I'm not even claiming an edge. Oh, well, see, that's flat Earth, or you're hiding from the question. I didn't make a claim.
So should I do my nerdy voice and be like, startling discovery. It turns out there's actually even dispersal relative to the center of the Earth, and in fact, it's not revolving around the sun. We have made an incredible startling discovery. 95% is actually occupied with substance.
Yeah, that person needs to be quarantined permanently. I mean, this is pretty weird. I'm not going to say that I think this person's a shill, but to have a channel with 500,000 subscribers and the content makes me want to, you know, talk to my cat's litter box. I don't get that. That doesn't make sense to me. And all the guy talks about is guys like you and how, you know, you can trust the system and believe the Bible at the same time. I mean, I talk about the dumbest lessons you could ever imagine. And the guy comes on here, you know, and uses the channel, then goes talks. I just 500,000 subscribers on his main channel, and his secondary channel that he doesn't use has 5,000 subscribers. I mean, we're talking. I can't even imagine. Could you imagine a flat Earth channel like that? It's unbelievable. And could you imagine what would happen to you guys? Turn the tables and somebody asks you a question about your claim and you say it doesn't matter. What do you think they would do to someone that is, of course, the minority like you guys are against the system? I mean, they would use that clip all the time. I mean, everybody would talk, look how stupid these people are. And they do it and they act like it's okay. It's when we get out of here and you guys are going to leave this plane of existence and look back, you're going to see creatures on these people making them act a certain way.
Like leeches.
Agreed.
Like massive, yes, cockroach-like frog leeches, like literally on their faces, sucking them, literally, and on their heart. Yeah, literally.
I actually talked to someone that said they saw that they could see demonic possession like leeches. I don't know how real that is.
I believe that. I've heard a lot of things about that. It's a very consistent claim from many people that can see things or have seen or have experience or dreams. It's a very common thing that they can see these, and they describe them often like, you know, amphibians and you know, often reptiles, leeches, just like that. Yeah.
That's crazy. I've actually
I'm kind of the opposite.
experienced,
Go ahead.
you know, some like paranormal stuff. So yeah, I believe that, you know, that if people can see paranormal stuff, you know.
Yeah, some of us have been given those abilities, and I don't have that ability. I'm like a brick wall. I think that, you know, sometimes there's a give and take, right? You know what I mean? Like some people got to be brick walls, or they'll be able to get to you, and some people got to be open. You know, like maybe I have a weakness. You know, God knows my weaknesses. You know, so And then other
Oh,
people who don't, you know what I mean? The other people that don't have that weakness, you know, especially women, right? Women have a lot more of that type of ability of seeing things, sensing things, and
bro,
men are the hard nosed usually, not all the time.
bro, like yeah, right now what you said, um, like my family members, you know, like it's always usually the girls that see stuff like that, you know. Um, like you said, like probably, well, I mean, you know, God gives everyone, you know, um, abilities that which we can withstand, you know. If we can't see it, that means we won't be able to withstand it. You feel me? We'd probably go crazy, those who can't, who aren't given that gift.
Yeah, I remember being a little baby and I heard them. Of course, after years of thinking about it, analyzing, you know, coming to Christ and figuring it out. But I was like 4 years old and I heard them say my name. And it was a very, very scary voice. We'll just put it that way. And I ran into my parents' bedroom and told them about it. And of course, they just gave the, you know, the reaction. Oh, you just had a dream, you know, this and
Yeah.
but when you're a baby, you're different, right? Like they have in these, you know, again, truth in movies, right? Not in the news. It'll show you that the babies can see these things and stuff like that. That's probably, I
Yeah.
would have to agree with that 100%. Yeah.
Um, yeah, I remember like seeing like ghosts, like, well, I mean, like, you know, like shadows, you know, like, and it was, it was with, like, I was in the living room. My whole family was in the living room, and then we just see like a shadow. We're all watching TV, and we see like a shadow. At first, I thought I was going crazy, but we see like a little shadow, bro, like from like, um, come out from uh, like a door that enters a hall, and that shadow just goes straight to the kitchen, and the kitchen has nowhere to go, you know. It's just, it's blocked off, there's no doors, there's nothing. I look and everyone looks at the same time, like, oh shit, then that means we all saw it, you know. And then, you know, I ask like, well, like, did you guys see that? They're like, yeah. Like, the hell was that? Like, I don't know. And then like I was probably like, I was probably like 6 or 7. And my father gets up, you know, he's like, what the heck? He goes, he sees, like, checks it out, he sees nothing. And I'm just like, whoa, like, that's something, you know, um, something. I don't know. It's just crazy to me to see stuff like that. Not only me, but like, you know, others around me. You know.
Yeah. And it's weird because I don't have any of that ability anymore. I haven't for over 30 years. Like I said,
I
you
haven't
know,
seen
I
anything
can't
like that either.
really, yeah, I can't. But what's weird though is that when I look into people's eyes, I can tell. So I can tell in the flesh. You know, that's one thing that God has been very good to me. I can also hear it in their voice. You know what I mean? So and that's all. I will never ask for anything more. I've already been blessed with just, you know, so many. That's just such a gift in itself. You know, I couldn't imagine. I honestly, I don't want to. I don't want to see the spirits here. I don't want to. It's too much for me.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I mean, other times that would happen, I wouldn't really see it, like, but I would like feel like, you know, my sheets like from the bed, like, you know, like moving, you know. And this was when I was in Central America, and I was just visiting out there, my grandma's house and stuff like that. And all of a sudden, like, I just feel like sheets, like, you know, moving, and I get up, and over there in Central America, like, we have these things that are, I don't know what they're called in English, but they're called, and shit, I kind of forgot what they're called. But anyways, they're it goes over your bed, and it like protects you from like the mosquitoes, you know. And well, in order for you to move the sheets, right? When that thing is over the bed, like covering you, you have to move that thing first and then get to the sheets, right? But when I got up, I got out, I turned on the the lights, like, it was still intact. The only thing that was moving was my sheets, you know? So I got up, I was like, oh hell no. I stood up the whole damn night, bro. I swear. I was freaking out. Like, my sister was like, "Just go to sleep," you know, like, nothing's wrong. I was like, "Nah, I'm gonna stay up, you know, until I see light."
Yeah, the warfare is 100% spiritual.
Yeah, but I think other than that, um, that was that's like the only time. Those are the only times that I actually like experienced like something out of the ordinary. Wouldn't want to experience anything else other than that. I'm good. There's people out there that are like fiending. They're actually fiending for this, like, and I'm just like, nah, I'm good. I'll stay. I know it's real. That's all I gotta know. Anyone
This
else?
isn't. Yeah, I was just gonna say like about I would say about almost 4 years ago, after I'd already waken up to most of this, I had seen, like the Russian meteor that they show, that happened about 8 years ago and comes in and it goes through the sky and crash
Oh
and all the
yeah.
windows explode. I saw one just like it, just north of Mexico, looking south, which is right over Mexico area, Arizona. I saw it clear as crystal, and I was like, "What?" And then it dissipated and disappeared. And I, ready for the news, ready looking up. Anybody else? Not a
Crazy.
single word about it. Nobody said a
Really?
damn thing. Nobody said anything that I could ever find. There's no way I was the only witness. But
That's crazy.
they these things, and then they'll pretend like they knew it was like the one in Russia. They don't know when that's going to happen. They lie. They say, "Oh, we predicted that." No, you didn't. You lied.
Nah.
Who knows what? Yeah, who knows what these things are? I don't know. We're talking about like angelic wars. We're talking about like, is that what happened? Is that like Michael the angel starching some demon and sending him to Earth in a
Yeah,
fiery ball or something? That's like my prediction. Like, if you want me to speculate, that's what I'm thinking. War in heaven, right? That's lit, and I'll go to the grave with that assumption. I don't have anything else to go by, right? That's what I think. It's like literally like I think angels are starching demons. But nobody said a dang thing ever. Nobody said anything. No witnesses except for me.
yeah. That meteor in Russia. I remember I was out with my friends. Damn, this was a while back too. 8 years, right? Like almost 10. Um,
Yep.
I was out with my friends, and all of a sudden we just see a flash. Like we saw a flash, and I had a camera. But I was like, "What the hell? That's not my camera." And my friends were like in front of me, and they're like, "Dude, did you just take a picture?" I'm like, "No, what the hell was that?" And then like a couple of hours later, or the day after, like I hear like, "Oh yeah, a comet, like, or like an something falling out of the sky."
Yep.
I was like,
Yep.
"Oh dang, that's what it was." But it was so weird because I never heard anything about it before it happened. Like that would be something to be like, "Hey everyone, like,
Exactly.
something's gonna fall." Like nothing like that, bro.
Yep. Exactly right. Yeah. And then after it happened, the
They're
idiots
all
that
on
we
it.
talk to every day, they all said, "Oh, they predicted that." I'm like, "Bro,
Th-
you guys are just bold-faced liars." All you have to
Yeah,
do is go on Wikipedia right now and say that that was predicted, and they'll believe it. Period.
yeah, yeah. It's sad.
So how far away from Russia or were you you're in Russia?
No, bro. I was in Cali at that time.
No way.
Yeah, that would be
What?
impossible, right? To like
Oh, well,
view the light.
well, not on a globe, that's for sure.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
you just proved that. Congratulations. Welcome. Thanks for proving the Earth is a plane of existence. Yeah, exactly. I got a similar story about my dad, but I'll talk about that later. Seeing the nuclear bomb tests in New Mexico from California, another obvious problem with the curvature of the Earth. But yeah, bro, you were that far away. You saw it could have been a different one. Maybe there was simultaneous issues, or it could have been the
see.
same one. Either way, that's amazing. The distances. What direction do you think it came from? It had to come from the north, right?
Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, so I was facing. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
I mean, bare bones
Dang.
assumption, it has to come
No,
from the north. I don't
I
know.
was I was facing. I want to say I was facing like southeast, and the flash came behind me.
That's north. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
that wouldn't
crazy.
surprise me at all, especially a celestial event like that. That's certainly within the realm of possibilities to see it from that distance. I absolutely would have no problem believing it. You know, not that I can say for sure, but yeah, no problem.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm sure it came behind me because even my friends were like, "Dude, did you take a picture?" I was like, "Nah," you know, because I had a flash camera at that time, and it was like dark, so I think it was nighttime already or something.
Right. And in Russia, it was daytime when it happened. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's so crazy. Reminiscing about this. That's so cool, man. Like, you know, like seeing stuff like that. Like before I even got into flat Earth, I was into like, you know, astronomy, you know, seeing like what they say about it. And now thinking about it now, I'm just like, damn, I can't believe I was like really believe into that stuff, you know? I mean, I don't know. Guess I just like reminiscing about it. Time to time. Yo, I gotta go. See y'all later. Good talking to you, XO.
Later, man. God bless.
You too.
All right. Who's next with your flat Earth experience? Isn't it amazing? We spend all day interrupting each other, and then we spend all day in silence.
Are there any Globers in here? People that think they live on a ball?
I don't know if there's any on the entire plane of existence. I've been desperately trying for several years.
I was just gonna say you got props in here with no rolls. I don't know if anybody can do anything about it.
There you go. Where's the moderation? Got some moderator here. Props 1516. What's it?
You gotta give him some props. Come on, Nick. Pillbox, give him some props.
Good point. You're right. I should have. Props are doing good, sir. You made it to the hangout. You're unmuted right now, sir or ma'am. How'd you find the server?
The floor is yours. Props.
Thank you. Thank you.
Where you from, Props?
I'm from UK, brother.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Teachers teach, students listen. I'm here, bro. I'm just trying
Excellent, Props.
Yeah, I'm trying to vibe. I'm trying to find me some like-minded gurus, some friends. You know what I'm saying? Life's hard out here. We all that we need, and I'm just here.
Excellent. Okay, well, Your Majesty's Highness, about 40 years ago, around 1980, decided that the Argentinians should not own the land that's right next to their country, and she wanted to make sure that they knew it was hers. So she sent her entire navy over here. I think, forget what queen was it? Anyway, she sent the Invincible aircraft carrier over, and of course the Navy, to kill thousands of Argentinians to make sure that they can't get close to the South Ring. And that was called the Falkland Islands War. So they took back the Falkland Islands, killed a couple thousand people, and then went back home, several thousand miles away, because of course the Queen owns the islands, over, which are actually part of, South America for some reason. Amazing, right? So your country has owned literally all of the known Western world for a very long time. And that's where we get our information from. And they are, of course, in on it with, of course, the Catholic Church and all the other governments literally take their information from them. Right. Which it seems like you already know that.
I'm ex-military myself, 2nd Battalion Vikings. So, yeah. But I'm
good.
here to listen. I'm just here to listen. I'm here to chill. I've been here for a while. I've been silent. I've been silent for a minute. It's only until tonight somebody brought me to light, and now I'm here. But yeah, shalom everyone. I love you all. Sending good energy, good high frequency to everyone.
So props, do you think you live on a spinning ball?
Of course we don't, man. It's a multi-toroidal pyramid kind of thing.
It's
G.
a what?
Whoa, whoa.
Go ahead, Exo.
We don't live on the ball. We don't live on the ball. Look at Admiral Byrd. You lot done the research on Admiral Byrd?
Well, yeah, but
He
go ahead.
tells you that he sees lands above amongst Antarctica. Antarctica's surrounded by ice, right? He's the only person that's been given clearance to go that extra mile. And then he's dead. We can't really believe anything we're told unless we see it with our own eyes. So me watching the video, seeing the Earth's round, I ain't gonna believe that shit. No way, you ain't gonna fool me. I know the Earth's not round. We're listen, we're a holographic universe, bro. That's how real it is. You know that, right?
You're making some claims there. You're gonna have to back up now. Go ahead.
Listen, I'm gonna go silent. I'm not the teacher. I'm the student. I'm here to learn.
Okay, well, the
fair
Earth's
enough.
not the Earth's not holographic, and nor is it a pyramid. You know, the Earth is a plane, and it's very real. You know, hence you being able to touch it.
Do you believe in toroidal fields, Van Allen belts?
There is a toroidal field encompassing the Earth. It's an electromagnetic field. That's not the actual terrain itself, though. The terrain actually cuts through the toroidal field. It's called a
Okay.
dielectric plane.
Yeah. Awesome. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Good. What these guys, these 1%ers, what we call the elites, they're not actually the elites. You know that, right? We've been in contact with different planets long time ago. Our elites are evil, yes, but our elites ain't in control of us. We're in control from the Pleiadians and all of these kind of people. They're all got agendas going on us right now, right? You know that, yeah?
There are
Space
no
is a
other
law of
planets.
thermodynamic violation.
There are no people living on planets, bro. That's all a lie.
They are in contact with some spirit,
Most definitely, because
metaphysical.
why would President Trump, yeah,
occult
I'm from UK,
practice.
yeah, but I'm looking at America. They got a space force. Why? It's
To troll you.
It's hidden in plain sight, guys and
No,
queens.
it's just so that you think that space is an actual frontier of war to try to add subconscious validity to what is not real.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool.
The world's biggest observatory in the world is Lucifer, owned by the Catholic Church, and you can't have access to it. So they're looking at, in my opinion, like metaphysical entities in the air, but you don't go past the container. There are no like planets that people live on or anything.
They are not
I
above;
just
they
like to
are
say
actually
I'm
below the
very
earth.
I appreciate that you guys have allowed me to be able to speak now. It's been months. I've been read. I don't know why I've not been able to speak. I don't know if it's been me not doing things correctly. But I'd just like to say to everybody in this chat right now, we are one. I love you all. And if you ever got a problem, you come talk to your boy and I'll try to help you as much as I can. We walk this path together. We are righteous. We learn to become humble. We spread light. We are enlight. We enlighten beings. We enlighten the world. Shalom.
Shalom. You are a goodwill person.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm an old boy. I'm an OG, man. I've been in these spiritual service for a long time. And I'm just getting fed up, man. Spiritual servers are good for 2 weeks and then they turn sour.
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm really trying to bring the people up. I'm really trying to love the brother. I'm really trying to see my brother higher than myself. I'm really
Yeah.
trying to bring everybody out of this fucking matrix that we're in.
And we're here to learn, you know, because we have to find, yeah, we do know of all these ancient witchcraft practices and rituals, you
Mhm.
know, metaphysical stuff. And yeah, there is some sort of non-physical plane of existence, the spiritual, which we can tap into it.
Most
But
definitely.
yeah, and you know, that's what they actually call these infinite space planets and stuff. They don't exist physically, you know. They are just imaginary concepts, and they uh, crush your view of reality, you know. They
Yeah.
twist the
Yeah.
reality. Yeah.
We are
And
not
once they
beings
corrupt,
having a spiritual
yeah,
experience. We are
yeah,
spiritual beings having a human
yes,
experience.
yes. We are a complex assembly of
We are
physicality
energy,
and
all one.
spirituality.
I am you, you are
Yeah,
me, brother. We just can't, we just got to pull our heads out of our
yeah,
asses, man, and realize, man, if we was to become more of a community based, we'd be alright.
yeah.
I know
It will be
everything ain't
much
gonna
better.
be equality.
True.
It's not going to be equal. Not
Yeah,
everybody equal. There's taller trees. There's
yeah,
smaller trees. Yeah, I get that. But man,
yeah.
we got the best opportunity now to
Mm,
come together and start
yeah.
shutting these mother down. Yes, we can
Well,
do it.
this battle, you know, it shouldn't be taken physically because it was prophesied that no man or no army, and not even the army of angels from the heavens, can fight the beast. Only God can do that and defeat the beast. So our best place is the place of the observer seat, to observe, witness, and learn, and not allow yourself to be deceived. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Completely agree. I can't even argue with you, man. What's the point of me trying? You already know.
Yeah, I can't argue with you either, you know. I only just, you know, you made a few claims like holographic and stuff. Like when people hear these terms in here, they, yeah, we want physical, empirical proof for that and stuff, you know, which is actually impossible to provide. But yeah, just give it some time and
All
learn
we've got to do
the
is
good.
we've just got to love the present moment. The
Yeah,
present moment
yeah,
is a gift, okay? It's a
mm,
gift.
yeah, of
All
course.
we've got
Yeah,
to do is love one
yeah,
another, promote
yes,
love. And that's the key to
yeah.
it. If we can start loving each other and start helping each other, fuck, man, we'll be so
Well,
better off, you know? Don't let
this
them fuck
love,
with us no more. I'm tired of
you
these little
know,
fucking
yeah,
stinky
you know,
elites and these one percenters. Look at fucking
mm,
what's that Mary Poppins fucking once she lift the
mm,
curtain, some old has been.
yeah,
Nah, we ain't falling for them shenanigans no more.
yeah,
Your brain's like a computer, so make sure you're the only one programming it. Okay?
yeah,
That's all I want you lot to know. You lot are light. You are light. You
yeah,
got God in you. The kingdom of God is within you. You are spirit.
yes.
Do not forget that.
We are born in love with love, you know, but this society system is actually developed a educational system meant to crush that and to change like people's definition of love. So they think they practice love, but they are actually practicing the totally opposite of it, you know. And
The Bible
then
was
yeah,
canonized. This is the
yeah,
problem. People just read the Bible and believe. Christians are idiots to
yes,
me. They believe anything they read. But the Bible was canonized. People need to start researching Bible canon. Yeah?
yeah.
Do you understand?
Bible is a book of understanding. You have to understand it. You know, I mean, it's not
hmm
just a story. Yeah,
Listen,
and there are
Jesus was a
many
real
laws.
G.
Yeah.
Jesus was a real G. Remember, my man was just trying to fish, do his thing, sitting down, chilling, minding his own business, catching a few little carp, whatever. And my man run to him, yo, 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 fam, these lot be stealing, fam. What should we do? Should we chop his head off? No, fam. Chill out, boys.
Yeah,
The thief, let the man go. You
yeah,
hear me? Let the man go. Jesus was a real Don G, but there
yeah,
was before even these guys there. Do you know what I'm saying? Anunnaki,
yeah,
all of that, all of this, it is all happening, bro. Like, they don't want you to know the truth, bro. Like, it's that
yeah.
simple.
True.
Well, the real truth is that Jesus is going to come back and destroy this plane of existence.
Amen. He will. In fire. With fire.
Amen. Amen.
He wields a double-edged sword, and that thing slices
Yeah,
through buildings and slices through bodies. So you are not gonna be judged behind a crowd. You're gonna be judged by yourself. So yes, sir, I believe that as well, man. I tell you, man,
yeah.
bring it on. Bring on.
You
Listen,
know,
if you're a righteous man and you're a humble man, and you show nothing but love, and you've learnt wrong from right. All you have to do is apply common sense in this motherfucker and you will be alright. But why do we not? Why do we want? We make it so easy for them to fucking control us. We
yeah.
really do, man.
That's because we have all been kidnapped from our early childhood, you know, when we were defenseless. And our own parents handed our whole being to the government, to the system, to the educational system. Our parents sent us there because our parents believed this is what it is good. You know, this is how the world is and works and functions and society, you know. Yeah,
I don't
they
know,
are
man.
not to be
I
blamed.
just want
Yeah,
us
but
all to just forget history, man. Everybody keeps dwelling in history. History's been revamped. How am I gonna sit here, yeah, and hate you because you're white, yellow, pink, blue, green, purple,
yeah,
fucking pink? I don't give a fuck what you are. Imagine if Willow Tree was to have a race war with a fucking oak tree. It don't make sense to me. Imagine a pit bull was gonna have a race war with a poodle. It don't make sense to me. So why the fuck are we as humans allowing them to fucking separate us
yeah,
by mate, these lot, yeah, are playing us. These motherfucking rich motherfuckers. I want to be rich. Don't get me wrong. I want to be rich.
yeah,
Yeah, I want to be wealthy. I want to be all that Gucci shit.
yeah,
But these fuckers, bro, they're playing with fire, man. And when you play with fire, you're gonna get burnt. Let me tell you,
yeah.
man. What goes
I
around
tell you
comes
what,
world.
I don't think you want to wear Gucci, but I think you want to wear quality clothing, like good
Thank you, sir.
quality, good
Thank
clothes.
you, sir.
Yeah, because
I
when you
just want
buy
everybody to be
some
able to
clothes,
live their life the
yeah,
way they
Yeah.
Man, I'm trapped in poverty, bruh. I got
Yeah.
4
Me
kids,
too.
bro.
Me,
Yeah,
yeah.
you feel
Yeah.
what I'm saying? And I'm looking at all
I
of these
feel. Yeah.
dickhead rappers, footballers,
Yeah.
kicking a bag of air around, making millions,
Yeah.
bro. Yeah, they're all
Yeah.
pagans, fam. They're all idiots, bro. To me, they're no better than any of us. We're the front line. We're the front
They are
line
much
warriors.
lower.
We're the
They are
soldiers
much
of the
lower
Most
than
High
us.
right now.
Yeah.
Trust me, we're the soldiers of the
Mm.
Most High. We got spirit. We got soul. Them lot there, they sold that. Even if they're not
Amen.
selling it, they're just giving it away. They're so weak, they're just giving it away. They don't even realize the gift they got.
And you
You know?
just answered your own question as to why they do it. They do it because we do have that. Well, and it makes the people puppets on a string. They want to be the puppet masters.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't
Very
allow.
true.
You're a queen. This lady's a queen. We're all kings and queens, man. Like God is within. God in the flesh. Hear the saying, God in the flesh. Jesus was God. Oh, these lot have got you finessed. These Bibles, man. There's 70 different types of Bibles. There's 400 different gods. Bro, they're all talking about galactic shit that we ain't even up to scratch with. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're not the only fucking planet
No,
in the
not really.
multiverse. There is many, many fucking planets like us. Do you know what I mean? We're a laughing stock. We need to just let them. Do you know what they're doing? They're getting everybody out on the streets, yeah, rioting and doing all of this shit.
Only
Because
to
that's
correct you, we don't know if we are planet.
Yeah, well, there's no reason to think that we are a wandering star, and that's what a planet is a wandering star. We have no reason to think that we are living on a wandering star.
Yeah, we don't emit
yeah, listen,
our own light.
yeah, I'm here to learn as well. I know nothing.
Yeah.
Well, I see
I've
the
just got to
sun
a
in the
stage
sky.
in life where I only believe what I see. Because fuck, man, if I was to believe half of the shit that I see on these Discord servers and these so-called quotation mark spirituals, man, there's a lot of lonely people out here that just need a little bit of fucking love. And they ain't got it, so
Yeah.
they're going down a dark fucking road. And everybody knows something. And you can't debate with no one no more because you start catching feelings. I ain't got time for that shit. I'm trying to fucking. Man, I just need the world to wake up, man, yeah? Instead of us all out there with our banners, fucking acting like dickheads, why don't we collectively start meditating together? Let's start getting big ass fucking groups of us meditating. Let's start raising the Schumann frequency. Let's start raising the frequency of this fucking earth, man, because Mother loves us. Do you know what I'm saying? She loves us. This planet loves us. She's a
Yeah,
beautiful
it's not a
man.
planet. It's not a planet, right? You
We
said
don't know
when
if
when
it's
you first
planet or
talked, you
not.
said it's not a ball, right? You said it's not a ball. It's not a ball. I don't believe the pictures I'm being shown. It's not a ball. You keep saying it's a planet.
The world is flat. It's a plane.
It could be planet, but we don't know.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not a planet.
Well, that's like
Well,
saying,
the
wait a second, wait, okay, hold on. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it could. Wait a minute. It could be an octopus, and we don't know. No, that's not correct.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No, you
Well,
cannot
I
say
don't
it,
think.
you cannot say it is not planet. It is not that planet for dating, but it's not star, but maybe it's planet, closed planet.
No, it's not. Period. It's not.
Well, it could be a planet because planet doesn't have to mean ball.
No, it's
Planet
not.
means
Yes.
wandering
Go ahead.
star. There's no reason to
Yeah.
even think or
No,
consider that you're
planets are
living
not
on
stars.
a
No,
wandering
that's
star.
Excuse me,
planet.
stop. You're not even okay. You're interrupting her. And yes, planet means wanderer. We're not moving. There's absolutely no way we're moving. We're not a planet. Period. End of story.
So who's that disagreed with the?
But what is Mars?
Yeah, but yeah.
What
Oh,
is
shocking.
Mars?
Hold on. We got hold on. Let Truth Prevails talk. Yes, it's Sasha, the evolutionist, of course. Go ahead.
No,
Oh no, it wasn't Sasha.
it was other
It
Sasha.
was wait. What? That was the
No,
other
it was
Sasha. What?
props.
Oh,
It was
okay,
the other
that's
one. Yeah.
Sasha. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, my bad. I forget we have two.
No, I'm not evolution.
Wait, no, that's why I specified the evolutionist, not the other Sasha. Thanks.
I get you now. Now I know why you said it that way. I was like, what's he saying the evolution?
Yeah, we're not a spinning water ball hurling through space. So that's
Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, props is
Not
new and yeah,
I
he's
know.
not a glober.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you said it's not a ball, but then called it a
I'm not
planet.
a flat earther. I'm
Yeah.
neither.
Sorry?
Me personally, if you used to drain all of the water from Earth, that shit ain't round. Do you get what I'm saying? We're a man. We're more than that. We're a holograph. We're a hologram, bro. Like we're.
Do you think we're moving, props? Do you think we're moving?
They say we're moving at 1,000 miles per hour, but how is that when the clouds ain't attached to us and we still see that? I don't get that. Like how. Me personally, I don't think the Earth's spinning at all. Personally, because that's just me. That's just, baby. I don't know. I don't know, darling. I honestly don't know. I'm not the answer, man. I'm not. I don't know, man. I wish I knew, but from what I'm looking at,
answer.
man.
That's a good answer.
Okay,
Yeah.
so our base axiom
Yeah.
is what we experience and what we observe, which is non-rotating, non-moving, stationary, and that's where we have to start. If we go from there and someone claims otherwise, then I have to demonstrate it, verify it, measure it, and so forth. And no one's ever done that, so we have no reason to believe anything other than that. So I'm with you on that. We're not moving.
That's a very honest.
I don't think we're moving. I don't think we're moving at 1,000 miles per hour. Nah. Because I can see clouds, and they're right there. They're not attached to Earth. I know my IMF lines. I know all my shit. I know. It's all.
Clouds is the clouds
It's
example.
all magnetic. It's all electromagnetic energy. We're all. Human beings. We are actually magnetic. We are powerful fucking people, man. If you lot only understood, like, see, when I got my kids watching Avatar, you lot know about Avatar. I'm watching Avatar with my kids, thinking, "Fuck, man, they're dropping gems on, they're dropping jewels on me right now." These motherfuckers know they're giving it to us in plain sight, but they're hiding it.
Yeah.
At the same time, like
That's the old world Avatar.
Do you know what? Yeah, see, planet Earth as a whole, we're just something. We're like a blood vessel. Planet Earth's a blood vessel within.
It's not.
No,
It's not a planet.
props.
It's not a
Don't
planet.
call it planet anymore. Call it the world or
it's gonna.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but
It's gonna take you some time. Listen,
Yeah.
it's gonna take you some time to get this language that they have indoctrinated you with. Right? You have to unlearn so much, and you have to realize that the words do matter, and eventually it'll click with you, right? But that's part of the spell is speaking their language. And when you say the word planet, that's part of their spell language because the word planet means.
because I'm a
Yeah.
fool. That's why I know. I realize I'm a fool. I realize I'm a fool. I've been a
Oh,
fool.
you're not.
Because my parents were the fools. My parents were the fools, and they taught me. Listen, this illusion's been going on before my parents' parents were born. This illusion from the Temple of Babel. Yeah, them man, they recreated the Temple of Babel in a smart way. They're not use brick form no more. They use technology now. You got phones, iPads, satellites, this, that. These motherfuckers are trying to be the eye of God. I'm not willing to participate in that. No, not me. Not me. I can't fuck with that. I can't do it,
Well,
man.
props, to be honest, to say you are not a fool because in the Bible it says the very elect will be deceived in the later days. So you are above the elect ones, because you see the deception.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So.
Yes, sir.
But
I
yeah,
do, sir.
here
I
in this
believe I do.
server.
But look, I've got a lot to learn. I am not the teacher. I'm the student.
Yeah, so
I'm here to
We
learn.
all.
you can do stuff on your own, right? You live in the UK, I presume. So
I'm old, bro. I'm an OG, man. I ain't just coming to this since Spiritual Soul and all of these other fucking YouTube celebrities. I've been doing this and I've been practicing it. I'm no monk, but I'm
okay.
all about fucking shining light. Jesus was an enlightened body. He's an enlightened human. That's what we are. I mean, we just need to shine the light on, brothers. We need to stop thinking about our damn selves all the time. I need. We all need. We need to start coming together, man. We need to start coming together, man. Like, please, like, I don't care whether you're from USA, fucking Peru, fucking Egypt. I don't care where you come from. I love you like a brother, like a sister, like a queen, like a king. I've been through the darkness, so I bring people to light. I don't need it no more. I've had too much trauma in my life. I've had awakenings. I've had breakthroughs. I know there's more to life than meets the eye because I've been personally shown it. And whether anybody in this chat believes me or not, let me tell you, it almost feels like I'm living in a motherfucking simulation. Excuse my language when I say that. But you will not have a crowd to hide behind when you're judged, man. So please, please, please take this shit serious, man. Do you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
start
we
fucking
do.
in
Yeah,
your
that's
life,
why we're
man.
here, man. So that's why we're
Okay.
here talking about
Okay,
flat
man.
Earth, right? Flat Earth is is for me was a doorway to other stuff, right? So realizing that they even lied about the shape of reality, right? Then all bets are
And
off, right?
about society too,
Right. So
education, yeah, everything. They
that's
are
why we're here.
infiltrated into everything. Yeah.
So knowing that they use these tactics to keep people divided, that's where you need to start. The only way is to break, that program and that spell, and everyone has to, like, before people can be united, then you have to break the spell which allows them to keep you divided, which is the truth. So if everyone understands and knows what the truth is, and they're sharing the truth, speaking the truth, and walking in the truth, that's the beginning. That's when people can become. So the more people that you can wake up to that and red pill and get them to cut those puppet strings from their puppet masters and speaking truth, and the better off we'll be. Just why this is important.
Nicely said.
Yeah, Queen, you're right. You're right. Completely right. No one can even argue with that. No one can argue with what you're speaking. It's
Have you by
facts.
chance been drinking a little bit, maybe? Just
No,
curious.
I'm good.
Okay,
I'm good.
okay.
I'm good.
All right, just curious, just checking. So I didn't want to assume.
Oh dear.
No, that's how I talk. That's how I talk. Because I'm from the nitty gritty. I'm from actual. When I say I'm from UK, I'm from London City. So I'm in the city. I'm a city boy.
Yeah.
There, I'm not trying to. Fuck the ego. Fuck my ego. I am no better than any of you lot. But man, I respect my ladies, man. I respect my queens, man. I respect my kings, and when a lady talks, man, we as gentlemen better start listening, man, because some of these queens be talking sense, and some of you are just not hearing it. Yeah.
Well, welcome to the server, dude. Just
Hi, I
The
want
way
to
I see,
introduce myself. I'm new. Sorry.
Welcome,
the way I see
President
this
Ruth.
Thank you.
server, the way I see this server is something like one very fine line of defense for science from blind beliefs. Like we gather here and we work our best to separate sciences and natural science from pseudosciences and blind beliefs and religious systems, you know.
Deep. Yeah.
Yeah. Because science, it helps us to have a good understanding of reality, you know.
Most definitely.
If we corrupt that, then we cannot operate correctly in this world, in our existence. Yeah.
Crescent Rose, you're new, right?
Yeah, I joined today.
I saw you talking to Truth in the VC.
Hold on.
Yeah, that was.
Oh,
that's,
yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you got the complete introduction right from Truth. So what is your position on this topic?
Sorry, on what topic specifically? Because there was
The
a
flat
lot.
Earth, right?
Oh, the
This
flat
is the
Earth.
flat Earth server. So
Yeah. Oh, okay. The main core. Yeah, that's fine. The core of the subject, I mean. I think it's really intriguing. I'm new to this. I started thinking about the whole flat Earth and the whole society thing as we get told that, that the world is, a planet and round, compared to a lot of people saying, well, no, it's stationary and flat.
Okay.
And as an individual myself, I don't really talk to people in my area about this. But for myself, I was starting to think, who am I and what do I want to believe? Well, I found out there are multiple groups.
Belief systems.
Yeah, and belief systems. And since I'm a total noob in this, by the way, I'm totally new to this. I never had any experience with like trying to get intrigued by, if the world is round, if the world is flat. So I'm looking for my own answer and my own beliefs, basically.
Cool. Well, there's lots of stuff you can do, right? You know the IJsselmeer. You know that?
How do you know I'm Dutch?
Yeah, bro, I can hear it from a mile away.
Yeah. Yeah, I know the IJsselmeer. I actually live like 30 minutes away from it.
Right. So you can do your observations there, right? I've been in I've been in Zeeland and I've seen boats I shouldn't be able to see. So this is something you can easily verify for yourself, especially in the Netherlands, right? We have a massive coastline, a big lake.
Massive coastline.
Right.
Yeah.
So something you can do for yourself. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm really intrigued by the very lot of you. I think I've been in this live chat for maybe 10 to 15 minutes now. And I just wanted to say that you're all very interesting, individually, but also together. And I'm just here to listen to the general discussion and what you guys have to share, think, and talk about as a whole. I find it very interesting, and I'm very grateful that I can be part of it.
We are grateful for you being here too.
Thank you. I like the black lion image you have on your profile. I'm a big fan of lions.
Oh, thank you.
But anyway, proceed the conversation or anything. I'm just multitasking and listening at the same time.
Sure. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Whenever you have a question, don't hesitate to ask.
Well, where?
In regards to flat Earth or the heliocentric model, you know.
Yeah, was there anything in particular that you wanted to discuss or look into? Myself, I'm getting ready to leave to go get some water. I'm out of water. I need to go to the spring, but You know,
Yeah,
these
I
these
remember
fellas in
that.
here would be glad to discuss it with you, though. If there's anything, impending
Wait, do you collect water from a spring?
out of limestone, yeah. Well, it comes out of what limestone?
And
Limestone.
is that safe to drink?
It's anything that may be unsafe about that, I'm willing to take my chances on, more so than I am the tap water. It's like I will die of thirst unless I can boil it or do something. It's like I don't like the tap water. I don't even like trying to treat the tap water and then drink it. I don't like the filter, even filtering it. I don't know. It's just me. Some people can, I can't.
Is it like the flavor or texture of the
I
water?
think it's the fluoride.
Oh, that makes
It's
sense.
that and all the other chemicals they put in there. Fluoride's just one of them. And it's not, and the fluoride that they put in your water, just keep in mind, is not a bioavailable fluoride. It's a byproduct from aluminum production that they purchase from China. Okay, so it's not even bioavailable.
Sounds very unnecessary to put in water. Very unnecessary.
And then not to mention you're liking all the things that are found in water in nature, that you need. But anyway, I'm not going to get into water talk right now. So I'm more curious about if Crescent Rose or Props or any other new members in here had anything that they would like to discuss or look further into or whatever. So I'd be interested in hearing that.
I had something that's been on my mind. This is actually the first thing that's been on my mind for a while. And it is in regard with the world being stationary. So, long ago, I've looked into some forums, people discussing the stationary world. And there was a discussion going on, like, if the world is stationary, how come we see clouds move when we look outside? And I didn't post to this myself, but there was one intriguing answer, multiple actually. One saying, well, if you make it very easy, if you have a large body of water, which we have here a lot, together with a big fireball that we call the sun, that water evaporates. And then the answer was, well, that still doesn't answer my question. Reply to that was, due to the evaporation of water, the water gets heated, vaporizes into the air, and that collects itself into the colder areas of the
cloud layers.
Yeah, the cloud layers. Eventually, that cools down, and because of the warm and cold, indeed, states of the air, all the way up there, the clouds are, well, actually shaken in wild directions. Sometimes when those come together, you have what we call very bad weather with thunder and lightning. And I was like, okay, but that still doesn't ask my question as well, because this is why I looked it up. Why do clouds move? And no clue.
Well, it's pretty simple. It's a dynamic system. Go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, it's a dynamic system with high pressure, low pressure systems, right, moving all around, creating winds.
I was quoting the forum pages, by the way.
Yeah, and how does this relate to rotation then? You start the Earth is stationary, the clouds move. So how that it doesn't,
basically,
right?
in the forums, they basically stated, like, if the clouds are moving as we say it, does that not object the idea that the Earth is stationary or spins around?
All right.
And I was like, well, I have no clue. Seriously.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to hear.
Yeah, there's a big contradiction there, because they claim Earth is rotating, right? And then they claim Earth and atmosphere is rotating with it.
Yeah, they do claim that.
So, and then we have these clouds going in any and all directions. So that would be the contradiction.
Makes sense.
Right. Nobody has ever measured the Earth moving, right? So
That would be.
That's the whole deal.
That's the whole deal, indeed. That would be nearly impossible, I think.
So why
Hey,
would you
Chris
be?
Rhodes,
Yeah,
have you ever heard of your vestibular system that's in your inner ear? Think about that.
You mean the thing that causes balance in your body that's in your ear?
Yeah.
It's the God-given thing in your anatomy in your body that'll sense movement. So if we were moving, that would trigger our vestibular system. So just
Never
because you're
felt
looking
that.
at stuff,
Yeah, never
looking at
felt it.
stuff moving in the sky, and we never feel anything moving here on the ground. Is all I'm saying. Go ahead, Roger.
Makes sense.
Pretty much it, right? Your vestibular system
Yeah.
is made for detection of motion, and they claim we are rotating at 1,600 kilometers per hour, and then we are orbiting the sun with, was it like 150,000 kilometers per hour, and then we have we are chasing this. The sun is flying through our galaxy with 1.2 million
500,000.
miles, but this guy's a Dutchie, so miles is a bit. So it would be 1.5 million kilometers per hour, and then how our whole galaxy is shooting around the Great Attractor with was it 2.8 miles a million kilometers per hour.
Oh,
so
But
it's
Roger, this 66,000 mile per hour, we are going together with the atmosphere through the vacuum space.
right.
That's
Yeah,
the
yeah. It's all magically sticking to the ball, right? Yeah.
yeah.
And then we have clouds going any and all directions, and
Airplanes going in every directions.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, the whole thing actually claimed the forum, by the way, actually claimed clouds move, so the Earth moves, and that was the main discussion.
Yeah.
I tell you a simple example. Download in fact, just open your Google Maps app and choose an address to navigate to. And when you get in your car and drive to that address, your phone, Google Maps app, will show you the speed you are traveling with. And your phone is not physically like instrumentally connected to the car drive shaft or the car's wheels to detect the speed of the car. The phone has an inbuilt device, a mechanism. The new ones, they have something like a co-magnetometer, which are very precise motion detectors, like accelerometers.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when you stand still, it will show you 0 kilometers an hour. It will show you that you're not moving. But when you start moving through space, in space, yeah, like going out from your house and taking a walk, it will show you are walking with 2-3 kilometers an hour, 4-5,
Yeah.
Because when you look at the clouds, you see them moving. But when you look on your app and you're standing still, you see that you're standing still. Even your phone will tell you.
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, okay, this makes things a little bit more clear. So thank you for the explanation.
And
Take the drone.
It's the same to think about the speedometer of the car, because it's a speed measurement instrument, and when the car is not moving, it's not going to show you that you're driving with 66,000 miles an hour.
No, we take the drone, put the hover, and the drone should to go away from us, but it's not. It go hovering all the time.
Yeah.
And if they are saying that its atmosphere rotating together with the Earth, then we don't have the Coriolis effect. And they are saying that we have Coriolis.
Hold on, I'm gonna turn your volume a little louder. Yeah.
Yeah, this is ridiculous to say that that atmosphere is rotating together with the Earth. You can put so many questions there.
A lot, yeah. And now that you mention it, it makes me wonder. So, does make sense.
You can also imagine where is the border of that rotation, for example. Where is finishing, you know?
And it would probably say something like,
somehow you have inertia between the vacuum of the space and that rotation.
yeah.
Somehow, I don't know. It's not inertia, but it's stupid to imagine even that. That gas, it's rotating in the sphere shape around the Earth together with the Earth. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, the word atmosphere is a paradox.
So, if I think
you know that?
about, huh?
You know that what Gabet said now, that the atmosphere it's paradox.
Yeah. And that brings a lot of questions to me, to what you just said, like the atmosphere. Like to repeat what you just said, like that the atmosphere would rotate with what they say would be the planet. That the atmosphere would rotate with the planet. Then it makes me wonder, but how they state it clearly is that the atmosphere surrounds it and rotates with it at the same speed, yet it isn't connected to the Earth at all because it's, well, gas and whatever. I don't know what the atmosphere is.
Well, they are trying to connect it with gravity, you know.
Yeah. That's indeed what. Well, you hear that everywhere. But that it brings question after question after question. Like, well, if that's the case, then how does the atmosphere stay in sync with the rotation? And if it stays in rotation by gravity, what makes it so it doesn't immediately, well, evaporate if it's not already doing that or anything? Or that it doesn't distort anything like the condition of air? Can it be thinned down? Can it be thicker? How would it work in its whole mechanism around it, like how they claim it to be?
Well,
it just confuses me.
we have pressure gradient when we talk about air, which the pressure decreases with rise in altitude.
Yeah.
And also the electrostatic potential increases with the rise in altitude. So yeah, we have energies going on, and this is because we are between two Gaussian planes. The ground is negative plane, and most of the physical elements are attracted to the negative plane, and the elements which belong to the positive plane, which is somewhere very, very high up in the sky, most likely exactly right there where we see the stars, but I don't know the distance to the stars. I would say that it's definitely not thousands of light years distance, but they are a couple thousand miles high in the sky.
Yeah.
And when we talk about observing things which are thousands of miles far away, and you look, for example, at liquid helium. It is a liquid with very, very low refraction index, is 1.025. This means that if you were next to a lake of liquid helium, when you look at it, you will see a valley. You will barely see its surface as a liquid, you know. It will look like almost like air.
Yeah.
Like when you look through air. That's how it looks. It's almost perfectly transparent. And if high above us there is an ocean of liquid helium, yeah, it will be very hard to see its surface from that distance. It will be because of the angular resolution and light propagation laws. Uh, we will not see its surface from that far away.
Thank you. That makes a whole lot more sense.
Yeah.
All right.
Christian, can I ask you a question about vacuum? Do you know what what they are claiming vacuum of space?
To me or?
No, what let's say present science or NASA, what they're claiming that space is, that it's vacuum of space. 10 to 17, 10
to the minus 17 torr.
17 torr, yeah. Do you know that? Hello?
Was it addressed to me? Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. I'm asking. Do you know that they are claiming that? Do you know that what they are claiming? What is that vacuum of space?
The vacuum of space. No, I've never really looked too deep into it. I know the concept of it, like very little that I watched on TV and read in some books in my younger years.
That means that it's low pressure, like near to zero, but it's not zero, of course, because we cannot have zero.
Makes sense.
And,
yeah.
But when we speak about vacuum of space, what you have in what you perceive, like how big is that?
The vacuum of space?
Yeah.
They claim it to be endless and expanding. So
okay. Now we spoke about that atmosphere. Can you imagine now Earth, how small dot we are in that vacuum, in that environment, that incredibly low pressure environment, and that small dot together with that gases is going 66,000 miles per hour through that environment.
Sounds insane.
And not on Earth, and if you look, the definition of the vacuum is it's like what they are saying. It's absence of everything. It's nothing there, you know.
Yeah.
But our space is full of everything.
There's quite a lot out there. Yeah, they say to be so.
That is also, let's say, paradox, but that doesn't matter. I want to tell you about this, that we have that atmosphere, but comparing to that vacuum, it's not up, in the sky. We are not, if I say dot, maybe it's dot is big, I think.
Yeah.
You know, one dot, I cannot. If you can measure, let's say, the universe, and now to compare the Earth and Earth atmosphere going 66, and everything is keeping, that gas through that vacuum. We are going through that vacuum. That's for me I don't know. Impossible, you know.
Yeah, I do understand. Not to cut the conversation off, but it's getting very, very late for me, so it should be probably better that I head to bed. But I do really
For me
appreciate
too, yeah.
the conversation.
You can come back
Do
anytime.
come back. Do come back, and yeah, whenever you have any questions, feel free to ask. Yeah,
All
there
right,
will be
thank
many
you for your
people glad
hospitality.
to
Yeah,
answer.
we want to tell you something about curvature that is more interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is no curvature there in nature. There is only on globe in class you can find. But in nature, I'm sorry.
It's missing.
I'm
Yeah.
really
I
sorry.
understand. Yeah. I'm going to bed. I wish you all a great day and see you another time.
Good night and rest well.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Right.
Bye bye. Yeah. It was nice talk, Sasha.
It was great.
Yeah.
No defending anything. That was great.
It's nice when you see people, honest people. They don't claim to know everything.
Oh man, you
They
know what is for
they
me?
know how
Go
much they know. Yeah.
see the information, see our let's say like this, see our bullshit, but
Yeah.
watch them, look, not 1 hour, man. You need 1 month at least, to see everything at least, see and then decide whatever fucking you want.
Of course.
But you need to. If you don't see, you will not know anything. That's the problem. You will watch the mainstream or television or blah blah blah, and that's it. And you will get that information, and you believe that, and that's it. If you don't want to look into that, that's you know the answer. To people who don't want to when they come and they start to debate or argue or whatever, man, if you don't want to watch one of videos, and that's one, it's nothing. You need to watch 100 for sure. Then you can speak. Watch that 100 videos and come back, and then you can say something or whatever. You cannot come, from
Flat
National
Earth.
Geographic knowledge and Man, watch 10 videos of
this will
National
be the
Geographic space. Choose any planet. You will be, man, you will not believe what they're saying. It's all any video about Jupiter, and go to National Geographic. You will you will not believe what they're saying in that video.
Yeah, I was into this black holes video documentary.
Yeah, man, Simon
Searching. I
Rain,
was.
which one? It's fucking. It's stinking. One is fucking stinking.
Yeah.
Come on.
I know, that's how I see it now. It's like a gay religion, homosexual. But in disguise, it's not like with plain words.
Yesterday, I took the telescope. I pointed at Uranus, and it's true. It's stinking.
You have smell-o-vision?
Yeah. If you look, if you put the right filter, it will show one brown color. That means that shit, and it's thinking, and that's it. It's spectroscopy. They're saying that's it. Yeah.
I wonder why the astronauts, like, in their meetings, when when they were coming up with these deceptions, I wonder why they decided to say, let's tell everybody outer space smells like roast beef. You've heard that, right? Like, they say it smells like roast beef. Have you ever heard an astronaut say that?
Yeah.
Why would they come up with that? So random.
I don't know, but it's very interesting. Like absence of air actually has an odor.
Does anybody has that 6 hours NASA video fake? Because I think that they deleted that video, so it's not anymore there.
We figured out what absolutely nothing smells like. Absolutely nothing
Yeah.
smell as
Roast beef.
charred pig or charred cow.
This is advertising the food industry.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Yeah. Subliminal advertising. Yeah.
I just tried out my that bug repellent lotion bars that I made earlier. I just tried them out, took them outside, and was kind of messing with some bugs. They don't like it. I'm glad it works.
NASA sentence. We are doing many science. Like this, really. We are doing many science.
There was a girl in the check-in room yesterday that she pulled out some list and started going down this list of all the things that have come to fruition due to NASA's journeys to space. I was just like, what the hell are you talking about? It was just some of the most random shit. Like the only thing I can think of off the top of my head is Tang and Velcro.
The vacuum seal and Velcro, huh? Yeah.
I want to know how NASA helped in developing the science.
Well, think about it. I mean, how much money that is just sucked into that organization just by
Yeah,
itself.
but I
What could
want
be done with that?
something. I want something what came like a result of all these expeditions.
Yeah.
That was good for humanity. What we get what we get after that. You know, after
Yeah.
some good, you need to have some results. Some things like say, okay, we was on the moon. Okay, and okay, but we were on the Mars. Okay, and we will go to Jupiter. Really? And that's it.
Yeah.
We can travel so far. That's the only point what
You're
we
like,
get. Nothing else.
and you're like, and we're going to Mars, and
We'll go
do you have
further.
you have any plans?
We'll go further. Mars.
Yeah, they will terraform.
You can go to Uranus and really experience the smell.
That Mars is one really big RC airplane park.
Mm-hmm.
The RC helicopter that's on Mars.
Flying in 1% atmosphere.
Ridiculous.
Of Earth atmosphere. Yeah.
I'm
But
really big into RC.
The flies, actually in a vacuum chamber, they quit attempting to fly at 2% of the atmosphere. Yeah.
That Charon video, it's good. That NASA going nowhere till 1959. That it's there every year. They are saying we are going in 2000. We are in 1969. We are going there. 1980 we are going there. 1990 we are going there, and they was always late. You know, with that going nowhere.
Actually, no, wait. I was wrong.
From studio to studio, yeah. From swimming pool to studio.
The flies, they stop trying to fly at 0.2 atmosphere, and that's like 20% of the air we breathe.
I was watching half an hour of Space Walk. It was out. That also was in some Jerem video before, and there was outside like for half an hour doing nothing. He has something in the hand, some kind of I don't know it even explain what he has in the hand, and he was doing with that thing like a stickler. It was so stupid, outside. It was like, what the fuck he is doing outside of space, ISS. I cannot believe,
The
and that
fly.
was like,
I'm
and
sorry,
that was
Sasha.
like a video, half an hour of nothing, Not even, screwing something or touching some, that looks that he's touching some buttons, some digital things, or no, man, he had that stick in hand and he was doing some, I don't know, killing flies.
Yeah, Sasha, could you screw something if you were hanging on some elastic strings?
Man, can you go to, can
Yeah.
that astronaut go to vacuum chamber on the Earth and stay half an hour? Can he go with that, suite, astronaut suite, in that vacuum chamber? What we have where they have what we have on the Earth?
Yeah.
That to go inside and to stay half an hour and to see what he can do in that vacuum chamber for half an hour. With
I
that,
have a picture of I have a picture of those orange spacesuits, and the astronauts, they are sitting on a bed, when they take out the air in that vacuum chamber,
I watched that
and
only one video.
their suits are bloated like a balloon, and they are in the same position, both astronauts. That means that when that suit starts inflating itself, it takes that shape, which was manufactured, and you cannot move inside it. You can't move an inch. You can see that both astronauts, they hold their hands in the same position,
Get better. Honestly,
yeah.
what I'm thinking, if you put astronaut in vacuum chamber, that honestly, what my opinion, he will fucking explode.
Oh yes. Peers, something like that. But below that, I think it's a different game.
My daughter liked it, that gift, that bungee jumping. I had that in my apartment when she was small.
You will need a solid container, like below 0.2 atmosphere. I mean,
No, you don't need the walls. You make the vacuum chamber. You make the vacuum inside. You open the door, and you have gradient now. Between door and nothing will happen.
yeah.
And now astronaut coming in, walks in and he changed and he's going through that gradients of of the pressure. That's the explanation. And sounds logical.
Oh, well, I'm going to sleep. Good night, everyone.
I'm going to smoke.
Take care. Bye bye.
See you again.
You guys forgot that you're not allowed to have dead air. Yes, what has NASA invented? That's like saying, look what my model predicted. Yeah, pretty smart. Come on, Dave Hinkle. Let's go.
I'm finally connected, I think.
Yeah, please don't do that again.
Don't call your pillbox? Okay.
Correct. Don't do that and don't get disconnected.
Okay. Will do. I stay disconnected. That's why I hardly ever talk.
Do you know that there are actually human beings, not kidding, living, breathing ones that think models make predictions, Dave?
Yep, I've heard several people claim that, and it makes no sense, sir.
Right. Yeah, I don't know where to begin. If somebody thinks that, Dave, it's like I don't know what to do. Like, does that mean Mario Brothers made the prediction that I mean, like, I don't understand. Like, if I make something and then it does what I programmed it to do, doesn't that mean that I made it that way? So that's why it's doing that?
Yeah, that would be a logical stance to take. I would agree, sir. As far as the model making a prediction, that seems like a non sequitur to me.
I mean, if this model can predict things, maybe we should start, let's get some lottery tickets. I mean, the Globers need a GoFundMe anyway. Why don't we see if we can get some lottery numbers right? And then maybe these people can afford to put a camera on a rocket that doesn't cut out every single time it matters. Dave, what do you think?
Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Be a start for the poor Globers.
$60 million is not enough. Ask Glat Flobe right now in the chat moderating. He'll tell you these guys need more money. They don't have the ability to take a camera with. I mean, I can do it. I don't know why I have these magical powers, Dave, but NASA can't do it. I don't know. I did it like on pennies, man. I mean, NASA can't do it with $60 million a day. They can't find a camera that works and doesn't shut off every time it matters. Oh, wait a minute. The camera shut off, and then the camera comes back, and all of a sudden we on a ball. Then the camera shuts off again, and there's the flat Earth. I don't understand. Like, can't we see the transition? Isn't that kind of a big deal? Wouldn't that help the argument, Dave, to maybe see when curvature starts?
Yeah, you would think, but you can't expect NASA to jump through all the flat earthers' hoops, man. They got other shit they got to do. They're busy destroying technology and creating cartoons and shit. So.
Gosh, maybe we need to go backwards. I think the technology was, a lot better back then. With the cameras that, honestly, think about how advanced these cameras were in 1969. They could be in 400 degrees and the film doesn't even melt, Dave.
No.
Man, there's a lot of sarcasm here.
I'd like to have a car. Could you imagine having a car like that? You could just drive your car into an inferno for a couple hours and you're fine. I mean, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I get some of that Tesla clear coat? That shit can withstand solar winds, man. I can't even keep the sun from bleaching out my candy apple Corvette. Damn it.
Yeah, that was yeah, what's that thing called? What's that new thing they're doing battle mod with paint? It's ceramic?
Yeah.
I mean, we need to know that part number because that is some serious ceramic coating. Yeah, and then they must have put it on the tires too.
Yeah.
But yeah, on Earth here in Arizona, 120 degrees, a couple of years of that, and if you don't condition your tires, they're done.
Yeah, that's the best we got is ceramic coating. But it still doesn't keep the sun from bleaching anything out. Just makes it take a little longer.
Entropy still wins. Amazing.
Entropy will win every time.
That's right. All you can do is slow it down or speed it up. I heard earlier they were talking about NASA inventions. Do people really think NASA invented something? Is that true?
Velcro.
That's scary. That is really scary that people think NASA invented Velcro. Yeah. That's like saying the Air Force invented airplanes, battle mod.
Or the Army rifles.
That's right. I helped invent those rifles. That's right.
I don't know. I took mine apart and put it back together enough.
That's evolution.
Yeah, I might have did. No, that's process control and improvement, bro. Through testing and repeated use for longevity. We all know what the first technology was, right? I know you do, XO. Well, there's a debate on whether it was one of two things, but
I'll make a claim. Let me make a claim to put me on the spot. I deserve, to be ridiculed if I'm wrong. I would have to say, the animal skins that Adam and Eve had to wear.
Okay, well, God created those, but the first technology created by man was a weapon of death created by Cain.
Yeah, I would say that is. I would just, I would argue that, that God made the first technological advancements of using the creation to, of course, clothe them. But yeah, that's certainly a weapon. It's up there.
Whether it's a jawbone.
Go ahead.
Well, go ahead.
How do you know that Eve didn't create a brush or a comb before Cain killed Abel?
Well, we don't, but we were never told she did. That's all I could say.
Right, he's going by what is recorded. So what is recorded technically?
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so you know what I mean. Like I'm kind of going back and forth. Obviously, with the skins issue. I don't.
Yeah,
in the comb and the beautification of the woman. Yeah, but the comb and the beautification of women was taught to women by the fallen for enchanting spells of enchantment, black magic. That's covered too.
So before the fall, was there bad hair?
I would assume all natural myself, but hey.
Oh, I'm going to say something about that. There might have not been hair before the fall. That's how crazy. Yeah, that's
Suit.
Well, I hate having hair. So I would consider it gross. I consider having
now
a
that's
in
original.
my head every day. Sorry, good.
That I've never heard that one. Don't you think Adam would be like, psst, psst, "Hey God, she's bald, man. What's up with that, bro?"
Well, if he doesn't know what hair is, how would he know?
Well, I don't know. That's funny. Sinead O'Connor look on Eve.
It might have been a totally different deal though. Like the flesh was everything was different. You know, like it's not comparable because it was literally almost like a heavenly thing on earth, right?
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. They were in the spiritual form when created by Yahweh, but then Elohim came along and recreated them in the flesh.
Spiritual form? You said they were in spiritual form?
Spirit. Well, no, Genesis says that God created them in His image, and then 2 paragraphs later, Elohim formed them. Elohim said, "Come, let us make man in our image," and then man was formed in the image. First, he was created in the image of God. Well, God's a spirit.
Yeah, but he formed him out of the dust of the ground. That's not spirit.
Mm-hmm. Who did that though? Yahweh or Elohim? See, I hear a lot of people who think they're biblical scholars, but they keep saying Elohim was the first name of God. They don't even know who El or Elyon are. So I just kind of walk around them.
So
Elohim is all the hosts of heavens.
Okay, were they created as spirits, or were they created out of the dust of the ground, which is matter?
Did you read Genesis?
I've read it many times.
So there's 2 different formations of man.
Or could it just be in their image? Could it be that when it says in their image, it means everlasting?
No, he said God created he and she in his image. The "come let us" is after the first creation. There's 2 creations in Genesis. If you read it properly, you're actually paying attention. You're roboting. Oh, I'm not going to go through the 2 different gods things, and I already covered it. Elohim is all the hosts of heaven. In older Bibles, in the older Bibles, it said Yahweh came upon the face of the deep with the Elohim. So Yahweh and His people came here, all the hosts of heaven. You can't have 2 Most High gods.
Am I roboting still?
No, but you're cutting in and out.
All right. You said that he came here with somebody? Can you give me that passage and read it?
So all you have to do is look up an older 1816 Bible, KJV, and read Genesis. When Yahweh came upon the face of the deep with the Elohim. I already quoted it. That should give you if you've read Genesis that many times, then you should know exactly where you are in the story. I do. I've read the book cover to cover so many times I can't count it.
I have no recollection of him coming with somebody. So that
when did he come upon the face of the deep?
In the beginning.
In the beginning.
Yeah, but I never seen any
That's
reference
because
to
you
coming
read
with somebody.
nude Bibles. You're reading a new revision, probably the 300th revision of the King James Bible.
No, I hate the King James. So, do you actually think that the two creations of man were two separate events, not two?
Well, they're noted that way in the book. First, we were formed in the image of Yahweh. And then was said, "Come, let us make man in our image." And then we were formed in the image of another. But all words that meant any reference to any God were translated to the word God. Context of the story gets lost.
So,
Where's all the activity? Nobody around? What's up, everybody?
We're waiting for you, God Rocket. What you got?
You makes my head blow. Thanks, Dave. Gonna have to take my hat off. It's starting to swell up. Gonna pinch my brains.
We're just waiting with bated breath for you to impart some wisdom upon us. Go ahead.
I don't have hardly any wisdom to share today. I'm out helping a friend. That's my wisdom for the day. Go help a friend in need. Wise choice.
Even if you think you live on a spinning ball, just help out your neighbor. You'll be all right. Yeah, it's kind of a slow period here. We're just having globe silence. It's just such crazy globe deniers in here right now.
Globe silence.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's the VC verified in here, but he's been talked to several times. I don't know if he wants to talk. Satya Ivanov. I think he's pretty much a non-globe guy, but I don't know. Steve Baller 64 is joining us. How you doing? Welcome to the service. Baller 64. Should have seen what happened to the other 63 ballers when they came in here. In this nation. I guess he's not going to talk. We'll go back to silence. Hello, Mad Lad. How you doing? Welcome to the service.
Oh, hi.
Why are you mad?
I just trying to just listen in. Damn. What are y'all talking about in here now?
Now we're talking about absolutely nothing. Nobody's talking. Nobody's defending. Nobody's defending the silly globe. You want to defend the globe?
Ish, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I've come in here a couple of times. Oh shit, sorry. No, because that's the thing. You're gonna ask for facts and statistics and sources, and I don't got all of that. I can't back any of my stuff up.
So you already
I know how this goes.
You know the three main claims we're looking for. You don't have any evidence for any of those.
Ish, bro. I don't have the time. I just come in here to just listen in and stuff. But nah, like my
Not
views
just
is
your
stupid.
problem, man. No time in history has anybody provided any evidence for any of those three: curvature, rotation, or vacuum of space. These days.
Yeah, I don't know. The main concept I struggle with of the flat Earth model is
What
the
flat
sun
Earth?
and the moon. How not really flat Earth model per se, but like how it's mostly agreed upon that the Earth and the moon are a lot smaller than what they are, and they're right above us.
We don't make any claims to what they are, or all
Yeah,
we can
but
do is observe what they do and go by their patterns in the sky. That's about all we can do.
yeah. So okay, so it's just a guess then that the Earth and the sun are that. Because I was gonna say I thought that was being thrown around like it was a fact or something.
We can make
In here.
certain guesses about them
Assumptions.
being closer than what the it's definitely not 93 million miles away, but how far away is the stuff? I can't tell you. Nobody in here can tell you. Stuff in the sky that does whatever it does. Somebody else want to answer?
Damn. Seems like no one's on tonight.
Stuff in the sky is all we can do is pretty much speculate about it.
Yeah.
Nobody in here is going to claim any certain map or model. We're just here to verify what we can verify. So.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm a bit tired. Ugh. Is someone typing? No, that's just the main thing that I don't get.
See, the thing is, you got sold a story about what the sky is, but we're not here to replace it. We're just calling bullshit on the story that you got told.
Yeah.
We all got told.
That's the thing. I don't even think if, well, I don't even think there's a possible way for the sun. How do I say it? Like, obviously it works, or we believe, or whatever the word you want to say. Obviously, the sun works on a globe model well, since it's a sphere and everything like that. How is it going to work on a flat Earth model? Because even if, let's say, if it is above us and stuff, the way light works is we would still be able to see it in the middle of the night, even probably as a star or something. Because the way light waves.
Wow.
Sorry, your first problem is you assume the globe works. You assume the sun works on the globe model because they told you it does. They made up all the math and did all the calculations. But that don't mean it works on a globe model. We need curvature for there to be a globe. So the sun is a secondary. Understand that?
Yeah.
Stuff in the sky we can't verify.
Yeah,
so.
correct. Just for the record, there is no globe model. There's no such thing. There is a presupposition and a cartoon. There's globe cartoons, but there is no working globe model. Sorry.
Oh. Huh.
You could look it up. Just go look it up. Spend some time searching for it. You won't find it because if it existed, we would have information from it, which we don't. There's zero information from it.
So what do you mean there's no literal model? But I'm sorry, I'm getting a bit confused here.
There are numbers. Okay, so there are numbers written on paper about a presupposed religious belief, assuming a ball Earth, and there are cartoons to show you the ball Earth, the magic of cartoons. There is no model.
Okay.
Right, there isn't even a claim for a working model. Let me give you an example. If I were to ask you, how high do I have to go above this globe model to see the Earth curvature start to be visible? You can't find that information because there is no globe model. Just look it up. There's no such thing exists.
Okay. Huh. Not sure. There's back to my main point. I just don't think the sun and the moon would work.
Are the sun and moon earthly things, or are they celestial things?
I guess they're celestial things.
Correct. So we understand how things work on Earth. You can't understand how celestial things. See, the problem here, I'll just be real quick. They told you all these lies and they pretended that they knew all this stuff about the sun, moon, and stars, and people fell for it. And that's the point. They don't know any of that stuff. They lied about everything. And that's why every glober actually hides from the shape of the Earth, because there is no Earth curvature ever measured in existence. And the only argument is to talk about the sun, moon, and stars, because there is no argument for the globe, for the record.
Yeah. That's the thing. I don't believe it's a perfect sphere. Nothing can really be a perfect sphere.
Well, it doesn't exist. There is no sphere at all. You don't have a claim for any sort of sphere. Paroid, pumpkin, peach, apple, apricot doesn't exist.
Okay. I don't know what to say to that.
Well, that's okay, but here's something you already know. You know that if there's a ball or any sort of spherical object covered in water, that water has to conform and curve to the structure that it's around, right?
Yes.
Right. So in reality, there is no such curve. It does not exist. That's why all long-range radar systems work thousands of miles flat on the ocean. Yep.
Do you say radar systems?
Every single system that's ever invented, whether it's optical, laser, infrared, range finding, or radar, is based on line of sight. I used to work for the government, so it's easier for me to know this. But since you might not know this, yes, you can ask BattleMod. There are several people that used to work in the military that know these things. They already admit that everything's based on a flat Earth. In fact, if I quote NASA 1988, the Dryden Flight Research Center, they call it a flat, non-rotating Earth. That's their claim.
But what's the whole consensus? Well, not consensus, but what's the point in the Earth being flat? What benefit do people get out about the Earth being flat? What's the whole point of it all, lying and everything?
You know what? They love that question so right. No, that's a good question. They love that question so much they invented a song. They got Chocolate Sane and a couple of guys here made a song about that called "Why Would They Lie?" And they have about 30,000 reasons. So what would you like to start?
No, because I've heard multiple things. It's a religious thing. It's a cult thing. It's they're hiding stuff. It's the
You're right. Exactly. There's endless reasons. They're hiding land. They control your mind. They destroy your mind. They turn you into cattle. Satan loves his slaves, buddy. And I know this is a little bit more than you were trying to, bite off here.
No, that's
Your eyes
fine.
are bigger than your stomach, but it's deep. The great deception involves destroying your ability to have a relationship with God, the creator of the heavens and the earth. And that's why they gave you this magical spinning space monkey cartoon ball religion, so that you don't believe in God. You want to hide. You think you come from monkeys, and that's where we're at. Yeah.
I mean, I'm personally not really a believer of God. Like, I don't go to church, or I don't really pray, or I don't really like.
Yes, that's the point. Yep.
Oh,
They've done well with
so.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Right. So.
And you're the majority. About 90% of people on this plane of existence are confused about where they live, and that's why the deceiver is very good. Again, we don't even have. There's no claim in reality. It's just the cartoons they show us on TV. Nobody in reality ever adjusts for curvature or spin or has experienced this magical ball cartoon. It's only what they show you on TV, and that's why it's called programming. Do you know what that word means?
Yes.
Exactly. So you can figure. Now here's the deal, bro. If you do want to watch, if you want to know the truth, nothing can stop you. But if you want to live in the fantasy they gave you, and you want to say, well, what about this, and hide from the shape of the earth, you're going to stay in that fantasy. So that it's up to you. No one's going to stop you from any. No one's going to force you to believe anything you don't want to believe. It's up to you to desire the truth, and therefore you will find it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not too pushed, because if it's a globe, it's a globe. If it's flat, it's flat. I'm not really bothered either way.
Oh, no, you would be very bothered. Trust me, if it turned out that everything in your life turned out to be a lie, you would be going through some serious emotional issues for at least several weeks, maybe months, sometimes years. For many people that I've talked to that used to be atheists, trust me, it will certainly affect you in more ways than you can ever understand. It's like saying, I don't like roller coasters. Well, have you ever been on one? No. Well, you can't make a claim until you've been there, right? So there's a big difference between talking about it and actually doing it. So again, you got to start nice and slow.
I'm going
to get out of here. Hey,
okay.
Nice talking. I got to get out of
You
here. Ask
too.
me one more question, then I got to go. Ask me one more, and I'll try to help you.
Okay, what happens if you're wrong? I would love to know what happens if you're wrong.
Okay, if I'm wrong, well then I guess dogs can be octopuses, and eagles are actually airplanes. Right, I might be wrong. How do I know a dog's really right? How do I know a goldfish actually isn't a tortoise? How do I know this tortoise isn't my coffee table? Great question. You see where I'm going? So that's how easy this is, bro. Yeah. If I was even not listen, bro, I'm gonna tell you one last thing. I'm gonna get the heck out of here. But there's a bunch of good people here that are going to talk to you, and every single one of us are different. The one thing we agree on is that they lied to us about everything.
Yeah.
But here's the deal. If I had any doubt at all about what I'm telling you, I wouldn't be telling you a single thing. If I'm not absolutely sure about what I'm doing, I don't get involved. I keep my mouth shut. So you have a good day. Have fun talking to the other guys.
You too.
All right. God bless. See you guys.
Be safe, XO.
Thanks, XO. We'll see you.
So can anyone else answer my question? So what happens if you're actually wrong? Like, let's say you're all. Let's say it doesn't matter if you strongly believe or whatever, but let's just say in a world where the Earth is really a globe, how does that make you feel?
But see, that's the problem, is we're not here because we believe something. We're asking questions about the globe, and we're not getting the correct answers. We can't find any curvature or motion. The globe doesn't exist. It's a matter of us being right or wrong. We're asking them questions about objective reality, and we're not getting correct answers. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, no, that doesn't make sense. No, it's just because, like, people are so heavily invested in it and stuff like that. And I can't say they believe that it's a fact. It's a fact to some people, but
there's a lot of people that think it's a fact, but they haven't looked below the surface deep enough as we have to see that there's nothing factual at all about the globe. Go ahead, somebody else is going to jump in.
Yeah, no, it's just I can't really. It doesn't really make sense to me. You know, it doesn't really add up to say why the Earth to be flat. Like, because I would also view it as people coming out with negative, like stuff that disproven the globe. That also there are. Well, I won't call it a natural phenomenon or anything like that, but it's like people used to believe. People used to be flatter back in God knows the ancient times. I can't tell you exactly, but then some scientists discovered it and they're suppressed by religion.
What did the scientists discover, though? Was
He
the globe
discovered that
ever
the Earth.
discovered? Was it
Well,
discovered, or was it calculated into existence? Well, what did they discover?
Sorry,
Did they discover curvature? Did they discover any curvature or any motion?
I'm not too confident now, but I'm pretty sure they did because it disproved the whole that the Earth was flat, and obviously since religion was very heavily back in the
That's
past,
what
like
they tell you, but there's nothing to back that up. That's just a story. They didn't discover shit. They just made up a story and put it in textbook. That's just my opinion. If somebody else want to take over, I'm driving. I'm probably chopping out.
Well, I was just going to say they were philosophers,
just
not
don't crash,
scientists.
bro. Don't crash. Stay safe on the road. Just keep up. Just keep it real.
Yep, natural philosophers.
Yep.
Well, they were just philosophers, not scientists.
No, that term scientist, it wasn't even deemed till the 1900s.
All right.
Aristotle, natural philosopher. Herschel, natural philosopher. Eratosthenes, natural philosopher. 90% of them were religious Jesuits too. And they went to Jesuit colleges and they studied the mystery teachings, Hermetic principles.
Yeah. No, I just
for this information.
personally don't.
You can just watch a video and learn it.
Yeah, true. But you know, this is going to be really unrelated, alright? But I'm not going to lie. I don't feel everyone needs to be highly educated on, like, how do I say this now?
Everyone
Obviously, how science has evolved and stuff like that.
A scientific hypothesis.
Yeah, I know about that.
So what people are we talking about? The people of the past, the few people of the present,
Sorry, like regular people now, like,
or the people in this live stream.
no, let's just talk about regular people, like the regular population right now. You know, you cannot verify and test everything that you being said. You have to take other people's scientific information and just
No, you don't have to. Just because that's the only way you can present it doesn't mean we have to accept it. So things asserted but not backed by facts can be hand waved away without proof too. You can assert whatever you want, but without proof, I don't have to accept it. It's that simple.
Yeah. That's the
And
thing,
if
like,
we go by the original scientific method, then anything that isn't backed by proof isn't even a scientific theory. It is just a hypothesis.
I just feel like if you're talking about the for having to be scientific,
most people understand science at a grammar school level or a high school level. Yeah, most people don't understand it at a collegiate level, where no thing is certain.
But that's the thing. I just feel like with the day and age we're living in now, you shouldn't really have to.
Shouldn't have to what?
You shouldn't have to test everything yourself to verify that it's a fact.
Well, you can live in a belief system. That's fine with us. That's fair. Just admit you live in a belief system. I didn't test it, but somebody else told me this, and I believe it's true.
But that's the thing. You can read up on all. You can literally look at their experiments themselves and read the numbers and do the math.
Yeah. Now that you brought that up, so do you assume that none of us here have an education above high school, and none of us have ever read
obviously
any science that we critique? Science that you can't critique or question isn't science at all. If I can't question it, it's not science. Science is meant to be repeatedly questioned and tested.
I know that. Yeah, I know that.
Not accepted.
and
Consensus is consensus has no place in science. Agreement, no place in science. Demonstration, then it's fact.
you know,
Scientific
I
fact.
agree. I agree with you on that. That it has to be questioned and everything. But I just
Well,
feel
that's
like
if it's not questioned, every so many centuries we learn more stuff. So we should go back and look at all our old science and question it from a new perspective. That's how you get advancement. I don't care if you're running a company. If you want to do better next year, to look at the last 5 years and try not to do what brought you down in the next year. Then you could predict you'll go up, or your overall profit.
yeah. I don't know if you can answer this for me, but like, what do you think that like Elon Musk is going to Mars, or that Blue Origin is doing, space flights and everything like that? You just don't believe that's happening?
No, I don't say disbelief. I don't say fake. I say, can I verify it? I'm not. You don't have to call a thing fake if you can't verify it. It's not true. So why the hell would I call it fake? It's unverifiable. So we can't verify whatever that thing is doing. You can assert it's doing whatever you want, but I don't have to accept that on blind faith. So we're more of verification, empirical verification. And we know damn well that we learn how to do and apply sciences right here on Earth by guessing and using guesswork. But that's not comparable to this guy's traveling light years through galaxies to another planet, keep giving us money. Those are two different things. Guesswork for the application of applied sciences, well, that is 100% useful. It increases the longevity of our products. It enhances every process we use, so we apply it, and it makes human life better. So we can see the results right here on Earth.
Yeah,
they're not comparable.
Okay, so then on that point, then, so that means humans are never going to. How do I say this? Like, they're never going to travel into space. If you can't prove it, you don't think they're never going to travel into space.
I feel like you're just putting words in my mouth. That's not what I said.
No,
So
sorry,
you have a problem with accepting that the current people who are saying they're doing this and that, I can't verify a fucking thing they said? And you got to take it somewhere into the future, just like they do.
Repeat that.
So what I said was, anybody who says they're traveling space, past, present, or future, I can't verify it.
Yeah.
So you want to take that reasoning, apply it to your logic, and say this is where I'll be in 20 years. Nobody's ever going to do it. No, I didn't say that. Debates aren't about putting words in other people's mouth.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to do that. I apologize. So then, do you think then that like we are going to advance and become
we advance every day,
intergalactic species or anything like that in the future?
Well, I'd have to believe in intergalactic stuff, but I have no verifying evidence that that's even a reality.
Okay. Oh, another thing about the flat Earth model.
What flat Earth model?
Oh, sorry. Another thing about the flat Earth. How do satellites work on it?
How do what?
Satellites work on it.
Satellites.
How do satellites work on a flat Earth?
How could they not work on a flat Earth? Do you think you have to go all the way around the top and the bottom of a thing to orbit a thing? You can walk a circle around your house, and that's orbiting your house.
Yeah, but how is the orbiting? What is giving it, or like, how come it's? How do I say it?
Well, they just float balloons up there, satelloons in the jet stream, and the jet stream pushes it around, all the way around 360 degrees in a circle. That's an orbit.
How come it doesn't come crashing down?
Well, they do. People have reported finding weather balloons and with big chunks and boxes of what look like weather radio equipment on it. Satellites do come crashing to the ground. So do satelloons. NASA, do you know what a Echo 1
How
was?
come they don't come crashing more on a flat Earth though? Because
Well,
if they're on a flat Earth, is there gravity?
Listen, the shape of Earth has nothing to do with anything. The advancement of technology does. So we created Echo 1 50, 60 years ago, and it could stay up for 10 years. So we know damn well the more we work with a thing, the better we get at it. So by now we could have satelloons up there that orbit for 30 years and don't fall down.
Yeah. Flat Earth, does it have gravity?
Does Ball Earth have gravity? Can you show me the warping of space-time, or can you show me mass attracting mass, which was overwritten by the warping of space-time? Can you show me either of those things? The globe doesn't have gravity. You can't demonstrate it. If you could, you'd have anti-gravity, and we wouldn't be using fossil fuels to pump jets around.
I mean, there's an experiment, correct me if I'm wrong, about a bowling ball and a feather. It's probably been, where they are about a bowling
what?
ball and a feather.
Oh, those don't prove cause and effect.
They don't.
No, they don't, because if they did, you'd have to manipulate the variable. So do you understand what a cause and effect relationship is? You have an independent and dependent variable. To show that it is what you say it is, you'll manipulate either the independent or the dependent variable and show a cause and effect relationship. Well, if you could manipulate those variables, which would be the attraction for gravity, then you would have anti-gravity. You don't have anti-gravity, so this line of reasoning and questioning is just ludicrous. You're holding a flat Earth to a higher standard than you are your globe. Nobody can prove to you gravity. If they could, they'd have anti-gravity. And that's just all there is to it.
Yeah, but you talked about changing. Sorry to cut you off. But you talked about changing the medium, and the medium in the experiment would obviously be the air. Because you put them in a
When
vacuum
did I
chamber.
talk about mediums? And I didn't say anything about changing
change the variable.
I didn't say anything about a medium. I said manipulate. You either manipulate the independent or dependent variable. So in a science experiment, which one is the cause and which was the effect? The independent or the dependent variable?
I don't know.
Well, there you go.
But I'm just trying to ask you, is that experiment is false, is what I think I'm getting from you. It's wrong.
What experiment? To manipulate the medium and drop a feather in a bowling ball in a... How is that an experiment? What are the required steps in a scientific experiment? Do you know?
The thing is I actually done physics.
Well, then this should be easy for you. I too passed physics with high colors.
Ish, bro, I was high level physics, but hello.
That's why you said I said changing the medium. No, you're changing the medium. So basically, in that experiment, the cause would be the medium.
Okay, so the cause would be the medium. Okay. Oh, did he leave? Can anyone else fill me in?
I don't think my mic's working, is it? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Dave.
Yeah, we hear you. Mike, his mic cuts in and out from time to time. So
Go ahead, Hank. You know this science shit more than me, Hank. Go ahead.
Oh,
Nah,
they
bro,
just kicked.
you've probably been listening.
They just kicked me out for a minute. The independent variable is the cause, though. And the only thing you're manipulating, dropping a feather in a bowling ball in a chamber, is the medium that it falls through. You didn't prove that. Doesn't prove a cause and effect relationship. It doesn't get. Where's the cause for gravity then in the vacuum?
Because I think you have to manipulate.
You'd have to for
because
it to be a
you're
cause
not
and
trying to
effect.
find, because there's loads of Sorry, did your mic cut out? I don't think I got that
No,
far.
I let him finish. Did his mic cut out?
Oh, sorry.
I was trying to let you finish what you were saying.
No, my stuff probably cut out. So what I'm saying, I feel like you have to change the medium and what there is and all the variables in it, because you're looking for a specific.
Well, I'm just asking
where's the
cause and effect relationship between an attraction, and what do you ascribe it to? A Newtonian concept of gravity or Einsteinian? Are you warping space-time and this is the effect, or is there a mass attraction?
I'm not too familiar on the difference between them, but I think I'd go with mass attracts mass. If that's
that was overwritten by Einstein, you know.
Okay, well, not mass attract mass then.
Relativity and special relativity.
So what's the one that keeps me?
So I want to point this out. You know nothing about gravity at an academic level. At an academic level, you know nothing about the mainstream version of gravity, but yet you still accept gravity and you want it to be applied to my model just because you have a belief system. That's basically where we're at right now.
I never said it had to be applied to your model. I asked if your model had it.
Do we come up with a magical force that we can't demonstrate? No. So it's just a natural law. Little g is just a natural law. What goes up must come down. Everybody observes that. We're not the ones trying to give a force to it. We're saying the only question we even have for gravity is that it's not an attraction. Neither one of your cause and effects are true. That's why you can't demonstrate them. Not Newtonian or Einsteinian. Nobody has showed an experiment where they've manipulated the independent variable and given us anti-gravity. When we have anti-gravity, you've proved gravity, and that's all there is to it.
Okay.
When you've proven gravity, we will have anti-gravity.
All right.
And because it can't be demonstrated by experiment, it's not even a scientific theory, gravity.
Yeah.
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 It's a colloquial definition theory. It's their best guess.
Mm-hmm.
Who just Baller 64. DMing me isn't going to get you what you think it is. See, I just ban people for DMing me. If you want to ask questions, do it in the voice chat.
Ish, Baller needs
Hey, can I chime in for a second?
Sure.
I just wanted to say real quick. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to say real quick. There's some very interesting Michio Kaku quotes where he talks about nobody in his field that he knows of actually uses the scientific method. He said that it's I'm trying to get the quote exactly. It's by the seat of their pants, leaps of logic and guesswork. Right? So you have to understand that when you're talking about theoretical astrophysics and cosmology, it's not science. Because you can't manipulate space. You can't manipulate the variables in space because you're on. So whatever the lights in the heavens are doing, it's philosophy if you try to ascribe any kind of attributes to it other than what we can observe. Right? So we say that the sun, right, it gives off light and heat. Okay, that's fine, right? We can all observe that. That's a fact. But what is it made of? Well, no one's took a biopsy and took it into a lab and tested to see if it's malignant or benign, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, come on. If you had a lump, right, on your reproductive organs, you would go to the doctor says, "Oh, I found a lump." You'd be like, "Oh, okay. What do you think it is, doc?" He's going to go, "I have no fucking idea. Let's take a biopsy and find out," right?
Yeah. My brain can't process all this information. I think I'm gonna head off to bed. It's late here. It's been a pleasure talking to all of you.
Come back anytime, Mad Lad.
Ish, I'll just get more confused. All right,
We're
see you
not here to
boys.
confuse you. We're here to clear the confusion if you open your mind up. But go ahead and go to bed.
All right, good night.
I don't know why it's so hard for people to understand that for them to prove their cause and effect of gravity. They have to manipulate whatever causes gravity. And if you could do that, you would have anti-gravity. So how is it so hard to understand that just because you don't have anti-gravity, we know damn well you don't know what causes gravity. We know that. It's simple math. 1 and 1 equals 2.
Yep. It's
I mean, what the
it's
hell?
Like there's so many of these people will never get to that level of thinking. I mean, if they could just accept the fact that gravity was just created just so to justify people living on a ball, they might start thinking a little more clearer about it, you know? The whole concept was just so they could justify that people could live on a ball.
Yeah, because if you can't manipulate the cause, you can't prove that's what's causing it. But if you can manipulate the cause, then you could turn gravity right off. Anti-gravity, bam. That's simple.
Helium balloons are anti-gravity devices, right?
All that shit only exists in science fiction. Science fiction from the 60s has become science fact for the children of the 20s. 2020s.
So we've got Baller 64 in here. Do you got any questions, Baller 64?
I can't believe the amount of kids that live in the science fiction universe I watched as a child. I really can't. They want to learn Klingon. They think they're going to be on the Starship Enterprise using photon phasers and ion thrusters.
Beam me up, Scotty.
Spider-Man and Batman going to be hanging out with them in the transporter room.
I remember thinking when I was watching Star Trek, I was afraid that what if I disappeared and I didn't reappear? You know, what if something happened to the machine and didn't put my molecules back together? What would happen to me? You know, when I got beamed up or something? That was scary to me as a kid.
It'll be dark matter.
Anyway, we've got Baller 64 in here. Does he have any questions, Baller 64?
Anything? Well, if you want to know the answer to that question, what happens to you if they don't put you back together right? I recommend you watch Galaxy Quest with Sigourney Weaver and Tim Allen.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I remember I've seen that. That's funny, yeah. That's a great movie.
That is funny.
All I know is when he's watching Star Trek, you didn't want to be the guy that went down to the planet with Spock and Kirk because you wasn't coming back. Whatever was down there was going to get you.
Right.
Doctor.
He's dead, Jim.
Yeah, the doctor would come back. Always.
Yeah. But you didn't want to be the random guy off the crew that went down to the planet with him because you wasn't coming back.
You'd be a guest episode.
Yeah.
Hey, Hank, you ready for that there transporter problem? Sir, I think the transporter's fucking up. What should we do with it? Hey, you got any barbecue sauce?
I had some propane. Maybe some propane accessories.
That's a pig lizard. If you haven't ever seen Galaxy Quest. I always thought that was funny as shit.
Banner and VC check-in.
What?
Banner and VC check-in. Number one, he's seems legit to me. He just needs to be verified. Just letting you know.
All right. Bring him on down here. Nobody wants to.
I can't verify him.
I got it. I got it, bro. Banner, come on down.
Hello.
Hey, bro, your nose breathing in the microphone, man.
Me?
Not you. No. Whoever was doing that when I brought you down here.
All right.
Think maybe they need to blow their nose or eat a lawn siege. So what's up, Banner?
Nothing. Just.
How you doing today?
I'm doing good.
What'd you come to the Flat Earth for?
This server, why did I come? Because I strongly and firmly believe in the flat Earth. I even told Ryan, the guy who moved me, or the guy who went down here, that I would bet my entire life upon it because there are
Can you give
no.
me? Hold on,
Yeah.
let me stop you there. Can you give me your 3 best proofs of a flat Earth?
I use the Quran and the Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. I don't. The thing is, I'm not really good at delving into the science. However, there are things like people mention the refraction and stuff like that, and how actually the sun shrinks, and it's not just it's not sinking. And even someone sent a video of the pilots admitting there's no sinking involved in the actual flying and stuff like that. But I use the ayah, the verses in the Quran in which Allah Azza wa Jal, Allah Almighty, He affirms that the earth was spread out and stretched out.
Like
it was made
an open
laid flat.
hand? An open
Like an
hand?
open.
Yeah, like an open palm. In the end, it'll be like a closed fist, right?
Well, what do you mean like a closed fist?
A closed fist.
I'm already in that server, Royal. I'm Ibrahim Al-Hanbali. But yeah, anyway, regarding the flat earth in the ayat, we also have the sunnah of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And if you know anything about Islam, you know hadith, and you know narrations from his companions. May Allah be pleased with him. And his companions, they have narrated from him that he said the earth was made flat out like a bed or a mattress. He said it was made stretched out flat like a bed or a mattress. This is what our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, and he is the messenger of God. So we take his word for it. And our scholars have said everyone's speech is either taken or rejected except for this man's. So I firmly believe in this, and the ayat in the Quran indicate very clearly the flat Earth, and there's no indication of a round Earth. And even other civilizations throughout history have believed this as well. The Jews believe this, the Christians believe this. Um, I'm pretty
Amen.
sure. I'm pretty sure there was a Greek civilization that believed this because I've seen some stuff, some images from them, and yeah, I mean that's pretty much what I conclude. And I think it's important for the Muslim to realize this because this is the reality of the creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Every Muslim, he must affirm the creation of Allah to also affirm the creator. For example, he affirms that Allah created the angels from light, from nur, as we say, and he affirms that Allah has created the jinn from the breathless fire. So it's part of the reality of creation. There's lots of brainwashing today. They will tell you round earth, that, but it's not the reality of it. Okay, it's taking someone else's observation, and when you can simply just go outside and see the reality for yourself.
Well, I disagree with you, brother. I don't think it's just for the Muslims. I think that every single person on the face of the earth needs to know the facts. What do you
Well,
think?
right, correct. But what I'm saying is, it's important for the Muslim to realize this because they will say that the earth is round or whatnot when their religion claims otherwise. And I'm sure you think the same about Christians because the Bible, I've seen the verses from the Bible where it says the earth is firm and movable, and I'm pretty sure in Job it says something about it, not being a globe, a ball. So yeah,
Still.
They are in there.
they are what?
Yeah, so the Bible, the Torah, and the Quran all have the same cosmology basically laid out for all 3 of those sects of religion.
Yeah.
Hey, it was nice to meet you, Banner. I'm gonna go back up, and if anyone else needs checking in, take it easy.
Yeah, Banner, I was going to say that there's not a whole lot of differences between the Abrahamic religions, but people seem to have trouble finding common ground. Do you think if all the people in the Abrahamic religions realize that the earth is flat and that we are obviously brothers and sisters, do you think we'd get along better?
Well, I mean, that's a whole different thing. I could go into that, but it's not really meant for this. In my opinion, if you don't believe in a flat Earth, you're an atheist because you affirm that the heavens don't really exist. Why do people point upwards when they're talking about God? Even some people who claim to be Muslims, right? And they deny that Allah is above His creation. Okay, and even though the earliest Muslims they affirmed that Allah was above His creation, just like how Christians affirm that Allah is above His creation. Some people ignorantly say that Allah is or that God is everywhere, when this is false. And this guy, even Joshua Matthew, he sent a picture. This guy is probably like Jewish or Christian, and he sent a picture of God being above His creation. That is the affirmation of the reality of where God is. He's not everywhere, and the heavens aren't all around you, or not. They're not all around this quote unquote ball Earth. They're above it. Okay. And for us Muslims, the lowest heaven is what all around us, or not all around us. Sorry, the space, the universe. That is the lowest heaven, and above that, it's layers. Okay, so it's not all around us.
Man sounds pretty passionate.
Seems legit to me.
Hank, you're robot and super bad.
I'm agnostic. God could still make both. Okay, but that's not what God has affirmed. He has affirmed that He stretched out heavens above the earth. Okay, not around it. It's it's natural. It's the natural essence for someone to point upwards when they mention the name of God. They point upwards. They don't point out. If you were on a ball, you would point straight, depending on where you're at. Too, you just point straight.
I believe you mean to say level, straight and level.
Yeah, that's on a sphere. How would you face Mecca?
Yeah. I mean, that's another thing. You can't face the Kaaba, the Qibla, on a flat or on a globe Earth. Because I've seen a map of it, right? All of them, if you were praying from the United States, it'd be going towards somewhere in North Africa. Or even, it wouldn't even reach North Africa. It would be like close even to Brazil or something stupid like that.
Did you see there's a Quran room down below?
I have seen that, yes.
Can I be heard now?
Have I heard who?
Hey, I gave you flat Earth. Do you want the Muslim roll too?
Yes.
Welcome to our server, sir.
It's good. Because I'm willing to, if there are any other Muslimin who are doubting the flat Earth and still believe in this globe stuff, then they're taking their knowledge from the wrong people. Because the earliest Muslims affirmed the flat Earth.
Inshallah.
Yes.
Peace be upon you, brother.
We have quite a few people here that study the Quran, and some are Muslim, some are not. Some just do comparative studies. I give you a verse, you give me a verse, we compare them. I'm sure you've already said it. For every verse I could give you out of the Septuagint or out of the King James Bible, you could find a verse that's similar to it. So MJ is the moderator down in Bible and Blaze. they're good people. MJ's a Muslim. He likes to do that. I already know you guys agree on a lot of stuff just by listening to you talk. MJ's my friend.
Right.
If you got any problems, Banner, accept my friend's request and give me a message.
Yeah.
If you bump into
Also,
any problems.
the thing regarding it's actually disbelief for a Muslim, and it might be disbelief for. I would think that according to the Christians, it's also disbelief for another Christian to disbelieve in the flat Earth because they're literally
Deny the
denying.
creation. They're
Right.
denying the creation of God.
Right. It's denying the signs really, because it's denying the creation, the reality of creation, and his signs, i.e., his verses.
Yeah. Have we not stretched it out for you? Like an expanse?
Yeah, I like what it says in Job, how it takes its shape like clay under the impression of a seal.
Who was there when I laid the foundations? Let him declare the length and breadth.
So there is a verse in the Bible that says, "If I have told you the earthly things and you do not believe, how will you believe if I tell you heavenly things?"
You know, we have a similar concept in Islam where we affirm the apparent of the verse, and we affirm it based on how the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companions affirmed it. And so there's no verse in the Quran that indicates a round Earth or a globe Earth, and basically whenever someone says that, oh, this ayah means that he, it, basically they will cope and tell you that the understanding of the ayah is wrong from you to say that it means a flat earth, even though that's not affirming the apparent of the verse. And the companion Ali radiallahu anhu, he said that whoever disbelieves in one ayah in the Quran, then he is disbelieved in all of it. And this is called tatil, rejection of the ayah. It's also known as tawil, like because there are some kuffar, some disbelievers who call themselves Muslims and they don't even affirm that Allah is above His creation. This is due to their tawil upon the highness of Allah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it's
there,
another yeah.
yeah, there's another verse from the Bible that's very similar to that. Romans 20. For since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, so that men are without excuse.
Mm-hmm. Royal, I sent you in DMs pictures from the Salaf affirming the flat Earth just as more adilla, yani just as more evidences you could use in your server. Yes. I'm Ibrahim al-Hanbali. Yeah. Have you read that PDF?
Baller64, you're new to the server. Do you have any questions?
So Baller, you're agnostic, yeah? Like, just type in chat. Well, the PDF just has the references from the Salaf. Were they from the flat Earth? Why are you agnostic? Like, why are you doubting the Creator? Have you read into basic stuff like you need a creation or you need a creator for creation? Just simple stuff like this. Because with you being agnostic, you can just say you're an atheist because it's just the same thing. There shouldn't be any doubt regarding it. The thing that like most of these guys get hung up in is that they say that, oh, if God exists, then which religion is the right one? They always say that. Evidence in short. And which creator? Are you saying the evidence is short, like there's not enough evidence? Because honestly, if we derive the meaning of evidence, then lot could be said. Because for a Christian, evidence is the Bible, and for the Muslim, it's the Quran. But in reality, we should just look at the signs from God Himself. Okay. So, but that again, it also includes the signs of the Scripture and the signs of literally the reality, the natural essence. And one can derive without Scripture that there is a Creator. Because without a creator, you cannot have creation. It's just like, these atheists, they believe in the Big Bang, right? So then what was before the Big Bang? If time didn't exist before the Big Bang, therefore a place of events couldn't have taken place. Because, time didn't exist. So how could they not believe in a creator? Satanism is the stupidest thing. Just there are some idiots who are satanic atheists. Like what? How does that even work?
So is there a reason that Baller64 can't talk to you and he's just texting you?
Well, he said that it's too late to talk. In short means putting it well, actually, it's very simple. When you just, like I said, just look at the reality of creation. You need a creator for creation, just like how we humans have created a phone. Okay, so you're the creator of that phone. All right. It's like saying, have you ever seen the picture? Yanni, it's a funny picture where it shows two hands. One is a robot hand, and one is the actual human hand. And on the left, it says above it says atheism, and on the left with the robot hand it says intelligence, and the right it says coincidence, and it's the human hand. So all of this creation, according to the atheists, everything around us, all a coincidence. And okay, let's say that you're an agnostic, right? So meaning that you can. To be honest, I don't even know what agnostic really means. It's pretty much just an atheist, but God created us for a reason, yeah? Science it's a really weird definition because some of it's literally just philosophy, aka human interpretation. So NASA, NASA, they are going through an interpretation the way they want it to be. They are saying they want the ball Earth theory, so they are interpreting it that way. Okay, and a lot of it is obviously through the lies and stuff. So science, actually, when people bring it up, science, they always bring up science for the flat Earth. Science it's honestly such a vague term, because some of it, not even some of it, but pretty much almost all of it can literally just mean philosophy.
Like, here's the thing: these people that are creation deniers and Satan deniers, and they just go, "Oh, well, I'm agnostic," or "Oh, well, I'm a philosophical, uh, like studier in like the knowledge of man and all that." Like, they just don't understand that the greatest trick that the Dajjal has ever done, right? The accuser, the greatest thing he has ever done is deceive man that he never existed. Right.
And the thing about these, yeah, right. The thing about these atheists is, these agnostics, they believe that God, would really create something and then just completely leave it alone. They don't believe in the power of God or the greatness of God. They completely disbelieve in that.
Yep. They hate our Father. That sounds really bugging me. I'm gonna have to switch to my computer.
You would really call yourself an animal? Yeah, see, that's actually, to me, that's actually dumber than being an atheist. A person who believes that nothing is known or can be known of the existence or nature of God. You're literally affirming that he has no will, or that he has no power or greatness, because he created something for literally. You're saying he created something for no reason, and the reason you boil something down to we can't know about the existence or the nature of him is due to your own human thinking. You can't comprehend it, therefore it doesn't exist.
As far as I'm concerned, an atheist can't, in good conscience, say that there's no creator if they haven't looked into heliocentrism. And I didn't slip and say that instead of if they didn't look into flat Earth, because no, you need to look into what you believe in to verify that it's true or false. And
Right.
so the reason that I was an agnostic, I won't say atheist, was simply because when I read Genesis and I understood the genesis of creation in the book, and I went to, well, this is what I was taught. I dumped it because of that specifically. I was like, well, how the hell can I believe in this book when the Genesis isn't even my Genesis?
Yeah.
So once I realized, holy crap, this place has been created and it's not some random number of events happening and boom, magically and against all statistical odds, here I am.
Right.
So once you realize that heliocentrism is not a thing, that is when you can truly think about it. They haven't even thought about it. I don't care if they claim that they have thought about it. If you have a heliocentric worldview, no, you haven't.
Yeah, I was yesterday night. I was talking with a Jewish guy. He wasn't like Orthodox because the Orthodox Jews, they definitely believe in the flat Earth and everything. But this Jewish guy, he didn't believe in the flat Earth. So I showed him verses from his own, his own source, his own scripture, the Old Testament. They take the Old Testament from the first 5 books and the 3 later books. Maybe it's 2, I forget. But anyway, that's not the point. I showed him the verses from Genesis, from Job, from Psalm, and he still didn't believe it. And the reason he didn't believe it is because he said, that can be interpreted another way. And so I asked him, the first question I asked him before he said it can be interpreted in another way, I said, is the Bible wrong in this instance? Is the Bible wrong? I just flat out asked him, is the Bible wrong in this instance regarding the flat Earth? And then he said, the thing is, it contradicts science. I remember that. He said it contradicts science. So then I literally asked him again, so is the Bible wrong? And then he said it can be interpreted in another way, and so on and so on. So he is admitting right here that he doesn't believe in that clear sign, what he calls a sign, his scripture, the Old Testament. He doesn't believe in that because he's saying it's contradicting whatever. And when, it's just looking at the reality, okay, the reality of this. I have to go, guys, so I'll see you guys later, probably.
Peace.
Great having you, man. Good talk.
Yeah, I like how fervent, how much fervor he had in his voice. Just the way that he's, I don't know, wicked, admire it.
I said he's passionate.
Unwavering in his convictions. I don't know who said it earlier, but I agreed with you in the fact that the commonalities between the Old Testament and the religions of Christianity, Judaism, and the Muslim or Islam religion should be such a common ground that people can and probably will come together at some point in the near future based on their beliefs. So when you think about it, the ones that are pushing the heliocentric model, the Big Bang, evolution, seem to definitely be in cahoots with those that are trying to control the people throughout this world. And they use that deception to help continue their control.
You know, it's interesting. A lot of times these evolutionists will point to the fossil record. But one thing I'm pretty sure of is that fossil record is direct evidence of a cataclysm or destruction by water, right? Then, you know, we hear about these living fossils like the horseshoe crab or the coelacanth and all these other things that were thought to have been extinct at one time because they were in rock.
Josh, that makes too much sense. It's been written. It's been written about that there's a flood, and it's indicated in the strata of the earth. That makes way too much sense, bro.
Well, not just
no,
that, but it's.
Sorry, go ahead, bro.
Sorry, Hank. It's all right, Hank. Go for it.
Yeah, I was going to say that when you find like these collections of bones of like all these different animals in a tar pit, that's exactly what you would expect to find, because why would there be like an animal graveyard where all the animals are dead in the same spot of all these different kinds that don't hang out together unless they were washed away to the spot where they got stuck in the tar pit? Doesn't that make sense?
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, there's marine life and fossils that have been found very high up in the mountains, right?
Yeah. How do you get seashells in the Rockies?
Well, you have to float up there. Come on, man. Common sense. 1 and 1, 2. So at one time, the oceans was as high as the mountains. Deluge, I tell you, deluge.
The gravity,
all those
bro.
shells have
The
anti-gravity. Anti-gravity. The shells have anti-gravity.
Right.
Like helium. They floated up there.
Maybe that's when they migrated out of the water to evolve into other species or kind.
Well, maybe that's why we have birds.
So, hey, can you show me a fossil where they grew legs and crawled out the water? I've never seen a seashell with legs, man.
Or an eggshell.
How do we know monkeys didn't become mermaids? Merman.
I come from the water.
Children of the sea. Who listens to Black Sabbath?
People
who can sing
I used to.
extremely well.
I used to until I figured out what Iron Man is all about. Ooh, that's a deep one.
What's it about?
Invoking a personification that is not necessarily who they truly are. It's a false sense of identity. The beast identity. Don't accept the label that the label that people give you, you should not accept it, because that is not who you are. That is their idea of you.
I said it, I had to listen to it. Misty morning rolls away to die, reaching for the sky. We blind the sky.
Are you trying to make room for more people?
Yeah, it's kind of full.
Well, I'm out.
The way you talk, I feel like I'm cleaning up your back 40 right now, Mike.
Get back to work. Quit bitching my singing.
I'm not bitching, I'm just looking at you.
You missed a cow turd. Get that patty over there.
Just deer and turkey turds on this one. There ain't no cows on this property.
Yeah, the turkey turds are a bitch to clean up, bro. Quit reminding me. And they're wild. They're not even my damn turkeys. I spend all day cleaning the front. And then the next morning, they're all running around out there like, yeah, look, no poop on our feet. He cleaned it again. I told you. Come on. I'm like, Some days I just want to go four-wheel driving through the front yard. Fuck it. We'll give turkeys to the poor. Everybody gets a turkey.
Cabbage.
Hmm.
I think that blackberries is like the best kind of candy on the planet. It is so sour and so sweet at the same time. So delicious.
Yep. Flat Earth has a lot of delicious berries. Pick on Hank. He said the planet. Where'd you plant it?
Bro.
My neighbor planted it. My neighbor shared with me.
Yeah, I can't find that the annals of the Order of the Jesuits that lists Willard Levy as the most important Jesuit of the 20th century. Can't find it, but it's in their annals, one of their books that they publish. But I did find this. And I know it's the wrong section for it, so I'll remove it.
The Jesuits would name their books annals, wouldn't they?
Yep. I'm not sure about the entomology of that, but yeah, it checks out.
It probably means years and maybe not. I don't know.
Años, yeah, años.
Sure sounds foreign to me.
But it's like if you didn't know anything about that stupid French rule when it comes to written word, you would read it annals.
Yeah, but in Latin it refers to years. Annals, those are years. Year by year. So if you had it organized annually, it'd be chronological. Are you with me?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
sorry,
get it.
I didn't know I
making a
was
joke.
unmuted. Sorry, Hank.
I was just making a joke, but
Yeah, so
yeah.
It's a historical record. It comes from Latin. Most Jesuits refer to Latin. Their hidden messages are in Latin.
Like literally 4 months ago, it was the first result that popped up on any spider crawler search engine, and now the only thing you get is the just carbon-14 BS, you know. Perhaps those ones that hide things and change things are listening to us and scrubbing the information that we find.
Yeah, I remember back in like 2015, 2016. That's about when it started. Because I would tell people, they would say, well, if the Mars and the Moon and the Sun are spheres, right, then how come the Earth can't be a sphere? And I would say, well, if space is flat, how come the Earth can't be flat? And of course, back then you Google, is space flat? And it would tell you that, space is flat. There's not 0.4 degrees curvature in either direction, and that space is flat. That's what they would say. But in the middle of the debates, I noticed they changed it, right? So I couldn't use that anymore. So I had to go actually find the source and actually cite it, instead of just pulling it up on Google.
Yep. And something that I like to point out, and what I'm going to do for all the other videos that will have the flat earth tag, from Wikipedia is start off by pulling up that article of Wikipedia that it is not a credible source, and if anybody believes anything that Wikipedia says, they're a fool. It's great. There's another wiki out there that people have added to it, and it's all about like CIA
What happened? What happened
I
to him?
disconnected.
I
Did
think
they
I
There he's
accidentally
back.
hit the mute.
Oh, I thought they killed you.
No, I accidentally hit the mute.
All right.
Shoot. It happens.
You're
And I
good.
just like spoke everything and I looked and I go, oh dang, they muted. So I don't even know where I left off.
You're talking about the CIA?
Oh, there's another kind of wiki site. It's called Wiki Spooks. And that's all about like operations. But then again, there's a lot of that misinformation that's on there as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it has a pretty interesting thing about flat Earth.
Hey, you guys remember when the leader of that country not too long ago was like, hey, do you got any proof that these jabs are safe and effective? Do you got any proof that Miley Cyrus is actually, out there? And then, like, he ends up dead. And then they're just like, yeah, we did it. Yeah, we took him out. It's like, wait a minute. Why? He just asked for some scientific evidence. Is that enough to get you killed these days?
Yeah,
To
because you're
say,
too
"Cite your
dangerous.
source."
You're
Yeah.
too dangerous. Yeah.
If you're a scientist or leader of a country and you say cite your source, well, that might get you in trouble.
You're a heretic, Hank.
Could you
Yeah,
not
you
just
have-
live your life instead
You'll
of
probably
just
get
always
shot in public.
questioning it? Could you not just live on the earth and without questioning it and just live from the time you are alive until you die and just get over it? Rather than waste your entire life trying to see if the earth is round or flat. You'll never know, so just shut the fuck up.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on there, fella. Actually, you can know because they say that the Earth is a sphere with 3959 miles. Right? And we can work that out mathematically and actually test over a large body of water that's at rest. And guess what? Your curvature, it's never found. It's always found wanting. So what do you have to say about that? It's funny how globe earthers never do curvature tests. Why is it always the flat earthers looking for curvature? You would
When they
think.
do, they edit the video.
Yeah, there's always like a, like a straight up like break in the video. Like, why can't they get it all in one shot? Man, I don't think I'm wasting my life trying to wake people up to the truth. If there's anything that you can waste your life on, that's not it.
You can always waste your life by being a gang member, right? And then
Where did he
those
go?
gangs.
Did he just like run like a coward?
Apparently.
I was expecting him to bring some globe earth evidence. Where's your
He
curvature,
thought if he
bro?
did it fast, he thought if he did it fast enough, he wouldn't get banned.
Hello.
Hey, Dave.
What's up, Joshua? I was just watching Witsett's live stream. He just got cuffed and arrested on there at Mount Rushmore.
What?
On his live.
What are the charges?
Supposedly he was violating some local ordinance or something. The guy wouldn't tell. Whitson kept asking him what's the law, and he wouldn't tell him what it was.
So if he
Oh.
cannot cite the law, then he is not a legitimate officer of the law, and he is repugnant in any part of his investigations are now under investigation, and he shall be fired for his position. But that only means he'll move to another sector.
Somebody should go grab that live stream. It happened in the last 10 minutes. It's got it all on tape there. The
Yeah,
guy's way out
somebody
of the
definitely needs to report that just in case YouTube takes it down. I hear they're passing laws in New York where harassing police officers and first responders can get you sued and or locked up. But the thing is, here's the thing, people. They cannot convert a First Amendment protected right into a crime. So all it has to do is say he's a journalist.
Well, don't they want to end the police there? That makes no sense at all. Like, Kumo, I mean, come on. We're going to have to start playing whack-a-mole with all of your lies here? You fascist? This is somebody that lives on a sovereign nation, not part of the United States. Come after me, buddy. I dare you.
Where are you?
Sovereign nation. Not part of the United States.
Oh, you mean it's like a group?
No, it's a reservation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Ordinance? Well, I'm not from this shitty state, so you might want to tell me what ordinance that you're talking about there. Oh, you don't know? Well, let's look it up on Google. Come on. Because that's what you're going to do in the squad car, and you're not going to be able to find anything, so you're going to come up with some cockamamie trespass bullshit. How can you trespass on public land? It's a national park. It's the land of the public, not federation.
I went to get rid of some kittens that I found. I was on the side of the road, and animal control, she came up to me and she said, "You can't be here. It's private property." I said, "I'm on a public easement." Is he? She said, "Well, I'm going to call the cops." She said, "Does your car say animal control? Why are you trying to control me?" And she was like, "Well, I'm just going to call the cops." I was like, "Okay." And then they
Was
never
she a
showed up.
Karen?
And
Was she a Karen?
Oh, I definitely called her again. She said that it was in the middle of shift change. And that's why they weren't coming. I was like, okay.
Well, was it 7 o'clock? Because that's shift change.
Now, I think.
Whether it's AM or PM, that's shift change, watch change.
Can't remember how they do it here. I think it's 3 shifts.
Oh, okay.
I think 10 at night is one of them. So 2. I guess it must have been around 2 p.m.
No, I don't accept that. I think your officers need to have 12-hour shifts. Yeah. It would make more sense, right? Less shift change, less overlap of jurisdiction. A lot of people don't realize that the original law enforcement policing system for the colonies was watchmen, the watchman group. You'd have one watchman watching out for any marauders or anything. and the other ones would be patrolling around to make sure, you know, no animals are getting in or anything, because their only purpose was to protect private property. That's all their purpose is. Not to kill people. So if anything, they need their guns taken away.
Her faces. You should have seen her face. I was like, does your car say animal control or human control? She was like, she looked at me crazy, man.
Well, she thinks she is an animal.
Well, human means monster, so.
Exactly.
Well, that's Black Law Dictionary. He was an imbecile, right? This is someone who kills animals for a living.
Yeah, don't we call those serial killers? The ones that took pleasure in killing animals and torturing them?
Which is a crime, by the way. You can be arrested for torturing animals.
Yeah, but they can beat your dog, pepper spray your dog, and shoot your dog, and there's no repercussions for it. Because they have a special permission called the good guy badge.
Oh my God.
But where is those badges given from? Freemasons.
Almost died right there.
That is true.
You okay, God? God rocking?
Yes, sir. How about you?
I'm pretty good.
Dad, don't hit
I
me,
heard
kid. You heard what?
you must be driving, huh?
Yeah. Oh, that was my kid said, watch out for those kids. I tried to run him over, but he got out of the way. I couldn't
Yeah,
breathe. I almost died.
they're only 5 points.
Yeah, if you hit a baby goat, you know, you might get a horn in your headlight and probably just
It
ain't
was
worth
too
it.
young.
Don't hit the kids.
It was two young girls, so I had
Girls? Oh, you mean children?
kind, huh? Yes, two young children.
I was
I
gonna
think
say
those two go against your driving record.
I was gonna say 2 goats on the auto way without like supervision from the shepherd. What's going on here? Who's really to blame? Their parents.
Yeah, for letting their kids out to play in this world, the way this world is these days. They shouldn't be letting their kids out of their yard.
Who's trailer park girls
Without
go out and have time?
without an armed supervision. Good. Pull in here. Sybil's right there. Pull in there. I'm gonna. Hurry up. Shh. Quiet. I can't lose her. Pull in there. God damn it. Pull in right next to that white car.
That's hilarious. He's like a miniature.
Fucking trying to get.
I think it's funny when people put big screens in their garage, and it's like, why do you need a TV in your garage? You got a cell phone. Why do you need a big screen?
Son, he's with me right now.
But dang, it's almost like Witsit was kidnapped and threatened with bodily harm and or death.
We could get their phone number to that police station and call them with the utmost respect and ask them some journalist questions. Right? Ask them, do they often kidnap journalists and put them in a cage? Because I could
Hell,
post a video
they
of you
take
guys.
children and throw them in a cage from the border. And this is Kamala Harris's presidency that is doing this. Yeah, all you people that vote. Y'all consented for this.
Not everybody here votes.
I can't vote. Proud of it.
What do you mean? Are
And
you a
even
felon? What's that supposed to mean?
yeah, I had a boating accident and my voting right was
Okay.
taken from me. So if I can't vote, and now that I'm able to, why would I vote? Why would I give any man consent?
Especially when they already have it figured out ahead of time.
Yeah.
What we all should do is we all should just go sign a petition. Every single citizen that is not some weird ass Democrat, and sign a petition and get rid of all of the politicians, all of them. Get rid of every one of them. Put them out burn them at the stake. Every one of them.
Call it a secret oath
Just
slash and
burning.
burn.
Just get rid of them.
Secret oath slash and burn. So if you've taken a secret oath, you're slashed and burned. Burned with tar on a pole, ran out into the sea, like we used to in the old days. Tar and feather that son of a bitch.
That's right.
And we can do it
I'm
legally.
in.
This is what they don't
I'm in if
understand. It
everybody
is
else is.
legal to overthrow a tyrannical government, period.
Yes.
Written into our Constitution.
That's right. That's right. You're absolutely correct. And tyrannical it is.
And what Governor Cuomo did is tyrannical. Funny thing too, you know, I heard that this year's Olympics, all the gold medal place for, or all the gold medal placeholders for shooting is the United States.
Well, we do have guns.
And we know how to use them. Not everybody is out there doing gangbanging crap and killing people. Right?
No, but that could change.
Oh, I know.
So here's the thing, guys. You know I'm like a centrist. I'm not really a Republican. I'm more a cross between a libertarian and an anarchist. And the only reason I say libertarian is because there's some dumbass motherfuckers who can't govern themselves. And I can't be bothered to get up in the middle of the fires and arrest them. So that's why I say libertarian. Okay? So here's the deal. Like, I think that everybody could have their guns, but I think your guns could be like your underwear. You never see the light of day. Like, unless you have a reason to carry a rifle, like if you live near the border where there's lots of gang member activity, or in the inner city. But for the most part, they should be like your underwear. Kind of like the marijuana. Like us people in Texas who use marijuana, it's usually like our underwear. We don't advertise.
Yeah, we all put our underwear on one leg at a time. I don't know about Matthew. He probably jumps, both feet first.
Hey, it works out mathematically.
Hey, how's it going? Hey, I can't stay. I just wanted to. If any of you are in Southern California, there's going to be a light in the sky at 8:30. Might be interesting.
What do you mean light in the sky at 8:30? Like, what kind of light? What direction?
There will be a moving dot in the sky that goes from northwest to southeast.
Northwest to southeast. Okay.
Are you?
Yeah, I really like how
California?
Well,
I like
I'm
how
in
he said that,
Arizona,
right?
so I should be able to see it because I'm like right on the border of Arizona and California in the south.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll be too far away. At 5 past the hour, I put the maps.
In this one? Because I don't see anything 5 past the hour.
Yeah, live stream voice text.
Oh, that's what that was. Okay, the circles.
Yeah, yeah, those are maps of where the light.
Yeah, I should be able to see that. That's going to cross pretty much right over the Colorado River, which is only like less than 150 miles from me.
Nice. I'm gonna watch for it too.
So I'll try to do an observation and record it with my phone, even though it's a shitty camera.
It's usually the brightest object in the sky. I mean, other than the moon at night. It's
Now-
brighter than all the stars.
Here's the other thing. I have seen a green falling star. It wasn't streaking. It wasn't moving fast. It was kind of just floating down, almost
Yeah,
like
I've seen one like that too. They're very rare, but they do happen.
yeah, it's crazy. And it was just going straight down slowly. And I was like, whoa.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm jealous.
And you're like, why couldn't I capture that on camera? Well, even if I had my phone in my hand and the camera open and when I went to go up there, it'd be too late. I'd already have to be knowing where it's at and then recording, you know? Yeah. It was a pretty green.
Nice.
Almost like a aquamarine. But what would cause that green glow? What element would it have to be?
I don't remember, but if you talk to somebody who makes fireworks, they know like there's all these different elements for green and red and purple and yellow and all that.
Usually like copper salts, right? Because the blue is more like a silver, but
Yeah, I've seen
red's
stuff,
rubidium.
That
stuff
sounds reasonable. I
supposedly.
just don't know.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, Hank,
Oh, yeah,
but you're
sorry.
kind
Go
of
ahead, Hank.
distant from the mic.
Sorry about that. I'll use the phone microphone. I was going to say, one night I was working and I saw something like falling in the sky. I saw a light in the sky. Looked like it was falling down. And when I get back to the store, the other person I'm working with, they also saw something. So I asked her to describe it, without giving any details on what I saw. And she described exactly what I saw. And it was like a green light, like falling to the ground. But the thing about these things that are in the sky, you never can find the infiltrator. Like you never find the so-called meteorite, like they say, right? It's always just meteor showers.
Yeah, I've never found one. Okay, I gotta run. Nice chatting with you guys. But yeah, set an alarm for 8:25 or something, and then go outside and look. If you're
Well,
interested.
I'll be
Come
outside.
back and see us, Matthew.
I'll just have to
Thanks,
look to the
Lou.
south. Yeah.
Yep. I'm just leaving and going to hang out and watch Olympics. So.
All right, Matthew, your secret's safe with me. Stay flat.
Thanks.
Yeah, the only thing, like, it's the green one, right? The green object that falls. We know about, like, what do we all know about this object that was worshipped as the green god? Kind of makes you wonder, huh?
What's the green god?
Hmm? Oh, the green
What
one,
is
like,
the green god?
apparently, like, with, like, Wicca, it's like the wild man of the woods. And it's just called the green god, right? And so if you look it up, that's what you'll find is the green god. So basically, force of nature personified with, well, Santa Claus, right? Holly, also known as a Holly King, Oak King. One is ruling past solstice to solstice. Summer solstice is when the Holly King is laid to rest, and the Oak King awakens. And then winter solstice, the Oak King is laid to rest, and the Holly King awakens. And that's ancient paganism. But Osiris was also known as being green, like even depicted. We could even look to like Star Wars, right? The Yoda, which is, according to John Dee, a wisdom spirit, right? And
Hey, Joshua, pardon me for a moment. I don't mean to barge in, but if you haven't seen it, Witsit just got busted at Mount Rushmore. The park rangers arrested him.
yeah, I heard.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Right, sir.
What did they arrest Witsit for?
Apparently, I guess speaking to the crowd with an amplified megaphone or whatever it is. I'm not real sure.
Trump did that last year.
Thank you. Bye. So they didn't just give him a warning first, and then so he could shut it off. They just automatically arrested him.
It's on his channel now. I just caught a part of it, but apparently they just kind of walked up to him and said, turn it off, and he has to identify the law or whatever, and then they just busted him, put the handcuffs on him.
So they didn't identify themselves. They're pirates. That's thrown out of court. There's video evidence of it.
It will be.
Well, they didn't, or they told him what the code was, but they didn't read him the actual law. And I'm not sure if it.
Yeah,
But did
he
they
knows.
identify
He knows all the
themselves?
decibels and what
Well,
he does.
They're in a uniform. I mean, they're park rangers. They're in uniform.
Anybody can have a costume.
A
Yeah, well,
decibel reading device.
You can buy those park ranger uniforms off eBay.
Read the decibels.
Well, all I can tell you is what just happened on YouTube in like the last 20 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you. I was made aware of that. And my hands are tied. I can't really do anything. I'm too far away to sit there and be like,
Yeah,
hey.
no, I understand. I just thought I'd mention it because I know you guys are all follow them, and I don't think this is right by any means.
Whenever you're speaking to an officer, right?
It's not. and
That's
He'll get away. He'll get off of it.
that you suspect of being a Mason. Just tap the tip of your nose and look at them with one eyebrow raised and be like, so quiet, right? And they automatically go, oh, okay. It's almost like the Mason in distress sign.
Yeah, I have no doubt he was more than likely falsely arrested. He knows exactly what is legal and not legal. He does his homework before he goes out there. Every place. He knows the decibels. He's got a decibel reader. It's open and closed. Shut. It's a shut case.
That's why I asked if he'd been warned first or been given the decibel reading that he was putting out. They got to have all that information to arrest him.
I think it might have been his message.
That's why they're going to let him out. I guarantee it. They don't have anything on him.
Yeah, I just want to mention that this is federal as opposed to state or local ordinance. So it
Even
might
better,
be different
federal has no jurisdiction over you.
They have
You're
guns
not
and
part of the
badges.
district. You're not part of the district. Contest
No.
that shit.
Yep.
I did in front of the federal judge. I said, first of all, judge, I am not part of your city. You cannot try me. I can sit there and look it up, but you already know what I'm talking about. The officer charged me with a felonious charge, possession of marijuana. I was caught with a pipe, brand new, in the package. The police report that your field ranger had actually put forward is fallacious. And I want to move to dismiss and then open a counterclaim against this organization. You know what he said? Case dismissed pending investigation. Prejudice. So that pending investigation wasn't even on me. So that means they didn't even investigate that officer. They probably gave him a fucking boost in pay. Federal agents have no jurisdiction on U.S. soil. The FBI can't do shit to you. They only investigate crimes. That's it. The indictments are for people that infringe upon the Constitution, not common law issues. I mean, I don't see why people just see a badge and go, "Oh, it's the man." I've always been told when somebody has a gun and they're telling you to do something, do the bare minimum to go along with what they're telling you so you don't get shot. It's not really compliance, it's more like granting a request. It's like, are you ordering me or are you requesting that I do this? Because if you're ordering me, I'm not your employee.
I bet these
I'm not a
numpties
soldier.
don't even know. I bet these numpties don't even know they're still being filmed. That's great. Well, they weren't hired for their smarts.
Nope.
Bunch of idiots, man.
Oh, it's just like going up to a Border Patrol agent that's like, are you a U.S. citizen? And then asking him, what does that mean? And him having to pull out the Google phone, and I go, by the way, Wikipedia is not a credible source.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't use Wikipedia in a courtroom. You'll be laughed out. Man, that federal, that room with the law library in the courtroom at that federal court, it was huge. Like 30-foot ceilings, books going all the way up to the top. I was like, holy crap, how many bullshit laws do they have? How many of these are repugnant? Gun control, that's repugnant. It says shall not be infringed. That right shall not be infringed. Gun control is repugnancy and shall not be enforced. Anyone who does is committing treason against the Constitution.
Exactly. Yep, and there's a lot of court precedents for all of that. There's a section 42 USC section 1983 violation of law, violation of rights under the color of law. They have a big problem.
Yep. And by the way, you said color of law. What is the color of law? Well, law is written on white paper in black ink, so it's black and white. Duality again. Freemasons, thank you. Case closed. Move on. Next one.
Yeah, if they can't show they can't show there was harm done. They can't provide the person that says the harm was done to them or some kind of loss. There's nothing. No law was broken.
Yep.
No injured party.
Was private property damaged? No. Then there's no crime, no victim.
Yeah, they have the gun. I would sign only signing under duress. I fear for my life, physical safety.
Oh yeah,
That's why
anything like that. That's anything that's signed under duress is not
is void. Yep.
Yeah, it's yeah. It cannot, yeah, because they could sit there and torture you and say, you do this or we're going to beat your ass more. I mean, look at that. There's the link to Freemasonry and the police.
Yeah, a really high percentage from what I understand.
But people are wondering, well, what fraternity do they belong to? Royal Court Jesters. Because they can prosecute and have sex with other Masons' wives. And prosecute other Masons. They're the only ones that can go against other Masons.
It all sounds really gay.
Yeah. It's like that six-pointed star. That's not the Jewish star. No, no, no. That's the hyperdimensional cube, the star Metatron, or star tetrahedron.
Yeah, I sent in my $10 super chat to Witsit.
Yeah, I'm not home yet.
I don't-
I'll send some too.
I don't have much money, but man, I will pitch in some. I wish I could pitch in more.
Everybody's got $5.
Yeah,
That's all it
he'll
takes.
I
he'll
don't.
be
I
out
don't
of
even have a
jail.
bank account.
I get it. I understand.
In the Bible, it's known as the Star of Reuben.
Yes. And it's also a hex. Hexagon, six-sided, six-pointed, six angles, 666.
I'll be sure. I know that number that the people were putting in the chat. I think it was either to the park rangers or to the local sheriff. It's the area code is 605-666-4520. 666. Like they just slip that in everywhere, I guess, huh? And I haven't tried this number. Should try it. 605-574-2523. Let's see what it says. There we go. We'll just start calling them rant. How's that sound?
Call that be
24-hour fucking calls from flat
you do
earthers.
call it be
How's
respectful, be polite.
You know what's crazy? The prefix for the town that I live in, or well, not the town that I live in, the town that my shop's in is 665.
What's a little one?
Oh, one of the best things you can do when you see a cop sitting there on the side of the road doing the speed trap thing is pull up to him and then just wave and then turn around and get behind him and drive around and wave at him again. That way, if he goes, well, what was that whole thing about? I just wanted to acknowledge that I see you. And you're parked in the direction of the traffic flow, so you expect me to violate common traffic rules? No, you're parked on the street. I'm going to park behind you until you move.
I haven't seen her around. Is she okay? All right. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna say. Good. I tried to talk to her.
Is that hot mic?
Oh, is she? All right. Well, tell her I said hi. All right.
Yeah, I think that's hot, Mike.
Yeah. Kinda. I mean, not really. I wouldn't call him a friend. We'd call him an associate.
Your receiver is transmitting.
I do remember you now. Oh yeah.
Hot micin', got a rockin' is a hot micin'.
Yeah. No shit, huh?
Yeah, you're hot micin'. Okay, okay, I'll check. I'm gonna meet you for now. Well, maybe not. It's not that bad.
I just. Well, have you seen her?
Someone
I muted him, but I won't remember to unmute him.
I'm gonna be sure I download this entire stream and spread it around to everybody. Should have a copy of it.
Yeah, I'll
These
mirror it.
numpties on tape.
If you don't mind,
All the
I will mirror it for him.
No problem. Everybody mirror it. I don't care. You can mirror everything on my channel. I don't give a shit.
Same thing here. I don't use no copyright.
What a numpty.
Yeah, see, I have a feeling it's all about the message he was saying.
Yeah.
Because they're overly sensitive.
Uh-huh.
Them Satanists.
Ooh.
Whatever happened to do as thou will? What nobody else can do as they wish? Hypocrisy. Do you think those victims will you to do that to them? No. Hypocrisy.
Disorderly conduct. Now they're
And the reason I say disorderly conduct, and the reason is because when you look up disorderly conduct, it's extremely vague, right? So it's kind of like whatever they kind of want, to arrest you for. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Conduct. It's kind of like saying, I saw a baby kitten and I was afraid for my life, so I killed it. I mean, a dog. It was a dog, but I'm not a pussy. Don't worry.
Speaking of, did you see that one woman who was possibly MK Ultra many years ago? Took a cat and smashed it on TikTok. Like stepped all over this kitten.
Really
So I'm like,
I'm
dude.
trying to unmute Blood Rock, but
I wonder if this lady realizes that there's a group of people that have a specialized skill. And nope. Then there was a video where they had found her, broke her ribs, bunch of masked men. Now you know what the cat feels.
Yeah, these guys are these are serious losers. Just losers.
it's unfortunate that they were masked men, right? Because if they were unmasked, then they don't care about fulfilling their identity, but planning on witnesses anyway.
Right. Here's the other thing too. How come nobody's robbing banks? You can't go in there unless you have a mask on.
Ridiculous.
Do you know why the lobbies were closed? Oh yeah, and you know who you're supposed to call if you find a counterfeit bill?
I think they're letting him go.
You're supposed to call the Secret Service if you find a counterfeit bill. Well, I wonder how many of these bills that Congress passed, I wonder how many of those they'll investigate because those are all counterfeit.
You can't really say that they're counterfeit, right?
They're not the genuine article. The genuine article is the Bill of Rights. That's the genuine article. Everything else is an amendment to it.
Can't these guys be charged for false imprisonment?
Yes. Kidnapping, actually. Kidnapping,
yeah,
one.
Yeah, they need to be
Kidnapping
charged
one, which is a Class A
kidnapping.
felony.
Personally liable as a man.
Yep.
not the agency, but you sue the agency
Yeah,
and you press
yeah.
criminal charges against the man.
Mm-hmm. They don't have judicial immunity. Fuck them.
Well, the training indicates exactly. That's what I said. It's not a police issue. It's a fucking training problem. Indoctrination, education. That is the problem. And it's fucked up that they made it a system. Like a fourth tier. And the fifth tier is the media. All 5 arms of that cross, or that star. Excuse me. I lost my cool there for a second. I apologize. Calm, cool, and collected now. And it's kind of funny, you know. Their fraternal order has a castle. And they did everything they could to protect that castle rock, right? But all they did was just let the enemy in for years and years and years and years and years. So yeah, if you're gonna grip somebody's hand that might be questionable, put your thumb over their middle finger knuckle. Your thumb, when you go to shake their hand, reach around and grab their middle knuckle. And if they respond, they told themselves.
They told themselves what?
They snitched themselves out that they're a member of a secret society, which goes against the whole thing.
I don't know about that, bro, because when I shake people's hands, I got big hands. Automatically does that, right? And I tend to squeeze people's hand when I'm there, unless I'm shaking like,
Well, you're supposed to put pressure on your
then I
thumb.
don't.
You're supposed to put pressure on your thumb at that
Yeah, I
point.
squeeze.
Yeah.
Yeah, I squeeze. Yeah. But yeah, and I automatically kind of put my thumb automatically goes on people's neck. And I've had people like ask me if I was a Mason or not. Just how I shake hands.
Try the Hopi grip.
I don't know that either.
Okay, you know how like when we were growing up as children, we would have like these handshakes we would do with our friends, like, yeah, you know, shake a hand, you know, on the skin side, now palm side, now fist bump, yeah, thumbs up, type of thing. It's like one of those. You know how? Imagine you're gonna grip them to do a thumb war. You know, thumb wrestling. And that's basically what it is. Then you lay your thumb down across their fingers, so their hand, right? So the tips of your fingers, their hand, and they would do the same, and then put your hand over top. That's the Hopi handshake, the Hopi grip.
Is there any globe leader here?
There was an individual named Morse that was looking for an unmute, but he's got lots of things. He's also got space AIDS, space turd, globulus, hystericticus, globe earther, troll earther. So he wants unmuted, so I'm pretty sure he might have a proof of the globe.
Oh yes, another glober has come to play.
I'm not allowed to unmute you. I don't have anything that can do that. Sorry, bud.
I can, but I'm trusting the actual moderator muted them. I do not override them.
Yep. It's a good philosophy.
Morris, you're unmuted. Do you have anything to say?
Yo, what? Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello, welcome to the Flat Earth Discord.
One sec, I have to go. Let my dog out. I'll be 2 secs.
Sure, you will. Okay.
I think he said he had to let his dog go out.
Well, that's
what I say when my wife tells me to take the trash out.
That's his claim, right? We don't know if he's actually doing that.
Yeah, I doubt he even has a dog. I'm being tech skeptical.
You know, it's a shame. I was really wanting to talk to a Globe Earther today because I have some questions. Yeah, I wonder what happened to that one guy that came in here. I think he had me. He was saying you couldn't tell if it was a globe or a flat, and wasting our time. He'd come back. That definitely was.
See, there's one of these satanic, dumb idiot slaves that want to watch our videos when we're actually doing things in public and then report it as a terrorist activity. So backtrack them and charge that person who made the phone call. If you get a phone call that's anonymous, there are no more anonymous tips.
Yeah.
They can wish to be
I
identified as anonymous, but they have to give who they are.
I saw a video of people having an outside barbecue, and they had like some. It wasn't a real gun. I don't know, something else. Yeah, they were outside, you know, shooting each other and eating burgers. You know, having fun, and Darren told the cops on them. When the cops came over and said, "Anybody out here?" Well, we got like these toy guns, you know, plastic BBs or whatever. And like, yeah, we're out here. What about the fire? You guys setting fires? They're like, making burgers. So the cops like walk across the street and arrest Karen in her like night clothes. She made a report, and it's like finally, the cops do their job.
Right? False reporting is a crime.
Does anyone know if Austin is going to go to jail, or are they just?
They don't have cuffs on him whatsoever. I don't know why he's still standing there entertaining them.
Okay.
Am I being detained? Well, no, we got a couple of questions. I don't answer questions. Goodbye.
Yeah, I couldn't tell what was happening from the stream, so I was
And
only
he's
able to
and
watch part of it at the
he's
end.
talking too much to be real. I would just take him straight to the court, see him in civil court,
Yeah.
take
Ask
him
for
for
a
their ball sweat.
lawyer. Ask for a lawyer and then say nothing else.
Yep.
I didn't even see the altercation yet. I
Yeah.
just the police officers. So I didn't know what happened.
Supposedly,
I couldn't believe that the crowd, man, that they were sitting there and like he said, you know, you're sitting here cheering because they're infringing my First Amendment right. You do realize this, and then they just continue to do it. Yeah, we love it. What the fuck is wrong with people in this country?
they're
Is
fucking
he still
Nazis.
live right now?
Yeah.
Hey, that Morris guy is unmuted, just so you guys know. Morris, are
Yeah.
you there?
Yo, what's up?
Alright, cool, just checking in.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you some questions. Can you hear me, bro?
What?
Yeah, Morris, I was gonna ask you. So is the Earth a globe?
What?
Is the Earth a sphere?
Your mic's so quiet. Wait, I need to turn you up. What, Hank? Yo, what are you saying, Hank?
Yeah, I'm just gonna pull up to my house real fast and get on the Wi-Fi. I'm asking, is the Earth a sphere?
What do you mean? Is it like, it's sphere? Is sphere like round? Yeah, it is.
Are you
Okay.
serious, bro?
Yo, Sonny, how's
Do
life?
you know
Remember me?
geometrics?
What?
Do you know
Have you been
geometry at all?
educated?
Geometrics?
Is that in maths? Yeah, I'm
Have
not
you
very
been
good at.
educated?
I'm
What
not
the
very good at
fuck is
maths.
maths? What the fuck is maths? It's mathematics.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Arithmetics.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
See, people have a new name for words and it makes no sense. It's local slang. It's
Fine,
babble.
mathematic. Okay, so.
Well, just common math.
Okay, never mind. What you want?
Is the Earth a sphere? Last chance.
Well, is it round? Well, it is on Google.
No, he's
Earth,
asking you if
isn't
it's
it?
a sphere.
Yeah, it's
Sphere is
severe.
not round.
Well, what's the difference?
A pizza is round. A circle is round. A sphere is spherical. A cylinder is
Well,
round,
I can't.
right? A
Yeah.
cylinder is round, but a sphere is spherical.
So he's asking me if the Earth is like a ball.
Yes, pretty much.
Well, it looks like that, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
So,
No, actually, everything we observe confirms to us that the Earth is flat.
Hold on, this is right where I want to go. Where does it look like a ball at?
yo, like everywhere in it, like in space.
Oh, so if you go up high enough, the Earth
Yo,
looks like a ball.
if I went to the moon, right, and I looked at Earth, it would look like a ball.
Okay.
You can't go to the moon, can you?
If I go high enough, I
Yo,
bet
I've
you can
been
see
to space.
unicorn nipples. Hold on, bro. Don't overtalk me. If I go high enough, you could see unicorn nipples.
Now
Right?
you can. Now you're lying.
Wait a minute. Why is yours automatically the truth, and mine is
Because
automatically lie?
it's just true, innit?
Yeah, because it would make sense. There's no unicorns here on Earth, so they all must be flying around up there. So if you get high enough, you could see their nipples if you look up. Right?
What? Yeah, sure.
That's how you guys sound to us, right? When you say you go high enough, you can see this. Yeah, sure. Sure, it's a globe when you get up high enough. Do you understand now?
Yeah, sure. Yo, Sonny, you're there. Sonny, do you remember me? Sonny. Oh, he's not here. Never mind. Doesn't matter.
Would anybody else like to talk to this convict? Because
Hank, you're kind of roboting.
I don't think there's.
Hey, Morris,
Yo,
is there such thing as a magnetic west?
What's his lat?
Okay, then never mind.
Yo, is that like when there's like an explosion?
No,
Or like
no.
a,
I asked you if there was a thing called a magnetic west.
I don't know, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay.
So, Morris, what makes you believe that we're living on a spinning ball?
You just like it's just facts in it. Like you just know. You just get educated.
Well, that's a
Like that.
reification fallacy. So, do you have any evidence whatsoever?
Yo, evidence, bro. So like if you look at it, like and you're in a plane, right, it's round. Like you see what I mean? Like, if I went in a plane and I looked, you could see the curve.
Okay, so that's the thing.
If you go on a jumbo jet and go very high, you can see the curvature.
You have to think of it as a system, though, because they're putting special lenses in those planes.
Yo, well, wait, but if it's flat, right? Like, wouldn't like if a boat went in a direction for a long time, wouldn't it just fall off?
Look, so check it out, guys, right? You know what's funny? Sometimes we act like, we often say we know the earth is flat, right? But sometimes we act like it's 2015, like we're still trying to figure it out. So when people, because if a child was to walk up to me and start explaining to me how shit works, I'm gonna walk away from that child, and I might ask myself, what the fuck is that kid's mother? Fuck is going on out here? You know what I mean? Like, but
No.
it's almost like, these people give us childlike responses because they think they know something, and we get offended. Like we don't know something that they don't know. Like we get distracted by the enormity of the lie, and we feel like, well, let me help this person. But the fact of the matter is, I've come across the information that there is no evidence. And someone's going to tell me, well, I've seen it from a plane. Good
Yeah,
luck,
wait.
sir. I hope
Yo,
you have a good time
yo,
on the ball,
Elia
because I can't
JF,
help
I
you.
can't say your name. Answer this one thing, right?
But
If
I
you're
wasn't
like in a
talking to you. I wasn't talking
well,
to you
yeah,
because
well,
I
well,
wouldn't. I wouldn't
you
waste
were
my.
mentioning me.
I'm about to mute you too, because I'm trying to make. I'm just speaking calmly,
I'm
and
trying to ask you a
I'm
question,
not
bro.
here to have a debate with you. No, I'm not
It's
answering your
not a debate,
question.
it's a question.
No, I'm not answering your question. Is there any more question?
Why are you scared, bro? Come on, just answer.
See, well, I'm gonna mute him
Bro.
for a second, because that's another thing. Like people think that they can
Yo,
come in
why are you
here
muting
and
me?
demand.
Let me
People
ask the
think that
question.
they
What's
can
so bad about
come in
this?
here
Why are
and
you over
demand.
talking Ahmad? You're gonna get
Why am I
banned. It's gonna be worse
why
than
am I
being
right?
muted, dude. Shut the fuck up. Telling you,
Who's
it's gonna be
in
worse
who
than being
do
muted. Okay, I'm banning you then. Like, dude,
Well, yeah.
use your brain. You're not in charge. Okay, we set the rules, not you. Anyhow, I saw curvature from an
Thank you.
airplane. Every plane has a screen on the back of the seat, and I watched it on TV. Yes, I saw curvature from a plane. Congratulations to me. Anyway, carry on, Elijah.
Thank you, Indio. All I was saying is we gotta have some self-respect. You know, like we gotta stop acting like when he says, well, wouldn't you just fall off? Don't you roll your eyes in the back of your head? Like, because you know how ridiculous it is, but then you would expend, like, you would give up all of your energy trying to explain something to a person that just told you that boats would fall off the edge. Okay, and guess what? They don't understand that if they're thinking about the heliocentric model, then the horizon is the edge. So geometrically speaking, they're asking us if boats should fall off 3 miles away for the average height of a 6-foot observer. Why would you dignify that with a serious response? We got to stop thinking that you don't have to answer to these people, man. Just because you're in the server and people come here and ask you questions, you don't fucking have to dignify certain questions with responses. That's all I'm saying.
So Elijah, so this is usually what I ask them when they say falling up to. I ask them fall to where, and then their brain just goes into a cramp, right? Because falling to them is related to a massive body that something's going to attract to. So if there's just a disc floating in space, where do you fall up to? So the brain just goes into a cramp, right? And secondly, here's the ironic thing: before they invented the so-called theory of gravity, what do you think people were saying about when someone said they go in a ball, and everybody was like, "Well, wouldn't you just fall off?" Right? So it's kind of like come full circle, which is funny to me that people 2,000 years ago were probably getting trolled with what did you just fall off, and now it's like the reverse.
How wouldn't Jesus fall off the edge of the earth? That's hilarious. Did Jesus have a cat? Would he have knocked his glass off? Would he have knocked his sandals off the side of the earth? All right. Anyway.
But yeah, but like seriously, if Earth is a disc floating in space, like where are you falling off to? Like where are you falling to? Like to the turtle? I mean, like what are you talking about, dude? It's obvious trolling, But I agree with you. We don't have to answer every asinine question that comes across us.
Because that sets that lets people know that we can be played with. Could you imagine that they didn't think they could play with us like that? Could you imagine how many actual people would get through that we'd be able to talk to? The reason that they come here playing games is because there are people here that are willing to play games with them. Well, when I'm here, I'm not playing games. I'm sorry. I already played COD Mobile. This isn't the place to play games. Not for me.
Is COD Mobile fun?
It's very fun.
Can you
Especially
play
when you
zombies?
realize you don't have to use a controller. I haven't played Zombies yet. I hear it's pretty good. A lot of people like it. I'm not. The only zombies I really like that I could play for hours on end was the one from Black Ops 3. That was really good.
Yeah, Sam, I like that one.
Like OG Nazi zombies. I can
Yeah,
play
Black
that.
Ops 1 was pretty good.
No, I'm talking about world. What is it? The World War II one.
World at War, I think.
Yeah, World at
Yeah,
War.
World at War, man. I love that. Even though it's like so basic, man. It's just I don't know. It's fun.
Yeah, that was one of the best. I love World at War, the game in general. I played it on the Wii. That was my introduction to first person shooter. Well, in the modern sense, and how the fact that I could take the little Wii remote, it was all glitchy and shit, but still, I felt like I was doing something. And then I moved over to PS. Was it PS3? Yeah, it was PS3. And I was like, I feel like I'm shooting real people. This doesn't even feel good. This is crazy. Technology has come a long way for you to be in a virtual world and control the virtual man with your thumb. It's kind of trippy if you think about it.
Have you played any VR stuff?
I have my boy. He has a VR setup at his house, and he's let me play a couple of his games, and it's trippy, man. It really is.
And it's just the beginning, man. Once that stuff gets once it gets photorealistic, man, they're gonna find skeletons in people's houses with a VR headset on their body. Like, I'm dead serious, man. People,
I could see it because
like I
when
ate some virtual. I had a virtual buffet and forgot to eat real food.
Could you imagine
I'm
a
thinking
battle
about
royale?
mobile.
Sorry,
again?
Elijah. I was going to say, could you imagine a battle royale in VR?
Oh shit! Oh my gosh! So I can see what you're saying with that Indio, because
bro, nice
I mean
list.
just 5-6 years ago I
Yo,
would have
he's Listy
never
boy.
played a first person shooter on
Yo,
the
Listy
phone.
boy.
I mean it was coming it was coming together, but it didn't really get good until like a couple years ago. And it's like, okay, now this is a thing. That's what I feel like virtual reality is. It's like it's kind of cool. All right, I get it. It's not where I, can get it.
Yeah, but even what was it?
Lads,
What
are
the
you
hell's that
can
game?
hear me?
Dude, you're swallowing your mic, dude. Don't deep throw it.
Yo,
Cup the
Endo,
balls.
wait,
Balls,
you, nice
bro.
lisp. Nice lisp. Lisp.
Cup the balls. Best you can do? Is that really the best you can do? Die a virgin. I don't care.
Hey, Morris, I've been on many airplanes. It looks flat to me from the airplane.
Jamesy, you're irrelevant. Be quiet. Right, Jamesy, I wasn't speaking to you, okay?
What a wanker.
I'm speaking to Lispy boy. Come on. JB Price.
It looks flat.
Do you think I'm 48 years old? Do you think calling me names does anything for me? Like, really?
This guy needs to be banned.
Wait, what?
Like, are you serious? Like, grow up, kid.
Yeah, it does.
I'd be your dad if the dog didn't beat me up the stairs, man. So just settle down. Oh, nothing funny to say now?
Wait, what? Oh no, I'm just ignoring
Yeah,
you.
what? Yeah,
Yo,
okay. Inbreeder.
Indo, nice lisp. Come on.
Yeah, inbreeder.
You've already used that joke.
Nah, but it's just a funny joke.
You're lame. You got no jokes. You got no material. You got no swagger. You're just a sad Brit.
You're embarrassing yourself.
Who's even
Just don't speak.
talking?
Joshua, just be quiet.
Who's even talking?
Yo, Indo.
No, who's talking? Like, who's like
Indo,
trying
say
to be funny?
sausage. Say sausage. Indo, say it.
It's
What?
Indo, say sausage.
I don't listen. I'm not into your fetishes, so no, I'm not saying sausage.
So that's the same guy that I piped up for in the first place. I guess he just didn't get banned yet. Somebody unmuted him, I guess.
I don't know what his name is, right? Ban him. Who is it?
Moors.
Moors.
Oh.
Moorez. Morez.
Why does the dude have like 100 rolls on him? Oh, wanker. Oh, yeah. I get it now.
Oh,
Face
right.
AIDS.
I didn't notice how many rolls he had.
Face
Oh, shit.
Shoulder or
Like you should
no,
not
you're
have.
not different. You're not different. There's nothing special about you. You're just a habitual wanker Pornhub user.
So I was so am I.
Dude, the funny thing
That
is I call him a
exists,
virgin,
yeah.
and I
But-
guarantee he actually is a virgin. And he will be a virgin into his upper 20s. I guarantee it.
Indio, check this
he'll be
out.
40.
Dudes his age don't get laid no more, man. Like they don't have sex anymore. The girls are having sex. They're not.
So check this out.
I'm dead
Nathan,
serious, man. It's a fact.
Nathan, he's been killing it the last 2 weeks. Like just the way the shows have been going. It's like because I haven't watched. I get on the show, but I don't really watch. But the last couple of weeks, oh man, it demonstrates, the Glober's position. The anti-flat earthers position. And today, he highlighted the fact that there's a difference between the Neil deGrasse Tysons who will stick to the rhetoric of the globe religion. They're not going to say, oh, the air travels with the earth. That's not their position. That's not the globe's position, right? So it's funny that he points out that all of these anti-flat earthers, the rumpus, the dumbass that was just in here, all of these people are actually a smaller minority than we are, because they're not the mainstream globe believers. They're something else. Isn't that interesting? That they're the minority.
No, they want that global privilege.
But you guys understand that, right? That they're not like someone who says, well, the radius of the earth is 3,959 miles, and that horizon line is 3 miles away from you because you're 6 feet. That's not what they are. They're something else.
I agree with you, bro. I've been saying it for a long time. Stay be kind to your normies, because Globers aren't normies. Right? These Globers or anti-flat earthers, however you like to call them. I think me and Nathan are saying the same thing, just in different words. You know, we realized the huge difference.
I think they take a sacred oath, every single one of them. I think that's what it is. It's either that or these are the children that cannot distinguish between reality and fantasy. They think everything is a damn video game.
They think things don't exist unless there's a model for them.
Yeah, except for a model is something built to scale, entomologically
Yeah.
speaking. I
got a
pray for
model.
them. I pray for them, but it's about all I can do. You know, and you're not supposed to bear false witness, right? That doesn't mean necessarily lying yourself, but that means don't stand for a lie. Don't cower to a lie. If you see a lie, call it out.
Well, there's quite the irony of them coming in here and saying, why would they lie? And then telling their own lies. Which to me is just, it blows me away every time.
Yep. It's ridiculous.
So this just, this has happened today, right? So a guy came in lobby saying Earth's curvature was proven with laser tests at an airport. Posted an article. I look it up. The person in the article never even did the test. He just speculated about doing them. And then he says he did them himself.
Wow.
So I ask him for the particulars. You know, after 30 minutes of demanding, threatening, begging, he doesn't give them, so I ban him. But, like, obviously, he didn't go do this, right? No one is letting, like, listen, you can't go to an airport, especially after 9/11, and set up lasers, okay? It's not happening, right? So,
You can't set
for
up
him to say
lasers
that
on your
is just,
roof without the cops coming. Like,
yeah, no
seriously,
doubt,
because
right?
they'll say, well, it's against FAA, you know, whatever. Planes could be flying, and they have a thing where it's like, you know, you can literally distract the pilot while he's flying, so you can't play with those lasers.
Yeah, exactly. But he said he did this, and, like, why? What kind of psychological defect do you have where you would rather tell somebody a lie to get somebody to believe in the globe? Why would you? Why is that okay with you?
It's a critical
I
criminal
don't
thinking
get it.
error. Critical criminal
Oh,
thinking error.
thought crimes. Yeah,
Yeah.
we have thought crimes. I must be like the Lex Luthor of, you know, thought crimes, man. I'm like the Hitler thought crimes. So I don't believe a goddamn thing anyone says. At least not mainstream.
Yeah. Well, I don't really trust what any man would say. I have to look it up for myself. The only thing I can know for sure is we've been lied to.
Yeah, as they say, talk is cheap, right?
Yeah. I mean, even the Bible talks about that, and I know that, you know, this isn't the section for that, but it says we have been fed lies from our fathers' fathers. Or our fathers, right? Which means leaders of the tribes, what the name is after. I mean, these people actually think they're going to Mars. They don't see what's going on. Yeah, these people went to Mars. Yeah, you're not going to be able to talk to them ever again, but they signed up and they paid for it. And trust me, they're saying they went. But does anybody know if they went, or Did they get a bullet in the head? It's like one of those things.
Or did they just move? They just moved like to another country, like they moved to Romania or something. They're like, who's gonna know?
Right. And I know that's like speculation, but hey, it's fun to wonder. But you know
People
who
that think
doesn't
they're
wonder?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
The you know who doesn't wonder? The brainwashed. Those that are brainwashed and repeat what the narrative is never wonder. Sorry. Mic out.
Well, I was thinking this is another thing that blows my mind. The people that think they're going to go to Mars and terraform it, but they simultaneously believe that the climate on Earth is so bad that it can't be changed, right? But you can terraform Mars.
I know
You can't change the climate on Earth.
I mean, that's that. What? Huh? I mean, do these people even know how to tie their shoes?
But check this out. Check this out. Because you can, like, and nobody would have known that this was possible or within the governmental reach. But you can literally shut down the entire world because of some supposed pandemic. But you can't shut down the world to fix what you think is wrong with the Earth's atmosphere. Like, you think
Well,
the Earth
don't
is
give them
literally
any
going to be
ideas, bro.
destroyed. The Earth is literally going to be destroyed. So we're trying to figure out how to change Mars enough where we can live in that environment.
I
But
remember.
at the same time, we can shut the world down for a fake ass. Come on, come
I
on.
remember.
Can
I remember when they
can
shut
you
the
snap your
airplanes down.
fingers or can't you? Are you God or not? What? Come on.
Well, don't give them ideas because they will shut it down at any chance they get. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, when they shut the air flights down for what, a week, or was it 2 weeks? God, I can't remember. 20 years ago. Anyways, there was like reports saying this is the cleanest air we've seen, and it's only been like 3 days since commercial flights have stopped.
Are you talking about the pandemic or 9/11?
9/11.
Yeah, they said the same thing during the pandemic when it first started. They're like, this is an image of Europe from our satellite. Look, there's no pollution now. And they were saying,
Sounds like
look, you can see these mountains now that you couldn't see before in the Himalayas because, nobody's going anywhere.
yeah. Sounds like the Green New Deal. I'll see if there's no plane flights and no oil being burnt and no electricity being used and nobody traveling
I
around
should have called
whatsoever.
it.
The air will be cleaner. But then again, the carbon footprint is something that leaves a footprint. A human is made of carbon and leaves a footprint. Mankind is made of carbon and leaves a footprint. Yes, I did differentiate between mankind and human. So if you're still munching on McDonald's, driving around, just consuming at low, or well, it was like, I don't even know the name of the stores, just buying useless shit that you don't need, that will not help your life in any way, shape, or form, then what are you really doing? I mean, you're not mankind. They say, "Oh, I'm human, just like you." Well, I'm not human. Hold on, I don't have that rhesus factor. Because they say humans came from chimps. Well, I'm not a human. Then they ask, "Oh, what are you, an alien?" I'm a resident alien, yeah. You know, it's another kind of something that's been bugging me. Like I've been thinking about it. Those people that say, "Why would they lie?" You are part of they for lying about it and continuing it. You know, it's like better ask yourself, why would you lie? And that's a hard one. And it's like, who are you? Well, I'm just no. You're telling me things about yourself. I want to know who you are. And they go on in this. No, you're describing how you feel. I want to know who you are. Tell me, who are you? It's a hard one to answer. But once you discover who you are, nothing can stand in your way. It's called mastery of oneself. To know thyself and thyself be true.
So on September the 1st, Texas is going to be a sanctuary state for federal gun laws. I kind of feel like that's posturing a bit, but I have to think, the shit that they're making up with these new gun laws, it really doesn't exist because the whole time you have the right to bear arms.
Institutional
So whatever
carry.
laws they make up, they're just making it up. Just making shit up. Everybody is just making shit up and adding a false cause to everything.
And see, that's what they do is they show images and hypnotize you to where the people demand something. Don't demand your government to do anything but to mind their own P's and Q's, protect the public lands and private resources of the individual peoples. But that goes against their charter. The only thing they can do is make policy, thus politics. The country you live in is a state that you live in, united under one flag in a republic. And I've said it once and I've said it again. Communists, you don't like it? Fuck on to Cuba. And you know, it's almost like that marijuana law and something I'm reminded. Shoot, hang on, let me go grab this knife. I'll be right back. Okay, I can't find that specific knife that's buried deep in the gun safe, but this other one is of Abraham Lincoln. It says, "Freedom. You cannot build character and courage by taking away initiative and independence." So,
Knives?
but basically, it's I think it was Franklin. I said those that would give up rights for securities or leisures deserve
Neither.
neither liberty or freedom. So kind of like those people that get the medical marijuana recommendation, they have to sign over their gun rights, give up their freedom for some leisure.
Ass hats, man. I just want to be left alone.
The fucked up thing is they train these officers to have fear of the public. So they're not serving us, they're serving themselves.
Don't they even say that nowadays, that they're not legally obliged to protect anybody, and by law or anything? They're not legally bound to protect you, like put their life on the line to protect you, or something like that.
Yeah, but the thing is if you're in the custody of somebody, they're wholly responsible for your livelihood and your health. Which means they have to provide for you adequate medical care, mental health care, dental care, uh, glasses if you need them. They're the ones, because they have custodianship over you. They are the custodians. They need to protect the asset. That's what it's supposed to be. Otherwise, social security numbers don't mean shit. Cash them out. Give me the money.
Yeah, I posted something in Livestream for. I hope Witsit gets it later, because this is detrimental to everybody that lives in America. And it's been around for hundreds of years. It's not like this is new stuff.
And the fiduciary responsibilities of a public officer cannot be less than those of a private individual.
Right, but a fiduciary has limited duty. They can't just do whatever they want when they want. They can't just make stuff up.
Yeah.
It's well defined what a fiduciary's duties are.
Yeah, but they can lie to you.
Not lawfully. It's against the law to fraud in any form is actually against the law. Doesn't matter. You can't make a law making a crime lawful. That's called treason.
Yeah, so whenever an officer accuses you of something, you tell them you're a liar and you're in violation. And you know you're lying. They'll usually laugh and snicker.
Technically, they're in breach of their fiduciary duty, which is breach of trust, which is a big deal.
Uh-oh, guys. Shh, shh, be quiet. Helio's here.
Is there any low birthers in here with an IQ lower than 70? Let's talk about the globe. Oh, higher, higher. 70, sorry. That last guy was, let's just say his mom made a mistake.
And see, just because you lose a criminal proceeding doesn't mean you're not subject to a civil proceeding. If you win a legal proceeding, you can still be subject to a civil proceeding. Take, for instance, O.J. Simpson, acquitted on murder, but lost the civil murder case.
Well, isn't it there's supposed to be criminal proceedings before a civil proceeding can resume?
Yeah.
Yeah, that does suck.
So they're talking about the law reviews. There was 5 kids in Florida, and black guy complying, puts his hands up, gets on the ground, and then like the whole police station, like 20 cops, like swarm the area. They start beating this dude up, kicking him while he's on the ground, even though he complied. And then another guy, bystander, black guy as well, starts taking out his phone, starts recording, has to back up. He immediately starts complying, takes 4 steps back, and gets pretty much tackled and pinned into a pillar. And then he was punching him like kidney shots, like 5 times in a row. So 5 cops got like, I'm pretty much sure they got like arrested, indicted, and yeah, good thing they got it on camera. Without the camera, it just, never happened. So the guy who was watching Johnny Pablo's channel, he called him up and asked him the question. So 5 bad cops got arrested. What about the other cops? Where were the good cops to stop those 5 bad cops from, kicking this person and curb stomping them while they're on the ground, even though they were complying? So the question is, where were the good cops?
What do you mean by that?
I
Because
know what he
there's
means.
only a few good apples.
I don't know that there is such a thing, my friend.
In
They do
theory.
good things occasionally. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Occasionally do good things. Yes. However, when they don't stop their brothers that do stuff like this,
Well, see, the thing is when you've got someone chivalrous like that and steps in, later, unpleasant things begin to happen to those types of people. That's the thing.
Yeah, they're quims. I mean, these people, well, not these people, I can't speak for every single one of them, but the ones that will just go with the flow and not speak up were the same quims that got their ass beat in high school because they couldn't stand up for themselves. And yes, that's right. You are a freaking quim, you officer who's listening.
Oh.
So when the guy was like repeatedly punching him in the kidney lower rib area, the guy was like, "Oh, this guy's a real hero," right? Punching a journalist in the kidney, like over and over and over again in the same spot. And that guy wasn't even the guy running from the cop. He was just a guy who happened to be in the lobby, was like, "Oh shit, what's going on?" Turned on his camera, instantly became a citizen journalist protected by the First Amendment. And then he was told to back up and then gets tackled and, beat the shit out of.
Fucking cop's a dick.
They'll have an internal investigation, and he'll be found with a slap on the wrist.
Quote unquote internal investigation. Sure.
Right, but that's why I tell people not to do those, because I've been there, done that. It's pointless. Chancery court. End of the line.
Besides, the only court they truly serve is the court of the Masons.
Our buddy Witsit and them, they're not government employees, so they don't even belong in Article 1 and Article 2 courts, which is what they're going to be drug into. So,
Well, no, Witsit's free.
yeah, the citations, dude, are in administrative court. They let him go because he gave up his name so that they could write a false citation against him to claim he did something that was against the code. But codes aren't laws. You can't enforce the code and administrative policy against the citizens of the state. It's against the law. That's what you just read that I posted in chat.
I was watching a pretty good video of someone who recorded the police during so the person that was arrested happened to be black, and he had his hands up when the officers came in to take him out of the vehicle, and they were taking off his seatbelt while he had, the black dude had his hands up the whole time, and the officer with his body cam on, he was saying, "Stop reaching for my gun, stop resisting." But make a long story short, the person who was doing this to the black dude, he had previously came up to his vehicle, crossing traffic and leaving his vehicle looking right at the suspect's vehicle. So it took some digging, but they found that vehicle cam footage, and it shows the dude had his hands up the whole time, and they were trying to get him to go to jail and everything. I mean, shit like that happens all the time. I mean, I did a crummy job explaining it, but you guys know. They'll do whatever they think they can do and to get away with whatever they think they can. And it's so corrupt. And, I guess it depends on which area, if it's like a larger city. I mean, it's just so corrupt. Anybody who says otherwise, I can't engage with a person like that.
And if the arresting officer does not have an active belt recording and or accent video of the incident, then his report is repugnant.
So I heard that New York passed a law. Shit, nice. And it basically said that if you get caught harassing police and firemen and other first responders, that you could be sued and be held liable for harassing them. But what does harassing mean, right?
Well, see, if it's a crime scene, they have. If it's a crime scene, they're supposed to have their tape up. Otherwise, citizens can be wherever they want on public property, right? Is that what you meant?
Well, this is Kumo that's saying this, and he's also talking about the keys to New York.
Oh, I was trying to go off of what Hank had said. Hank, did you hear me?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. They're basically converting a constitutionally protected act into a crime. So I'm curious to see how this is going to go, because a lot of people are like saying defund the police. We really need to reform the police and re-educate the police, because at this point, I can't tell the difference between how bad they said Nazi Germany was and, you know, being a certain type of person in a certain place at a certain time. How does that make you guilty, right? And suspicion isn't a crime, but they're like, your mustache is attached to you. Were you drunk when you shaved this morning? You know, like, bro, who gives a fuck about such small details? Like, it's like, you ever heard of those guys that are like those perverted guys that like to go through people's like underwear doors? Like, that's what cops are. They're like, hey, what's your name? Like, give me your ID. Like, they're on crack, but it's not crack that they're smoking. They're like getting high off of people's ID. Like, give me your ID.
Well,
Got an ID?
yeah, it's just a power trip. They need to do more psychiatric evaluations hiring people. That's my position.
I disagree. Let them hire the
Really?
students if they can, and then we'll all go get rich off the lawsuits when they violate our rights. That's what I think. I don't know. You tell me. Maybe I'm retarded.
I have to apologize. The internet didn't allow me to hear every word you just said. It cut out at the beginning of what you said.
Okay, I'll try again. How about now? Can you hear me now?
I think so.
Okay, I said that let them hire the stupidest cops they can, and when they violate our rights, we'll sue them and get rich. Fuck it.
I guess. That's
Just
happening
make sure to
already.
record. Just always record. Have suit
There's
cameras.
all kinds of lawyers that want to defend cases for First Amendment auditors. All kinds of them. Civil rights lawyers.
Yeah, my wife told me the other day when she got arrested, the cop pulled the key out of her pocket. And I was like, oh, really? That's illegal as fuck. Like, you can't just pull somebody's
Yeah.
key out of their pocket and go search their car.
This is why I keep telling people Chancery Court to look into it, because attorneys are not allowed in Chancery Court, only facts and evidence.
Hmm.
Yep. A Chancery Court judge will kick an attorney out of the room. Only solicitors are allowed in there, and the master clerk and the chancellor, and then the witnesses and the bailiffs.
So is that like a bench trial, essentially?
No. It's an Article 3 court. It's a constitutional court. Everything from your federal district court all the way down to your local district city court, they're all administrative. They're all Article 1 and Article 2 courts. Sure, you can pull off something in a federal district suit. However, the first question out of your mouth is, can this case be appealed? If the answer is yes, you are in an Article 1 or Article 2 court, administrative only. Because appealable matters have to do with codes that could be right or could be wrong, or somebody might have made a mistake when they were writing it.
Right.
Chancery Court's Article 3, it deals with evidence, crime, and facts.
Do you reckon that's why they made everyone a corporation straw man?
That's a whole nother thing. It's
Okay.
if you read what I posted, it tells you right there why those documents exist. It's a trust. It's evidence of the trust while they, the occupying army, are here, flying their East India Trading Company flags everywhere.
Damn pirates.
Pretty much. But see, that's the thing. Alexander the Great and Charles the Great, first to bring peace to the whole world, I must conquer the whole world. So that's what they did. They made corporations and subsidiaries and all kinds of other little fiefdoms that are all against the law of nations, which is natural law, and ta-da! But everything's in a trust.
Is Chancery Court like your decision, like something that you can request and they have to do? Or I'm a little lost on it.
If you're in a lower court, I would try a change of venue to a proper court. Otherwise, you start writing your affidavits and you get your evidence together and you go find a Chancery Court and you file a lawsuit immediately. Gibson suits and what is it? A treatise on suits in Chancery. If you don't have it, get it, read it. It explains the beginning, the end of Chancery Court, the scope of their power, what they're allowed to do, depending on the type of claim that comes through the court. But the court is made by the affidavit. The affidavit determines the law that applies at that time. However, the cops that wrote these citations are going to write complaints. Complaints are not affidavits, which means there's no victim. Which means all they're doing is going to your mama's house, knocking on the door and saying, "Little Billy said something I don't like." It's a complaint. All they're doing is complaining. And complaining while intimidating someone that you're committing crimes against?
I take it that adds to the list of offenses.
Well, I mean, 241 and 242 are clear as day. Conspiracy. Conspiracy against rights. Well, do I have the right? Yes. Okay, so why are you here conspiring to use the color of law against my right? Because that's what the cops did. So that's a violation of Title 18, 241 right there, because they sought to use an ordinance in order to subdue these two men who were exercising their right in public. 242, they actually used that to subdue them and force them into compliance by kidnapping them under threat. That's 11 years in federal prison, automatic. And that's every cop writing you a citation where nobody's hurt or nothing is hurt.
Hey, I keep hearing all this color of law, right? But there's also color blindness. And liberty or justice, excuse me, Lady Justice is supposed to be blind, right? So she can't even see color. So why do they have to associate a color with it?
It's just, it sounds like law, but it's not. It looks like law, but it's not. It feels like law, but it's
it
not.
means, like, from what I could tell etymologically law, to make something a certain color, right? Coloring, verb or vowel.
Here's a good example, Josh. When a cop comes up to you and he's talking to you and he asks for your ID and you haven't committed a crime, he asked you, that's perfectly fine under color of law. Is that how it works? I think that's how it works. He can ask you, but you don't have to give it.
Right.
Well, if he's got them red and blues on, he's already falsifying an emergency and he's committing a crime. It's actually a felony. CFR, emergency code, emergency vehicles.
Is it the red lights that indicates an emergency or the blue, or does the blue indicate law?
It's any flickering lights on their car. But in the CFR, it tells them that they're supposed to have red and blue. Some places they have only blue, which is it's still emergency lights. So they're signaling an emergency to the public when there isn't one. That's fraud, treason.
Yeah, but I know something else that has a red and the blue. Masonry.
And the Romans. in the
Yeah.
Roman court.
Which indicated the left and the right, the Senate and the Republic.
Yeah.
And then you had the emperor.
Last time I checked, the Gadsden flag was yellow.
So how do you get these people? Like, okay, so so I know that it's been said that those who wish to be both ignorant and free are wishing for something that never has been and hoping for something that never can be. Right? So I know that we all have to learn and study and show ourselves approved before we go to court. But if you don't know any of that shit and you go to court and you don't know that you're supposed to rebut presumptions because they're all just in there like assuming and presuming shit. And if you don't rebut it, it's like it went down as a fact because you didn't say anything. Like nobody has to tell you to say objection. It's on you, right? To say objection or
Right.
at least to get
But
lawyers to say objection. But
right,
what
but
if
a court of
go ahead, bro.
a court of record is a court of paperwork. It has absolutely nothing to do with talking. The paperwork does the talking. So you write your affidavit. I've been through this with the lower courts where I've written affidavits and sent them in and they've refused to file them. I sent in FOIAs for evidence and for the proof of jurisdiction. They refused to file them. And I sent them certified.
Wow. Wow, man.
I sent like 7 FOIAs for different parts of the case.
Shouldn't that be reported to like some internal affair
That's the
portion
problem.
of
Yeah,
That's the problem. There's too many oversights.
Yeah, there's no real oversight other than you going to Chancery Court.
I follow a YouTube channel called Susan Bassey. She was at one time I guess a journalist, but I don't think she does that anymore. Now she investigates private judges and corruption to do with children. And then she also does some First Amendment auditing as well. She's connected with the community. But shit, I forgot why I was bringing it up. What did you just say just a second ago? Sorry, I gave a little too much background. Forgot my point. Oh, there is some article. I don't know if it's to do with the state that she was in at the time, but she was demanding. She was citing some article of the Constitution or something that stated that we can immediately get certain types of records. That there's no waiting period.
Yeah, that's Article 10 in the state of Texas, at least from the original. The accused has the right to demand the nature and cause of whatever's being.
That
and
Article
they have
10,
to give it to you.
They refuse you the Article 10 when you're in custody.
Yeah,
Well,
they
no,
do it
I'm
all
not
the
talking
time.
about being in custody. That's not what I was referring to, but
Right, but even
yeah.
when they're there and you're on the side of the road, you still have that right. When you, hey, what's all this about? What's going on? They have to produce what's going on. If they can't,
yeah.
they're committing a crime.
Yep. I think people should have body cams themselves, for God's sakes, when they're traveling, for real. I mean,
Well, like Witsit's speaker, they'll steal it. I've watched them steal cameras and evidence when they're committing crimes. I've got some guy actually had a backup. He had it set up to where his phone, when it was recording, it would upload to his dump file on his Google Drive, and he actually got the video, but he deleted everything off of his phone: the pictures, the video, the evidence, everything.
yeah.
And the only way he even got a lawsuit was because he had a backup.
Damn.
Classic.
Damn, man. I am not surprised, even though I'm being a little dramatic about it. Holy shit. Good for Witsit for thinking ahead.
Well, dude, everybody's downloading this now.
Yeah, but when the cops commit crimes, like who is supposed to enforce that, right? Are we supposed to wait for the
Military and the
public
sheriffs.
to cry
There's
out
civil
and
rights.
rebel? Yeah, protest. Go ahead. Yeah.
There's civil rights lawyers that exist. A lot of First Amendment auditors have them.
Right. But lawyers are only looking out for themselves.
And the cops
If you know,
and their friends.
if you know, if you know more about law than the law officer knows, even though he's in the office of the law, so he should know the office that he serves, right? They don't want to mess with you. They don't even want to talk to you anymore.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
attorneys don't
Because
like me at all.
Because
They call
anything they
you
say can be used against them in the court of law.
they call you nut job and shit like that. It's really pathetic.
They have the right to remain silent. These
Yeah,
cops.
they are very pathetic quims.
Mhm.
I had
They
the
know
right
when
to
to shut
talk
up.
in the first place, though. Why are you stopping me from my right to talk? Even though I have a right to remain silent.
What's a
I
quim?
can't watch. I can't watch too much of that type of footage that people have. Stuff like what happened to Whitsitt. In the First Amendment audit community, because the attitude that these authority figures have, it's just disgusting, and
I saw you.
it's hypocritical. And these people should be
Look it up.
tried.
There's females in here and could be listening on the YouTube, so look it up.
I saw a video of a cop slapping the shit out of this woman, a handicapped woman, on a bus, and it was on Marine veteran caught it on camera, and then he said, "Give me your phone," and he did it. Of course he stood up, and it made the news. I don't know if that guy got fired, but that's what I mean. Like, what's going to be done about it? You know what I mean? Like, who's going to do anything about it? I mean, yeah, we have the footage. Yeah, like how is justice? You know what I mean? Like, how do we make that happen? But yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. Justice is just ice.
I bet that one Marine couldn't kick everybody's ass on that train. I promise you that
Oh
if
yeah, this guy
everybody
was like
just,
6'2", 6'3".
I know, but he couldn't kick everybody's ass. I mean, what? How many people
Everybody
were on the
wanted
train?
to kick the
20
cops' ass. It
people?
was the sheriff. It was the state police. Everybody wanted, like
So it
all
was
those
like
people
they
were
were
watching them
they were the
abuse.
authority, right?
All these people watched a police officer slap the shit out of a handicapped woman that did nothing to them, right? And no one did anything. They just recorded it. And I'm like, what the
It's
hell?
like if
You guys should
everybody
rush these motherfuckers,
ganged
man.
up on that stupid cop and just beat the shit out of him. No, I don't know
Oh,
that
hell yeah.
necessarily the situation. But
That's what the cops are
are they going to
supposed to be
charge
afraid of.
everyone for subduing this cop for
No,
abusing
well,
and
that's
a
that is
handicapped
what's
person?
supposed to happen, and
Yeah,
that
that's
is
what
what's
I would
supposed
do.
to.
Be like,
That's what's supposed to stop the police officers from behaving
yeah,
the way they behave.
I
But
would
people
subdue that
reacting to it.
motherfucker if he's
But
abusing a
people did
handicapped
not
person.
do shit about it, right? Silence is consent.
Take
What
the
are we
guns
doing
away
about
from
the
the
pandemic?
police. Take the guns away from the police and make them do their jobs without their
It's
guns.
not about guns. It's about attitude.
Well, if they didn't have the guns, they wouldn't be acting a fool.
No, that's not necessarily true.
If we
It
weren't
is
so
true.
isolated,
No,
if
it's
we
not.
weren't so
The
isolated
UK
from
police
each
don't
other,
act like
right?
that, and the only thing they have is a bobby
Hey,
club. Right?
Bong is talking about a country where the
People.
police don't carry guns.
This
So
is America.
why are you
This is
bringing that
America.
up?
No, this is in America.
Oh, in America.
Well, I'm saying,
Okay.
like, yeah, this is in America.
But the
I saw
same
it on
kind of
YouTube.
shit happens in Australia and in
It's
England
not.
and different
It's the
places.
people, man. It's the people. Like, people have been so isolated from each other, right? That they don't know what the other is thinking, and that they should act together to stop what's going on in front of them. It's like nobody wants to stand up because they're scared of, you know what I mean? They're looking after their own selves, and I don't want it to happen to me. 1984, do it to Julia.
I mean, I'll tell you what. I mean, to be a cop, whether or not you carry a gun, which cops don't carry guns in Australia or in Europe, in England or whatever. Certain parts of Europe they do carry guns. They carry guns in America. Doesn't matter. I mean, cops. The last thing they want to do is use their gun. But at the same time, when you are a cop, you're putting yourself in the middle of dozens of people that don't really think that you have their best interest at heart. Which I'm not. I can't speak for all
That's the
cops,
scary thing
but I
about
mean,
it, right?
it takes fucking guts to put yourself in that
Oh,
situation.
no, that's what I mean by like it doesn't take shit. You know, people aren't going to do shit because you are the law.
Nah, that's
You
not
have
necessarily
already,
true,
you've
Bomb.
already put.
Anyway,
Okay, protesters, right? We all know that protesters don't exist anymore. Whoever's out there is stupid because they get
well, I'm
whatever.
not
And
talking about
then there are
protesters. I
actors
mean, look
and
at what happens domestically every single night in large cities. Cops have to put up with a lot of shit. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of cops, but at the same time, you know, I'm not built for that. You know what I mean? But
cops are enforcers for the biggest mafia that runs the world, dude.
oh
Like
my
they are the enforcers for the Freemasons in each
okay,
city,
well, then
state.
just totally discount
Right?
the point that I was making. Go ahead.
No, the
You
point you
didn't
were
even get
making
to
was
it.
that it takes a little bit
You
of
didn't
courage to put on the
get to the point.
uniform. I got your point, man.
Yeah, I know you did, and you're trying
Look,
to just discount everything that I
I'm a
was
flat
about to say.
earther, and it takes a lot of courage for me to go out there and talk to
Bro,
people flat Earth.
I'm not a huge cop
It's,
fan, but at the
it
same
takes a lot.
time, it takes a certain kind of person to put themselves in a situation where they're in, you know,
Look,
it's brave.
I
You know,
just
it's
had an
really
argument
brave
today with my
to do
wife
that.
because of a fucking mask, because I wouldn't wear my mask.
If
So
you're
I
a
think it
numpty,
takes
you
more
walk in
balls to go out
anything.
there
Well, I mean
without
that's
wearing a
on you and your
mask,
wife. You know, it's like
right? Well,
aside,
we're
you know.
gonna get fined $10,000. I'm like, don't worry, I got this. I know how to move when I go out there. I'm not gonna, you know what I mean? Like,
So in
I had to go
Sydney,
out
if
there
you
and
don't wear
not
your
wear.
mask, they can fine you
Two
$10,000.
weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, everybody, yeah, this shit came out. Yeah, and now you know what they're saying? They're saying we cannot talk to our children in our own homes. They're saying that on TV, the prime minister, the fucking sign language lady, that we
Oh
cannot
my
speak to
god.
our children in our own homes.
Okay, well, yeah, I'd probably get pissed off at cops if they
I'm
really
fucking
tried to
angry, man.
enforce
I've
that
been angry
bullshit.
all
I'd
week.
be like,
What's the
"You're
reasoning
my
for
fucking
that?
enemy. I can speak to my child any way I want to." You know,
It's time to
We
get
had an
medieval on
argument.
these.
I
I'm
was
gonna
like,
get
it's not a
medieval on
law.
your ass.
It's not a law. Well, they made it
What
a
you
law.
got?
It's as good as a law.
No,
Like,
it's a regulation or what's the other word?
Code,
A
ordinance.
code, ordinance. Yes, yes. Yeah,
yeah, she said
there
something
is
like
no
that.
law that says you have to put a mask on your face.
Yeah, whose
Nobody
sidewalk is it though? I'm trying to walk my dog, right? Whose sidewalk? Who owns the sidewalk?
What reason? What reason did they
Yeah.
give for
Right,
taking your
right.
This
kids?
is really sad though that you got in an argument with your wife today about that. That's fucked up, man. Crazy. But it is what it is. I mean, you offered that information, but I mean, it's the same thing with like friends, you know, from the past. You know, I have a lot of people that I talk. Oh, I don't talk to them very often on Facebook or whatever, but I see them they're totally cocked to this whole idea of the mask and everything, and it's like the mask saved us from COVID. Basically, is what they're saying. I know I'm not supposed to necessarily talk about this, but it's just like this is the armor that you wear
So I
to
lost my job
protect
last year,
yourself.
dude.
It's
It's
like,
because I wouldn't wear a mask at work. Operations manager came down. I had to talk with him, and then I left. I was like, "Okay, you guys have a nice, good luck, bye." Yeah, so it's like arguing about it at work, arguing about it at home.
so
Wearing a
you were
mask.
arguing with them, and then you got an argument with your wife about it when you got home because you were arguing with them.
And every argument has been about not getting fined because you're not wearing a mask, or because you can't just go out there. I'm not going to go out there and provoke cops to arrest me. At the same time, I'm not going to walk around with a stupid mask. If I'm going to wear a mask,
I know
I'm going to wear a mask. It's going to be a
Halloween's right around
badass
the
looking
corner.
mask.
Why are they wearing the masks already? Halloween's right around the
Cops
corner.
aren't even. Yeah, I know, right?
Well, like I've
Jason
been
Voorhees
saying for
mask.
a while, it's like, hey, it used to be if you walk into a bank with a mask, you're a robber. But nowadays,
weird?
If you walk into a bank without a mask, then they'll kick you out.
The
You're a
security guy
criminal
didn't
if you
say
wear
that.
one now.
A domestic
You're a criminal if you don't.
terrorist.
I got
I
kicked out
know,
of my
right?
for not wearing a mask.
Yeah.
Before
I
this
should have.
BS, it was a felony to walk into a bank with a mask on. Now it's almost a felony to not do it. That's weird.
It's just hard to adjust, man. It's like,
Yeah,
look at
now
all
we
these
have
people.
cops
Like,
that are
oh
all
my
wearing
God.
masks. Cops wearing masks. They're the bad guys. Fucking so bizarre.
Well, are you guys talking about what's it's getting arrested?
Right now, what? I just
No,
turned
not at
off the
this
show.
moment, but I wasn't even
Oh,
aware
no,
of
no.
that.
Okay,
But
cool.
no, go ahead.
I was just watching it on my watch.
Yeah, we
He got
know. The stream never stopped.
Oh my God, did I miss it? Oh,
It's
Did
still on
Witsit
right
get
now.
arrested? I
Yes,
wasn't aware of
at
that.
Mount Rushmore. Yep.
It's still
the
on the
fuck?
stream right this very minute. Right, still on. Never stops
Live?
the whole time.
No, he's not.
Oh,
Yes,
he's
he
live getting arrested right now? He's
He
still
just
No,
got
no, he's
arrested
No,
there.
he
About an hour ago.
they let
About
him
an hour
they
and a
let
half
him
ago
go.
now.
But
Oh,
every
okay.
word that
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
okay.
still on his stream.
But
every
they did
word
So he
the
came
stranger
back.
said were streamed.
he was
They
in
let him
cuffs
go.
and they put him in cuffs and they also charged him. He's got federal charges now.
Yeah,
Dang.
I bet they didn't know that they were being recorded the entire freaking time.
What's it is a
Damn.
soldier, man. It's a
Be able
legend.
to pull a transcript on that.
He did nothing illegal.
Soldier for
Yep.
the
Nothing
army
at all.
of the Lord. I'm a soldier for the army.
I'm a knight for the kingdom of God.
The problem we're
And
having in
Witsit,
this
God bless you,
country,
man.
though,
You're the man.
is we're not taught the law. We're not taught about trust. We're not taught about a state. We're not taught about any of this stuff. And we weren't
Nope.
taught by our parents because they weren't taught.
They can't actually pass a law that requires you to wear a mask.
I know,
They
but
can't do
look,
it.
you're looking at a system that has a 97% win ratio against the public for things that are not laws.
The pubic? No, you said public. Never mind.
Yeah. So whether they're real or not, doesn't matter. They pass bullshit. They just pretend it's real. That doesn't even have.
Truth Prevails made a point on that. Yes, because it's like they get people to they watch how people react to it first, and if people don't do anything about it, then it just becomes a law. You know what I mean? So it depends.
Well,
If people resist it, then they'll
here's what
back off.
happens, Bong.
Remember?
General consensus is where they draw power from. And most people watch
Exactly,
the news.
and that's manipulated too.
Yeah, of course it. Jesus Christ. Yes, of course it is. I mean, it's all mind control. So yeah, of course that's where they draw power from. So when you go out into public and say I don't comply, or I mean, it could be whatever or whatever you say. It's like, well, I don't need a mask. I mean, I'm not afraid of the air. I don't know why I would put a mask on. I mean, I'm not afraid of the air. I mean, are you afraid of the air? Then you're just
cared
being
who I was.
you're not being compliant.
Right? It's like Bane said on the movie, right? No one cared who I was until I put on the mask.
I mean, even if if you put a mask on,
there's a
you think
theory about that.
that's going to protect you from anything in the air. I mean, to be honest, it's like it doesn't. As long as you have your face covered, any old mask will do, right? I mean, give me a fucking break.
That was such a cool line, man. It's like, man, that's
Hey Bong, did you know that there's a theory about that Batman movie, that the political climate and everything has to do with current events?
Damn.
Go ahead, man. Which one?
Just look into it, dude. It's a rabbit hole. I really don't want to delve into it because I'm not really familiar with it, but it's kind of interesting. It's like completely political, divide and conquer.
Yeah. Well, he's a billionaire. And of course they're gonna put their the real thing in the comics. Who
Can
came
you
up
guys be a little more specific
the
about what you're
creator.
talking about? Are you talking about like a book, a movie?
Yeah,
or
go ahead.
Which the Dark Knight Rises film?
Oh, Dark Knight. Yeah, I remember that one.
The Dark Knight Rises, the second one of the Dark Knight ones. This one, it's about Bane coming along and fighting the millionaire, right?
The billionaire.
and the billionaire, excuse me. And
Billionaire,
it
billionaire.
became a whole
Playboy.
political like movement. Like it mainly like kicked off when he like usurped control when was it the Super Bowl? It was like some kind of a major sporting event, and he blew up the entire arena.
You know what? That's really it's cool that you brought that up. And with the Batman theme, I think a lot of people actually miss, especially all the geek, the geek people and the Comic-Con freaking crazy liberals and everything. They miss the real Batman story. Batman freaking hates the government control. He really, it's just like he's like, I'm only working with you because I can and I have the power. And
yeah, it wasn't Batman didn't come up with the idea for the spotlight.
Batman is not Batman. He's not a man. Remember he said, as a man I can be destroyed, I can be killed. But
Yeah.
as a symbol, so Batman is a symbol to people.
Bro, I mean, it's just like Batman destroys, even though he's
because
not
anyone
a
can take up
he's not a superhero because he doesn't have any supernatural powers. He's just a badass. He doesn't have any supernatural powers.
Hey, do you guys want to play Witsit
logo
through the Groovy?
Yeah, I got him playing on while I'm listening to you guys too. I'm listening to two things.
No, sure, play something up. I'm just
Well, we can
plugged in.
just play it while we talk about it here.
Yeah,
we can
always
just
turn
play
it
in our
down
own.
and still hear it because it's a good conversation actually.
Yeah.
And we watch him get
It's
arrested.
like out of all the superheroes, Batman's the only one that doesn't have superpowers. But
he's the man
he
that can
still
kill
kicks
God.
everybody ass.
Well, it's man versus God, right? Remember the Superman thing, right? Like he can kill
Batman versus Superman. I love that movie. I love it. It's great.
Sorry about the background.
Only Batman can kill Superman. Like a man kills God. Remember? God is dead. Nietzsche, Frederick Nietzsche.
Hey, do you like
Man
Superman?
killed God.
Do you like Superman? Because this Superman and Lois TV show that just came out last year, this first season, it's pretty good.
Batman's superpower, his power is that he works outside the system. That's his
Yeah, he's like, I'm
money.
a billionaire. I was
And
born
you
into
can have
this,
it too.
and I can do whatever the I want to do, and I want to do what's
Whenever you
right.
give over your own free will to the collective, that's like the real magic. That's the real trick. The whole trick is for you to give your own critical thought and freedom of thought and freedom of will over to the collective, right? And that's what the last year and a half has been. Whatever the collective says, we're going to have to believe it. That is the death of freedom, the death of critical thought, right? And then, of course,
but I'll tell you what,
to dismiss something prior to investigation is a height of ignorance.
It's
It's
YouTube.
easier to fool someone
You
than
can
to
turn
convince
them
them
down
they've been
and
fooled. So what we're dealing with right now is a bunch of
comment.
people with a year and a half of
Oh
built-up
wait, is this a
pride
recording that
swallow
we're
it
listening
No,
to?
it's the live. It's the live stream from Mount Rushmore.
Oh,
You can turn
okay.
it down and talk, so we can talk about it. Yeah.
No, you're fine. I didn't realize that. So he's at Mount Rushmore now, talking live.
Dude, open up YouTube. Look at him. He's got a pink shirt on, a bow tie, lab coat, and glasses. Freaking hair.
Yeah, look
Well,
at
I
it
just
gets
want to say
weird.
one last thing about Batman.
I think I can pause it.
Batman, the Dark Knight and all of the stories with Batman. This is it's I think it's important for for us to understand. There are dark parts of ourselves, and Batman was never a good guy. I mean, not in the way he never thought of himself as a good guy, and
He's a tyrant. He's a dictator. He's the Illuminati.
I mean, he was
society
trying to
within a
deliver
society.
justice, right? I mean,
Yeah.
in his idea of justice, right?
Well, it's the shadow government. Okay, you know what I mean. It's the power behind the power.
No.
It's
Batman
the,
was an individual.
No. Bruce Wayne's grandfather, I think. started the Skulls and Bones in the show, in the actual cartoon.
Right, right.
So,
Yeah, I get
so,
that.
so there's your billionaire, right? These are the corporations. A logo, a symbol, the bat symbol, right, is a symbol, right? It represents. You can think about it as the Freemason, the square and compass. We call them logos, right? It symbolizes something to people. When people see a logo, it's the image of the
Sometimes it gives them hope.
entity.
Sometimes you get fear when you see a symbol.
Right, exactly. It
It can either
inspires something,
elicit
right?
hope or fear.
Yeah. Yes. So yeah, that's what I think Batman is. There's not an actual vigilante running around fighting crime. That's just
That's not true. We're doing it right
that's the
now. What are you
comic book
talking
part,
about, Bong?
right? That's the comic book part. Like they're so detailed, these comics, right? The lives of these people and the technology, the fiction and the science in it becomes reality, dude. Like
Well, I
Marvel
think
comics,
critics of the
DC,
Batman story, which I know you are, Bong.
the
Some of the
heliocentric
Batman
model.
series, no, the Batman
Yep.
series, they don't. I mean, certain people will make a Batman story or
It's
whatever,
the alien,
like the
bro.
dark, some of the Dark Knight stuff, and
It's
I mean, there's
alien
all kinds of
agenda.
different stories that have to do with Batman. I'm pretty sure, Bong, you're not a fan of all of them, right?
All the superheroes, most of the superheroes in these comics are aliens, and the enemies are aliens.
Yeah,
See,
I get that too.
it's
I
the
mean,
globe model, right? It's the alien agenda. It's the Anunnaki.
hey, but
You
guess
can
who? Out of
unite. You can
all of
become
the
a
X Men
god.
and the Marvel series and Superman and everything,
Apotheosis.
who never had any superpowers? Batman, but he almost killed
Oh,
Superman.
wouldn't it be
Hey,
cool to be Spider-Man?
Hey, Battle Mod.
Yeah,
Hey,
it would
Battle
be
Mod.
cool to be Spider-Man.
How's it going, Battle Mod?
What's up? I'm
Hey, I
Mothman.
saw you in the live chat there.
I'll shut up,
Yeah,
Yeah,
you guys.
yeah.
Have fun.
Hey,
I'm just
well,
talking shit.
Witsit didn't go to jail. Witsit was just cited for. Well,
I know.
they tried to give him. They tried to give him a park ordinance violation, but when he pointed out there was no decibel rating, he wasn't telling him it was at the wrong decibel. They decided to just charge him with disorderly conduct. So they got tickets. They're
Wait,
federal tickets. So
didn't he go
it was
through
on
that a couple
federal.
weeks ago, Michael?
No,
With
he
the-
got caught with weed in Florida. Now we're talking about
No.
what just
I was
happened.
talking about when he was outside a stadium. He had his
No,
microphone. And there was-
yeah, they told him the decibel ordinance there, but this one's at Mount Rushmore. I posted it in the
Holy
live stream.
shit, they're still going through that? Oh, that's insane.
Disorderly conduct is such a bogus freaking charge, man. I mean, it's like, so what is disorderly? Like, are
How
you
was it being? Yeah. How was it
Mount
being
Rushmore is
disorderly?
public land, so your First Amendment, your First Amendment rights apply there. Anywhere there, it's all public land. I would argue they say this is a First Amendment free speech area. They restrict the areas where you can have free speech, but they can't do that. It's public land. Your First
They have
Amendment
no
right applies to any public. You have no right to tell
Exactly.
me what division of public or what. It's deprivation of a right.
So disorderly conduct is
I would sue the fuck out of them.
an it's against the Constitution. They're supposed to say they're out of the bounds of the Constitution. Let me put it that way. That's how.
Yeah,
There's nothing. I mean, as far as the volume that you speak in, whether you use a megaphone or a
called
speaker. Go ahead.
Yeah, actually, your First Amendment rights aren't restricted to modulation. So, but what she's referring to is deprivation of rights through the color law, and this is true.
And that's what I brought up.
They did what's illegal. They conspired to do what is illegal to restrict you or your rights. He's suing the shit out of them. I don't care if I want to talk about.
I mean, what
Bitch,
they're
step
claiming
off.
is that
It's public land
you're exceeding a certain decibel, and so according to
No,
this
I'm not
ordinance,
talking on the. I'm not talking about that ordinance, and that ordinance isn't what they charge them with. I'm talking about disorderly conduct and the restriction of the First Amendment right on any area on public land. You can't tell me on public land where I have the right to exercise my First Amendment. That's unlawful.
Is that
so
what they
it doesn't
charge
adhere
them
to the
with?
color of law. It's outside of the law to restrict. No, I've said it once. Disorderly conduct. But it's outside the color of the law in an attempt to restrict me or deprive me of my rights by Constitution. Deprivation of rights through
That seems really weird.
color of law. It's an actual lawsuit. I would file it. It'd be filed tomorrow. It's $65 and move on to the state. I'm not playing. I'll sue you quick.
Hey, Battle Mod, your hotspot's a little choppy.
Yeah, you are breaking up a little bit, Battlemon. But yeah, I got what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. Yeah. They charged him not with a civil ordinance by being too loud. They charged him with disorderly conduct when he was just using a megaphone in public or any type of
That's the most
amplification.
arbitrary and subjective charge to charge you with.
Nope.
Without a decibel reading, they did not have something to measure the amount of decibels, right?
Yeah, but even if they did,
but
with
first,
that ordinance, I mean, ordinance is not law. It's a legal thing more than anything.
They didn't charge.
Michael, your microphone is total shit right now.
Yep.
Charge him under that.
Well, it's
I mean, I want to hear what you have to say, Michael. I want you to explain it because I'm really curious.
Rejoin.
His microphone
Disorderly conduct.
is fine. It's just lagging. It's like it holds back what he says and then like spits it out there real quick because you don't miss any of it. It just comes in. It just comes in quick. It's weird how it does that. It seems to be what it's doing anyway.
Yeah, so here's the park headquarter phone number, 605-574-2523. The visitor center number is 605-574-3165.
Wait, Sonny, you're encouraging people to call that number and be like, man.
They're slamming that number every 2 lines was the phone number when this first started happening on live on YouTube with 460 people watching. Oh yeah, I called, but it just rang.
Me and Jen and Sonny, the only people that aren't breaking up when they're trying to talk. This is insane.
Yes.
Yeah, nothing wrong with my shit, bro.
I don't know. Am I coming in okay?
You're coming in fine, Jen.
You're coming
in all right, but a little weak on the bars, probably.
Weak on the bars?
Ping. Milliseconds. Like mine's at 156.
I see.
No, Jen, you sound fine. Don't worry about it.
There is a Discord update.
Yeah, I know. Now all the tags look so weird.
Do they? I didn't even notice anything. Hold on. What the heck?
Yeah, I just noticed an update.
Whoa, I don't know if I like that.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
I liked it better before. Why'd you have to water down my freaking rolls, man? Just kidding.
Water down your rolls. That's funny. Your rolls are spilling over the edge, Sonny.
I could get used to it. I like the other look better. It looks like it's pastel now. I'm like, I didn't order the pastels. No.
They change colors?
Well, yeah. To what? The enamel? Can I get the enamel I had before? No, you can only get the pastels now. What do you mean, man? I've always gotten the enamel. No, only pastels. Shit out of luck, buddy. The supply on the enamel is gone.
I do see an update ready. I'm kind of reluctant. No, I'm gonna have to update it, but so does it make
okay now the threads? Now I can do stuff with threads. That's crazy. I wonder if I can search now. Hang on.
See, there might be things worthwhile.
Nope, still can't use the search.
Saw on
Search is completely
Facebook
broken.
today that Santos Bonacci lost his father. Shout out to Santos, all the work you do, bro.
Oh no.
Yeah, but yeah. Anyway, just wanted to give a shout out to Santos and.
Are you talking about the governor?
No, Santos Bonacci. He's. If you don't know who he is, then you don't. But anyway.
Oh. Okay.
He's a flat earther. You know, it makes a lot of videos and stuff.
Heavy stuff about law. He knows about. Yeah, talk about law. I learned so much listening to him.
Yeah, Santos
about
is great.
law.
Yeah, I mean, he speaks like 6 different languages and does a lot of teachings about spirituality and stuff. And yeah, I mean, shout out to Santos. Yeah.
I was kind of a little bit surprised with his conversation he had with fucking Craig. It was a shit.
Oh, he talked to Craig. Yeah, I mean, it's all, well, I mean, every flat earther that talks to Craig it's a total shit show. Doesn't matter.
I guess so.
And Craig doesn't really. I mean, I wish that he didn't give a shit about flat Earth. I wish he would just leave us alone altogether. To be honest. Or you're talking about Fight the Flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
I
He's
wish
just
that dude would just ignore us altogether. Nobody wants to hear what Craig has to say. And I think that goes for a lot of globe earthers too. I'm just like, oh, he makes us look like idiots.
I'd rather listen to Professor Dave than him.
Yeah, for real, bro.
Well, think about it. I mean, you know, we're 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and his is fighting flat earthers. So it's obviously, you know, he's a paid shill.
Or he just really hates the flat Earth because his religion is so hard on, you know, the evolution idea, and it's like everything they say in general science is, general science. I know Q, you would rip me apart for that saying that, but anyway, the general idea of science.
Doesn't he?
Yeah, but the thing is you're supposed to be open-minded if you're into science, because science is subject to change with better results. Better theories.
Where'd you get that definition?
Well, no,
Did
it's
you
just
get
something
that
I'm
from
thinking
Fight the
of.
Flat Earth?
No, because
Okay,
like science, they seem to change like every 80 years. Like the whole consensus has a different viewpoint.
Okay, what should I say when I call Mount Rushmore the park headquarters if they answer?
They're a bunch of bitches.
Why are you stealing people's property?
Hold on, they're gonna hang up on him if he says that.
What? No, just ask them why they deprive people of their First Amendment rights on certain parts of the public.
Yeah, exactly. There we go.
Ask them why are there
public property.
police? Why are there police protecting a religious site? Because it's obvious you have a big flag.
Well, they're not police. They're not police. They're park rangers. I just want to know why the First Amendment right of a constitutional citizen is restricted in any portion of the public area that is owned by we the people. You can't restrict or hinder our constitutional rights.
Yeah, you should pretend to be a lawyer.
Are you gonna put this on speaker's phone, Sonny, and call him?
Yeah, Never pretend to be a lawyer.
Everybody.
They'll charge you with a felony. That's bad advice. Don't listen to him, man.
You may dial it at any time. For memorial hours and fees, rentals, and parking facility information, press 1. For information about pets in the memorial, press 2. For information about lodging and camping options, press 3. To have information about the memorial mailed to you, press 4. For information about partner operations within the memorial, including the dining facility and sales operations,
Holy shit, lady.
to reach our administration department, including media inquiries, press events, permits, and special use of the memorial grounds, press 6. For information about special events at Mount Rushmore, please press 7. For all other inquiries, press 0.
What number did you push? 6?
Hey, it's at
6.
It,
I would have pushed 6.
Listen, bro, the phones are only answered.
We can't take your call at this time. Consistent with CDC recommendations, people who are not fully vaccinated must continue to wear masks indoors.
What the heck is that?
8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. If you want to talk to a real person, call before 4:30 p.m.
Business. Yeah,
Dude,
it's past
that
business
message
hour.
is people that are not fully vaccinated. Did I hear that correct?
Yeah, cannot go into buildings. You have to wear a mask regardless of your status.
Restriction of constitutional rights on public property.
Yeah,
New World Order.
Even if you're fully, if you can show a card that you're fully vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask. But if you can't,
No, you
then you have to
do.
wear a mask.
No, well, you don't have to wear one inside.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I mean, is this like the deck is like you can go if you have the card saying
You
you're
got your
vaccinated.
papers? Yes,
But
that's what it is. You got, sir, do you got your papers to prove you were vaccinated? If not, you cannot speak in this live stream.
You can
I
go
see
to
your
the
papers,
same
please?
You go to the same place if
Show
you
me them damn
cover
papers,
your
or I'm
mouth
gonna
and
police you.
nose. You can go to the same place, and that's going to protect everybody else that's already
10-4-28.
vaccinated.
We got a
Who is
1522 in the live stream. No papers.
Who is a
Send back
Filio
up.
skeptic speaking without the papers? Who is this?
Hit him with the nightstick. Cuff
Who
his
would do
ass.
who would do this? Is Helio skeptic responsible?
And
for
when we're
this
done,
behavior?
Sonny, when we're done, we'll just charge his ass with disorderly conduct. Fuck it.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I mean, it's like, fuck it. I can't go to see this quote unquote monument, which is actually a defacing of a natural freaking mountain. They put these assholes' faces on this fucking mountain, and that really fucking pisses me off.
Tear that shit
That
down.
they defaced this entire freaking mountain and put all these
Put
these
the six
fucking
grandfathers.
dipshits.
Put the six grandfathers back up the way
It
it
goes
was.
deeper than that.
Oh, they say he was
That's what I love that part of Idiocracy was like America and all this shit that come out of freaking Mount Rushmore. America, fuck
name of it.
yeah, coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it come out of freaking George Washington's mouth. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, man, with all
Any
that
day
nonsense.
now.
Terrorist, your day has come.
No, it's terrorist, your game is through, and now you have to answer to America. Fuck yeah. So, I'm not gonna get to do the vulgar part anyway.
How many times have you seen that? I've only seen it like maybe a
Probably
handful
at
of times.
least 30 times I've watched that movie.
Yeah, I think maybe a handful that I have, like maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah, I've watched it like 30 times.
I mean, that's
I've
pretty good
still
to
not
like know
seen
the
it.
songs though.
Yeah, I know the whole freaking movie from back, and I've watched Idiocracy at least 20 times. So
Right? Well, that was the only movie I had on my Xbox.
Excuse me.
Maybe we could do that. Do
What's
like
that,
a
son?
movie thing with Team America for those that haven't seen it yet.
yeah, I've seen Team America World Police probably 20 times.
That sounds good.
Now, this weekend I'm going to show Black Widow in the movie room.
I could
If
watch
anyone
that
hasn't
again.
seen it yet.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a Marvel fan, whatever, I'm going to show Black Widow. But yeah, we can watch one of those other movies too. One of the Team America
is that the
World
new one?
Police or
I watched it. I cheated. I watched it a little while ago. But I wanted to say something to Truth Prevails. I was falling asleep listening to Flat Earth British, Martin Luther. And I could have sworn he goes, Truth Prevails. Like when he says hi to everybody, I knew you were in there. I'm like, whoa, there's people I know.
Oh, he shouted you out. He shouted Truth Prevails on the live stream.
Is it one of his older videos, or is it a recent live stream?
Yeah, weren't you on there on Tuesday? What was it? Tuesday night?
No,
You weren't?
no, I wasn't. But there's like someone's been going around with like pretending to be me. So if you ever be careful, like I don't know. I'll have to watch his stream now.
Well, good thing I said. I could have sworn he said that. I was falling asleep at the time, so I thought, I could have.
I like Martin, man. To be honest, though,
Yeah, thanks,
it's
honey.
hard for me, and I've followed Martin for a long time. I ain't gonna lie, as an American, it's really it's hard to understand what he's saying a lot of times. I mean, his British
Dude,
accent
really?
is
I have
so.
no problem. You know what? I
I
understand
mean, I
those people
have,
like
but it's just
completely.
it's
I totally
I
do. I don't
can.
know why. I can understand everything he's saying.
well,
That's why
I
just
don't
like
know.
it
It's
takes
just
a while
maybe
for
it's
the
his
like.
flow or something.
You spend a
Well,
lot of time on Hangouts. That's why.
Maybe
who, me?
so.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, you
yeah,
can understand them. Yeah.
yeah.
I'm not
Yeah,
saying
like
I
for
don't understand, but
some people can't understand crack villain. Like it takes them a long time to understand crack
Right.
villain. But once I listen to him for a while, then all of a sudden it clicks in, and you go, "Oh, now I understand, old dude." And
Honestly, the only
uh,
person in this server that I have a hard time understanding still to this day is Panto.
oh my God, I was going to mention it, but I understand him too now, pretty much all
I
the
can
time.
as long as he gets as long as he talks. It purposefully takes time, but if you get
yeah, if
him,
he's
you really get him
flowing, yeah,
talking
you
about
get it.
something, man, and he's like, yeah, he starts like when he gets into it, you'll not understand him, and if you can, then you're just talented. You're better than I am. A lot of people are better than I am at
That's all good. And
interpreting
it goes
people, but
for a lot
he
of
takes like
a
I
lot
love
of
Panto
Scottish
though.
people is
Panto's
kind
a
of
good.
like that. Yeah, me too.
He
Yeah, a lot of
he does
Scottish people, it's hard for like Americans to really get a hold of it. And even like I was saying with Martin's accent, it's kind of like, wow, I can see exactly what you're saying. It's just kind of, it just doesn't like totally flow the way that it does. With a lot of other British people that we meet on here, it just kind of flows through. We're just talking normal. But when you listen to Martin's streams, it's like, yes, I can capture most. It's not that I'm not hearing what he's saying. It's just like it doesn't necessarily register through the same way that it would be like if he was talking in American English, basically. It's like I hear every word. I'm just saying it.
Unless you listen to him over and over and for
Yeah,
a
I know.
while and get used to it, then it's effective.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But yeah, I love Martin's work. Yeah, good dude. I feel like he doesn't open his mouth when he speaks very much. He's like the.
I even have the
I'm not
citation
gonna
for
say any more shit about Martin anyway because I
violation
love
of rights. I have this file. Violation of rights under the color of law. Here's a citation. Oh, you have to download it. Oh, it shouldn't be too hard.
America. Fuck yeah.
Anything they try to write federally under federal laws is concerning United States of America corporation, corporate fictions in the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, American Samoa, the Virgin Islands, and other territories. That's it.
And they are not states. They want to
they're
make
not states.
DC
I
and
mean, there are
Puerto
similar
Rico
acts.
states.
Some of the similar acts will be like the Act of 1871. They would, devise a similar act for Puerto Rico.
Yeah, but
What are you
it's
saying, Josh?
like what they want to do, like Kamala Harris and AOC, they're trying to push forward this bill that's going to make Washington D.C. and Puerto Rico additional states to have 52.
Oh my God!
And the problem with that is if you look into the annals of history, there's a lot of shady shit that Washington had done. Right, he was the one that drew up the districts and overlaid them over the states, thus nullifying the Constitution. Direct violation.
Yeah, because they're yeah. I mean, Washington D.C. is not part of the United States. Basically, it's a district, just like you're saying. Yeah, legally.
Yeah, but not a district. It's a District of Columbia.
I know. No shit. I'm quite aware of that. And that happened in 1871.
Yeah, but what Columbia are they talking about?
The United Corporation.
The goddess? The
That's
goddess?
a corporation.
And that's what is that not what a citizen is? Is
No,
like
wait.
a
In
resident?
legal
Is that, hang on,
terms.
Helio. Hang on,
Go ahead.
Helio. Is that not what a citizen is? Is a resident of the District of Columbia, or Washington D.C. or the Dominican Republic? I mean, it's
It's an employee of a corporation. That's what a
Right.
citizen is. Yeah.
So all of your
Yes.
government workers would technically be citizens. But see, then you get into this, then you get into the sovereign, which is totally, it takes you in the wrong direction when you
Well,
get
that's
into
what I
sovereign
was
citizens.
going to say. When you say what Colombia, are you talking about the South American country, or are you talking about Colombia, which that country was not a country?
This Columbia right here.
Yeah.
Columbia, an
Columbia.
American goddess.
Yeah, I know. See, exactly. See, a lot of people can get confused if you don't understand the vernacular. Yeah, Colombia.
Yeah, that's why I proposed that question to get people thinking. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
The
Yeah, in
murdering
1871, District of Columbia was established as its own, pretty much its own
In
city
America.
state.
But it pre-existed America.
Yeah.
The District of Columbia. But it was established in America in 1871.
So was Columbia named after Christopher Columbus?
No.
No.
Goddess.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like you said. It's a Greek goddess, right?
Liberto.
American. Yeah.
I laughed. And I lost my
American goddess. What American goddess? As if there's such a thing.
And
I mean, those only came when Hollywood when it started.
The American god is Uncle Sam with the Mithra hat, the Liberty hat.
Right.
True.
So these are the gods that America is founded upon, not the God, the Most High Creator.
Shit, I've seen all the American Gods episodes, Star Wars
Uh-huh.
series. I've seen all that. Good show.
Yeah, I
Well,
used to think-
excuse me,
I used
not
to memorize
America, because there were people already living here. Let me rephrase that. The United States Corporation was founded on these gods. There.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, but I don't see any reason to go argue with you about it. Right?
Well, no, I mean, it has to do with like esoterica, and this is Masonic Philosophy Society.
Sure, I get that. Yeah, I get that part of it, but I just don't feel like arguing.
I know. Oh, I'm not trying to argue. I'm trying to like agree with you, but also
But if anyone else is ready to teach it, go ahead and teach it. But I just don't want to do it.
I am called Glad of
Why
War, Grim Raider and Third. I am one-eyed and I am highest. I am true guesser and a grim nair. I am the hooded one. I am the All-Father.
The All-Father. That's a good one.
And I am Gondolier Wand Bearer. I have many names, as these are winds, and many titles, as there are ways to die. My ravens are Hugin and Mooney. Thought and memory, my wolves. Freaky and Guru, my horse, is the gallows. Odin.
Thor? Odin.
Uh-oh.
On American Gods.
Did you watch that? Did you watch it,
woe to
Mike,
the
or did you
worthless
read the
shepherd
book?
for
Did
their
you read the
eyes.
book or watch the movie or the TV show?
I watch all of them. I got that shit downloaded.
I noticed.
Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff, man. It really kind of it kind of puts a lot of things into perspective. But anyway, go ahead. Sorry if I'm being disruptive. Go ahead. See, it's like me and Michael are the only one that knows what he was talking about. Just because.
I've seen.
We were talking. That's why I was asking about American Gods.
I knew about the gods of America before American Gods.
Yeah. Well, yeah, me too.
From the old world, they brought their gods here.
Is that another movie I need to watch? Sorry, Sonny. Go
It's a
ahead.
series. It's a
It's
series.
okay. I'm just trying to say something funny. Just keep missing the mark. Stop being so disorderly, Helio.
Wasn't it?
Disorderly
Arrest that man.
Wasn't it capitalism was like the chief of them all, and it used to be Odin, and then there's a new one that was coming
Enterprise,
around.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wasn't there another one
Enterprise.
coming along? Technology or whatever? Oh, Enterprise. Yeah.
Yeah, Enterprise was the ruler. Technology's taken over. Enterprise is trying to subdue him or make it longer before he takes him over, or take away his free will, like they did the same thing to us.
So do I need to add American Gods to my list of
A
movies that
watch
I haven't
list?
seen? Yeah, I mean, is that the
Sure.
name of it, American Gods? Because I've not seen
It's a TV.
Idiocracy either.
It's a TV
What, you haven't
series.
seen
Yeah.
Idiocracy? I'll send
Truth
you some links. I'll send you some links.
Do
Truth prevails. It's I do believe, isn't it after characters by Neil Gaiman?
What's
Yeah.
that? I don't
American
even know.
Gods is based on a novel. The TV show American Gods. It's a Starz
It's
original,
on,
but it's
yeah,
based on
Stars.
a novel.
Mm-hmm.
Stars original, baby.
Based on Neil Gaiman's. Just like
But
you
Yeah,
said, right?
that's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said. Neil Gaiman.
Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
Technically, you're right.
The TV show is freaking insane, though. It's so
absolutely correct. Not technically, absolutely.
Yep.
It was developed from the book.
I'm making a list. And
My son read the book series, and when this came out, he was like, "Dad, you got to watch this."
I wish I'd
He
have
kept-
read
always
it before I watched it.
Yeah, he always kept trying to throw his books at me and say, "Here, read these. You bought them, man. You love books." And I was, I'm studying flat Earth shit. I'm like, "No, I ain't got time for that right now."
Well, actually, Neil Gaiman does some pretty awesome graphic novels.
Yep.
Like comic books.
I've started to look at them.
Most comic book writers are wizards. Like they have the ability to predictively program how things are going and put it in a graphic novel. Like, say, for instance, Marvel or Dark Horse. Right? What is the Dark Horse?
Okay, would Matt Groening fit in there at all?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, okay.
maybe
yeah,
it's
he
just
totally is.
maybe it's just because they are like in with the crowd that knows the game plan, so they can do that.
In a way, or are the ones that are in on the game plan following these sages?
Oh, they're in on
Yeah.
it, dude.
Is the Dark Horse one of the riders of the
Sage?
apocalypse?
Okay, wait, you said wizard and now you're saying the sage. Is it one in the same?
Kind of like wizards, like say for instance, if you win a spelling bee, you're called a spelling bee whiz.
Wow, you're right. Okay.
It's like mastery.
No, I'm not disputing what you're saying. I've never thought about this quite like how you're presenting it, but it's very interesting. I mean, how many quote unquote predictions or predictive programming have people gotten from The Simpsons? I mean, good God. I mean, so yeah.
Right.
To some
you know
people, I guess Homer's a sage. To some people.
Well, you know how one of those episodes they were in a baseball, like playing a baseball game, and they cracked the home run and it went up and it broke the firmament and a bunch of water and oil came down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Oh,
was a
there's
good one.
tons. There's
And
tons
opened up
like
the
that.
sky.
Very bizarre.
So it's like Simpsons let everybody know Earth is flat, there's a dome above, and water's above that.
Wait, water's
Oh
above
no,
the
they were
dome?
just yeah.
Yep.
They were just trying to be edgy, right?
I didn't know that.
Well, I got that part from a book of creation that I study, right? And basically,
Okay.
there's waters above the earth,
Right.
waters on the earth, and waters beneath the earth that is
Right.
set on foundations. So the
Oh,
earth is
okay.
set on foundations inside the water that's underneath the earth.
As above, so below.
Did somebody just bend in a biscuit? I heard. Toink!
I did too.
Weird.
Yeah, I call it bend in a biscuit.
Yep. We all live in the bubble of the Lord, actually.
Yeah,
Pretty
that one
much.
too. The whole movie of The
We're
Simpsons.
like in a bubble. Oh,
Yeah,
The Simpsons.
yeah.
Which one is that?
That's the
Oh,
one though with the game.
The movie.
But listen, that's one where he wakes, he goes to sleep, he's dreaming of the game going on, the series, the Yankee Stadium, and that's where they cracked the dome.
Yep.
That just went over everybody's heads. It's just a cartoon.
It was Homer that had the dream, right?
Yeah, look, I'll show
Yeah.
you the clip of the dome breaking where the ball hits it. I'm watching it right now. I like that one. I was stoned and I wasn't real. First time I seen this, I wasn't really in this, and I was like, no one can break God's firmament. What the hell is this cartoon saying? And my cousins were like, what? I said, nothing. I went to church with Grandma. You didn't. Keep watching your cartoon.
Yeah, but maybe this can be
Just
used to
keep
open up
watching,
the
man.
eyes of the cartoon Earth believers.
Yeah, this was about 12 years ago, though.
Almost like The Simpsons predicted flat Earth truth coming out.
Yeah. I wonder where Iggs is. Anybody
wow.
heard from
That would be
Iggs?
something.
IG?
For all we know, the creators could be flat earthers.
No, I haven't heard from Iggs in a while. I thought about that myself the other day. Back to the cracking dome. Oops.
Who here's ever watched Stargate Atlantis?
Yeah, that was crazy, huh? A dome
That's
underwater.
the same. Yeah, it's the same concept. An entire world underwater covered by a dome with an LCD screen and stars and all that. Day and sun,
Wonder where
night
they
and
got that
moon.
idea.
Mm-hmm.
How about that tarp those workers are pulling out that turns into a stingray and smacks them all with the freaking stinger tail. The entire ocean on the field.
So here it comes. It's got the dome and everything in it. And this one,
Yep.
they raised Stargate. They raised Atlantis up off the bottom of the ocean and bring it back up out of the sea.
What about Stephen King?
I used to like that.
I'll go a step further with NASA, right? What are the names of the shuttles? An endeavor to
They
discover
make
the Enterprise of Atlantis.
Yeah. Enterprise endeavored to discover Atlantis. Challengers get blowed the fuck up.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Enterprise endeavors discovery Atlantis. Challengers, well, that one blew up. So that's a message to the world. Bitch, we're looking for Atlantis. And if you get in our fucking way, we're gonna blow you the fuck up.
So no challengers. We won't tolerate challengers.
Well,
as you could see in Mount Rushmore, they don't like competition.
Exactly.
those are just park rangers. I can't stand those people.
And what does the propaganda always do with the enemy of the government? They demonize them every time.
That's right.
That. I love that the whole thing was
grassroots constitutionalists. They're terrorists.
Yep.
Here's the numpty in the room, in the middle of the room. No one wants to talk about. Wait a minute. Now I forgot. Now I really sound like a fucking boomer. Never mind.
You'll remember.
Oh my goodness.
You'll remember it in a second. When you do, just blurt it out. Just blurt it out. It's okay.
That's the one that says boomers getting banned. That's my mama you're talking about.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
I'll give you a Gen X boot in your ass. Jenny.
Run, Forrest, run.
But Jenny, I know I'm not a smart man, Jenny, but I know what love is.
I know what love is. Oh my gosh, that's
Why don't you?
Sam Cooke again.
Why don't you love me, Jenny?
It's such an epic movie, man. I cried like over a dozen times.
I like Forrest Gump.
Like
sorry, I messed up. Sorry, I messed up your Black Panthers party.
Yeah, I kind of absolutely refuse to watch him. I just don't think of that man the same anymore. I can't watch him depicting Mr. Rogers. Can't do it.
Just think about what the other ones that are going along with everything that they haven't been found out yet have done.
I want you guys to look at that and tell me it. Look at this. Look at this image. Does it resemble Disney? This is Atlantis. Stargate Atlantis. Doesn't it kind of resemble the Disney castle?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, the Magic Castle.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
The Magic Kingdom.
The streak across the top of it, and yep.
The Magic Evil Kingdom.
Just wanted to make sure I wasn't the only one seeing that.
And that's what they're trying to manifest is that Magic Kingdom. Sorry, Jenny.
I kind of lean towards like Stephen King and his depiction of the Dark Tower. Like, what if that's in the middle? No?
Langoliers are coming.
I don't know. I wouldn't. I don't know.
I'm not that big of a Stephen King fan. I can't follow his books.
Well, allegedly, everything he ever wrote, it's all interconnected with each other. But yeah, you got Under the Dome by Stephen King. Yep.
I used to read all his books. It got a little too weird for me. I was like, once it got like Pet Cemetery, I'm like, oh no, man, this guy's.
Man, that was so scary. I
And it's
read
got the
that
Wilson
book.
hand. That flyer or poster or whatever, it has that Wilson hand. You know, for the face of Wilson on the tennis ball.
Whoa. You're right. Holy cow.
Wait a minute. What has the face of Wilson ball? Wait a minute. What does?
You know the bloody handprint is the face of Wilson. It's on under the dome. That Mr. Misbarsh posted at 54 after the hour.
It's like, where's Waldo? It's right there.
Is Under the Dome, is that a Flat Earth movie?
It was a series. They only had like one season though, right?
Well,
Yeah,
I
look at
think
that.
it was called a mini series.
I wonder where I can watch that series.
1, 2, 3 movies.
The best site ever is soap, the number 2, and the word day. Soap Today. Just Google it.
Yeah, I've had Soap Today for quite a while. Actually, Helio told me about it
Yeah, it's
about a
great.
month or so ago. Yeah, I've been watching the heck out of a lot of things I couldn't find anywhere else. I found on
I
there.
know, it's a really good site.
Whoa, there's a PDF about a theory of the Castaway movie. It's like a rabbit hole in itself.
Really?
Yeah. I know it's off topic, but
Good morning, family.
Hello.
How's everyone?
Who's that? Geppy Gets. Good morning. It's
Yeah.
good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, 5 a.m.
Way over there in Transylvania or wherever. Just
No,
kidding.
in Germany, actually.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
It might as well be
It's 1 hour.
Transylvania, Germany. It's along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Romania is still 4 a.m. Yeah.
Romania.
Did you see how thin the moon is?
yes.
Is it a sliver right now? Let me see when. Having trouble with my internet or something.
Yeah, they say it's been some kind of hackers attack here in Germany. Like all the factories, they have issues with their computers,
Ransomware.
networks. Yeah.
Found a good example of gravity not working on gases. I've got to post it because I think it's funny.
Oh.
What? Wait, what's that? What are you saying? The electrostatic force is stronger than gravity?
Yeah. Not by
Duh.
even just not by a little bit either, by a whole bunch.
Yeah.
See,
One
people
is
that
real.
don't understand electromagnetic force. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean when you go down that road? That's a
That
perfect
makes me want
illustration
to.
of it.
That makes me want to grab buy a bunch of balloons and do that to my cats. Or
Yeah.
seriously, and thinking like I'm trying to think: do I have balloons somewhere, put up somewhere? Maybe I do. I don't know.
Those look like water balloons, so they'd be cheap.
Bring
You
them.
should do it.
Bring them next. Bring them next to my CNC machine, and I release the magnet. You know, drop the tile, the parts.
They'll get all covered in chips.
Oh yeah. These cranes, they use magnets, you know, and yeah, to lift weights.
I don't know what the hell happened to gravity here.
No,
Something
no,
wrong
Jenny, mass attracting mass has been discredited about 100 years ago.
Yeah,
know.
and space-time curvature has been debunked also by Neil deGrasse Tyson with dark gravity.
Yeah. It's a pushing force caused by a white hole.
Yeah.
Does that mean the sun is a white hole? No. You just don't understand. The math is too complicated for you. Try me.
It's so intense. It takes a lot of chalk.
Yeah.
Lots of chalkboards. They have to be all lined up, and you have to have lots of chalk.
No, instead of a chalkboard, let's do it on Google Meet with the whiteboard, and let's see you draw it up there. That way it's broadcast and archived. Yeah. Come on, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Entication. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. Or any of the numpties. I mean, experts.
Hell, I don't even have to debate you about the flat Earth. You pick the subject.
That's a great idea. Get some
New World Order.
Get some receipts from these bozos.
How about the New Order of the World on the dollar bill? That's cool. That's interesting.
No, I want to debate him about Illuminati, because that's what he is. He says he's not a Freemason, and I agree, he's not.
That too.
Let's debate you about your own creative cause. Let's pick it apart on how it's internally flawed, because that can never be attained, because everybody is greedy in and of themselves.
Topic.
The new age of
The
man.
Lamb
Come
of God.
on.
How about that topic? The Lion of Judah.
You have to create the world just like it is. Otherwise, we will reject it, right? Just like the Matrix says.
How about the Creator? That's a cool topic, right?
Yeah.
Is it Ra? Is it Zeus? Or
No,
Through
gravity.
their shields, man.
Gravity. Gravity made the soup on a rock. And
that's a strange god.
I think
I've never heard
I think
of
Rabbit
it.
was the most talented.
What is this god? Speak of gravity.
Sorry, Jippy Jet.
It made the soup on a rock.
Good looking out, Jen.
What you talking
Is
about?
it a
Looking out on the soap today
god,
shit.
though? Like, is it cool?
Got
Yeah,
3
man.
seasons
Hmm.
of American Gods. Hey, you're interrupting the American Gods talk, bro. Cut it. You can go to soaptoday.sh and watch American Gods all 3 seasons.
For free.
What is the gravity the god of, though? You know, like
Yeah,
god of what?
free, yes.
Nice.
The god of creation. Gravity.
Click that link.
The god of money? the god of greed?
Oh, here.
Everybody
I'll give
revolve
you-
around
I'll see
me.
if this other one does.
the god of the god
Here's
of the
the
free
Use that
world.
link. Welcome to Soap Today. And then just go to the search bar and put American Gods. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Season 3.
After he got out of the park ranger car, he got took down by the Rangers. Go,
Dude,
Mount
I just
Rushmore
love the
Rangers.
getup, man. The lab coat, looking, the bow
Yeah,
tie.
nigga got beardies from hell. Any
So,
morning he's gonna be looking Viking.
That's a good one. The
wanna
Mount
buy him
Rushmore F Troop. The Mount Rushmore F Troop Rangers. Tally ho!
Go,
Let's stop these people
go.
from
Native land stealing
exercising
Rangers.
the goofy Rangers, the F Troop Rangers from Mount Rushmore. We're gonna make sure people don't speak.
Wits
They
it
can't
just
I'd have went to jail.
be
Because
history.
I'd have told him what kind of bitch he was being. And then I'd say, just take me to jail, bitch, because I'm suing you.
Yeah.
I haven't
And our
committed
next-
no crime. You're a punk ass park ranger, and you're not. Your legality's all fucked up.
Yeah. What did
You're
they run out of
restricting my
all top
constitutional
top?
rights.
And the
there's
next
a large
Flat Earth
ingredient
Rally will be on
of
Mount
people from
Rushmore.
all
Man
over
up,
the
nigga.
world watching your actions and listening to every
Yeah.
word you're saying.
Man up. Put them nuts in your pocket and take me to jail, bro.
How dumb are the Mount Rushmore cops? They so
I need a
dumb they didn't
lawsuit.
even know they were being recorded the entire time. Live on the internet, folks. Thank you very
Yeah,
much. Now
they're
we're
not
talking about it.
LEOs though.
You
They're not.
idiots.
They're not cops. They're just
What a
park
bunch of
rangers. There's a
dickwads.
difference.
Jeez.
This is why I'm hot. I'm hot because I'm fly. You ain't because you're not.
Don't get me riled up. I'll freaking.
I mean, what are they? Is he Yogi or something like that? Stealing a picnic basket?
I can make a
Yeah,
mill just flexing on the track.
it would seem like it.
You park ranger, why don't you go ranger that squirrel?
People.
But
or
hey,
maybe,
boo boo.
or
Fuck
catch
the
somebody
park
that's
ranger,
really
boo
stealing.
boo.
Or somebody that's really stealing
I'm
the picnic baskets.
hey, boo boo. Fuck the park ranger. I'm smarter than your average fucking bear, eh?
Hey, cheese it, boo boo.
Hey, yo, wait,
But Yogi, he's gonna bust you. He's gonna give you a citation, Yogi.
They
Yeah.
really screwed up. They
Oh,
really
you
screwed up,
these
man.
picnic baskets are addicting, boo boo.
And we heard all of
As
that.
long as
Now
he don't find out I've been stealing his wife's picnic basket every night. Woo-hoo. She got that good peach pie.
they really screwed up with all of us watching that live stream. Oh my gosh. And all of us calling that number. And even even if some of us didn't call at all, there's a bunch of people that called, and like they had to shut the number down.
I lost to
But
some guy from Hong Kong.
tomorrow's a new day. But that's funny. Now we're making comedy routines about how idiotic their
Yeah, I'm
freaking
gonna
little
call him
clown
up and
show
ask
cops
him.
are.
Ask him, do
That's what
park
it
rangers
is.
make it a habit to deprive American citizens of their
Yep.
constitutional rights on the
Yep.
regular? Because I was
It's
Yeah.
thinking
illegal
about coming
fiction.
to Mount. Because I was
How
thinking
can I
about
make?
coming to Mount Rushmore, but now I'm thinking, fuck Mount Rushmore.
Yeah. Can I make an official complaint? How do I make an official written complaint
We'll go
towards
to
the park?
Arlington Cemetery and see 3 of my grandfathers.
Let's go
What's up?
worship at Mount Rushmore. Let's go worship the President America at Mount Rushmore.
The
And we'll
ones
talk
that we
tomorrow.
have apotheosis.
Oh, the idols that are on the faces, yeah, those guys.
Just have a
They're
flat Earth meetup
Freemasons.
at Mount Rushmore.
You know, the
Yeah,
ones that are on the money.
these are idols.
If they don't
I'm
like
sure
a
that
little bit, then give them a lot.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
go up
Your
there in
face
full
before
regalia with my war hatchet, taking scalps.
four scores and how many years? I forget the thing. And 4 scores some years ago, our fathers brought forth.
And
I
killed all the
forgot. I was
giants
11.
and destroyed all the people's property and
This
made them move
nation,
somewhere else.
a new nation. That's the interesting part.
What about the whole 40 acres and a mule?
Yeah, you know how I hear it 407 years ago, our forefathers killed all the fuckers that owned this land and brought forth a new nation
That's
on this
right.
here native continent.
Yes.
And pretty
A
soon you'll live
new
here, and
nation.
we'll convince you that you're no better, and that would just do the same with
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
even though you've lived here for hundreds of
It-
years.
Listen, I have a problem with the next part. And this new nation was conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. What about the savages you claim that you killed, their women and children, and just gunned them down with cannons while they slept in teepees?
That all Freemasons are created equal. You got to be in the club. You know what I mean? Like, because everybody's considered cattle.
Well, that's just it.
Slaves.
John Colt made
that's
man
just
equal.
it. Not all people are men, though, in their definition of what a man is. You know how many people I hear say, I'm going to be a sovereign citizen, and they think they're going to be free. But if you're a citizen of any kind, you're property of a government, and they don't even know it.
That's like
to
saying,
give you to teach you
that's-
your real freedom, I could go to a federal penitentiary for the rest of my life.
And so that's what they've done with this,
evil.
like people realizing, that they are what is it, a natural man. A natural man is how you should refer to yourself. But they knew that people were waking up to this and everything being like them getting out of the bounds of the Constitution. And then they had, what was it? It's called the Freedom Law School. out of Florida is they teach you how to become a sovereign citizen. I know because when I first heard about it, I got a
Yeah,
package.
so you're still a citizen.
Yeah, still
Property
a
of the
citizen.
state. You become property of your state, which the state is property of the federal government, so you're still in the same system. You just get a few more liberties.
Stupid.
The Pope owns the world. I'm just saying. You don't own anything. You're just you just
No,
live there.
the Pope has not. Listen, when he says he owns 90% of the world, that's because through treaty and contract, he fucked the hereditary claim owners out of all their land. They got treaties with all the landowners,
New World Order.
so they own it while it's under rent. He's the rental manager.
Yeah, he's the religion, right? And America's the military. So you got the religion, the military, and the money bank. And that's that's the New World Order. That's trade. Military protects the trade. You know what I
I'm
mean? It's
talking
like the Silk Road,
just
the
about the
East Trading
land.
Company,
So
Merovingian family, and the Rothschild.
once it rental, they were the debtor, the number one claim debtor in a contract. So they come in and they rape all our lands, all its natural resources, and it goes back there. And then they
Do you know
charge
what a
us rent to live
patron
on our own
is?
land.
A patron is a person that funds a project for a certain creative or talented person, like Da Vinci. All these big projects, right? And these families are patrons. You know what I mean? Like, they're the names behind all the National Endowment Foundation, Science Foundation, this, that, PBS, so science channels. You know what I mean? Like, they own everything. It's really crazy. But you get the religion to control the people, right? I think they're trying to remove all religions. You guys notice that? And aliens are a thing, hey? Well, not aliens, hybrids. My bad. I'm high. Go ahead. Sorry.
You got a little too cringe.
I was just letting you ramble on, bro. I'm looking through everything that's on this soap today. I mean, I got shit on demand, but sometimes I'm
doing some research on some aliens, man.
too lazy. Damn it! Once I sit down, it's over. Unless some livestock is in dire need of care.
Say
I'm not
global.
moving.
Pat, all we need is the right crisis to usher in the new world order. A global pandemic. And then we can have our new world order. Henry Kissinger. He said it, yeah.
Imagine if we were all united through threat of some unknown outside force. Takes us back to that Ronnie Reagan speech. And I don't care what no one says. Mrs. Reagan was a tranny. Fuck you if you don't agree.
That's exactly what it means, right? Outside threat. An outside threat. Well, anyways.
Damn trannies are an outside threat, damn it.
Winston, Room 101, us today. Scary, and it's kind of fascinating at the same time. I'm just saying.
Like a tornado.
Like a tornado. And you don't have a basement. You're driving and looking at it.
That's true, though. I mean, when tornadoes, or at least,
no car.
At least for me, I don't run from them. It's like if they say if the weather's bad, I'm out there looking at it. It's like how can you have to look at it. How can you not look at it?
Yeah. Marvel at its beauty, right? At its destructive force.
Sonny, what are you going to do with all those limes? Are you going to make limeade?
No, they're quince. They're quince fruit. They're the sweetest fruit you ever could believe. Oh my God, it's so
Oh.
good. Gee whiz, it's so
Are they like
good.
a kiwi?
Kind of like a pear, apple, like even the small ones. In a couple days, I just rinse them off, and then in a couple days, I put them out on the shelf, and they just get soft and they get perfect. And you just peel the skin off. But I ate one out right off the tree today. Like
I'm
I
jealous.
found a way to throw a rock with a cord attached to it and string it over the branches where the fruit is, and then shake the shit out of it.
That's
And
smart, bro. That's
Hey,
smart.
I got as much as I can carry on my bike.
You gotta have
so
a
they
good
probably
aim, though,
have
right?
like, do they have like
Oh,
a high content of vitamin C more than like oranges or something,
yeah,
or do you know?
they have all kinds of stuff. They have phosphorus, magnesium, uh, potash, vitamin B's, vitamin
Nice.
C, magnesium, and
That's what
potassium,
I would
and
want.
phosphorus. And here, I'll put it.
And
I'll
if
put
they're
it.
like a pear and an apple, or an apple, if they're kind of like that, they're probably full of fiber too.
And I got a bunch of seeds, and the seeds have been used for thousands of years in Mesopotamia, like or in like the Caucasus Mountains around Ararat.
What's the texture like? Like a peach
Like a
or an
like a
apple?
mango, but a kind of a creamy mango pear, like
Soft,
mixed with the pear. Like it's hard to describe.
like a soft,
Yeah,
mushy.
soft,
Had,
really
I've
nice
had
kind of.
quince jam before, and it's kind of sour. The jam
These are
is.
sweet. These are super sweet, super duper sweet.
Yeah, but I think when they make the jam,
Throw
they
those
add
in
lemon
rice.
juice to it so it doesn't like go off in color or something.
No, some of them are. No, some of the quince tree are, but this particular one, for whatever reason, it's one of the really super sweet ones. It's like food
Ooh,
is falling off of these trees. It's like lots
so
of
you
it.
got a so you got
Mhm.
like a nice cultivar, nice, nice.
You guys ever
That's a pretty
notice
good.
food
Can
grows?
you make a?
That's a pretty good haul for a bicycle.
Yeah, it's
Is
about.
it?
I think it's about 5 pounds, 7 pounds, 5 or 7 pounds, something like that.
Can you make a pie with it?
I can make jam out of it. I can make
That
jam.
works.
Yeah,
You make
so I can
Like,
put it in jars.
I try to keep my sweet stuff really simple. So like I don't buy like snack cakes and keep them in my house. So I just make like a piece of toast with a good like jelly or whatever made from real sugar, not high fructose corn syrup.
I
Mhm.
bet
So yeah,
those
that's
would be
good.
great making them like glazed apples or whatever and canning them.
Yeah, yeah,
Hmm,
yeah. Really good for that.
awesome.
So the seeds have been used for uterine bleeding and all kinds of any kind of stomach disorders like gastrointestinal problems, irritable bowel syndrome, anything like that. Super good for the stomach. And like they say you can put a seed in like under your tongue and that you won't be thirsty. All these kind of things, and it's like I go there and it's like this magical freaking plant, man. I'm like, how did I happen to find this? And I see once I find something, then I start looking more information. Then I find incredible things about these plants. Like,
That's awesome, Sonny.
It's good for
yeah,
uterine bleeding. See that now those things are good to know. You should put that in the health server. Just
yeah.
Mhm.
So here I'll find the article. I had something about it.
but that's the seed out of it though, right? It's not the fruit. You're talking about the seeds that are in it. The health benefits. Is that what
Yeah,
you're
but no, the fruit. No, the fruit is too. The fruit is
Oh, okay.
highly
Well,
nutritious.
yeah.
Yeah, super. It's like a superfood. Apparently, it looks like it.
Cool.
So let's see, quince.
I've never heard of it.
Me
Yeah, I
neither.
never did either, man. And it used to be really popular. So this is WebMD, so take it as it comes. But says it's a small tree bearing a yellow fruit. The seed, fruit, and leaves are used as medicine. Quince fruit syrup is sometimes used for persistent heartburn in children. Quince is also used for morning sickness, hay fever, stomach ulcers, and many other conditions, but there's no good scientific evidence to support these uses. But listen, like then when you go into the history of it, it's been used for thousands of years. It's wait a minute, I'm gonna look at a different source. I don't like this. Source is lame. Forget that.
Well, of course, there's not going to be any scientific evidence to support any of it because
Right.
they don't put that out there.
Here we go.
It don't make no money.
The
Right.
seed has been used. The seed has been used for. It's called Sidonia oblongata is the name of the plant. So let's see here. For digestive disorders, diarrhea, cough, stomach and intestinal swelling, skin injuries when applied to the skin, swollen and painful joints when applied to the skin, eye discomfort when applied as a lotion.
Sounds like an anti-inflammatory.
Yeah, special precaution, blah, 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 blah. Wait a second. No, I think I got more out of when I actually was looking at the history of...
I wonder if you could dehydrate them.
Probably. The thing is with these, it has to be done kind of quick. Like right now, the ones I got, in a couple days, they'll be too soft. So I'm going to try to cook them while they still have some texture to them.
Yeah.
So look, highly prized. It's part of the, it's in the rose family. But these trees are like 20, 25 feet tall. So I find 2 trees out in the wild, get this, then I look up the information, and the trees can produce 200 to 300 pounds per tree every season.
Damn.
I don't know about that, but I hope everything over there is doing well. I don't know if it's like that all across, but I know the blackberries here are so tiny, man. They're just like makes you. I mean, you take 2 looks when you first see them. It's like, wait, is that really blackberries? Because they're so tiny, all of them. None of them are huge like they usually are. So I don't know what's up with that.
I would be willing to guess that they're supposed to be small.
No, I pick them every year.
So here's what it says. So, it's a fruit that was highly prized by ancient civilizations. Hold on, this is not what mine look like. There's different varieties.
Or maybe the first couple years.
Around in my own backyard. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's just about the blackberries, man. I was just gonna say maybe the first couple of years that I picked them, maybe they were just doing abundantly well, and now they're just normal. Who knows? But yeah, those look interesting.
I was almost kind of wondering.
So listen, so I'm sorry. So all of this learning that I've done, like in the server, like about the Bible and all these things, and then just looking around me. So like it says that it was highly prized. Quince was by ancient civilization, probably originated near the antique city of Smyrna, Turkey. The fruit was widely disseminated in artistic drawings as wall paintings and mosaics at the lost city of Pompeii, Italy, even though the ancient Greeks had developed and grafted quince with an exceptional quality. It is only in recent years that agricultural scientists have hybridized a fruit with a softer texture and juicier flesh. Some modern Bible translations claim that Adam tasted in the Garden of Eden the fruit of an apple, but more likely the fruit was a quince. Since apples came to that region at a much later date. So I find this freaking ancient trees, like
That would be amazing.
It's like the one on top looks like an apple, and the one that it's sitting on looks like a pear. They do look like apples and pears.
Can be used to make jellies, jams, pies, paste, and pectin value.
So what else did you get?
What else did I get? That's it. Oh, what else I get? Oh, the information. Oh, okay. Here we go.
No, I was talking about fruit, like on your fruit trip.
No, that's all I get. I could get a whole bunch of cactus fruit though, but that's another whole process because they have these little stickers, and when they get in you, man, oh my God, it's not fun. You don't want to get any of those stickers in you.
I wonder if you can, if you take, like, I don't know how you would go about de-needling them, or whatever you want to call it. I wonder if it's kind of like stinging needles, because stinging needles healthy and good, but you have to.
Yeah, these are like
blanch the-
terrorizing. These are like terrorizing stinger needles. These are like the worst. They stick in there and they don't let go. They literally just stick and stay in there, like they're hooked in reverse or something. So when you try to pull them out, it just pulls your skin.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they're little tiny ones, so you get like 100 of them, like in a little tiny square area, right? So anyway, I scraped them off one, but it took too much effort to eat those because they have all these little seeds in them. Maybe when they get a little bit later, a little more ripe or something. But there was hundreds of them. I don't even care about those because I have so much quince now. I can eat it right off the tree.
Well, the trouble it takes to get to it, to be able to eat it and to get to see that, it's like they're bound to be like extremely good for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So look up how you could look up how the seeds have been used yourself, and I was quite astonished at what this particular fruit is good for. I was like really grateful because I can't stand going to the store, you know. I'd rather take a bike ride, go out to the woods and get my own fruit from the tree and go back home. Did half my shopping.
We're supposed to eat. We're supposed to eat local food that's in season.
Mm-hmm.
So you're doing good.
Well, since then I've eaten a whole bunch more fruit because I just got tired of eating apples all the time. I can't do it, you know, and so it was about time for a change, you know. It was perfect. Anyway, I'll get off of the quince thing now. But no one ever said like ever heard of quince, and it's like I'm totally astonished that I didn't really know about it either. Mm-hmm.
Thanks for sharing, Sonny.
So why aren't all fruit shaped like a quince? If quinces are shaped like that, does that mean all fruit are pear-shaped?
No, not like you saw the ones I got.
Yeah, I know.
Some of them are larger though, and that. But I found even the small ones are still just as good, even tastier. When they ripen, they get soft and they're really tasty and juicy. So isn't that crazy what happened to Whitsett and Mount Rushmore?
I can't say I'm surprised.
Gets freaking arrested by the man who are just numpty dipshits. F troop.
I think
I love the get up though. The lab coat. I love that.
The lab coat and the bow tie.
I think he was anticipating this happening at some point because, he had the backup and, props go to him for that. That's his insurance policy.
Yeah, it actually got good. I don't know if I saw the whole thing, but I'll have to catch the end
Yeah,
of
I'm
it.
gonna have to listen to it. I'm gonna have to.
Because then he just more or less, Austin started talking with us, the audience, which was actually cool. It was cool because that sucked, Getting your stuff stolen by the man.
That's just so amazing. I can't wait to see what he does with his money.
We don't care if we say that it's evidence, even though the speaker is not evidence in anything. What is the speaker evidence of? That it can amplify sound?
See, all it comes down to, in real simple terms, they didn't like what he was saying, so they solicited a crime against him.
Exactly.
To
Which is the
silence.
definition of conspiracy.
The
They
what?
conspired to act against Gets It, Wits It, right?
Yep.
Or Wits It, Gets It.
Mm-hmm.
I
So that's a
mean,
conspiracy. That's a crime.
officers are infamous for soliciting their crimes if they don't like you.
Yep.
Yeah, but that in itself is the definition of conspiracy.
Yes, it
True.
is. Right out in the open, right on the internet, everybody. Here we go.
Man,
Live.
they fucked with the wrong dude today. That's all I'm thinking.
Isn't it
So-
funny that
and
they
they-
said nothing? Isn't it funny they said nothing about it, like if it was transmitting or not? They just assumed they stopped it, I think, or something. Because didn't they just act like that it was off?
Yeah.
To me, it looked like they just didn't know it was on the whole time. What a bunch of... Ugh. Oh, stop.
I can't wait to watch it. I'm definitely going to because, yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, I don't watch it like a lot because I really can't stand some officers' attitudes, their ego and their power trip that they're on. It's just cringy, it's just against humanity in my opinion. But anyway, so yeah, I can't wait to see what Austin says. He knows what's up, I'm sure. So, yeah, fascinating stuff. So, does anybody know if he's going to another location or is he going to go on a break or what? I mean, does he have a schedule like he's supposed to be somewhere or?
Oh, maybe it's on his stream. He hops in here from time to time. So if you see him, just
Yeah. I'll have to ask him if he has a tentative like dates or something, for like meetups or what have you. I don't know. Because he kind of put it out there like a tour, so announcing tour dates is usually the thing.
I think he does. I just don't know what it is.
Oh, no,
That
cool.
stream has already got 2,500 views in only an hour or something.
Ooh. All right, cool. Kicking it up a notch again.
Well, until a
Not
change
bad.
is
Only
made,
105 gigs or 101.5 gig.
until a change
So-
is made, every instance like this, all it's going to do is teach the predators how to be better predators. So hopefully through all this, like there'll be something good come out of it.
Well, I'm just glad he didn't get arrested. I mean,
The numpties
obviously
didn't even...
somebody.
I'm sorry.
You were going to go on about the numpties. Go ahead.
The numpties at Mount Rushmore didn't even know that they had this video titled for them before they even pulled their numptiness.
Yeah, they had no idea. Yeah. And they obviously weren't aware of, people's rights to free speech and to film in public. I mean, happens all the time, all across the nation, probably every day. People don't know what they're talking about.
These little cops are like going to be the laughing stock.
I feel bad for them.
I
A park
don't.
ranger, the only job they should have is making sure people aren't destroying or defacing parks. You know, like tearing up
Yeah,
land.
That's the thing. Their
yeah.
jurisdiction's not on the public land.
They don't
It's
get
on
to make
the
judgment
federal.
calls.
It's on the federal. They have jurisdiction, not in the public sector. And he was in the
That
public
makes it
sector.
even better. That makes it even better for
Well,
Witsit.
I mean, really though, the federal government, they're not supposed to own land. They're supposed to rent it from the people. The people own the land. They're
They
just
don't care. They're
borrowing it.
tyrants.
It's not
Hello,
theirs.
everybody.
Yeah.
Hey, Enoch.
Hey, Enoch.
How you guys doing?
Pretty good. Just discussing Witsit gets its latest stream, the events that occurred.
Okay, I'm not aware of anything like that.
Well, on the stream, when he was streaming it out Mount Rushmore, some park rangers harassed him and placed him in cuffs.
Wow. That's
And
what was the
like
reason?
everything they were talking about, like the whole thing was streamed. Everything they were speaking is streamed. So if the transcript from this stream contradicts anything that's in that police report that they have to give, the officer's report for issuing the citation, they have to do a report of that. If it's not in there, if they add something that's not in there or take something out that's not in that what they were speaking in the events that happened, big problem, isn't it?
In other words, if they
It's a
misrepresent
false.
it,
Yeah, it's a false claim. They would be
False
making a
arrest,
false claim.
felonious charges,
falsify.
harassment,
Yep.
false imprisonment. Let's see. Oh, stepping out of jurisdiction.
Well, if the documents that they write that stuff down on, they write the charges and the incident reports and all that. If they put something on there falsely, it's the same as perjury.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And what they need to do is throw everything in question and record that officer has ever done. Do a full-on investigation, 9/11 style.
Well, maybe not 9/11 style because that didn't work
No,
out.
we need to crucify these officers that
Yeah,
step out of the law to make an example for the other officers to do the right thing.
I get you.
Okay, according to the website, saying current location, Traverse City, Michigan. I don't know if that's possible. Sorry, go ahead. I wasn't trying to change the subject from what you guys are talking about.
Also, I'm sure that the officer needs to show up in court for trial. If officer's not there, must be acquitted. Who made the complaint? Who was the one who issued it? If the issuer is not here, habeas corpus. Where's the corpse? Who's the representative? Who's representing that claim? You know, it's like, all right, I got it downloaded. Nice. Yeah, because he's sitting there talking about conspiracy theory and the globe Earth, and then they come up and they shut him up. But they're on loudspeaker the whole time. It's funny.
Are you guys talking about Witsits? We should watch some of it or listen to some of it.
Yeah, so around the 21-minute, 33-second mark is
That's
when the
Sonny's
encounter
department.
happens.
I don't know. I don't know how to do a time stamp. Sonny does.
Well, no, I mean on the video itself, because
Oh.
it's now archived. 21 minutes and 33 seconds. Or I can do here, I'll just do a timestamp.
There's Mount Rushmore video right here.
Yeah. And it like pretty much goes all the way to like the end of the stream. So 21 minutes and out of a 2 hour and 50-minute.
Yeah.
A waste of time.
Sonny, you know how to start a video at. Oh, okay. So hopefully this
There's a
works.
timestamp.
Okay. Did anybody else interested in listening to it? Because I don't want to. I guess we'll give it a go. And I'll just pause it if anybody needs to jump in about anything. Okay, somebody has it paused. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Sonny.
They entered the screen at 22 minutes after the start.
Yeah, Sonny. I don't know if you want to do it by hand or it's supposed to be the one I played as a timestamp.
Here, I could just put it in again. It's cool.
And while you're playing that, I'll see if I can find some Globers or some new, not Globers, but new people.
Yeah, and we can always pause this while what's it speaking. Where did that link go? What?
I just tried to place on the timestamped one.
Oh no, something's happening. I wonder why.
What is it?
Sometimes I lose control of the machine.
The one that's issuing the citation is stuttering on his own code.
Dude.
No way.
Hiya, lads. Well, science class. We've already been attacked by the park police a couple times. We've also had a couple boomers already get triggered, but it's okay. It comes with the territory. You know, knowledge doesn't care about opinion, so we're just gonna tell these guys what science is. That's what we're gonna do. In a world.
We're gonna tell these people what science is.
Science class. I today. This is super exciting. Okay, so we were all told that we live on a spinning ball in a vacuum, and for years I've been my work testing this hypothesis. Turns out it's actually not true. Okay, so we're gonna talk about a couple laws of physics here, and hopefully you guys will pass the pop quiz at the end. Yeah. So we've already had a couple people talk about how stupid I am, but we're just gonna talk about science, okay? So let's talk about the scientific method. The scientific method. Yeah. This is how you determine what's scientifically true. It's called the scientific method, okay? You have a dependent variable. This is your naturally occurring observable phenomena. Yep.
I don't think people
and you observe it. Okay?
looks
That's
like
called
they're
a dependent
intimidated
variable.
by
It's the
what he's
effect.
saying.
Now in science, what you do is you propose a cause and effect relationship test. This is called a hypothesis, right? So you say, this I think is the cause of the effect. And then you manipulate and vary that cause to prove it's the cause of the effect. That's called your independent variable. Okay, so you must manipulate the supposed cause to prove that it is in fact the cause of the effect. This is called science. Well, the globe Earth can do this with nothing. Let's talk about it. So there's something. Oh, someone's triggered and over.
He said, no, you need to ID yourself, and no, you do not need to identify yourself. Period.
Okay, so if I take a soda and I open it up, it goes psh, and it equalizes instantaneously to the lower pressure around it. That's called the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will increase and systems will seek spontaneous equilibrium. Second law of thermodynamics. This is what's called a natural law. So it's not debatable. It's a natural law. It happens always, forever, for all recorded history. See, entropy will increase and systems will seek spontaneous equilibrium. So just like when I open up the soda and it equalizes, right? The pressure will go to the lower pressure zone. So how do you guys have a high pressure system called the atmosphere sitting next to a near perfect vacuum? How does that work? And just to save you guys the ridicule, the aerospace engineers that I debate, the astrophysics professors that I debate, they can't answer this question. Well, this is getting interesting. So how do you have a pressurized system with 14.7 psi at the surface sitting next to a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr? It's impossible. You have to have containment to have pressure. It's actually in the word pressure. Pressure, it presses on the walls of a container. The necessary antecedent, fancy requirement, is that you have a container to have pressure. The only way that some of you guys are breathing oxygen, which a year and a half later, I guess some of you guys are still scared of the air. I don't know what's going on. Did something happen? Why is everyone wearing masks? Anyway, so when you breathe your oxygen, that's a gas. Okay, so that's gas pressure. You can't have that sitting next to a vacuum. It would instantaneously fill the vacuum. There's a container sitting there over top of the earth. Don't worry, conveniently for you, the U.S. military has known this for decades, and there are hundreds of declassified documents that say the earth is flat, not moving, with a firmament over top of it. I guess the military's lying, though. Military's probably lying. They do lie a lot. So the second law of thermodynamics debunks the vacuum of space. Now, we have a lot of people ridicule us, but they'll never come up here and offer some type of response to this because they don't even know what the second law is, and it's okay. Now you do. Okay? So, in addition, there's something called fluid statics. This is the second scientific law we're going to discuss today, okay? So, if you have a bottle of water and you tip it in all directions, the water always finds its level. Water always finds its level. This is why we put fluid in levels. This is why it's called sea level. Because water always finds its level. Okay, so how is 70% of the surface of the earth ocean water that's flat and the earth's a ball? How does that work? Interesting. Yeah, water always finds its level. If it didn't, we couldn't build houses. Yeah, it's called fluid statics. That's a natural law. No one has an argument for it. They'll just make fun of us, though. So, second law of thermodynamics, debunks space. The pressure would fill the vacuum. There has to be something containing the atmosphere. Fluid statics always finds its level. Water finds its level, okay? That's why when you go out to the ocean, you'll see the ocean looks like it's level. Because it is. That's why it's called a horizon. Because it's horizontal. That's where the word horizon comes from. I know, very profound. Okay, so what most of you guys will do when I ask you these questions, you'll just say gravity. You don't even know what gravity is, but you'll just say gravity. So let's talk about gravity. So gravity is supposedly the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Most people here will say gravity's mass attracting mass. No, that's over 100 years old, okay? That's been superseded. That's called Newtonian mechanics. It was superseded in 1915 by Einsteinian mechanics, which says that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space and time. We have a couple problems with this, though. See, space is a concept. It's an idea of emptiness. Just a concept. Time is also a concept. It's a human construct that we've come up with to count passing based on what happens in the sky. You see, the sun, it'll eventually get out of the sky and it'll get dark and then it'll come back and it'll be daytime again. That's what we call days. You know where we got days? Based on the sun. Time is just a concept. Space is also just a concept. So how can space and time have physical properties? How can you bend and warp concepts? Can you bend love? Can you bend freedom? Well, America has for the last year and a half, but anyway. So can you bend concepts? You cannot. See, concepts can't bend and warp or dilate. Like when your pupils dilate, they get bigger. They say that time does that, and that's gravity. See, there's no scientific experiment in the history of mankind that has ever isolated gravity. Ever. In the history of mankind. Doesn't exist. It's called the theory of relativity. Most of you guys think gravity's proven, and what you'll do is you'll drop something and be like, this is gravity. Now, when you drop something, it's more dense than the air. That's why it goes down. When I drop a helium balloon, what happens to it? It goes up. It goes up because it's less dense than the surrounding air. Now, all my colleagues, they're really scared to talk about this because they'll lose their funding and be fired. But I graduated from Critical Thinking University at the top of my class. I'm allowed to free talk about it. So don't worry, I got you guys. It's called the theory of relativity. When I let go of a helium balloon, it goes up because it's lighter than the surrounding air. Not because it's gravity proof, guys. That's dumb. That's dumb. So if anyone here thinks they know the scientific experiment that proved gravity, please come enlighten me. I would love to know what proved gravity. I've been looking for many years. But of course, there is no evidence for it. You know, the only evidence for gravity existing is if the Earth is a ball, gravity has to exist. It pulls you in all directions. Omnidirectionality. That's literally the only evidence of gravity, is that the Earth can't be a ball without one. Well, that's convenient. The Earth isn't a ball, because we tested it. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we tested the Earth. So we have an observation where we see Canigou Mountains in France from 273 miles away. Based on the globe Earth map, the mountain should have been blocked by 3 miles of Earth curvature. Do you guys know how long a mile is? We'll multiply that by 3 and stack it up vertically. The Earth has to curve and block your view. This is called geometry, right? The measurement of shapes. So if Earth's a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles, it has to curve at roughly 8 inches per mile squared. You have to see the curvature of the Earth at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, so very simply, what's the square root of 1? It's 1. So if you're 1 foot off the surface of this ball that we were all brainwashed with cartoons when we were 5, then you would see the curvature at 1.2 miles. We have an observation off the coast of Cali, 1 foot off the surface, and the horizon is not 1 mile away, it's actually 10 miles away. That would require the radius value be 264,000 miles. But they claimed it's just under 4,000 miles. Isn't this interesting? This is why the government censors it. This is why the stupid little park rangers tried to shut us down before we got started. Right? Because you can't debate it. So I've been kicked off Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, PayPal, Venmo, and I don't even cuss. Do you guys support the government forcibly censoring your First Amendment? Freedom of speech? Yay, welcome to Germany, where we have lockdowns and curfews. And we have people that would never sacrifice their life like my friends did and literally died for it, right? That will actually support us being censored, as they would never go die for it. It's crazy how that works. So anyway, the government censors this because you can prove it. We proved it. You can see the skyline of Chicago across Lake Michigan from 60 miles away. Based on the globe Earth map, it should have been completely blocked, but you could see the entire skyline of Chicago. How's that work on the globe? How's it work? How do we see the skyline of Chicago from 60 miles away? How do we see mountains from 273 miles away and 255 miles away and 203 miles away and 103 miles away? Why we see the horizon 10 miles away from 1 foot off the ground when it should have been at 1 mile? How's that work on the globe, guys? It doesn't. It's literally impossible. It's impossible. Okay, so something else that happened whenever I was trying to look into this for the last few years, I've been neck deep in my studies. See, what I found out was that actually, whenever we assume gravity, which is called the theory of relativity, and we look out at the universe, we're off by 95%. To get specific, we're off by 10 to the 120th power. That's 120 zeros. So in 2021, with all the quote-unquote scientists in the world, we're still off by 10 with 120 zeros behind it. It's called the cosmological problem. They're off by 95%. I thought that we were the crazy ones. You can't even mathematically propose the universe yet. You're off by 95%. It's not 95% right. It's off by 95%. A 10 with 120 zeros behind it. Interesting. You know why it's off that much? Because the Earth's not a spinning ball in a vacuum. When you see those stars in the sky, you guys think we're crazy, right? So we see the stars in the sky, you know what we say? We see the stars in the sky. You know what you guys believe but don't know you believe, just attack other people because you project your own intellectual insecurity and it's hilariously see-through? Well, it's because you think that these lights that you see in the sky, they're actually not there anymore. You can just see them. And whenever you see the sunset in a second, right? You know what we think? The sun is moving and it's about to set. You know what you guys think? That the Earth is actually spinning and that sun is sitting still. And during a sunset, the sun isn't moving. You're just falling backwards 1,000 miles per hour and it makes the sun look like it's moving. Wow. Sounds like you're the conspiracy theorist. Interesting. So let's talk about Mount Rushmore. Did you see this guy right here to the left? His name is George Washington. Have you guys ever heard of George Washington? Well, guess what George Washington did in his time? He was a land surveyor. Yeah, he measured the surface of the Earth. That's what George Washington did. He has over 200 surveys that he did. Right? You can go look at the maps he drew. You can go look at his data. Yeah, guess what he assumed the Earth was when he measured it? Flat. So you guys think these guys are some intellectual giants that you really are weird about coming up here and basically worshiping, right? Well, George Washington thought the Earth was flat. So is he dumb or is he smart? Can you make your mind up? Is he dumb or smart? Okay, so he used a circumventor, which measures horizontal angles. He used a plane surveying compass. A plane, do you guys know what a plane is? Yeah, George Washington made hundreds of surveys assuming the Earth was flat. Huh. So the guy that's chiseled in the stone, which just a little piece of information for you guys, this was stolen from the Native Americans, okay? And this area was known as the Six Grandfathers. This mountain right here, it was called the Six Grandfathers. Isn't that interesting? Maybe there were faces in it before they covered them up. I don't know. Did you guys know that? The Native Americans called this the Six Grandfathers, and now they've covered them up. And actually, there are pictures from back when it was being built. There was a face to the left of George Washington. That's not there anymore. What's up with that? Huh. So that's interesting. Did you guys know that Abraham Lincoln, that's the guy to the right there, that he has a quote saying there used to be giants? So you guys, wait, can you make up your mind? Do you revere them as intellectuals or do you think they're dumb? Which one is it? Because according to modern day, anthropology, there were no giants. There were no giants. So I guess Abraham Lincoln was a crazy person. George Washington measured the Earth and assumed it was flat. I guess he was a crazy person. Yeah. He actually was a crazy person. He put slaves' teeth in his mouth. What a psychopath. And you guys just run up here to the carved stones and worship them as you walk through this little creepy ritual aisle. So anyway, they lied about the Earth, guys. I'll try my best to do my nerd voice. I'm not very good at it. But anyway, they lied about the Earth. I know it sounds crazy. I thought it sounded crazy too. Okay? But to dismiss something prior to investigation is the height of ignorance. Have you guys ever heard of Mark Twain? Mark Twain, very famous author, right? What he said was, it's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they've been fooled. That's what we're dealing with, right? So what we do is we offer $100 cash, and this goes for everyone here. $100 cash if you can get 3 questions right about the globe Earth, right? Since I'll say the Earth's not a globe, it's actually flat. You guys laugh at me and make fun of me and ridicule me and call me stupid. I guess all of our genius IQs go out the window because you call us stupid, right? So what we're gonna figure out is, if we're so stupid for not thinking the Earth's a ball, at least you gotta know what it is, right? Because if you don't know what it is, but you think I'm stupid for not believing what you believe, how does that work? How do you know I'm stupid for not believing what you believe, but you don't know what you believe yet? That's like telling me you believe in the Bible, you just have never read Genesis before. Well, I'm not going to take your opinion about the Bible very seriously. You haven't read it yet. So I'll give you $100 cash. You can come up as a group. If you get the questions close, I'll give it to you anyway. You don't got to pay to play, and they're very easy questions. And they're the basics about the globe Earth model that most of you guys should have learned.
That's why the Pope said shut it down.
Okay? I'll even tell you what the first question is. The first question is, how many times does the Earth supposedly spin every 24 hours? How many times does the Earth rotate every day? What's up?
Have you been in a plane before?
Yeah, hundreds of times.
But you like look out the window. You don't see the whole world. You just see what state you're in.
You ever been on a plane before and like you know like
that I know they're lying. So the hundreds of pilots I know that have flown for decades, they're lying when they say
they don't know the math.
The hundreds
They
of
don't know
pilots
the math of the curvature.
you know like on a plane.
Yeah.
The girl he's arguing with at this moment is like 13 years old.
Oh, bless her heart.
So now we're talking about space. So you agree you can't see curve? You never saw a curve from a plane. Hey, will you get the mics? No, and I'm just getting it anyway. Yeah, so you don't see curvature from a plane. So you would like to admit you just said that to try to make me look dumb or something? Like you don't. So the pilots.
When you look in like a lake or like the ocean.
The ocean's always flat. Yeah.
You don't see the end because it curves.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't curve because. Okay, so you don't know anything about it. So it's okay.
Yeah, water doesn't curve. I get that.
Water doesn't curve.
You gotta understand.
Yeah, and by the way, so whenever you see the boat disappear over the ocean, what they taught us was that it's the curve blocking it. Well, I document it all the time, and when you go out there, you can zoom in and bring the boat back. Did I X-ray vision through the globe Earth? Have you guys ever done it? Of course not. You just watched it on TV. So you can actually zoom in and bring the boat back into view. What that proves is that the boat just looks like it disappears due to something called angular resolution limit. You can't see forever. Whenever you increase your optical zoom with like this P900 we have right here, right? You zoom in, you can see the boat again. The curvature of the water isn't curving. See, there is no curvature of water. That's why it's called a horizon. It's horizontal. So, and I get it.
Not
you
a
guys
crevaison.
you just ask stupid questions. It makes me dumb or something. I don't know. It's why. This is the biggest like spell that's ever been cast. So anyway,
It's where the
you don't see
sky
curvature
meets
of
the
earth in a
water.
plane. None of you have.
And he even said this is the biggest spell that has ever been cast.
I know people that have flown pilots or flown planes for the
Biggest.
military.
He knows. He knows.
Oh wow, that was a really smart conversation you wanted to have. So anyway, conspiracy
What did
theory
you
is
guys
actually a
say?
term created by the CIA. I bet this is the guy whenever people were going around and they were protesting the Vietnam War, and they were like, "No, we should." Or what, bro? Or what? I don't care. I know you worship your idols, man. Go turn around, worship your idols.
Put up
It's
your
called the First
dukes.
Amendment, homie.
Throw it,
So
throw
anyway,
it down.
Do you think some Karen ran up to the office? I'm gonna
there are
tell.
hundreds of pilots that know
I'm gonna
that
go
you never
tell
see
him.
Better stop talking. We're
Yeah.
trying to worship these forefathers.
So there are actually military
They're
documents that say
forefathers.
when they get in an airplane, they have to
There
assume
there are
it's
You're ruining
forefathers.
I guess the
No,
military
every
is lying. You know, when people's lives
every
are
one
at
of you
stake,
people
they have
here
to
may
find
have
the
been
bad
born
guy,
here,
they
but
assume
your
the bad
roots
guy takes
originate
it.
from
You're
somewhere
probably
else.
just
You're
lying.
all immigrants. We're all immigrants.
That's how that works. You've never read the document, so you know I'm wrong.
Not all of us.
You're brainwashing our kids.
We're talking about something that's important. I want to worship the stars.
Ani, Wale
Yeah,
Macoons, native original.
You're not going to do it. You're right, because you get knocked out.
Hello. Hey, I watch this all. I watch this all day.
Escalation.
I already seen this whole episode, guys.
I know. I'll turn it
I heard
off.
someone say
Man,
knock someone out, man.
You know that sacred land there.
Yeah.
Maybe he needs a bodyguard or something. Like some big ass Samoan, you know, can just stand there and be like, "Move along, sir."
Anyway,
Like the Wayne Johnson.
Yeah, you know, just
The most,
standing there.
the most
next to
impressive
the-
part of that video is like 2.5 hours in when he shows the sign that says this is a free speech area. Otherwise, there's really nothing much that
That's
happens.
what I wanted. Oh, sorry, Lou. That's what I wanted to listen to.
No, there's nothing to hear about it though. It's something you just gotta
Oh,
read.
okay.
the sign, You know what I mean? You get it. I can show it to you in a single frame on a screenshot, and that's what you really are interested in. You know, he got
Oh.
arrested in a free speech zone.
Yep.
Like,
Hey, can I say something in Samoan though? No, I'm just kidding. I was gonna call some Samoans to arms, but
Yeah, let's
they
hear.
probably don't speak it the language.
Let's hear some of it. Just yeah, let's hear a little bit.
Awhai e iai ni Samoa lo
Them there
whāhui
mountains
mai.
belong to the Lakota Sioux. Shut up,
Wow, so
Samoan.
ifo
We'll
ya
get in our
witsi.
canoes. We'll come down there and
Aloha
we'll take
mana o
your fucking
mia.
island.
Oh my
Aloha mana
gosh,
o mia
holy
sa
rumpus.
kesusuania. Ele uso leo witsi.
Rumpus by
We'll
the
steal your
Ojibwe.
fucking coconuts too.
The Ojibwe faction.
We won't take your women though. They're too big. They're too big for our canoes.
Let them fight.
Damn.
If I'm
Them Samoan chicks are big. They're rounder than they are tall.
Brother, we all just want to live in harmony with one another.
All right.
Oh, you can have the
Hopefully
bat
somebody
chick,
has
though.
heard the call to arms. Like, brothers, to arms, protect Witsit. That's what I said. Yeah.
Now come
Please.
winter, I'll take
I
a
said
couple
it's
of them
work,
Samoan
it's God's
chicks.
work. That's what I said. Yeah, it's trying to
Send me
blame
too.
the world and the lies. The
I'm not
beast.
saying
Well, it
I'm not
moved
saying
like-
someone should do practical jokes like on certain park rangers, but you know, I mean, if you were, if you have,
boo boo.
Hey, what state is it in?
Pull
Colorado?
South Dakota.
South Dakota.
South Dakota.
Hey,
I
Yogi.
don't know if there's any Samoans there, but
Oh no, Yogi! Here comes the Ranger Smith.
is there an army base there? Because if they're well, they're probably all blue pill.
Yogi Ranger Smith is gonna be bad.
You know, it was part of the Battle of Little Bighorn where they took our land from us and just destroyed it. That mountain's part of it. Anybody here know history that well?
Yeah, a little bit.
What, Thanksgiving?
little
No. Little Bighorn, motherfucker.
Little big.
Sorry.
From what I can tell, that was Custer's last stand, which meant cavalry was defeated by a large group of warrior defending their homeland.
Yeah.
Lakota Sioux.
Yeah.
Cheyenne. Lakota
People of the
Sioux,
plains,
Cheyenne,
people of the hills.
Arapaho, the peoples of the plains, the peoples of the hills, and the peoples of the mountains.
Yep.
They're all
savages.
They're all Ojibwe. Ojibwe
They're all
is the
just
people of the
drunk
great
savages.
waters. Anishinaabe is the peoples of the great
We've
spirit.
fallen. We have
They all belong to
the
one
might
nation.
of Rome.
They used to be angry
Somebody
because they
just
had
said
no
they were
confidence.
savages.
Angry savages.
Yeah, they had no confidence.
Yeah, hey,
That's why they were angry.
Yeah, watch out. The Samoans will throw coconuts at you.
Why were they so disorderly?
It was the Fort Laramie.
Slingshots are awesome, man.
If they weren't so
It was
disorderly,
the
we
Act
wouldn't have to kill them.
1870.
I'm sorry, I
That
rumpused your
fucked
rumpus.
us.
They used to use slingshots
The
in
Act
the
of
military back in the
1870 was a breach of the 1868 Fort Laramie Treaty. That caused the battle at Little Bighorn, where in the 1868 treaty, they promised us certain lands. These lands were even harsh to live in. They said, we're going to restrict you from your plains and your rivers, but you can live in the mountains. Then they came and they wanted our fucking mountains.
Yeah.
And then they came for your
why?
mind.
Silver.
You know why?
Gold.
Silver and
Gold in
gold.
them hills. I'm a
Gold
prospector.
fever.
Sorry to
There-
interrupt. Sorry to interrupt.
That's what I was looking
What's up,
for.
Sir Vagabond?
There's gold in
Hey,
them
I was
there
trying to say,
hills.
I had a question for Battle Mod. So Battle Mod, like, you know, like now that we know there have been so many lies perpetuated on us, and we know that the victors typically write history, like how do you take certain parts of history and believe it as true, as opposed to like being more like antagonistic towards the history you've been taught and figuring out, so like any part of history that we've been taught, all the stories and the past, why do you take those as true without being able to verify it yourself?
Only if there's
Oh,
conflicting
okay.
accounts.
Well,
because we're stupid.
here's the thing. I got two accounts, unlike white people. I got oral history of my people and comparative history written by a white man. So don't think for a minute I take this all from white man's history. Don't think for 1 minute at all.
I mean, the history we're taught in school is taught to us by Freemasons, but yet the history we're taught by our ancestors are from people
Well,
that love
history
us.
would tell you
So
they weren't. The history would tell you that they weren't stealing the land from the Lakota Sioux. It wasn't theirs anyway. That they were from a certain area. But no, see, this was a lie. All tribes weren't from certain different areas. We migrated and we moved with the food. All of the Americas was ours. All of it. We weren't indigenous to one place.
But how can you verify that
That's a
story?
lie.
But how can you verify that story?
Through practice. So to be a keeper of the great history, right, you have to repeat it
1984
the exact way it was said to
about
you, word for word.
rewriting
This is a
history. Yep.
religious. Hold on, Bong. Listen, it's literally been done this way for thousands of years with my people. If you mess up one word when you go to be a keeper of the history, then you. Oh my God, can you not? I know your ratio, Swan. So ratio, will you stop interrupting me, please? You know I fucking hate that. Don't think for 1 minute I don't know who the fuck you are. Don't ask to answer the question that you don't want to answer to. That's all I ever ask here. Can't stand motherfuckers who interrupt you and then go, "Oh, you can't give an answer." I can't verify it, but I can verify the process that keeps it told the exact way it was told the first time. That I can verify. If you can't repeat it word for word, you're not a keeper of the history. You're just one of the peoples who has great knowledge of our history. You just can't repeat it word for word.
He who controls the present controls the past, or something like that, right? He who controls the past controls the future.
Yeah, we can't. Listen, we can't 100% verify any of history, but both stories say we were here when you got here and the land was ours. But in your story, we each had our own little land. These Indians lived in this mountains, which is never true. They'd live in the mountains when the mountains produce food. And then when the winter months come, they go out of the mountains and down to the plains. So in your story, we were only from certain areas and we weren't using all of the land. But in my story, we were using all the land because the Great Spirit gave it to us.
I understand, but I've heard both of the histories. I've heard the history where the European settlers came here, and then I've also heard of the history where it's like the black people were actually already here, and the narrative was told that they came from Africa to like basically feel like we were brought here to almost like disconnect us from our roots and our culture. So I almost don't know, like,
black tribes here.
If the victors write history, the story would play better if it was like we were brought here on boats, we'd be subservient. But what if the story was actually we were already here and you guys got here? It'd be a different story.
There are tales of slave
I'm not
people
you
coming over
guys.
from
I'm 50-50.
Italy, like the voyages of Vespucci, supposedly discovering the continent of America. That was just a slave, just to go over there and capture slaves, and they took them back to an area and brought them back to a different location. So say they would have.
How do we get down to the root of it all? Like, how do we figure out the truth?
Well, the South Americans, and South
Okay.
Americans and the North Americans look alike and have similar cultures, right? And Africans and African, like black people, have similar cultures. So I
Look,
think most likely they were brought
there,
here during
Yeah,
the
I remember it's
building
It's a big
the
place.
New World
There's
Order.
a lot of
Sorry.
tribes.
think about
And
like force and war. Like if I wanted to erase a culture, like I would have to kill every person that I saw. Now, should the Europeans or the
Genocide,
British have
BC.
that level
not
of force,
true.
they can erase
Not
the
true.
language.
You don't
They
have
can
to kill the whole culture. You only have to kill the
exactly yeah,
elders.
the whole culture.
Yeah, the leaders. You just have to take out the leaders, remove the leaders,
Yeah,
and
yeah, exactly. And like once two or three like generations happen, like the history is lost.
well, and then they
So
introduce
that's like yeah, like
certain vices like
like,
alcohol and gambling, and things that
yeah, but
break.
two or three cultures is only like 100 years. That's not a lot of time.
Generations, not cultures, but this isn't true.
Yeah,
Our
generations is what
writings
I
are
meant.
all over this land. Our writings are all over this land.
What do you
What's
mean
up,
by
Q?
writing? Well, books have been fabricated.
You don't. Are you serious? You've never visited any cave in America where there's Native American writing on the wall? I
No,
mean,
not
there's
at all.
famous caves. Oh, well, I guess first you would have to look at what we have before you could weigh whether or not it meant something or not.
Yeah, of course. But
I find that's pretty
remember, like,
awesome, man. I don't know
I
why.
think, I think a lot of us in this server have like realized, the majority of the world has been deceived for a lot of years, right? I think we can all agree upon that. So it's like if we've been all deceived on a global scale for years upon years, how do we know what is the truth? How do we get back to the basis of it?
The Bible.
The
You know what? You're
Bible.
kind of. I
I
understood
hear you.
your reference because you said on a global, like made an emphasis on it because everybody
No,
believes in a
I don't
global,
mean
right?
global spherical. I
No,
mean
no, it
global.
was perfect though. It was perfect because that is the whole deception, the whole global scale of things, the globalist elite, right? We always say, oh, it's somebody, but we can't find who they are because that's not who they are.
True. Yeah, I agree with you.
It's a
So
big
we still
The
ideal.
people that
fluently
has
use
done
this.
this are long dead. A lot of these plans
Dad.
are from over 100 years ago that are
I
going
agree.
on right now.
I agree.
Well, there are still people that are carrying on the great work, that plan, right? The
Yep.
big idea.
How us as intellectual people, like, how can we unwind this to actually figure out the truth? You know what I mean?
That's
Bible.
the wonderful thing
So we
about
find
biblical study.
By reading the Torah and the Gospels, the first 4 books of the New Testament.
we
Yep,
Why
we
that's
would
it.
we
find
trust those?
petroglyphs all
Oh,
over
and
America.
Isaiah, Daniel, and
This is
Revelations. Yeah,
just
go ahead.
these
But
are
why would
just
we
from
trust those
Michigan.
books?
How do we trust what?
Why would we trust
You
those
wouldn't be in
books?
the we that understand what books.
The books that he was referencing. Why would we trust those books? If you like, remember,
No,
like,
I'm talking
Because I
about
read
the
them.
think about me
That's
as a
why.
black guy. Like, why would I trust those books if those books
Because
have never
because
been
because because I read
life?
them,
But I
therefore
haven't
I
read.
trust what I read.
the
But I
best li-
So you got to read it, man.
the best lies
but
contain a
I'm
little
thinking I
bit of
could not
truth
read.
or a lot of truth in just one lie.
Say that again.
Because it holds true. What was written in those books holds true. That's why you can trust them.
Don't judge a book by its
I
cover.
used to say this on the surface quite a
It's
bit. I used to say
another
like, what?
it's like
Go ahead.
another way of
Oh my
putting
God!
down the natural law, right?
I
It's
understand.
What?
But like, what I used to say
Listen.
in the service,
Why
like, what
don't
if
you
it's
just
like
throw your hands
90%
up in the air and say I'm lost?
Sure. Well, I don't feel lost at all. I actually feel very
Wait,
found. What if
just
it's
don't.
Yeah,
90%
you
true
sound
and
like you're
10% false?
lost. Sounds
I'm
like
not
you
lost at
believe
all.
I'm found because I know everything's not true, which
Yeah, I know,
would mean you're
but
lost.
within the world that I walk upon, I'm not lost at all.
yeah,
I
you
feel very safe.
don't know which direction to begin in or any kind of foundation.
I'm
And I
not
can tell you
talking
the best
about.
foundation
But like
is
when I walk
or
upon the
Yeah,
world, I connect with like literally 100% of people that I meet. 100%. Like there's nobody that I can't have a conversation with. There's nobody that I can't connect with. and have a laugh and a smile, grab a beer, grab a drink, dance, live, laugh, love. 100% of people I come in contact with love me and I
You're
love
an
them.
extrovert, right?
No, I'm actually an introvert. I've actually bred
Oh,
this within me. So I'm actually hyper introverted. Hyper
you
introverted.
were.
No, I was.
Or
Well, I am today, but I realized it didn't serve me in a sales capacity. So I changed my
you're an
behavior. I had to force myself
you're
in the
an
other direction. Hence why I found the
in
flat earth.
INFJ, right? You're an INFJ.
No, I was an INTJ.
I'm an
TJ.
INFP. I'm INFP.
I'm Iron Man. No, I'm
How about
Batman.
INTJ?
Fix them, Batman. I was. I don't like saying I am because that's weird.
As long as you're not FBI or CIA.
Nah, man. I'm a farmer, ex-fisher. Yeah, I used to be a fisherman.
Well, anyone claiming to be CIA is not CIA because they will never tell you they're CIA.
I used to farm. Yeah.
Maybe
That's what
when
we
you're
used to
under
call it, the
arrest.
farm. Back when I
Yeah,
was on the farm. I missed the
I'm
farm.
definitely not CIA. Like I grew up in the projects. I actually applied for the CIA and they didn't fucking hire me, kid. So whatever, whatever that means.
Well, because you're not related to anybody that's in there. That's in
Yeah,
You don't
yeah,
happen
but
to
like
have a particular set of skills.
no, well,
Yeah,
listen,
Right.
I think I could have dominated the
oath.
CIA, but at the end of the day, like, I'm glad I didn't get accepted because now I understand. Because this is before I learned about the flat Earth. So now that I figured that out, I was like, thank God I didn't work for the fucking government. Now that I know, I would never subscribe to a narrative that was based on lies at its core. Like, I'd never work for that
Hey,
organization.
hey, how
It
can
would
we
be
trust
cool
them
though,
books you
man.
got that introvert shit out of?
No, it's just a profile assessment. It's not to say that it's right or wrong. It's just
I
because
know. I'm
remember,
saying, how can we
well,
trust it came from a good source
yeah,
and it's a
Yeah,
valid
good
how can we
process?
question,
how
good
can we
question,
truly
good
trust
question.
Young? How can
Good
Young be
question.
trusted?
Good question. Let me answer his question. Let me answer the gentleman's question.
Child.
The reason that we can trust the Myers-Briggs assessment is like it's based on a set of questions that everybody has to answer for themselves. So it's not to say that it's like, you are
Chill.
introverted, you're extroverted, but it's like the questions like ask you a range of questions. There's a lot of similarities and differences within the questions. So if everybody answers the same
What is the
range of
matrix?
questions,
That
so
is the
if
question.
everybody answers the same range of questions honestly, that's how they form the assessment, and then that's how they form the
How
assessment
do
of
we
what
know they answer honestly?
Like a
we
splinter
don't
in
know.
your
We don't
mind.
know. But like, remember, like
Because
the only reason that
it's
Question.
the
it's a
only reason
double
that I would
positive
mention that
test.
I am an INTJ is because I
I can't
knew.
hear three people.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's difficult when other people speak over you. Sorry about that, Battlemod. But literally, the only reason that I can say confidently that I am an INTJ by that assessment because I knew I answered honestly all of the questions.
I'm just
Now
a man.
that doesn't
You
mean
and
it's
I.
anything
Why?
substantial or valid in
Let's
reality, but
meditate.
I'm saying if everybody else answered the questions honestly and they're willing to, like put forth their results to that assessment, I'm going to take them as being honest 100%. Now, if they lied and then they want to say their four letters, it's like, well, were you telling the truth the whole time or were you lying the whole time? Like, but I was telling the truth the whole time when I answered those questions. So it's just based on the
Yeah,
questions
I
that we
just don't buy psychology. It's a bunch of
I always
bullshit.
tell the truth,
Yeah, you
even
don't
when
have
I
to.
lie.
But it's just
Well,
Well,
yeah,
I'm
but
just being honest, man. I don't want to lie to you. I don't take
you don't have to lie.
psychology seriously, and I don't believe in
But,
isms. That's just some
these
you
aren't
label
guys,
you get.
psychological.
You're just a
but you guys
These
human
aren't.
remember
being.
that
You
movie
have feelings, emotions. Cool.
Yeah, I understand. But these aren't
So
really
you want
Scarface?
some
psychological.
special label for it? No, that's just a normal human
Sure,
being.
sure.
Remember
But
that
these
movie?
aren't psychological questions, really. At the end of the day, these are just questions about like how you
It
perceive the
is.
world.
Yeah,
But
and that's
have
all.
you done
That's
the
all in
assessment?
your fucking mind.
But have you
How
done the
you
assessment?
conceive the world is all in
You,
your mind.
But
It's
have you done
magic.
the assessment?
It
It's
doesn't
magic what they're
matter.
doing.
No, it does
Hang on.
matter. Have you done?
It's
No, it does
magic.
not.
Hold on, hold on,
You're
hold on, hold on, hold on. Have you done the assessment?
It doesn't
have you
matter.
poured through the
It
data
does matter because
It
if you
yourself?
have
does
not done
not.
it, then how would you know what the questions consist of?
how you perceive the world. This is how I see the world in my
Don't get
mind.
past
Is it?
that. Don't get past my
Listen,
question.
listen,
Have
dude.
you, if you have not done the
Don't
assessment,
interrupt
how would
me
you
when I'm
know?
answering.
But how
If
would
you
you know
want
it?
to know, excuse me, I'm trying to tell you how I know, but you keep fucking interrupting me now. I'll drop you
It's a
back down to
simple
VC
question,
verified, bro,
brother
and mute
Mars.
you. I'm not fucking
Simple
playing, man. I'm
question.
pissed off now.
You're
Hey,
allowed to be
So
pissed off if
shut
you
up.
want to be.
hold
I don't
up,
have to
man.
shut
Let
up.
let
You
let
have
him
to
You
answer
think I'm
my
fucking playing
question.
with you?
I ain't playing with.
How I perceive the world is in my mind. That makes it psychological. How I perceive acts and the way other people do things. That's in my mind.
Consist of battle mod. You're operating from a position of hearsay. You don't know what it consists of because you have not done the assessment.
You
Clearly, the
just
rest of us
told
have.
me, motherfucker.
I did not tell you. How could I tell you
Hey,
each
hey, Bong.
individual question?
Bong,
yeah.
listen, I didn't say you told me every question. Don't do that stupid shit. Did he just not say, ask questions on how you perceive certain events and the world and things around you? Did he not just say that?
Questions.
I forget.
We
what
have.
we were talking
Look,
about.
take your gay psychological evaluation bullcrap
Gay,
and use it
whatever, but
any
you've
way
not
you
done
want.
them, and we have.
I thought we were talking
You've
about the
not
question.
done them, so you know nothing about this.
Listen.
Stay out of the conversation if you've not done this assessment.
What?
Stay out of this conversation if you've not done this assessment.
Welcome
We
to
know
VC
what we're talking
Verified.
about, and you are not privy to this level of discipline because you've not done it yet.
It's not. Listen, I already told you it's not a discipline. I disagree with it.
Whatever,
So
whatever. But you've
take
not
somebody
done it,
else to
so
get your roles back.
you're speaking on a subject you know
And
nothing
whoever gives him
about.
his roles back, I'll demote you too.
But you're speaking on a subject you know nothing about.
I don't really
Senor,
do
how could you
roles.
speak
See,
on
I
a
never
subject you know
answered
nothing
the
about?
question. So how would you know? I said I
Because
don't
I've
have
done
to.
the assessment. I was in London doing the assessment with billionaires.
I just
So I
like sworn
know.
How
people
much
like
money
myself.
they got,
You know what a
motherfucking
ball
intro.
is?
I'm an introvert. Yeah, whatever. Go suck on a rotten egg, motherfucker. Before you get
What are we
banned.
talking about anyway, man? What are you guys talking about? Like, what happened
Me?
to the Matrix? The question, man. Like,
I don't know.
thought we
I
were
was
talking about
told to
something.
stay out of a conversation that wasn't really a conversation. It was just one dude wanting to interrupt everybody else.
Oh man, the coronavirus is stressing people out, man.
It's not Corona stressing me out.
I mean, the
I'm all good.
tackled by police and taken to jail. Like, can we just drop my dog off at home first, though? Like, damn, bro, can I? This is one my dog. Pick me up in my house. You're following me. For not wearing a mask. Fucking assholes. Fucking Australia, man. I was like, what? You can't talk to your kids? I was like,
I want to ask one question. Is it a personality test or not, bro?
oh no, I heard him say he
Basically, so the reason that they gave us this test is to figure out who are leaders and who are sheep. That's why they gave us the test.
So you're saying you don't take a personality test to discover whether you're an
It's not about your
introvert or
personality. It's about how you view the world around you. Who you are in relativity to the world.
psychology means
it is a
study.
personality test.
Psychology
No,
means
it's not a
study of the
personality
soul,
test.
right?
It's a study of who you are.
It's
My
a study of
personality is
mind
not who I
control,
am. It's
right?
one
Yes,
aspect
it
of it.
is. Yes, it is.
the
Your personality
science
is who you are.
of mind control and
It's how the
demonic
mind
possession.
perceives who you are.
You get a diagnosis,
But
which
you've
is
not
an
done the test. You're speaking
identification
so confidently
that
on
you
the
take
test that you've
on.
not done. How could you speak so confidently on the test that you've not done? You're speaking from hearsay.
I never said. I never said I
But if
didn't
you've
review
not
it.
done it, then how can you speak so confidently? You've not done
it's
it.
like saying, it's like
You're speaking from a position of
it
like.
comes from
Keep
Carl
talking,
Jung,
because I'm
right?
not talking from.
How can you speak about a test
Carl,
you've not taken?
Why
and Carl
can't when you're
Jung,
steady
because it's
talking?
based on
Shut up,
Carl
bro.
Jung,
Shut up. Listen,
and
I have
Carl Jung does
researched.
these.
It's a psychology test, dude, based on personality. I've researched it. I just don't care to take it. So you can't say somebody doesn't know something about a test or a system or a process just because they haven't been involved in it. You can research them. You know.
But how would you know what it is if you have not taken it and I have taken it? How would
But
you
it's
know?
irrelevant because the
Belief
test
and
comes
knowledge, they're two
from.
different things. We all know this.
But taking the
Belief is when
test
you're
is not.
believing what someone else says. Knowledge is knowing for yourself. I know for
You don't
myself what
have
it
to
is
take
because
the
I've
test
So
taken
if
it.
the
next we're going to
test
get in the argument of
comes
valid
from
source and
somebody's
invalid source, and you can research anything you want if you know what
idea.
a valid source is.
Madam, how are we disagreeing on this point? How are we
I ask if
disagreeing on this point?
I
I just
ask
want
if
to
it was
say Carl Jung.
psychological. No. Is it a
No,
personality test?
you're
No.
telling me it's
Actually, it is.
psychological.
It is.
Oh, Jung?
But you've not
Is it Jung?
taken it. How can you tell
Or Jung?
me?
Who calls extroversion, introversion? These are all psychology fucking
What do the other
terminology.
letters mean?
It's
What do the other letters
terminology.
stand for? What
It's
do the other letters stand
terminology
for?
of
What
psychology,
do the
you
other letters
motherfucking
stand for?
idiot.
Can we get
Bitch,
off the
I told
test?
you
do the
about
other
fucking
letters?
interrupting me, bitch. I told this motherfucker not to interrupt me twice, right?
Yeah, he was
More than
getting
once.
he was getting a bit. Yeah,
I don't know
he's
who the fuck
starting
he thinks he is.
to get and a bit. About the test, I was just gonna say, man, can we get off the test?
Dude,
Like, it's not.
listen, it's all
I don't think the
psychology,
test is.
man. It's psychology. And he's trying to tell me, no, it's not because he took the test. Well, psychologists give the fucking test, you fucking moron.
Yeah, psychology, is mind control, man.
It's no different than a motherfucking psycho evaluation. That's basically what it is. It's a psycho eval.
Not to mention Jung's magnum opus is called the Red Book.
Yeah,
Magnum opus is
people.
something that Masons do.
I mean, people are like parts of the body, like the hand can't be the foot, the eye can't be the ear. It's not like we're one person is better than
But
another.
they're
I think
all
it's like
biology,
eugenics,
right?
man. Like
They're all
it's like
biology.
I think it's all to support eugenics and evolution. All these ideas of I don't know, man. The archetypes.
It's a way to categorize and separate you from the herd. Give you an identification, right?
Great. Oh man,
That's
it's
what
like
the
controlling people.
diagnosis is. When you get a diagnosis, that's an identification, and
Well,
people cling to that diagnosis.
if you want to be a NFID, whatever J or whatever, you're gonna start acting a certain way. That's behavior modification.
Yep, behavioralism. It's actually a field of study for psychology.
So he just got you to behave a certain way to be this kind of person that they would need you to be, and whatever. I was like, what the hell? Where's the cause? Is it that causing this, or is this causing that, or it's just mind control? The whole
From the ones that have, from the people that
Listen.
understand how to hypnotize you.
All this comes from psychology, dealing with the psyche and psychoevaluation.
Yep.
I've had many psychoevaluations. I had it yearly in special ops. I know what a psychoeval is. To say whether you're an invert, you're going to get a psychoeval. We got people labeled introverts in the motherfucking Marine Corps. Other people, psychopathic killers, narcissistic. These are all personality traits.
Well, not everyone. You know how when you're good at something, you do that. Well, it seems that you're not. You know what I mean? You don't. Not everybody.
Well, the opposite side of the coin for that is
born to do.
antisocial sociopath, which is a psychological tendency and a personality dysfunction.
But what does that term psychopath truly mean?
Means umbrella.
It's been stigmatized.
Would you like me to go through the four letters?
We could debate that.
Yeah.
Would you like
I mean,
me
there's
to
a
go
lot.
through
There's a
four
lot
letters?
with psychology and mysticism.
Corporations are psychopaths. They don't care about people.
I'm sorry,
a
Savraj.
psychopath. can not care,
I'm
but
not.
also
Would you? Do you like me to go through the 4 letters so we know what the 4 letters stand for and what
I
they
don't know. We
mean?
know what the 4 letters stand for, but it's like
Well, like, Fatima, would you like me to go through them?
Why are you
Or
asking
you
me?
don't care?
You know I could give a fuck less.
Well, I'm asking you because like I can tell you're the one that hasn't taken the test. So I'm asking you
it's
if you
so
I
would
don't
like
need
vague,
to.
to
man.
take the.
Like it's so
It's not a
vague,
test.
It's
It's an
like
evaluation.
And I'm asking
it's
you.
like
I know that, brother, but I love
it's like
you, so it's like
customizing
I'm asking you if you'd like to
character
know.
in World of
If you don't
Warcraft.
want to
Hey,
know, that's
yo,
cool.
man, I don't appreciate you
Or
disrespecting Battle Mod like that, bro. Stop calling
Why do you
out
think
Battle
I'm
Mod like that,
disrespecting?
dude.
Listen, let's
Why do
not
you
pick
think I'm
sides or
disrespecting
anything.
Battle?
I'm just not an
Brother,
introverted
at the
person.
end of the
I'm
day,
more
it's
of a
like all of us
psychopathic,
are learning
narcissistic
here.
motherfucker. I just
We're
know
all
these are all
learning here.
personality traits and having to do with psychology. I know this. I've
Yeah, but
had
we're
too
all
many
so I
psycho
don't even know who said
evaluations.
that. It's like, yo, but like, hold on. I don't even know who said that. At the end of the day, it's like I love Battle Mod. And if
It's
I love him,
social
I won't let
thinking,
him like not know the answer
social
to it.
Enoch
thinking,
said it, bro.
anxiety.
Why
I
do you
don't
think I'm
give a
trying to
fuck.
shit on
I'll
him?
tell you who said it. I said it. I'm backing
What's
up
your
Battle
name?
Mod. Enoch.
Back up whoever you want to. But at the end of the day, if I see my brother doesn't know the answer to a question, I'm gonna actually tell him what the answer is. So the next
Yeah, I
time
don't
somebody
need to answer
else
it
that
that's
because
not in
I
this
means
don't buy
server
into it.
asks him that
what's the
question,
I again?
he knows
I
the
forget the
answer.
I.
When
But
people
he's
come in
So
to
he
make,
knows the
listen,
answer.
if it wasn't a flat earther who
That's
came
what
up
I'm
with the
saying.
subject, I would
Caleb,
have just
wherever
banned
you
them.
are, like you're just stuck on stupid. Because
I think
if
he's
you ever interrupt me, it's like you don't understand. It's like I don't give a fuck what everybody else thinks. If somebody that I'm standing next to doesn't know the answer, I'm willing to tell them the answer with humility.
I
I'm not
normally ban
judging.
people who
I'm
aren't
not
flat
shitting
earthers
on him.
when they come in
I'm
and
making
start
sure
with
he
all
knows
that
the
crap.
answer, so the next time somebody asks him this question, he knows the answer.
Because we're not here.
Dude,
I'm not here
you know
for
Okay,
what?
that.
We
so
got way
see,
sidetracked. You were
hey, my
talking
problem is the
you
fact that
were
you're gonna come in
wait, hold
here
up, E.
and somebody.
Hold up, Enoch. We got sidetracked. You were saying something about meeting people, right, and being able to feel them, and now we got sidetracked. And I think I brought that up, so it's my fault. Can we get back to
Forget
what
about it.
you were saying? I'm sorry, man. Like fucking high and shit. I'm high. So yeah, there was that.
What
surprise,
I was
surprise.
saying, I was battling Battle Mod because somebody's over here
Listen,
trying
bro.
to disrespect Battle Mod,
It's
bro,
sorry,
by
man.
trying to
Listen,
It's all
trying
water
to
on the bridge now, man. I
he
fucked it up.
wants to get to
trying
the
to
But
quiet,
bro, I didn't,
reserved, and
bro,
I
thoughtful.
I didn't
forgot
just get on the
why.
server, bro. I didn't just get
Can
on the
we
server, bro.
get back
I've
to
been
what
here
you were
for a while.
saying, though,
Very,
bro? Like,
very
I didn't just get
quiet,
say that?
let's get
reserved,
back to
and
the flat
thoughtful.
Earth, bro. The Earth is
Yeah,
flat,
but I
bro.
didn't just get here, bro. You sound like you just got here. I didn't just get here. I've been talking to Battle Mod, kid. I'm not disrespecting Battle Mod. I like Battle Mod. That's why I'm willing to be like, yo,
I'm
he
just
knows
not
the answer.
quiet. I'm not reserved, and I'm not thoughtful.
Exactly. You don't have to be, bro. You could be
I don't have
yourself.
to
I
be.
could be
I'm not.
myself.
I'm aggressive. I'm an alpha male.
Me too. Exactly. I'm mad aggressive. I'm not quiet, bro. If I feel like, yo, I like this guy, I want to make sure he
You're
knows
like
the
a
answer. So
jackass. My
somebody
bad.
else asks him, he knows the answer. Some fucking douchebag is trying to just stick up for
It
you because he
happens.
thinks I'm trying to play you. I'm like, yo, I'm not trying to play Battle Mod, you moron.
No,
I'm
on the
just telling
real,
you to make sure you know
I
the
was
answer.
first of
when
all,
they
I was talking about somebody was trying to reassess it, like was trying to ask him
All right.
psychological
It
questions.
was my
That's the
fault
person I was
I didn't
because
trying
I
to
ask him
brought up the
psychological
stupid thing.
questions.
So
You're wrong. I didn't try
my
to
bad.
ask him
Let's
psychological questions. We were
not
talking about
argue,
the
guys.
Myers-Briggs assessment and what
No,
it
I brought it
pertains
up, and
to.
I shouldn't have brought that up. I brought it up. I don't know why. My
It's
bad.
fine, bro. It's
Because you
fine.
were saying
Bong,
something about you were feeling
don't worry about
people.
it, Bong. You're good.
You were
You're fine.
empathizing with
What I'm
people.
trying to say,
100%.
I just elaborated
Right.
on what I was talking about because
Yeah.
he didn't know what it pertained to, the 4 tenets of it. So I didn't mind breaking down the 4 tenets for him so he understood what test that we took. The people that were talking about the Myers-Briggs assessment. If you
Is that
have
what
not
you were gonna
taken it,
bring up though?
this is not your
When you
turn to speak. This is your turn to listen, Enoch. Sit
I
back and listen. Don't
listen.
speak out of
I
turn.
know what it is, bro. You act like I don't know nothing about it, but it is, dude. Myers Briggs is covered by psychology today. Come on, man. The tenets are psychology tenets. There's 4 kinds of birds. What? It's psychology, bro. I already told you in the beginning. I don't believe in this shit.
It is psychology, of
I
course,
know it is.
Ahmad. I agree with you.
Anything that has to
But
do with your personality and how you perceive the world can tell me whether you're narcissistic, self-reserved,
sure,
quiet.
sure.
Yeah,
But remember,
these are all
if,
psychological concepts.
if
I don't have to
of
fuck with Myers
course,
and Briggs to know exactly what they're doing. I know they're doing something
of
that's in this
course, but
category.
remember, the questions are very cutting. They're very
I
cutting
don't
into
care.
your spirit, into who you are.
Listen, dude.
So like it's like the introversion extroversion thing. That's the first letter,
Listen.
and then
Did you hear me
it's
say
sense.
when I was in special ops, I had psycho evaluations? Now you're not.
Sure.
Yeah, I could break down telling you how in depth they want to get into the feeling when you kill somebody, or you have to take a human life, but I don't want to.
You can. I'm here to listen to it.
All psychological assessments break down to feeling. Feeling breaks down to
Of
personality, and it's all an agent of the
understand.
psyche. It's all psychology. I don't give a fuck
person-
about psychology. And normally I ban people
course,
when they
but
come
remember,
in with psychological bullshit.
But these are the tools that they're using against us.
If a Glover did that, I would just
personality
ban him.
is
He wouldn't got a chance to get this
personality
far. I would have just
comes
banned his
from
fucking
like
ass.
hold on, let me say
Discard
something.
the tools.
Personality comes
To
from our
discard the
surroundings
tools
and
that
our
people are using
upbringing,
against us.
right?
Let me put it another way. The core
chaos.
analyzed me enough that I don't need you fucking doing it too. I'll ban you again if you try.
I'm not analyzing you. I
ban
don't care. I don't care who anybody is in the server. Like, I'm not here to analyze people. I don't care.
Yeah, but personality
But
comes from our upbringing, our parents, whoever raised us, our surroundings, our
This is just going to keep
friends,
us
right?
on psychology
Our
long.
choices, right? Oh, well,
Our
I'm saying a
actions,
personality
what
is
we've
not
been
necessarily
through,
something
and
that
how we feel about it.
just
Don't forget that. How does that make you feel?
no, but
You
there are things
grew
like
up climbing
trauma,
coconut.
right?
You grew up.
Trauma.
You had to grow up climbing trees, coconut trees, barefoot. How did that make you feel?
Like a
but that's
champion.
why the 4 letters are so differentiating, because it's IFSN TF It's introversion or extroversion, sensing or intuition. It's thinking or feeling, and judging or perceiving. Those are very vast
I
poles
choose
within
both.
themselves. Do you understand the poles that exist within those two those two
It's
extremes
all in
within the
your head,
4?
bro.
You understand why it's
Oh,
such a beneficial tool.
there's love and hate. See,
And
and
there's
it's a
a thin
choice.
line between the two.
Right?
Remember
It's a
that.
choice, right? There's
Well, which two?
peace
There's
and
4
war,
stages.
Love and hate,
violence
peace and war,
versus
same thing.
mercy, right? It's a
Harmony
choice,
and
right?
Well,
chaos.
introversion,
How many
extroversion,
fucking ways
sensing,
you want me to yin
intuition.
and yang it? Get some intuition and realize what's about to happen.
Yeah, but remember that there are some people that sense or they're intuitive. They wait till they feel what the world is giving them, or they use their inner spirit to decide what's going on. They think they're logical and rational, or they feel they're emotional. They're judging, they think they know better, or they're
Their
perceiving, waiting till somebody
personality
gives them.
traits, yeah, I know. Bro, you missed the
But this
part
is a big
20
deal.
minutes
It's
ago
how
that
you
I'm
perceive
trying
the
to
world.
repeat. I don't give a fuck who thinks what about my psyche.
Okay, you don't have to. You don't have to. You can stay as you are. Obviously, I won't try to change you.
I'm just
But
a
I'll say,
natural
as a
man.
guy
Sure,
from New
we're not
York,
all alike.
as a guy from New York that has made $250,000 a year, I will say it is a big deal. And if you disregard it, fine. The world is going to continue to burn, and you're going to wonder why.
I
But I'm
make
telling
more
you,
than that.
I see it burn. I saw it. I saw that it was going to burn before it
What
burned.
Carl Jung did, right, is more of
I'm
it's
not
I
his
saw that it
wondering
was
why
going to burn before it
interpretation.
burned.
It's his
Too many
interpretation
fucking
of the
idiots.
data. You know what I
I
mean? When he
know.
analyzes people, right, he's taking the data and he's interpreting it, right? So it's like a system that he's developed to classify what he thinks, how people are. So, but the data is still there to be interpreted by anyone else who
This is
sees it,
empirical data.
sees something else in the data,
And we
in the
test it
data.
and we put it through experimentation.
So it's all based on data
Psychology is a
and the
bunk
interpretation
science. It's bullshit.
of data.
It's not a hard science.
Marketing and
It's all
advertising.
fucking guesswork.
You graph it, and then you look at the
You
graphs, and
preserve
you're
some
like,
of
all
these
right.
things playing out into reality.
Oh,
What's it
I've
called?
seen
An
how
effect of
I've seen how a
things.
psycho eval goes. You can go 2 dots this way, 4 dots that way, 3 dots this way, 7 dots that way,
But
and
can you discern what the dots
then you
mean?
got nominal.
So and then there's the archetype system, you know, so he's like trying to put together all this data that he's collected, plus
You know them little
data, I guess,
glasses wearing
metadata.
pin pushing motherfuckers who gave me psycho evaluations in the core. You know what I was thinking about the whole time I was answering their question? Ripping their head off and shitting down their neck.
Sure.
How dare
I
some
feel you.
pencil pushing bitch motherfucker even dare
Sure.
assess me about what I go out in the field and do to
Sure.
keep his punk ass safe behind a desk.
Sure. But remember, like, should you have studied history, what you realize is like the financial system that we've all been subjugated under actually controls the world. So
Yeah,
that
I
means
already know this.
should you have,
What do you mean
I know
if
you
I
know
would
this.
have?
So should you have been in the core, then you know you made a wrong decision there. You subscribe to a system that was telling you that you're fighting for a side that actually doesn't exist. They're literally
Dude, you're
decimating the
telling me something I
population, and
already
you're
know.
just a tool. You were a tool that was decimated population for the people that were paying for the
Yes.
decimation of the population.
I
I was in
realized
it.
that when I
Listen,
got
bro.
And
out.
that's fine.
I'll
And I'm not
take it
mad
bigger.
at
After I
you for
got out.
No,
being in that
I'll take
position
it
because
deeper
you were
than you,
lied to.
motherfucker. I was a murderous
But I'm saying
insurgent.
I'm not mad at
They
someone that
told
was in that
us.
position because they were lied to.
Actually, they
But at
tell
the
you
end
in
of
the
the day,
military after you sign, right?
those
They
I
tell
don't
you
that's
for 20
listen,
years they
enough.
own your
mother.
ass, right?
Shut the
They can
fuck
draft you
up,
back
man.
in.
Christ. I'm not
So
looking for anybody's
it's
forgiveness
not
here
like
anyway. Forgiveness is between me and my creator. I didn't ask you how you feel about my history.
so while you're in the military, you know that they own you for
But the
20
military is a
years.
bad
You
decision.
know
Would you
that
agree with that,
you
Batman?
know that yeah, you know that you realize
I
that
think
you're
I've said it
fighting
enough that I don't
the
need to keep repeating
corporations.
myself for your personal
And
feelings.
I
because
have
I
no
was in the
feelings.
military too,
I'm emotionless.
I think
I'm
you do.
emotionless.
and
No, I'm
and I
emotionless. I
saw
promise you.
9/11 happen,
You wanted to play
and
some kind of
then
fucking game. I don't
and
play
I
mind
believe
games.
What
the
other game?
narrative,
About
What game?
action.
What
and I was
game?
still in the
What
military. Yeah. So
game?
people who join the military don't realize that they've
It's
made the
about
wrong decision
understanding the world that we live in.
I do
they
What game is
understand.
into play?
I
What
Why
game?
y'all
exactly
keep
understand
referencing each
where I'm
other?
at right now. I don't know.
people
Listen, bro, change the fucking subject. Get it off me. Or you're going to
Sure,
wish you
whatever. Cool.
had. No, it's not whatever. It's do that now or be gone.
So, do you believe your time in the military was a good choice or a bad choice? Yes or no? Good choice or a
Stop
bad
trying
choice?
to psych eval this guy, bro. Stop. That's
so
why
I'm
I've been
trying to
trying to
explain
tell him
that
to stop, dude.
people who join the military are young and usually don't realize that they're working for corporations. They're not really out there fighting
Yeah, hey, Bong.
evil. All right, because these are the
Hey,
songs you sing while
I've
you're
said it
training, right?
enough. Do you think I got to
Yeah.
repeat it? Do you think I got to repeat
Well,
it?
right. So,
You,
but when you realize
I
that you're
wouldn't.
working
I
for the
wouldn't.
bad guys in the
I wouldn't tell
military,
any kid to go to war or join a service. I wouldn't tell any child to do that with their life. Wouldn't glorify that in any way. But if you knew me so well, you'd already know that and you wouldn't have to ask that question. You don't know me that well. That's why you just keep trying to play some kind of power game, which you're going to lose in.
And take out everybody in the room, bro. I'm the
I
same
will.
guy.
I'll ban
I will
everybody in the
too.
room.
I will too. I'm
You
trying to
just kept
say,
talking.
did you
You
believe it was a
can't
good
ban
choice or a bad
anybody here.
choice?
Are you deaf?
I thought it was a good choice because $50,000 for school, $10,000 sign-up bonus, right? For
Of
4 years.
course, I understand. I understand. I have
And I
friends
thought
that
I
went
was
to the
gonna go
Marines,
fight,
bro.
and I thought I
I
was gonna go fight
know.
bad guys. I thought I was
Of
gonna go fight
course.
the evil people, the
But as long as
communists,
people can be honest about it, how I would never have a
because
problem with that.
propaganda.
But when
But
they try to stand on their
afterwards,
stump, I'm like, hold
but
on now, senor. If you made
but
a bad choice, at least acknowledge the bad choice.
I did.
But
Now
what
That's
that
what
did
I'm
you
you
getting
know
to.
it.
experience?
After you get out of the
Farmers
military,
with guns.
Well,
after I
what
got
do
out of
I
the
owe
military,
you?
I
Oh,
did some
hold on.
You don't
research,
owe
What
me
do I?
nothing.
That's
and
right.
then I
Remember that,
realized God
You
put
don't
motherfucker.
owe
me
me
out.
nothing.
And from
God
here
saved
on
my
out,
life
don't talk to
by
me no more.
by breaking my knee and pulling me out of the military, and that's when I realized that He saved my life. Like coming out of the military because of the injury was a good thing, because I was sad and depressed about it, because supposed to be in the teams and shit. And then when I realized the truth, I was like, no, God saved your life, dummy. So I was like, oh wow, you know. So of course I realized, man, I would have been out there, I would have been dead, or I would have been killing innocent people, or I would have been a mercenary. And then I was like, whew, dodged the bullet there, right?
Exactly. But then let me
Or
bring it
you
back.
know,
Part of the
it all
Myers-Briggs
depends.
assessment is intuition or sensing. I sensed that I could not trust the fucking recruiters in the
Well,
Marines that were
you're
trying to
you're
sign me
you're
up.
you're you're
So
ignoring the
my
the
sensing
the
said,
the
you know what? No, no, no.
you're ignoring the power, like the power of this propaganda that work of this thing, New
Oh,
World Order,
I'm
that
not
works
ignoring
against
it. I
us, right?
felt it full
You're
force.
you're you're
Remember, yo,
you're you're kind of like
I took the ASVAB, I took the test. I was going to the
people
Marines, bro. I
people.
was on the list to go to the Marines. My boy that I signed up with, he went. I
Will not
changed it at the
go,
last minute.
but attempt to finish boot
the
camp.
the
That's what you
the
were signed up
ball.
for.
See, this is
To
why flat
attempt,
Earth is good. Yeah, because flat
to
Earth,
attempt to
right,
be a
removes
Marine.
the flat Earth removes the
Not
ball and
everybody
removes
So
makes
all
it.
the
makes sense.
problems that
I
come with the
figured it out
ball,
before I went, and I didn't go.
which is the lie about oil, about resources, about war, about aliens, and a lot of these problems would probably disappear. That's why I like flat Earth, because it's like bam in your face. Stop talking, everybody. Fix this first, because if the Earth is flat, then those problems are not worth arguing about. You know what I mean?
War
It's
is
kind of
hell.
weird.
You were smart to not go.
Like New World Order. War is like 1984. War has to keep going to keep order, to maintain order.
No, I
It's not,
disagree.
the war will never be over. War will
It's
never
at the
be
end of
over.
the day,
It's
sir,
supposed to
most people,
continue.
The blood
let's
of
be honest,
tyrants and patriots
most
must be
people are
spilled
peaceful
to
people.
fertilize the tree of liberty.
From time to
Most people
time,
are
yes.
peaceful. People don't really like to fight and
No,
argue.
most people are not. That's just a lame ass argument.
No, I
Most people are
disagree. Most
self-centered,
people are peaceful. There's a
narcissistic
small
sons of
percentage
bitches
of fight.
who do something to provide for their ego and not for a productive measure, just to build their ego more.
People
Perhaps.
love to fight
That's
over
average,
money and
man.
power, but power, especially for power's sake, people love to fight over power.
Small percentage, I believe.
Yeah, I've never
Oh,
once sat
everyone
here and
does. You see
glorified
it
war.
everywhere. You see it in your workplace. You see it in your homes. With your kids. You see it everywhere. You
And
see it
what
in
and what
animals.
and what greater power is there than the power of the mind?
Yeah,
Love.
exactly. Control
There's
what people
that.
think
I agree. I
about the
will, I
world.
will not disagree with you at all, Michael. Love is a powerful thing.
I agree.
Break a one man's heart, make another man
The Ring of
sing.
Fire.
It'll overcome everything else.
Power of love is gonna make you cry.
No, not the Ring of Fire.
You know, I think everybody just needs to consider the ant. You might think, oh, it's a puny ant. But look at the ant. Look, they have created an entire environment for themselves.
They don't have a leader, do they?
One
They just
ant
Yes,
is
they have a queen.
insignificant. Yeah, one ant is insignificant, but the entirety of the population is a force to be reckoned with.
Yes.
Yeah, but nobody's telling them what to do. They know what to do.
We should be
Yeah.
more like the ant.
Man, I seen an ant the other day. My daughter dropped some nuts on the garage floor, and ants were coming in and getting them. And it took two of these small ants to get one almond, right? But then I seen this other
grab the other side.
big red warrior ant. He picked up the almond by himself and was just skirting away with it. I was like, man, that's a determined motherfucker right there.
Oh, that's a big one, right? That's like the
soldiers, yeah.
Yeah, the big red ants, dude. And I was hoping my dog didn't see him because he would have ate the almond and the ant.
That's the muscular ant. Yeah, that's the bodybuilder ant.
The philosophy of the ant.
Now, do you know which ant is male and which one is female?
Easily solved by ant spray. Sorry.
You're an ant.
The ones
Murderer.
with wings, well, both the queen and the
I'm an
males have wings.
strawberryist. No, never mind. Fuck off. Sorry, I tried to make up some kind of word.
I mean,
Actually, you put them in water. If they sink, it's a girl ant. If it floats, boy ant. That's Bambi's joke.
Good one. Boy,
That's fucking funny.
Monty Python.
You ever see you spray a beehive and all the bees fall out of the hive, and then a bunch of ants come up and carry him away? We gonna eat you, bitch. Get him in the hole.
And then they get poisoned by the bees.
Yeah.
Only if they're consumed by the ants. But still, the ants get to raid
As
their
long as they
treasure.
don't, yeah, as long as they don't put their mounds in my motherfucking garden, we're all good. I leave them alone. Ants have their place. They do certain things. They're scavengers.
Yeah, unless they're burrowing holes in your plant because they're carpenter ants.
Right.
Creating larva.
I mean, like a dong beetle, you know, there's so much cow shit out here. I'm not going to kill a dong beetle.
They're needed. Break that
Right.
shit down.
Get to work, boy.
A dong
was that
beetle?
a sly reference to the scarab?
You mean dung beetle, not dong beetle? The dung beetle?
Dung.
I don't know. Mail me
It
some of those
serves its
mushrooms.
purpose.
I think they push it with. Yeah, it's
Why
like they
is there
push it
evil?
upside down, right? Like they put their
Why
head
is-
down and push it backwards.
Why
The
is there
wheelbarrow?
evil in the world? Why do they lie? It serves its purpose.
Because liars exist. Because everyone's a
But
liar. That's why. Everyone lies.
It serves its own purpose. It serves the purpose.
Because every man is a liar.
NASA's a lie. I sing that song.
The bigger the lie, the harder it is to not believe it.
Unless it's
bigger the
something so
lie-
monumental built upon for generation upon generation.
The easier to believe. Yeah.
Because the ones that know the truth are long gone. And we're just
Hence, why would
rediscovering.
the question? Why would they lie? You know, because the lie is so big. It's why would they?
It's monumental. It's stupendous. It's terrific.
It's incredible. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. That's exactly true. It's unbelievable. A lot of people cannot believe that the wool's been pulled over their eyes. They've been fleeced since before they were born.
Yeah. That's fine. Damn TV, man. TV and radio. Well, news. First, it was the newspaper, you know, the printing press. And then radio, and then
Think
TV.
about it.
And now
The
your
printing
phones.
press, the newspaper tycoon was the one in America, or in North America, specifically California, that was the biggest lobbyer against cannabis because of the hemp crop. Because there's a decorrugator which made making hemp fibers far cheaper and way more plentiful. I mean, how long does it take for a tree to be mature to make paper out of it? Because he owned a whole grove of trees that he had purchased.
3 to
That's
6
what he invested
months.
his money in.
6 to 9 months. Sorry.
About 12 years.
But yeah, if you're good,
But with
depending on the
but with
strain,
weed,
yeah.
but with
3
weed,
to 6 months. Yeah.
well, with trees, yeah, it takes years, right? But with weed, it takes months.
Mm.
So it's far more renewable, and the after product lasts a lot longer than the acid treated paper that we use today.
Yeah.
And the other thing about it too, it's completely biodegradable and recyclable.
UV resistant.
Yeah. Well, the first jeans, the first Levi jeans were made out of hemp and linen.
Yeah. And you know the sails, the canvas for the sails, like sailboats.
Yes.
They that's what they were made of, and it's like, isn't man? I think Thomas
And
Jefferson said that any country should be required to grow hemp or something like that. I'm just,
Yeah, made a
well,
really good
that's what the wealth of
lubricant
the
as
nation
well.
is. Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, hemp. I was like hemp. And I looked into hemp, and it's like,
And
holy crap!
it's a pretty good source of omega-3 fatty acids from the kernels of the hemp plant.
The oils, the
Yep.
all the medicinal research that hasn't that probably has already been done by them, but we don't know about. I don't know.
I have some in my cereal right now.
Constitution was drafted on hemp paper.
Nice. Hey, look at that. Yeah.
Some people say it was written on hemp paper, but I think it was written on parchment as a final draft to be sent.
And it's still there?
I think the copies are written on hemp. Well, the one that was sent to the king, that's, declared treason. The declaration of war, the declaration of an act of treason, the Constitution.
I've always wondered what those aprons were when I was little. When I first saw his photos in the books, social studies,
They're hiding the Holy of
American
Holies.
history, U.S.
The
history.
apron's all about the veil of the Holy of Holies.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And then I
Think
learned
about
about
it.
the
What's
Masons.
behind the apron? What's behind the apron?
Ding dong.
Yeah, and they worship the phallus as the sun, as a sun ray.
Phallus. Dude, yeah, and I was like, man, what's up with these aprons? But then
Obelisks.
and when I found out they were Freemasons, I was like, oh, Freemasons must be good guys because the president, good men to better men, cool. Or I never even looked into it or until I did the research on symbols and what they mean and shit like that. And Freemasons,
And consider this, right? Consider this. Everybody says, well, the sun's, that's the light. That was the first creation was light. No, the light was the first creation. The sun was created afterwards. Think about it. At nighttime, do you not still have light?
Yes.
You can light a fire. You can have a torch, as they say in the UK, a flashlight, a fluorescent light, an incandescent light, lamps.
You know how when you shine the light onto the ceiling of your house, it kind of casts this soft light all around the room, right? When you point the flashlight up to the ceiling, it casts this soft light everywhere. So before sunrise and after sunset, that's kind of like the effect. The light.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's bouncing off of something.
I found out you can get a pretty good picture of the sun if you somehow collect it. I think you can collect it by taking like just a complete sheet and then just have a hole like placed into the sheet and cover the window, and there will be a projection somehow. There's some way of doing it. That's how they first discovered the sunspots, because they looked at it and there were spots, dark spots on the image that was projected on the wall.
It didn't come from the linen, the cloth that was used.
I don't know.
Not controlled enough, maybe.
And there's another kind of lens too, where everything's completely blocked. Like there's no way light can get through it, like a coin, and you can still have resolution. Very poor, but there's still resolution.
What do the sunspots mean, though?
I don't know. They say it's a magnetic storm. Possibly it's just things
Solar
blocking
flare.
the light. Things blocking the light. I don't know. They say the reason why it's dark is because it's cooler. Or what if the dark nature is its true nature and it's only trying to imitate the light and it can't hold the charade up? forever. So every once in a while, its true face shows the dark sun, darkness.
You
That
ever read
claims
those
to be true light.
Enochian? You ever read those Enochian manuscripts, like the 5 books of mysteries? And then there's this other one, Soya, book of Soiga, or something like that.
No.
It mentions, it shows the 7 portals that the sun goes through, like, and they're and the symbols, they're the monets, they call it monets. Right? It's like it's like a logo, but also you know, occult stuff. So I was wondering where these models come from. You know, like how do people know what they know? Scientists, astronomers, whatever. You know.
Well, because man's been around forever, for like as far as back as we can remember.
Since we're
And,
cavemen.
they weren't as smart as today, but somehow they could come up with the calculations that all mathematics is based off of. And the principles of science. Huh?
Mm-hmm. Science comes from them.
Wasn't it in BC?
Yeah.
And then when you quote, like, or you give a definition of a word etymologically, they go, "But that's from the 16th century." Oh, do you have an older form of it? Because this goes back to the root words of the root languages that are just as old as if not older than your Aristophanes.
The Pentagon forms like upside down. It's a magic circle, and it got pentagram. The way Prague, the city of Prague, was also a magic circle that these guys, Sir John Dee and Edward Kelly,
Hey, Bong.
used to perform their rituals.
Bong,
Right.
which lodge did you sign up for?
No, I read this in these books, in the manuscripts.
Yeah, which lodge
work.
did you sign up for? LA?
I'm not part of any lodge,
Fremont?
dude. No, I think God is
Houston?
revealing I think God is revealing things to me, man, as I remember and
DC?
read and search.
Maine?
No,
How can
man.
you know about something you're not part of?
I don't know, man. Like, I'm not part of any lodge. No. I
Well,
just
those are
did a
just
lot of
district
research.
That's
lodges.
what the first rule of Mason Club is: there is no Mason Club.
When I read Mason stuff, man, I see copycats. I see counterfeit of God's word. It's like, look at these wannabes, man. I get really
I'm just
a
fucking with
little
you, Bong.
triggered. So it's like, yeah, I know, right? But yeah, that's what happens. I'm like, man, these guys are
He might be the real
so
Mason.
bad, dude. Like these guys are gonna get it, you know, like God's wrath is gonna be really, yeah, you know what I mean? The Pope and all those people.
I could show you all a picture, but you'd like freak out. It's me when I was like 4 years old and I was doing the hand of the hidden veil. Or the sign of the
Yeah,
hidden.
Fauci ouchie, right? Oh, you know, I don't see any reason why people should be walking around with masks anymore. And, oh yeah, people should definitely wear masks. You know, doing his little hand thing. You seen him with his hand gesture? Hidden
That's how
hand
you
thing?
know I was born into a Masonic family. I didn't know what I was doing. I was 4 years old and they told me to do it like that.
It's like, man, everybody knows already what these things mean. Like, why is this guy trying to be slick?
We have apologies
Yes.
in the room that doesn't have a role. If you guys want to, maybe I don't know. Apologies.
name?
How did you? Apologies. So.
Oh, he bounced.
And they
Oh, scared him off.
You unmuted him. They're like, sweet, I got past it. Hey guys, why am I still muted?
They might be shy. I'll just leave them alone next time they hop in. Just let them listen.
But yeah, Bong, you start talking about Masons and they start coming out the woodwork.
Why, gotta expose what is in the dark.
Yeah,
Shall
but a lot of
come
them are
to light.
underlings and they don't understand the truth of the
What?
ultimate.
what was whispered in the rooms shall be shouted from the rooftops, right?
Tell me the secrets of the pyramids.
Everyone will know.
It's the sun shining through a rainstorm.
I mean,
the capstone is not there because the capstone is the sun, which is in the sky.
Yeah, my dad told me, you know what?
They worship the sun. They worship the capstone. They worship the sun. That's the secret.
Yeah. Well, yes. Christmas.
And I just seen that, and there was another one above it, like upside down. I was like, whoa. If only I had my phone to take the picture. Would have been epic. I can't find any photos like that.
That's the reason why it went from geocentric to heliocentric. Is that that's because the lesser should serve the greater. You know, there's a lot of it means a lot of things, but gravity. If you think about the gravity of the sun, you know, being greater than the gravity of the earth, but really it's esoteric as well that
Yes,
lesser people
it's all
should
Kabbalism.
serve the greater people, right? That we should revolve around them, you know, as well. So gravitas, you know, it's like a dual meaning to the whole thing, you know, science, heliocentric, and astronomy, and believing you live on a ball. Like what the fuck? Like WTF?
Well, the person they
S&H.
embody, Hiram Abiff, right? This is how sinister it is. The person they embody, Hiram Abiff, when they get initiated and they square the circle and all that. When they go to the four corners and come back, they even are raised to the first level with the grip of the Master Mason, right? And that's like first hand grip, right? So the Masonic hand grips are just to Master Mason, which is the third degree, the Blue Lodge, the Chaos Lodge, the Crypt.
What's like interesting is these things they call aliens. You know what used to be called demons are now aliens and hybrids, right? And the abductions and what was done and how the man of lawlessness or the Antichrist is going to come about. You know what I mean with DNA and all these. You know what I mean the Human Genome Project. You know slash DNA manipulation slash Nephilim happened again after that, after the flood. Yeah, and the AI, you know, Elon Musk says with AI we are calling up the demon. So I don't know, trying to put these things together, but it's like I'm high. Okay.
He's working the craft. Call him Tubal Cain.
Yeah.
Tubal Cain, step forward. Tell us the secrets of the craft. I will not.
Tubal Cain is also known as Thoth.
Yep.
Mercury.
Yep.
But they're studied. They look at the stars.
So
They
it's
got all
all
these
Hermetic
telescopes.
principles. It's all the pillars of Solomon. Every craft they keep all technologies. Craft is technology, whether it's spiritual technology or a physical technology.
And
All
the
knowledge.
fornication began with the building of the temple. That's when the fornication began. That's when
You've
the
been listening to
stonemasons
us.
or that's when the Israelites were brought into the craft and learned about the masonry, and they mastered it and took it over and created a worldwide sect out of it.
Kaaba.
Yeah.
Cabal.
Cabal.
Right?
In fact, the Cabal is in 1 Kings 9.
Well, the Kaaba and the Cabal are actually separate things, but yeah, you get the principle.
Kaaba or Cabal?
Yeah. Well, I believe it's called Kabul. But yeah, Cabal.
The pact, the sect, the agreement, the covenant.
And that's in 1 Kings 9. You should read it, Bong. Like, not out loud, not right now, but
yep.
That's the promise, the curse, and yeah.
Good news.
I was wondering if they have if there are hybrids or what's in Antarctica, you know, all these things. Because I heard about these gray aliens. How Steven
Do you know how much gold Hiram Abiff brought back to King Solomon from Ophir?
666.
No, 420. 420 talents of gold.
So it's time to smoke the bowl. Hit the bong. If you got them, smoke them. 420. Get it?
Yeah, what's up with that Kali bracelet? Their so-called goddess.
So Steven Spielberg's third contact with the third encounters of the third kind, right? I think the president, I forget who was President Reagan at that time, or said he was on point. He said it was very accurate with that movie. And
but if ye shall at all turn from me, following ye or your children, and will not keep
my commandments and my statutes that I had laid before you, meaning laws and statutes, moral statutes, do what is right.
hey, is it okay to talk about like aliens? I mean, is there demons? Sorry, I should call them what they are, right?
You mean the aliens from Narnia, or the aliens from like
the gray demons?
Because
The gray
technically, I'm
demons.
considered a resident alien.
The grays and the
Well, I'm not human.
Is working with the demons that the government works with. You know, like the technology and all the bull stuff. Dude, the military is convinced. Like people in the military are convinced.
And he said, "What cities are these
aliens
which thou hast given me, brother?" And he called them the land of Kabul unto this day.
Freaking movie, man.
Kabul. And Hiram was a place, not a person. Hiram Abiff, he was a Hiramite.
Yes.
No.
A master mason.
What is Space Force?
He's from Tyree.
Cyberspace.
6 core talents ago.
I think we've been dealing with the Space Force. Some of these Matthew types.
Matthew learns.
Cyber Force?
The Space Force.
Yeah.
Because
it's cyberspace.
The vacuum of Space Force. That's what should, or outer Space Force.
Because mysteriously, after the Space Force was
we already had the Air Force.
Yep. They did away with the cyber wing.
Because we have Air Force. So that's
who the Space Force is the Air Force. And what do the Air Force have? They have a lot of accountant type people, a lot of number crunchers, a lot of intelligent mathematic people.
I think it might have to do with aliens. I'm just saying.
How about all that stuff the Queen of Sheba gives to him?
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that already passed. The Queen of Sheba already came bearing gifts, right?
Yep.
And the Air Force. So the Space Force and the Air Force work together to talk to do the alien thing. You know,
she questioned him to make sure his magic was true.
Let us help you evolve.
That's her whole reason for the trip and the gifts.
It is. She like, I don't give a shit about this stuff. I just want to see what you know. Like what's her name did to Merlin?
Arthur?
What's her name? No.
Morgan?
Morgan Le Fay. Morgan Le Fay stole his magic with sex charms, beautifications, and allurements.
Damn.
The Witch in the Woods.
Sounds very familiar, eh? Eh?
Eh? And what
that guy sounds like a noob.
Here's another query of the righteous king. The righteous king. What sword be for a righteous man? That's the question. Arthur was to be king because he was a righteous man and he drew the sword for the throne. But the question is, what sword is there for a righteous man?
Jasher goes into depth about Moses pulling the staff from the field.
Yeah.
And that's supposed to be like Excalibur.
Yep. Knowledge of truth and God. That's the sword we yield.
It's a broadsword.
Nobody else could do it. Great men could not budget. But as soon as Jethro
Thor.
saw it, he says, "Take my daughter to be your wife," because it was all about rulership over that land and the royal, like to seal the deal. You take the caretaker,
Daughter of the
the one,
king. Yeah.
the keeper of the land's daughter for peace. That's how, like, even Solomon, like, as a gift from Pharaoh, because Solomon became king, he gifted Solomon his daughter. So Solomon's
Pimp.
first wife was an Egyptian princess.
Yep.
Solomon was a pimp. Pimping. Like, well, not pimp, but sorry, that was the wrong term. Maybe I should use a different. Player. 5G. Yeah, I think Nebuchadnezzar and Solomon are opposites. Like, one started off good, ended up tragic. The other one started off bad, ended up good.
There was an angel. It's spoken about in Enoch. I don't know which place. I didn't really study that part, but one of the fallen angels had given mankind the gift of pen and paper to entice the women.
Ow.
So taught them how to write language.
Yeah, that rings a bell.
What'd you say, Jezebel?
No, I'm saying that rings a bell. The gift of writing and paper, to give them power. That's sort of what I was asking, which one it was that gave us that.
Yeah, because it's profane, because all it's supposed to be for is so man can confess his faith.
Yeah.
Penemu?
Huh?
Penemu. Pennemue. Penemu. He taught men the understanding of writing and the use of ink and paper.
Yes. One of the fallen angels from Genesis 6.
Yeah, I got Enoch right here next to me on the table. A couple of them. What's up, Chew again? I got a cipher.
I've been pronouncing that Penume. But yeah. Penume. Panama? Penemu.
Penemu. In the name of the fourth fallen angel is Penemu. He discovered to the children of men bitterness and sweetness, and pointed out to them every secret of their wisdom. He taught men to understand writing and the use of ink and paper. Therefore, numerous have been those who have gone astray from every period of the world, even to this day, for men who were not born for this. Thus, with pen and with ink to confirm their faith, since they were not created except that, like the angels, they might remain righteous and pure. Nor would death destroy, which destroys everything, have effect on them. But by their knowledge they perish. By this also its power consumes them.
So reading and writing preserves words, right?
It's magic. It's magic.
It is
and
magic.
Art from the angels.
You want to see a sigil?
From a demon.
Yeah, it's like speaking to you through text. Yeah. Symbols.
Did it not go through?
No, we could hear you, but just getting. Oh yeah, that's.
No,
sigil.
I mean the sigil. That's his sigil.
Your words are
And
symbols.
you know what
right?
that looks like?
Sounds.
That's Orion.
And then you transcribe it, right? That's what
it does.
Because those circles correspond with star signs.
Yeah.
We read these symbols and we say, "Look, I know how to read and write and spell." right? Because symbols, right? You're transcribing the sounds, right? Which are words, which are symbols, right? God's word, your words, my words, English languages. 你好.
Wait a minute. How many constellations are visible in the average night sky? Like, say, a city. Maybe they have something to do with the sitting angels that were locked up in chains of darkness, and it's just an echo from beneath that's projected above. Maybe the stars are not real. Maybe they're just the angels that were thrown in Tartarus. And their hole where they used to inhabit are no longer there in heaven.
Well, what if the 7 wandering stars are just also different? You know, just 7 angels that are part of the rebellion, but not the ones that came down. Maybe they. I don't know. Could be that, or could be what you're saying. Zeus, Jupiter, Mars.
If you can't tell right now, I'm touching the tip of my nose.
Uranus.
Where a black hole is. And it smells like farts.
Yeah, it's a gas planet, very gassy place.
Gassy.
Uranus, very gassy. Yeah.
Like the thing that stumps these people, you know, why would academia dub the planets the Roman pantheon of gods? Well, the important ones, you know.
Oh, I worship the stars. You know, like
Yeah,
the way people worship superstars, movie stars, sports
yeah,
stars.
but the normal layman is clueless about it. Thinks, oh, I want to go to Mars, not knowing Mars means war.
Well,
So they're
well, if
saying
you're
they want to
watching
go to
sports,
war. Oh, we can pay to go to war.
I mean, if you watch sports and celebrate them, you're pretty much worshiping stars, knowing or unknowingly, or watch movies and pay attention to, you know, and celebrate them as celebrities. You know, that's why they're called celebrities, because people celebrate them and they're called stars or gods. Now, basketball players call each other gods. Little god, the
Hey,
god,
we
goat,
got a globe
goat,
earther in here.
a goat. Yeah.
How you doing, little Namato? Lee Namato? Natomo?
Norato.
Lino
How do
Tomo.
you say your
Lino
name?
Tomo.
Excuse me.
Lino
How do you
Tomo. Lino Tomo. Lino.
Nematoro.
We'll call you Lino. Lino or Tom? Tom or Lino? Tom? Tomo?
Lino
Tommy.
Tomo.
Tommy, right? Hey, yo, Tommy, how's it going?
Yo. Thomas.
Hey, yo,
It's not,
Lino.
at least it's not
Hey, yo,
Tony, you
Lino.
know, to New York.
How's it going, Lino?
Yo, how's it going, Tomas?
How you doing? How you doing, Lino? How's the family?
Yo, Paulie, you ought not talk to Adrian like that.
What's new? What are you guys talking about?
Huh?
Tomas.
Oh, we were quoting movies. Tomas.
And Rocco. Yo, Rocco,
we're talking
you
about
know.
stars and gods. How stars are gods, and people name stars after gods.
Have you
And
ever
people
wondered
call people
why
stars or
those
gods.
planets? Have you ever wondered why the planets are named those names?
Nope.
After pagan gods?
The Pantheon.
Well, no, that was to the globe earther because he was all like, "Huh? What do you mean?"
Yeah, well, they're named. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyways, go ahead, Babylon.
They're just the Pantheon. They're the Pantheon.
Yeah. Mount Olympus.
Mm-hmm.
Now people worship people as gods,
Lino,
like Pharaoh, and like gods, like kings. Right?
what is your religion?
Live like
My
a
religion
king.
is, I don't know. I was raised Catholic because I'm Italian, but I don't really follow.
Can't understand what you're
Did
saying,
anyone get a
man.
copy?
Can you come closer to your mic? I think it's he's
Yeah, I
right.
think
Man.
I'm between San Francisco and Los Angeles, so it doesn't take very well.
Oh, okay.
So I'm
Oh, are you Christian? Are you a Christian? Are you what's your are
I
you a
was
fall earth?
Roman Catholic,
Oh
but
yeah.
Oh,
I
I'm
don't
sorry.
practice. I never practice. It's just when you're born, they baptize you, and you have no choice.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I apologize for your inconvenience.
That's fine. It's not bad.
What's your religion now?
Agnostic.
Oh, agnostic. Okay, so
Agnostic.
you're
Yeah,
like an
yeah.
atheist.
No.
Agnostic.
Does that
He
does
doesn't
that
know.
mean does that mean do you have a belief that there is no God, or does that mean that you're not
No,
sure?
that I don't know. That I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
you're not
hope.
sure.
I hope there's something, but I'm
That,
not
that,
Yeah,
sure yet.
yeah,
they don't
that's
know.
good. That's good. That means you're still wondering. You know, you haven't completely given over to the beast ancestry, the monkey ancestry,
Yeah.
right? Because the monkey's a
Wait,
beast. Anyways,
Oh,
well, at least you're still wondering, and that's kind of a good sign for you because the brainwashed never wonder. They just go by what, you know, society is telling them. Even though society is jumping off a cliff because they're a bunch of lemmings being controlled by the gamer.
Is there a simulation?
Quims.
Yeah, they're damn quims.
Are
Their
you a
quims start
baller
quivering
still?
when they
Like,
start thinking about what if they are lying? They start like just quivering.
still think it's a ball though, Lino Tomo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bought a
Have you
pin and
ever?
handle experimentation.
Do you remember what the radius of the globe is?
The 6,000 kilometers, something like that, a little less.
You reckon that's big
That's what they
enough?
say. I never measured, so I don't know.
Right. It sounds a little small to me, right?
Yeah, if you think about it, it does.
Right.
It should be way more sky than ground. The horizon should be very obvious. It would be like that Mario game, you know what I mean? Where it's so a little bit bigger than
Are
that,
you?
but you know what I mean.
Hey, Bong, you're Samoan, but you live in Australia, right?
Yeah, yeah, mate.
Yeah, mate. It's too bad because Samoan must be really cool.
I don't know. I mean, they got their own problems, man. I think they are also suffering from the blue pilled government. You know, corrupt blue pilled government. Same shit, different toilet.
Which government do you think is the least corrupt?
Is the least corrupt?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
There is none.
It's probably something. I would guess maybe some northern European, like
God's government.
Saudi
only
Arabia.
the only
Yeshua's government. Yeah.
the only type
Yeshua's
of government
kingdom.
that is not corrupt is anarchy.
Yeah, but it's kind of difficult to.
Wait,
Not
Joshua,
much of a
do
government.
you believe in anarchy?
Me?
I believe anarchy is what we're going towards because everybody can see that it's all bullshit. I think that might be the New World Order.
Oh, I thought you meant. I was
really
about to say, 'cause
It's the only thing that's not been tried yet as a form of government.
Yeah, but anarchy would never work. Come
And it's always been Freemason government, right?
But
Like
what
it's
does
always
but what
been
does
the devil's government, right? It's always
but what
been a
does
one world order.
hang on, Bong. But what does anarchy truly mean? Doesn't mean no laws, because you still have natural law. You already
Yeah,
know what is good and evil inherently in your
But
heart.
yeah.
right, but you
I,
can't apply that law.
What the
Babylon.
government does is they
You can't.
make up laws to suit their benefit.
the problem is
Yes,
that
Arthur, but what I'm saying
people,
is, with the natural law, you have to actually apply it through authority. You can't just, not everyone is going to listen.
And
Yeah, I mean,
if those people that won't listen will give their authority over to another person to govern them, then that's on them. That's their fault.
That's on them, yeah.
When you do that, you become a slave to your master.
I don't feel like I'm a slave.
Well, I'm saying like with politics, it's a form of slavery. Government,
Well, the
money,
thing is,
it's
the
debt
government,
slavery.
like, since the Roman, is still the same. Where you have your
Excuse me,
senators.
not slavery. Excuse me, it's debt chattelry.
I don't know. I feel pretty good about the world. I was born in Italy, but I came to the United States.
I was born and raised in the United States. My family came over here shortly before I was born.
That's cool. From
Where
where?
they from?
Japan. It's
Oh,
where my
nice.
mother's from.
I think it's just interesting. Every culture, the world. I don't hate like the governments and everything. I mean, the United States, yeah, of course there's corruption. Everywhere there's corruption. But at least here, you can do whatever, within the limit, whatever you want. Compared to
Well,
other countries.
no, you can't.
Liberalism is
Try
really the
carrying a gun in
worst.
California. You're in California, right? Try carrying a
Yeah,
gun. See how fast you'll end up with a felony.
no, I know, but I don't really care against it.
Why not?
I'm not.
In
I
America,
don't know.
you have the right to bear arms that shall not be infringed.
I know. I'm.
But do you know
But
why? It's not so you can go hunting on the weekends.
it's to defend from your government against the government if they attack you. But if they want to take you, they take you even if they're guns.
Yeah.
They're gonna have bigger guns.
And you know what figure of speech, or not figure of speech, but the freedom of speech is supposed to represent?
What?
The freedom of press. The freedom of teaching the true thing, even if it is against the agenda or what the leaders say. It's satire, but not. It's supposed to be non-satirical. But press lately has been nothing but satirical and laughable.
Yeah, I mean it's complicated.
It's like the Fourth Amendment. They've already shredded that. You know what the Fourth Amendment is? It's protection from illegal search and seizures, like wiretapping, like capturing your internet details from an internet provider that is obligated through an incentive program to give this information to law enforcement when requested. It's supposed to be protected against that.
I know, but
Just like you can't just get pulled over for no crime and get searched and locked away. That's illegal search and seizure because your property is now seized. That's illegal. That's against the Fourth Amendment. If there's no crime committed, then why are you breaking my Fourth Amendment?
yeah, but honestly, maybe I was lucky, but I never been treated like that. Like I never felt like harass me or they stop me without reason. I mean, it never happened. I'm sure that happened to a lot of people.
Well, I'm asking you this stuff so you can better understand it, so you can pass those tests. If you plan on, immigrating completely, which would be an awesome thing, by the way, as long as
I'm already an American citizen, so I studied those little questions and I passed. I have dual citizenship.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Yeah, it's a pretty good place, but everybody hears about this American dream, right? And that's a false pretense, because what does it mean to have a dream? It means you must be asleep.
Honestly, in my case, it wasn't American. It was coming from Italy, like super happy. I started working on video games, so it is the American dream for me. But I understand that a lot of people like that.
There's this what was it? The dreamer clause or something like that? Something about dreamers? I can't really remember, but it was something about immigration.
But here it is a place, I mean, if you try to open a company, like for example in Italy, so much bureaucracy. I mean, you think here there's a bureaucracy, over there is a bureaucracy. And here, I was able to open a company, I don't have to pay taxes for like the next 2 years. I mean, at least they try to give you the tools to succeed. In other countries, much different. So I still believe that the American dream. I mean, if you want to do something here, you can do it. There is no excuse.
That's Deemer. I couldn't find Dreamer.
How come a lot of the Muslims in this Discord have Bible study?
Because a lot of the times sometimes we will participate in exchange verse for verse, like my book says this and this is what this book says. Let's discover how correlated they are and how different they are.
Okay.
And actually the whole theology department, that's handled by Battle Mod.
This Dr. Islam guy, is he a Daesh
sure.
or an ISIS?
I'm not sure. Are you talking about the guy that did the Political Islam website?
No, he has an ISIS profile picture, Dr. Islam, in his server.
I don't know.
The thing about ISIS is in Islam, they're actually considered disbelievers. ISIS, they're kuffar. We call them excusers because they're too lenient in their excommunication upon disbelievers.
The Daesh.
Daesh, yeah.
Daesh, yeah. Dash. Yeah.
They don't. They're too lenient in their excommunication whenever it comes to pagans, like the pagans in Pakistan and whatnot. The reality of today is there are barely any Muslims. Most Muslims are actually in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. Actually, I was talking to one of the Saudi Arabian princesses a couple years back when she was in exile.
She was in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, her father had thrown her in prison, and the only thing her and her sister could do was get a phone smuggled in so they could send a message out. So they're doing
Why?
stream.
What did she do?
I'm just letting them know, you know, the how women are being treated there, and it's just real bad right now. And they were like feminists, you know, they were
Yeah, no,
pro-Western culture.
feminism is the thing is in
That's
America
why
and
they were.
stuff.
That's why their fathers locked them away.
Well, yeah, in America and stuff, you got. I mean, the women don't talk to us that bad. You know, the women they're not allowed to run over us like in America. In
Right.
America, the feminism and all that gay stuff is just being spread. All that secularism is being spread everywhere. So, and actually, surprisingly, it is pretty prominent within the Muslim lands. As a matter of fact, the Saudi Arabian government, they're not. We say they're not Muslims; they're kuffar. They're apostates. Okay, because they changed the Sharia. They implement other than the Sharia. They contradict it. Okay, so they legalize what Allah forbade. For
Right.
example, they allowed music concerts recently,
It's
and this is
apostate, yeah.
completely haram.
Yeah, it's like being apostate. They change your mind to allow something else in.
And the thing about the women in Saudi Arabia, a lot of them actually like their lives, their lifestyles. They like being righteous and having zeal. As for the ones who are feminists, like then usually they don't get punished. Usually they're able to escape out into America, then they live their lives of apostasy. It's if they commit their lives of apostasy within the state of Saudi Arabia itself, then of course they're going to face punishment. But usually, what they do is they leave America, or they leave Saudi Arabia, go to one of these secular lands, and live a life of worldliness.
Lawlessness. Yeah.
Yes. And that is also part of the reason why ISIS are kuffar. They're not Muslims. They're apostates is because they excuse the one who doesn't excommunicate a Jew or a Christian. For example, ISIS believe that if you allow voting as a Muslim, if you allow to vote, then you're still a Muslim. When we say this is shirk, this is polytheism, allowing a different legislator other than your creator.
Yeah, I happen to be a resident of the kingdom of the creator, right? Not the kingdom of man. I might live in the land of man, right? But my kingdom is the kingdom of God.
There's no place on earth currently that is.
Yes, I know this. That's why I'm kind of like, what really is government meant to do? What are all these systems of control really meant to do? To keep chaos from happening. And I can see that's where we're headed. Right? Like, I remember last year when there's this big hack that came out and a lot of governments, like, secrets were, like, really exposed big time. Mainly, Russia, Chile, United States. And, man, I'll tell you what. There was, like, a bunch of propaganda that was coming out from, I believe it was Saudi Arabia, because they were hanging homosexuals.
Mm-hmm.
And they were all, like, going, "Boo, boo, down with Saudi Arabia, boo," right? All the cancel culture.
Right.
And then, I've noticed, like, after the whole, Palestine issue with Israel. Everybody's like, boo, boo with the Jew. Yay, I side with Islam. And they happen to be LBGTQ.
Yeah. No, it's ridiculous. Honestly, these secularists that support quote unquote support Palestine and stuff, and even the people who claim to be Muslim, they support Palestine. Palestine itself is a dirty Jewish state. They're literally secularists. Even before the Jews got territory in it, they were secular. Saudi Arabia, just
Yeah, it's Philistina. Philistine.
Yeah.
Philistines. Like, I'm not sure what that word means in Arabic. I'm really not sure
The
what it
thing
means in Arabic.
is, actually, the land was actually never called Philistine in the Quran. It was called Al-Quds, Jerusalem, Al-Quds, and basically, Al-Quds is just Jerusalem, and it's where Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was brought to heaven during the night of migration. But regarding these like Palestinians and stuff, most of them are not even Muslim. A lot of people nowadays are not Muslims, even though they claim to be, because they don't know the reality of Tawheed, Islamic monotheism.
Exactly. It's just like a lot of Christians today claim to be Christians, but they're not Christian.
Well, the thing is, whenever I tell people this, they call me a takfiri. A takfiri is someone who excommunicates a lot. And this person is actually, he's like a heretic, and he's considered a heretic in the religion. However, I don't view myself as a takfiri because I'm speaking the truth. You know, the Salaf, the earliest Muslims, they said that there will become a time in which everyone around the Muslim is a kafir, is a disbeliever. And so they will point at him and they will call him a stinky carcass and whatnot. The reality is that these people that claim to be Muslim, they don't know the reality of Tawheed, therefore they were never a Muslim. Like people in Pakistan, they worship the graves. Taliban, they worship the graves. Osama bin Laden, he was part of Taliban. Osama bin Laden was never a Muslim. Okay, forget this whole terrorist thing. He was a kafir. He died a kafir. He was a mushrik. He was a pagan. Just like these Pakistanis, they're pagans. Okay, because they're worshiping the grave. And now some of these quote-unquote scholars come to us and they say that there's excuse of ignorance in shirk al-akbar means great polytheism. Okay, great polytheism. So this is, there is no excuse of ignorance in this. Okay, and the proof actually is from the Quran when Allah Azza wa Jal, when the children of Israel, they're worshipping the calf, yeah? And on the day of resurrection, they're brought to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and they said, and Allah Azza wa Jalla said, were you not aware of this? And they said no. But Allah Azza wa Jalla still punished them. And this is proof that there is no excuse of ignorance for Shirk al-Akbar. Because if one is a Muslim, then he knows the reality. He doesn't need the Quran to know that this is shirk or that this isn't shirk. If he doesn't know what is shirk and what isn't, then he could not have been a Muslim to begin with. And this is what the earliest Muslims said. A lot of people ignore the earliest Muslims. They call us a Salafi. I'm sure you've heard of it, a Salafi Muslim. However, lots of people nowadays who claim to be Salafi, they're not Salafi, they are Zanadiqa, they are heretics. They claim to be Salafi, yet they follow their four scholars of Tawhid, their four scholars of Shirk on the state of Saudi Arabia. They're the slaves of that government, Saudi Arabia.
Mic check.
Hello.
All right, cool. Just making sure. It got quiet real quick.
I can't find it. Anyways, yeah, I was looking up a stone castle in Japan. I clicked back too far.
Wait, Joshua, your bio says I'm not a Jew, I'm not a Christian. Like, what are you?
I'm a true believer in biblical scripture.
Like Old Testament only?
No, I don't. That part that says Old Testament, New Testament, I've ripped those out.
So like, okay, the Torah.
Yes, Torah is the law.
Okay, and then like the Gospels, do you follow that?
Yeah, that's the good news of salvation from the prophet. What the prophet speaks, God does.
Wait, so do you believe in the Trinity then?
No.
Oh, wow. That's good.
Because the law specifically states, have no other L's before me. Have no other mighty ones before me. No other ones before my face. Right?
Talk about the Quran.
Do what now?
I was sorry. I was asking if he was talking about the Quran.
No, I'm talking about Exodus 20. Have no other gods before my face.
Right. Well, so I mean, I guess how come you're not a Jew then? I mean, because you. Well, I guess you just said you follow the Gospels, but.
Yeah. Do we have a temple? No. And a Jew is Judah. That's one tribe. I don't belong to that tribe. I belong to another.
Oh, right.
So, like, Ephraimite, maybe? The Ephraimite is mixed in with the Gentiles.
There's barely any Jews nowadays anyway. They're all just.
I know. They're all
British and
agnostic.
white.
Agnostic, right?
Well, yeah, that. I mean, like the race or the ethnicity.
I know.
Like most of them are like half European now.
Yeah, but we don't have a temple either. So if we had a temple, then maybe it would be something different. But yeah. So instead, we are
like
the temple.
Unitarian.
No, I don't subscribe to any troop. If anything, a Nazarene.
Okay.
Or a Netzarene, excuse me.
So you don't like worship Jesus then, yeah?
No, you don't worship the Son, you worship the Father.
Oh, but you believe in like the Father and the Son then still though.
Yeah. It says several times that the Son is at the right hand.
And do you believe that in the Trinity? Or not in the Trinity, but the Spirit?
No. The Spirit does inhabit you, and there are things of spirits, and there's good spirits and bad spirits. There's a spirit of discernment, there's a spirit of wisdom.
So you believe that Jesus is the Son, right? Like the literal Son
of God? No, that's not his name. That's not his name. Like in I believe it's in the Quran, his name is
Isa.
Yeah, Isa. But
Isa alayhi salam.
in the Greek it was Isus, right? So very similar, right? However, what that name translates to in the Hebrew is Yahushua HaMashiach, which is God is salvation, the anointed one. Right.
Wait, so I'm confused. Like, do you think that Jesus has divinity, or do you just view him as a messenger and the Messiah?
He was a prophet, and the prophet spoke.
Right.
What the prophet says, God does. Correct?
Right.
Okay. That's that.
Well, I'm asking you because Christians, right? They literally worship Jesus.
Yeah, I know. That's the major problem. They're worshiping the wrong L.
And you don't
a lot of
in that,
times
right?
they worship the idol that they created for themselves, the cross.
Right. But do you believe that God has a literal son?
Yes.
And you believe that's Jesus? Or Isa
Yahushua, yeah.
alayhi salam.
Yahushua, yes. But he has many sons. They're called the messengers, the angels, like Gabriel, Mikael. And Uriel.
What do you think of Mormons? Are Mormons do
Joseph
Christians
Smith was a
excommunicate them?
Freemason and a false prophet.
Yeah, do Christians excommunicate Mormons? Are there any Christians in
No,
here
they
from
have
that?
their own temple in Utah. It's the Temple of Mormon, the Mormon temple. They have their own temple. They're not a part of Christianity. They're Freemasons.
Their own temple?
They're Freemasons. The whole thing.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, that's weird. I mean, yeah, I
Yeah,
already
when
knew
you start looking into
Mormons.
things, you're like, holy smokes, what's this sacred underwear? What? Magic underwear? What?
Mormons are sick pagans because they believe that after they die, they're allowed to control like
Yeah, they think they'll
universes
be
or
they'll
something
think
weird.
they'll be their own. They'll think they'll become a god. Yeah, it's masonry. It's the
They
original lie
practice
told from the
they
accuser.
practice certain rituals, don't they? Right?
Yep. Apotheosis is Satanism. It's the followers of
Practicing with,
Kajal.
with practicing with sex, drunkenness.
So
Well, so
see, like
Joshua,
a lot of the statues are the same. Don't get me
Even
wrong.
smoking too. Even smoking.
Yep.
wait, Joshua, do you believe that like God is he's above the heavens over his throne, right?
Yes. Yes.
He's not everywhere.
No.
Okay, good.
The spirit is everywhere. The spirit can possess. The spirit can move things. The spirit can confess. The spirit is what
But
moves you, right?
you
And
believe he
what I mean by the spirit is when you start communicating with Allah and you feel a presence come over you. That's the spirit coming down.
well, right, but
You feel that exhilaration. You're just like, oh, this is profound,
well, right.
right?
That's why whenever we Muslims, when we describe the Trinity, we always say Holy Ghost to describe that part of the Trinity. Yeah,
Yeah, but
but
a ghost means it was alive at one point and dead. See, I don't really believe in ghosts. I believe in spirits like the ruach, which is wind. And there's different winds, right? Winds from all cardinal directions and all those in between. Not to mention, spirit is supposed to be fire without smoke, alcohol. So when you drink alcohol, you tend to lose your discernment. You tend to lose your cool. It's haram, I feel.
yes,
And it's well,
I
not
feel
to
yeah. No,
drink,
alcohol is definitely
not to
haram.
drink with dinner, but to drink to get drunk, because there's a spirit that takes you over, right? Because red wine is actually healthy for you when you eat certain foods. It helps break it down, right? That doesn't mean you have to have it with every meal and you have to have a bottle of it. Just a little shot. It's the enzyme that's in it. Like, okay, how about this? What about vinegar? Is vinegar like haram
No,
if it's made from a grape?
if it's made from a grape,
Yeah.
vinegar, no.
Yeah. See, there's a vow that Nazarites take, and that's to abstain from the grape, the fruit of that vine, right?
Hmm.
Which includes like vinegar because vinegar is made from alcohol.
Mm.
Yeah. And see, correct me if I'm wrong, but kosher and halal mean the same
Yes.
thing. Blessed. It was blessed, right?
No. Halal actually just means lawful.
Okay, lawful. So permitted. Yeah.
Yeah, permitted. And the reason we don't say blessed is because it can change over time. It can be abrogated. For example, wine during the times of Isa alayhi salam, it was halal. So it was permitted back then. Wine was.
Right. Right.
But now it's haram.
because men don't have control over it. It takes them over, right? It's a spirit.
Well, the hikmah, the wisdom behind it is it is with the new Sharia that came with Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So every prophet has, or every messenger has a Sharia. There was the Sharia of Noah alayhi salam, then Moses, and Isa, and Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So they all have their Sharia, and whoever leaves their Sharia is, or whoever believes it's permitted to leave their Sharia, then this is apostasy. But really, the wisdom behind it, and as you just, as I was going to mention earlier, whenever you brought up how people were falling short and whatnot, to becoming drunken and lazy,
stumbling blocks. Yeah.
The wisdom behind abrogation is that it changes due to the people and the time.
Okay.
So that is the reason why we have multiple different sharias and stuff.
Well, that kind of makes sense. You got to go with the times. If things are moving too fast and things are getting uncontrollable, just hey, it's not good to do that. So no more. Not even tempted by it. Just like original sin. Like, is there original sin, the original trespass in the Quran?
Original? What do you mean original? We don't believe that humans were born with the inherent nature to sin. The inherent nature.
See,
we believe that every human, right, that isn't a prophet sins, right? But we don't believe that they are literally inherited to sin, because, for example, a child, right? He doesn't know, like a baby, for example. We say the children of the kuffar, we leave their affair with Allah. It is up to Allah if He wants to have mercy upon the children of the kuffar or not, the children of the disbelievers, because they don't know right from wrong. And we base this off of the narration from Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in which he said the pen of the angels, is lifted from the child, because he doesn't know right from wrong. And this is actually a blessing from God, because the children, they don't know right from wrong.
Yeah, they're innocent.
Right. It's like, for example, a blind person, we see eyesight as a blessing. Okay, whenever we see a blind person, because there's no he's blind for no other reason except that God made him blind. God has willed this. It's funny. I don't know if you, Joshua, have you read the Talmud?
No.
Have you
That's
seen
old
crazy
tradition.
stuff?
That's leaven. That's additions by men.
Yeah.
that serve their own purpose. And from
Yeah,
what I
what do you
can
call
tell
it?
from the little bits and pieces that I've learned about it, it's all about death and what happens and why people die and all that.
The Jews actually believe one of their rabbis debated God and won that debate.
Yeah, I know. It's laughable. It's parasitical that to write a law and then demand that this was what is given, but what is given is truly written on everyone's heart. At a certain time, you understand this is not right to do. This is good to do. Right? Like it is good to plant a tree and tend to it and eat the fruit of it as your labor, reward for your labor, right? That's all that means, Don't take a doctrine out of it or anything. It's like, imagine it like agriculturally speaking. Imagine you have a vast garden and a vast orchard, and this orchard is providing fruit for you, so you can enjoy the fruit of it because it's pleasant to eat. How would you tell if it's a good tree or a bad tree? By testing its fruits. If it's a good fruit and it's sweet and good, then you're going to keep that tree around. But if it's bitter and dry and filled with worms, you're going to get rid of that tree. And if you leave any root of that tree, it'll grow back and be worse than it was before. So you got to get it down at the root, right? It's these common misconceptions of the doctrines of religions. See, I feel like this is my main philosophy, okay? Like, people are going to call me different things. I don't care. Call me what you will. But I have this is what I hold true. Whatever man holds true in his own heart, his own core belief, that's truth to him. That is his truth, right? And he's come to that truth by study.
But is it the truth?
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. It's a belief. A belief cannot be tested.
I know, but are you saying the belief is the truth itself? That's
well, I'm saying religion is the belief. To have
right.
faith is
I'm
not a
saying, like,
belief, even though it's kind of misconstrued to mean the same thing, right?
well, for example, let's say a Hindu, right? Do you say, like, is what you're saying is that as long as they have that belief, like if they strongly, you know, if they are firmly believed in that, then are you saying that's the truth for them?
If they have enough faith in it, it will become true for them, right? Faith can move a
So
mountain. Faith can move a mountain.
okay, so what I'm asking is, like, a Hindu, he believes in reincarnation, right? So will he literally be reincarnated just because he believed in that?
Not necessarily. Dogma is not necessarily true. Dogma comes from a set way based off of a belief system that's created into a religion or a way of life, a credo. Know what I mean? That's like what I do is I don't judge people on what they believe. I judge them based off of the information that they're feeding me, right? Because you could just go with what is actually written, and there we go again with the fallen angels that gave man writing, right? Because it is written, right? And it takes control, and it's more powerful than the sword, and it
What
never
even are
dies.
fallen angels in the Bible? What does that mean?
B'nai Elohim, the sons of God that had fallen, saw that the daughters of men were beautiful, which is why they wear head shawls and cover their hair from the angels, so they don't lust upon them again. Kind of the same principle of the Shema. Is it Hashema? Or no, not that's something different. The head covering, not necessarily the whole burqa,
The
it's just
hijab?
the head covering. Yeah, the hijab. Thank you.
Hijab?
Yeah, it's very similar to the hijab. Yeah.
The hijab is actually lots of it nowadays is people just cover their heads and that's it. We derive the hijab from the ayah, which the word khimar is mentioned, and the khimar is to cover the head, right? And some of our scholars have said that it goes down the whole face. It goes down the whole face, and this is actually the opinion of the companions of Prophet Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and this was the opinions of his own wives. So the actual opinion is to cover the face, and this is the niqab.
Kind of so you have no vanity, so you're not. Yeah, yeah. That's understandable completely. Yeah. But the whole like the reasoning is these fallen angels, these ones that came down, these are the ones that like corrupted the ways, caused the flood to come, right? They put every man against himself. They had a great war amongst their own children, and their own children slaying themselves. And it's just crazy. Like, look to like the other cultures, right? Look to the
But what would be crazy too is like if an angel was to, you know, come and tell you himself that he's an angel after learning he's an angel.
well, all angel means is messenger, right?
Right.
Well, the angel
I mean,
delivers the
like
message. Yes.
an angel is a messenger. I mean,
Well, they deliver the message,
yeah,
meaning the
they
messenger
deliver.
himself, like Noah alayhi salam, or Musa, Moses alayhi salam. These are messengers.
Yeah. The only way I know for sure.
What's so frustrating too, though, is like when you
The
figure
only
out.
thing I know for sure is there is no religion that is absolute and true. That's the truth of the absolute. Because for men to ponder God and the nature of God, when we can't even understand the nature of where we live.
Well,
So how can we cannot even comprehend the heavenly things and the heavenly matters, right?
I mean, it all goes
we
back
go
to
based off of what other people have seen through their prophecies, right?
It goes back to scripture. I mean, we believe the scriptures are literally the speech of God. Okay, so that is what is in evidence for us now. So that is why I believe we can know which deen, which religion is correct.
Right. So exactly. So we have to go based off of, what the spirit tells us, what the
Okay,
words
so
say, right? What moves us to know that these are true, kind of thing. And you know how I keep saying, the prophet and all that, because the prophet speaks, God does,
so
right?
so
He
Romans
puts
10.
his words in the mouth of the prophet. So I know through Yahushua, because he is the high priest, and through him I can also become a royal priest.
Romans chapter 10.
Because think about it, he wasn't going around there preaching, slay this and do that. That goes against his mission of salam.
Wait, are you talking about Prophet Isa alayhi salam, or?
Yeah, well, the one known as Jesus, to be basic. But yeah, Yeshua, yeah. Because he was preaching and teaching peace, right? And he never,
Correct.
the only time he got angry was at the money changers for tax. Everything else, he's like defending the prostitute that's about to be stoned, because the priest that wanted to stone her was her customer and didn't want to pay her. You see? So he's like, well, hold on. If you want to do this, then you're equal of the same sin. And he wrote it in the dirt.
Actually, there's a very where's that from? Because there's actually
It's from the gospel.
There's a hadith with Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and these people wanted to stone this one adulterer, and the same exact situation happened.
Like I said, same statutes, just misinterpreted. And that's what it's all about, is the statutes. If we keep his statutes, if we keep the creator's statutes, that is what matters, right?
You do
Do
the
what is
hokey pokey and he's dead.
to
Turn
treat
himself
to
about.
treat your fellow brother human or mankind. You're not human. Human is a beast. That's animal.
That's what it's all about. Hokey pokey. Oh wait, how's it go?
We've all been dealt these shitty hands in this big grand poker game, so let's all use these hands to make this a place worth being in. And it's near impossible now. The method of control that the enemy has done, that the Dajjal has infiltrated every government, every form of religion, every sect of reality, even the media, everything. The Dajjal has deceived everyone.
Do you mean Shaitan, or like because
Hasatan. Well, Dajjal's isn't Dajjal the
Dajjal is
enemy?
the Antichrist.
Oh, okay.
Right. So Shaitan is a jinn. He's the devil.
The accuser? Yeah. The one that accuses you before
He is
Allah.
the accursed. And he's in Jahannam, he's in hellfire forever, and he tries to get as many people down there with him as possible.
What was the name of that? Jahannam? Like Gehenna?
Jahannam?
Like Gehenna?
Hellfire.
Yeah, Gehenna, yeah.
Jahannam. Yeah, it's... What are you talking... Jahannam isn't that Hebrew?
I'm not sure what language that is, but it's another name for hell. Gehenna.
Yeah.
See? Not so different after all. So what are we fighting for? See, this is the beautiful thing about this server, right? Is we can have these kind of discussions on live stream, but the best time to have these kind of conversations is in the section below that's off of the live stream, so that this message of the earth being flat and reality not being what you were told is not tainted with other stigmas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why Battle Mod created that section. So yeah, man. Anytime you want to talk about this, like, and get down to brass tacks about it, I'm game. Hey, if I'm wrong about something, I'm sorry. And all I know is not everybody. Not any man can really truly be 100% correct about anything because of the amount of deception that's out there. Like, we all get it from words that were written by man, inspired by God. Right? That's why we have to test the words. Like in the Bible, we are instructed to not believe what every word says in there. We're instructed to go forth and search out a matter. And if the matter is sound, then it's a good matter.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna go soon just because I have to wake up early tomorrow because I'm going to see the Ark of Noah.
Nice.
Yeah, in Kentucky.
Nice.
Sadly, I live in Dar al-Kufr, the land of disbelief. You know, actually, our ulama, our scholars, called it Dar al-Harb, the land of war. But
so you said Dalan Kufr, so it's like Daran Kuru. Those
Dar
that
al-Kufr, the land of disbelief.
Like Darren Khufu kind of thing. There's a place
Is
where
that
people had
Hebrew?
dug tunnels. No, that's
Wallahi.
Egyptian, I think. I'm not sure where it's at exactly, but there's an area where people had built these underground cities and tunnels, kind of like they're doing today with these DUMs, these big military bases, bunkers, and all that. And they are usually unbelievers. So it's kind of funny how that equated.
Yeah, in Kentucky.
You know what's weird about that is I was just looking into those, and I won't stay on this too long, but I was just looking into those here a while back, maybe within the past 6 months, and allegedly, according to what they claim, which we know we can't really put a lot of, trust in what they say, but allegedly, all the tunnels, there's one place on Earth that they all connect, like all of them, like if you get into a tunnel and it leads to another tunnel, like you can get to any tunnel system. Apparently, this is what was said in this thing that I watched, right? That you can get to any of them from Japan, which I thought was interesting.
That is interesting.
Yeah, I asked Jen CBR when he was here if he had heard of it, and he didn't know what I was talking about. So,
Yeah, truth. It is in Kentucky, the Ark of Noah, alayhi salam. It's like it's kind of a museum thing. But
this is supposed to be what Noah, or not Noah, but Ron White found. It's
No, he's talking about somebody had built a recreation of the ark.
Okay.
Trey Smith did a video, a couple of videos around it.
Gotcha.
Some people actually believe and this is quite interesting. People believe that the Ark of Noah, alayhi salam, was actually more like a shoebox, because back then he only had 100 and something years to build the ark. so he wouldn't use curved wood. That's what some people believe.
Well, I mean, okay, so I don't know. I don't know, man. It's like if that's the reason they think it's like a shoebox and it's square, completely square without having an arc bottom, to me that seems a little I don't know the word I'm looking for, but
Well, see,
kind of
I know of another.
it's like we are constantly underestimating what they were capable of doing in the time that they were capable of doing it in. So I wouldn't put it the guy that built the art, like he was a seasoned builder, right? So
Yes.
I wouldn't put it past him having the ability to spin, because all he's got to do is spin the bow
Noah
and
alayhi
like the
salam was
bottom.
a carpenter. Yes.
Yeah. So if that's the only reason they're claiming that, if there's no circumstantial evidence to support it, then yeah, I would just toss that out, just like everything else. That's just, sir. I mean, yeah,
And
unless
the people those
Well, see,
days lived like a couple hundred years, so they learned a lot of stuff. Like I'm pretty sure they knew how to do stuff. Yeah,
I
just want to
I
throw
just
that in.
posted a picture of a round disc-shaped boat type of thing, like a hemispherical thing, and this is still used today in the land of Iraq, in the land of Babylon, in the land of Syria, or Assyria, right? And the thing is this is very old construction method. So there has been somebody that has postulated that possibly it could have been a round vessel like this, which would have been more seaworthy. Yeah, named what old dude said. But that's made out of reeds, not wood.
This paint is by Arab Sheikh from Kuwait. What Sheikh would draw this? Because in Islam, firstly, we're not allowed to draw pictures. Okay.
Yeah,
It's
that's
it's
against the
completely
second
haram.
commandment. It's against the second
Well,
command.
second command. It is taswir. Okay, it's taswir, and taswir in Arabic means the sculpture or something, right? And Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the messenger, he said that the most punished people will be the image makers,
because
so
people
obviously,
worship them. Yeah.
yeah, it literally promotes shirk, polytheism.
That's exactly right. Okay, I'm gonna read the Ten Commandments to you if you don't know what it is. It says, "And Elohim spoke all these words, saying, I am Yahuwah, your Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, and out of the house of slavery. 1. Have no other mighty ones against my face. 2. Do not make for yourself a carved image, or any likeness of which is in the heavens above, or in the earth beneath, which is in the waters, or which is in the waters under the earth. Do not bow down to them, nor serve them, for I, Yahuwah, your Elohim, am a jealous El, visiting the crookedness of the fathers of the children to the third and fourth generation of those who hate me, but bestowing loving commitment to thousands of those who love me and guard my commandments." Right? 3. Do not bring the name of Yahuwah your Elohim to naught, for Yahuwah does not leave the one unpunished who brings his name to naught. Remember the Sabbath day to set it apart. 6 days your labor, you shall do all your work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath, your Yahuwah, your Elohim, excuse me. Do not do any work, nor your son, nor your daughter, nor your male servant, nor your female servant, nor your cattle, nor your stranger who is within your gates. For in 6 days Yahuwah made the heavens and the earth and the sea and all that is in them, and rested on the seventh day. Therefore Yahuwah blessed the Sabbath day and set it apart. Respect your father and your mother, so that your days are prolonged upon the soil which Yahuwah your Elohim has given you. Do not murder. Do not commit adultery. Do not break wedlock. Right? Do not steal. Do not bear false witness against your neighbor. Do not covet your neighbor's house. You do not covet your neighbor's wife, nor his male servant, nor his female servant, nor his ox, nor his donkey, or whatever belongs to your neighbor. And that's it. And then it says when the law was given, right, directly afterwards. And the people saw the thunders and the lightning flashes and the voice of the shofar and the mountain smoking, and the people saw it, and they trembled as soon and stood at a distance. And Moshe said, "You speak," and they said to Moshe, "You speak with us, and we hear, but let not Elohim speak with us, lest we die." And Moshe said to the people, "Do not fear, for Elohim has come to prove you, and in order that his fear be before you, so that you do not sin." So the people stood at a distance, but Moshe drew near the thick darkness where Elohim was. Right, so we went back up on the mountain. So, that's okay, like sin is trespass against the statutes, against the commandments, against what is commanded of us to do.
Right.
Now, are these very similar?
Yes,
I know.
similar. Because a sin is actually in Arabic, it just means basically a mistake. If we were to look at it linguistically, it just means a mistake or an error, sin, because we derive it from fisq to fisq al-akbar. Fisq al-akbar is minor disbelief.
Okay.
So the biggest example is adultery. Okay, this is a major sin, but it is also minor disbelief. Okay, so there are major sins that are minor disbelief, and all major sins, they require repentance. They require tawbah.
Yep.
And minors, although they can be forgiven from Allah, they can be forgiven. He can will to forgive them. But the general rule, but we don't know if we will be forgiven. Okay, that is
Exactly.
That is the affair with Allah in the afterlife. Now, with regards to the minor sins, the good deeds outweigh these. The good deeds completely outweigh these. And the proof is from the hadith of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in which he says the salah is a fidaya. It is an expiation for the sin, okay, for the bad deeds. And that's actually what we call sin. We call it bad deeds. Al-muharamat. Al-muharamat is that which is not lawful. Because part of following the ahkam, part of following the commandments, by the way, whenever we say the ahkam, the commandments, there are multiple commandments. It's not just
Right.
like 10. It's a general.
Oh, I know those 10 commandments are like the ones for all mankind, right? Because none of them are under the covenant yet.
You could say
Yeah, you don't even have to read them written by man to know them.
True.
Yeah.
Yes, you could say we follow the 10 commandments just because, like, we literally follow them. Right.
Well, don't get me wrong. There are other laws. There are other Torahs. Like you have the Torah of the priests. You have the Torah of the temple keepers. Like there's certain things that certain groups are supposed to do to keep set apart from those set apart ones.
What I'm
which
saying
is what
is
holy means.
From the commandments, from the ahkam, is to avoid al-muharamat. It is to avoid the unlawfulness. That is from the commandments. So actually, there was a student who asked a scholar, what is better, obeying the commandments or leaving the haram, leaving the unlawfulness? And he said that they are the same, because obeying the commandments means you are leaving the haram, the unlawfulness.
Yep, I agree. Come out of her, my people, lest you take part in her plagues. You know who said that?
Do what now?
You know who said that? Come out of her,
No,
my people, so you do not partake of her plagues.
no.
That was that was written down by John Yohannakan, right? But it was actually the words of Yeshua in a vision, right? Coming talking to the people that are in the land of the disbelievers, in the land of Babylon, of Babel, of confusion.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like he's urging everybody, do not be confused about things. Know what is true and do not participate in what everybody in that land is doing. If you are mixed in with the Gentiles, do not do what the Gentiles do. Because the Gentiles are worshiping foreign elves that are foreign to you, that you have not known, nor your fathers. Nobody has ever known these elves that they worship. They're constructs, they're idols. And I know, hey, trust me, I know Islam is highly against idols.
Yes.
So is Abraham.
Yes.
In contrast, we're people who know the
Ibrahim.
truth, so we
Yes.
shouldn't act and behave and do as those who don't know the truth, those who think the earth is still a globe.
Ibrahim alayhi
Exactly.
salam. He was a Muslim. He wasn't a Jew or a Christian. He was a Muslim.
Exactly. He was crossing over, right? Like Hebrew means to cross over out of the world and into separation, into what is right.
Well, we say that he was upon Tawheed, meaning he was a Muwahid. He wasn't a Mushrik. The one who is a Mushrik, then having Shirk with God is the opposite of Tawheed with God. So, for example, we say the Muslim, he is a Muwahid. He believes in Tawheed. Okay, so he believes in Islamic monotheism. Whereas the Mushrik, he has Shirk with God. So he's a Mushrik because he has polytheism with God. We affirm that the Jews and the Christians, they believe in God alone, right? They believe in one God. However, they worship besides him. They associate partners with him. And we call this, in Islam, we call this itiqad al-rububiyyah. Itiqad al-rububiyyah. And what this means is that the Jews and the Christians, they believe in the Lordness, right? They believe in a Lord, a creator, right? But they associate partners with him. And this is why they don't have Tawheed, because in order to establish Tawheed, you must have Ittiqad in the three things: Rububiyyah, Asma wa Sifat, and Ulubudiyyah. Ulubudiyyah is whenever you worship Allah Azza wa Jal alone.
Okay.
For example, Allah Azza wa Jal says in the Quran, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. I have created the jinn and the mankind for no other purpose except to worship me. So for no other purpose except to worship me alone. He says, illa, except for me. And to be honest, that is the thing with saying that God has a son and whatnot, because Allah says in the Quran, وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ كُفُوًا أَحَدٌ, that I'm unlike others. Allah Azza wa Jal is unlike others. So if we say that God is like someone, then that is making a resemblance to God and his creation, and we obviously affirm the opposite, that God cannot be equal to his creation. Otherwise, we are affirming fallibility to God.
Yeah. And see, that's okay. I know we're using English here, but the English word for the creator, God, is not that. That's from Babylon, right? It's fortune, luck, money, Loki.
All right.
So that's like it's
What I'm saying
frustrating.
is this ayah, وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ كُفُوًا أَحَدٌ, and there is none equal to me. That you would agree that there's nothing equal to God, yeah?
Yes.
Right.
He is the most merciful. He is the most righteous judge.
Do you want to have like a list of the verses out of the, because we have the ones that are out of the Bible. Like, does anyone have the list of the verses that are flat Earth verses from the Quran?
Oh yeah, I do have the whole list. If there's any Muslimin in this Discord that are doubting it, then I in fact have a whole book about it. Actually,
Nice.
it wasn't written by me, but it was written from other brothers, and they're very good. Alhamdulillah, praise and thanks be to Allah. They're very good, and they wrote out a whole book containing all the evidences from the Quran, from the Sunnah, and they even use some, stuff that can be gathered through an observation by yourself, like the flatness of the water and stuff like this.
I'm just listening. I listen to the Quran and English version. So, assalamu alaikum, brother. So, just want to,
Wa alaikum.
like.
The Bible's a pretty flat Earth book, but I hear the Quran's even more. It's
Yes.
more flat.
I'm
I don't want
pretty
to call
sure.
it more flat. It's the most flat. No, I'm just playing.
In fact, all of the ayat, all of the verses in the Quran that talk about Earth, affirm that it is flat. Okay.
Yep.
And actually, whenever they come to us and they say, "Oh, this means that," they can never come to us and say that it doesn't indicate it being flat, because there's no verse that indicates it's a globe, a ball. As a matter of fact, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in a hadith narrated by his.
Well, I've listened to
You
others
muted
talk
out
about.
there. You deafened out there. We couldn't hear what you're saying.
I've listened
Anyway.
to others talk about what the Quran says, and the only thing, like a lot of people, from the way he explained it, and it was Cyrus actually, I believe, but it could the way he explained it was that, and he was talking to someone else that had came in, but they had mentioned how something about the ostrich egg, and it wasn't really talking about the egg; it was talking about like when an ostrich egg is like laid into the bed that the nest that's made for it or whatever, that it's flat and it's like the bed of an ostrich egg or whatever. But I've heard that that's really the only thing that anyone takes out and takes out of context and interprets it in a way to try to make it seem like it's referring to the roundness of the ostrich egg when it's not. It's the bed that the egg lays in. That's what I've heard.
Right. Well, even speaking of being laid out flat, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he was talking about the ayat of the Quran, the verses from the Quran, he mentioned how God laid out Earth like a bed, like a mattress, flat. Okay, he even said flat, and this is narrated from his companions. Like I said, my brothers, they made a whole book, regarding the evidences from the Quran and the Sunnah, proving that the Earth is flat. So, I was crazed at the fact that a person in this Discord server said that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said the Earth was round, or that the Earth was a globe. I was just crazed by that, because never did he say this. And Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he warned against the one who lied upon his name.
Hey, but be careful. Be careful with how you say that. The Quran nor the Bible or any other words written on paper prove that the Earth is flat. It's just that the Earth is flat, and in these books, it also happens to say that the Earth is flat.
Well, I go off of the scripture. I can also judge. I can judge by reality.
I don't think no one was saying it proved it. Just referring to how it's a flat Earth book, and I was asking for information on that, and so I'd have it because I don't have it.
Well, we prove it. How you prove flat Earth is through reality. Okay, you can literally go outside and see the flat Earth, but that isn't really what we're judging according to.
But also, to be fair, it's not like we need to prove it. The burden of proof is on the other side. How can you prove it's a sphere? Oh, you can't, because it's not.
Yeah, but I asked for it because I'd like to have it. Is it all right with you if I have it, Orion?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Wait, if you have what? I'm confused. What I did? What I do?
No. I'm asking him for if he could share that. Because they were talking about the Quran and the Bible anyway. I was just trying to get it back to flat Earth, but I would like to have that to share with others who do read the Quran. A lot of people do take. So even though we're not, like, even though we're not biblical or spiritual in the way to where we are spiritual, but we're not in the sense that, okay, if we read it and it's written about in religion, then okay, we're going to take that and it's going to take precedence over other things. Even though we're not that way, and objective reality is what we stand on and what's verifiable. There are those who are that way though, and sometimes you have to meet the person where they're at and have the right information. And that's what I was asking for.
Well,
Yeah, I'm
to
not
me,
opposing reading it. By all means, read them.
yeah, no, to me, I'm judging reality based upon what God has perceived, reality to be, and that He has perceived it and affirmed it that way through His Scripture. So that is why I use the Scripture. But also, if you want, to know stuff about the Quran on Flat Earth, I posted references in the Quran channel.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, there's a video from a sheikh, from a scholar, in which he says it's not permissible for a Muslim to rely on the round Earth, the globe Earth theory, because this is the theory of the communists.
Apparently, I was muted.
Don't you hate that?
Yeah, in Job chapter 38, God challenges Job, right? Jehovah challenges Job. And there's a unique part in there, right? Basically, it's, or hast thou gone to the source of the sea and walked upon the tracks of the deep? And do the gates of the death, and do the gates of death or hell open to the three, open to thee, excuse me, for fear? And did the portals of hell quake when they saw thee? Thou, or hast thou been instructed in the breadth of the whole earth under the heaven? Now tell me, what is the extent of it? Right? And in what kind of land does the light dwell? And what kind is this place of darkness? Right? And this is after it was laid out in 14. Okay, let's do a little bit more. 38. Let's do 38:12 down to that other spot.
All right, I gotta go. I'll see you guys later. Joshua, may Allah Azza wa Jal guide you.
Yeah. Peace be upon you. May Yahuwah keep you and bless you. But basically, or did I order the morning light in thy time, and did the morning star first see his appointed place, to lay hold of the extremities of the earth, to cast out the ungodly of it? Or didst thou take the clay of the ground, and form a living creature, and set it with power of speech upon the earth? Or hast thou removed light from the ungodly, and crushed the arm of the proud? So that verse 14 where it's talking about, did you take the clay out of the ground? That's not even what it's supposed to say. Because that's the one that says, if we go to the comparative, it is turned as clay to the seal, and they stand as a garment. Right? So what is turned as clay? The earth like a seal, and they stand out like a garment, talking about the features in the mountains and the valleys and the depths. This is why it's important not to just go by one version. You have to look to the other versions and do an etymological word study, root word study. So you have the mindset of the writer of that text 4,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, however long it was. Not really sure when Job existed.
So I wonder how long it took them to think this up, to think this globe thing, this heliocentric thing. They probably didn't think of it. They were probably fed it by some spirit.
Probably about 1,200 years.
It's not that old. I don't. It's nothing really like any history of any combos or anything about it. Probably more than 500 years. They didn't start trying to implement it till around about 100 years. It's fairly new. It's a fairly new concept.
The oldest globe they can find is 1492.
Really?
So the conspiracy may have started in about 500 years ago. 500-600 years ago. I mean, you can't tell me that the Greeks thought the Earth was flat and then had not made a globe anywhere until 1492. If they already believed they lived on it, they would have made a globe. But the oldest one we have is 1492 now. I'm assuming that's legit. I don't know if that's legit. I guess it is.
Maybe that's when they started thinking of it. Try to conceptualize this thing, and so they created one. They made one. They formed one so that they could go from there and say, okay, well, how are we going to do this? And then they just hijack perspective.
I think the Masons are that old.
Is it really dated 1492, or would it be dated IS, or not IS, excuse me, IA 42?
492.
The 14th,
IA
the
492.
15th century. 15th century.
Oh, IA, you said.
Yeah, IA. Because 4 would look like an A, kind of does.
Well, I have heard,
Because it would
like,
be
I have
italic
seen,
script.
I have seen where there was an I in front of some number, like in some dates that they
Yeah, the
changed to a
Ubuntu
J, or not to a J, but to a 1.
the
I didn't know
Ubuntu
about the A.
Mars map. Or Ubuntu Mores, or whatever it is. The one that shows extra land where there shouldn't be.
In
Is there an A?
1492, what did they call the date?
J492 is what I thought.
Is that a question?
1 year after the Inquisition started.
J or I. It was an I. It wasn't a J, but I492 is what I thought. But don't take my word for it, because I don't know.
I know they say Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492. Because it's been drilled into our heads. But how could a man named Christopher Columbus discover a landmass where that's already inhabited? He didn't discover anything.
The answer is discovery means, because the right of discovery is something that came from the Pope. Anytime you discover land with no Christians on it, meaning no Catholics, then you can claim the land, right? Because the way that they saw it, that savages, they're not men, right? So they never really possessed the land. That's the way they saw it.
So he discovered America for Italy and for Europe.
It's a little more nuanced than that, but yeah.
They were savages. They couldn't own it, right? So.
Yeah,
They called
these
them
savages
animals.
aren't getting the jab, so they shouldn't be allowed to own land.
They called them
That'll be
animals
next.
because they did not look like them civilized people that came over and were uncivil to anyone
Then why
besides himself.
does he keep a 14-year-old girl in his basement? They didn't look like humans. What was he doing? Keeping a pet?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying. Am I roboting tonight by chance?
No.
Good times.
You are not roboting.
So yeah, ever since that whole Briggs Meyer conversation, I went and like checked out what they say about INTPs. And that is me, like 100% me. Like it's so close. It's like better than the horoscope thing.
That's all it is.
Go ahead.
That's all it is predictive programming type of thing. It's a way to set somebody into a category, and they learn about that category, and they go, yeah, sometimes I think I'm all alone in this, you know?
No, bro. That's like post diction. Like I didn't even know about Briggs Myers until like 2016. And the first time I took the test, I didn't like read the results or into it or anything. And the second time I took the test, I was like, oh shit, this is like dead on. Like this is 100% accurate.
Have you heard about the Enneagram?
No, but I think the Big Five is probably more accurate. What's the one you're thinking?
The Enneagram is legit.
What's that? What is it called?
The Enneagram, Enneagram. It's 3,000 years old from the Jewish traditions, and way before Briggs Myers. I think Briggs Myers is just the writing on the coattails of the true Enneagram.
Okay, well, send it to me, bro. Give me a DM. Slide up in my DMs, and I would love.
And they have a test too you can take, and I can help you on it if you want.
Yeah, send me that test. Let's see. I used to fucking hate psychology. I used to think it was a bunch of psychobabble bullshit.
No, it's needed.
Yeah, it's needed. Help
It's
you
part of the art
understand
of war.
Yep. Because people are so complex.
If you can identify yourself, you can know you know yourself, your personality, and what motivates you, and what makes you tick, and what gets you triggered, and how to evolve and enlighten.
Yeah, but the thing is with psychology, with other men that have set out tests and made tests that were complex enough to where it couldn't just be skip and all that. That's how those tests are like developed. When you go to that type of thing, you're going off of what somebody else has labeled you instead of discovering for yourself who you truly are. Discovering your true self instead of just your shadow. Right? Because all that psychological mumbo jumbo is identifying your ego. It's not yourself. You are not your shadow. Your shadow is your toolbox, your defense kit. It comes out to protect you from harm, your pride.
I'm guessing you don't know about the Enneagram.
No. But it's like, if you don't know who you truly are, then you are forced to conform to the identification that somebody else has formed for you.
The Enneagram has a spiritual layer, which Briggs Myers does not.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Is
I
that
know,
like
like
part of Kabbalah?
INTP.
Oh, sorry.
INTP isn't describing me. It's describing my traits, my personality traits. Because, like, I'm an introvert, right? Like, when my son was getting his black belt, like, anytime there was too many people in that little tiny room, I couldn't do it. I could not go in there. Like, physically can't bring myself to go in there and sit down. But when he was doing the black belt testing and it was in a gymnasium and there was lots of room in the bleachers, like, I could do that, but I wasn't really comfortable until I became like the head photographer. Once I became the head photographer and I could walk all over the gym and take pictures of everybody getting their belt, at that point that I was the most distant from everyone else was when I was at most at peace.
So you were looking through a camera.
Right. So it's like I wasn't even there.
Right. You got my DM?
Let me check. Truity test. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it later. But I don't know about the Briggs Myers for you guys. It might be totally off and may not work at all. But for me, I look at the Briggs Myers and it's like my strengths, like, okay, I can see that. And then like my weaknesses, oh yeah, definitely. And then there's this thing where we get caught in a loop where we're like, I don't want to be around anybody. And then when you go around people, you end up saying shit that you don't mean, and people misunderstand you and misinterpret you. So you're like, see, that's why I need to be alone. And you get caught in this like feedback loop where every time you try to go out and be sociable, it doesn't work out, right? Because I'm an introvert. So it's like, yep, I proved it to myself that I need to be alone.
Who asked about the Kabbalah? Who mentioned that?
I said, I was asking if that indiogram or ideogram is part of the Kabbalah.
So what
Is
do
it
you
like from
think
the
about
same kind of mysticism or what?
yeah, so what do you think about the
Okay.
Kabbalah? You think that's like Satanism?
It's 11. It's bullshit.
You think it's like just bogus?
Yeah, it's bullshit. It's 11. It's to puff up something to make it other than what it's supposed to be. It's not. It adds to the law. It takes away from the law.
Well, it's
Do you
ancient
believe in
Hermetic wisdom.
wait. Do you believe in
Hermeticism is magic, which is
do you believe in
forbidden.
do you believe in black magic?
It exists.
Do you believe
What's the
it's real?
difference between black magic and white magic? There is no difference.
Well, black magic is evil.
No, it's all evil.
Define magic.
Trickery.
Breaking the laws of science.
No, black magic comes from the fertile soil of the Nile. That's what the black represents, not like
Okay,
black
so
as an evil
Well, that's
magic.
alchemy. That's
Magic,
alchemy.
all magic is evil. Is witchcraft. So
Yeah, but that's alchemy. Bong. Alchem. From chem. Alchem.
yeah,
Alchemy.
of Egypt.
Yeah,
Egypt, yes.
because Chem, like the land of Chem, is the black land because the fertile Nile. The soil was black, real rich in nutrients. So the study that they were doing there is alchemy because that's where it comes from, the root of it.
So basically, what we're asking is, would God disapprove of it?
Yes, because you're not relying on him. You're trying to create fundamental change or betwixt or bewilder somebody with trickery, with fancy words and math to come up with an explanation of something, even though there's no way to prove it. No way to sit there and say, oh, yeah, I see the arc, I see the curve.
You are snared by the words of your mouth.
I mean, the Great Deception, right?
Yeah. Well, the Great Deception is a spell in itself. See, a lot of people want to claim that whole duality
That if it
concept of there's good and there's bad, right?
that if it was possible, even the elect would have been deceived. Kind of.
Because mankind can do evil things and they think they're true and good themselves, and not realizing that they're just a wretch, a dreadful creature who lusts after his own heart.
So you're saying that globe Earth is a magic spell?
Yes. It's deception.
Spec.
It makes people like trickery. You trick somebody to believe something is happening when it's not happening, right? That's what magic is. Doesn't matter if it's good magic or black or white magic or black magic. That's the checkerboard floor.
Space is magic. Outer space.
Yep. The Freemasons have kept the art alive and hidden, and now it's become pop culture to mean something completely different, like Harry Potter. That's not magic. Like the Jedis. That's not magic. That Force.
The
That's
Prince of the
not magic.
Power of the Air. That's stuff.
Basically, manifesting one's idea into reality. How can you manifest what your idea is without using words, without making a picture of something, without using a meme? It's very difficult to manifest what's inside your thoughts into reality without first putting it on paper.
Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall
Yeah.
be established unto thee, and the light shall shine upon thy ways. Job 22:28.
Like, think about it. How is a building built? Usually there's a design to it, something that has been written down or memorized so that the mistakes won't be made, so you won't cut a beam too short. Every piece accounted for in the construction of it. Then it's assembled according to the instruction of it.
So everything is manifested.
Yes.
So that's not evil in itself.
I just did a magic trick, and you guys are gonna look at the photos I just posted. I just took that picture like literally 30 seconds ago. That's magic.
Yeah, but you have it in reverse, right? You're supposed to have it flipped around to where it seems like you have the leaf in the palm of your hand and you cause it to levitate. See, that's not true magic yet.
Well, I'm not very
Well,
good
it's
at that
science
stuff.
and technology, is it not? I mean, smartphones, smart devices, data.
Yeah, but how
Yeah.
did I make the leaf levitate?
Well, you happen
Police
to
state.
catch it at a right time because there was a spider web attached to it or something. I'm
Yep.
not sure.
Yeah, the spider web. Yeah, that's right.
Beast.
You don't believe in levitation?
No.
Well, magnetic, like magnets, magnetic, electromagnetic, or
No, I don't believe man has any powers to do anything like that. We have power to
manipulate the.
procreate. We have power to manipulate our environment and bend it to its will. We have the ability and the power, the ability and the power to have dominion over every living thing. That's what we have powers in. We don't have powers to fly and levitate.
Like fish.
Wait. The flying nun is bullshit then?
Yeah, you have to get into a machine, and the machine is the one that's flying. You're just a passenger.
Or chariot of fire.
Yeah. Well, chariot is a chair or a vehicle.
Of fire from from heaven. Hey. Elijah, remember? It was an awesome story. Elisha was there. Yeah. I saw the cloak fall down. Anyways.
Yeah, Hermeticism is allegory in itself. It's a hidden method of teaching how to have dominion without others like coming into it, knowing it, basically fleecing and pulling the wool over their eyes, telling them, look at this hand, you know, and you're showing them your right hand while you fucking pop them in the left with your left, you know.
A chariot. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
A chariot today is a car, right? Because that's what a chariot is, a car.
Yeah, it could
Horsepower.
also be a bicycle.
Helios and his chariot, pulling the sun.
So I don't really know where he stands because I didn't quite ask him that. I talked to him, about other things and about the server and stuff. And but Metronome is new to the server. He's new to the room, so
Metronome?
welcome Metronome, and maybe Metronome can share with all of us where he stands, or if he's got any questions, he can feel free to ask.
Yeah.
I just saying like where I think most of us are like raised. I mean, like I told you when we were just talking one-on-one, like I don't have a strong academic background in science or anything like that, so I don't have much to draw on there, but like obviously have my suspicions about certain like events in history that are like quite weird, and then like correlating to like ideas around this things with the server, I guess.
Do you know what a sphere is?
Yeah, I know what a sphere is.
All right. Do you know what the radius of a sphere means?
I'm good at math. I just really suck at science.
Right.
What is
Bro, it's geometry, right? Like the radius of a sphere tells us the size of it,
yeah.
right? Or
Yeah.
how much curvature the sphere should have.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to be super smart to get it. Just some common sense and basic
No, I
geometry.
understand what you're saying. Definitely.
Yeah. So that's all. It's not really there though, because we're given the measurement, and when we go test it, it's way too small. It's not there. And if we lived on a sphere anyway, you'd see more sky than land every time because it's curving away. You'd be looking down at the horizon. You know what I mean? Not at eye level.
Yeah.
Well, that's what a plane would look like a really big table, but not a really big ball. You will always see more sky than land.
Right. And like,
yeah.
Can I ask something? Would the physics supposedly like work different for how a plane operates if the world were like spherical?
No, because a plane operates as if it was a non-rotating plane. NASA has a bunch of books on it.
I was saying I have read that specific document actually. No, that one.
Well, all
I've
airplanes.
had a chat here before, and
all
someone to me some resources. I think I know the one that you're talking about where it references the.
But it's not just pilots; it's also people that do like surveyors, radio men, people that sonar, right? Water is level. See how we use the spirit level, water to level, make sure things are level, meaning not curving.
Right.
So there's all those other in the real world.
Yeah. And like,
have you seen the Black Swan?
We still have a. No, I haven't.
I'll post it in live stream voice text. Yeah.
Like, could a moon sort of orbit either shape like under the principles of your belief? Like, would it really matter, or like, would that
Flat
have to
Earth
be
Society, right? Flat Earth Society, right, is a controlled opposition group from the government that Barack Obama and Vsauce and all these people promote as the model for the flat Earth, which is a disk in space, right? That's still the heliocentric model. But the real world, like what we experience, is a local sun, right? A sun that's not, and local and smaller, which means, well, that explains sunsets. You know how planes appear like they're setting and boats. Go ahead, Truth.
Yeah, no, I was going to ask you. Do you know what that tells me? And I never really gave it any thought until I heard you say it. But you know what that tells me? The fact that, that they'll set up this controlled oppositional website and put all this misinformation in that further reifies the heliocentric model. and it just replaces the globe with a flat disk, it means that they don't really, like, they could care less about the shape. They could care less what shape you believe it is, so long as you still believe in space.
Right.
Because that's
That it's
what
an
they get.
object. Right. It's an object in space going up, but it's not. The Earth is bigger than the sun. Think about it that way. And the moon and the stars.
That was interesting.
Okay.
Anyway, continue,
Way
Bong. I
bigger.
just thought I'd point that out. That just never
Oh,
dawned on me until
Yeah, no,
now.
that's a really good observation. I never thought about it that way either.
Yeah.
So, in regards to that, you're saying that
That
it's
if
not
the
so
Earth
much
is a
the
ball,
shape of the Earth
that
that you think that it's like,
we're
like,
saying that if the Earth is a ball with
yeah.
a radius of 3,959 miles, then there should be curvature. Meaning, if I were to be observing it, the oceans at 1 foot above sea level,
I definitely
right?
understood that comment, but no, I mean
The
in regards to what you just
horizon.
said about
So
space,
the
like,
horizon should be closer, meaning you should be looking down at the horizon, and there should be way more sky than ocean or land, Earth. See, if the Earth is a ball with a certain size or radius, then the horizon should be closer. But what we see blows that theory out of the water.
sure. But so what's the
The
general
horizon, yeah.
consensus here of the space model then? Because it's obviously different to what's like
Well,
taught in the education system.
well,
Of the
we
what
can't have a
model?
model.
Well, of
But
the
what?
of the galaxy model that you
Spice.
get taught in school of the
Oh,
planetary.
okay. Yeah, I was just wanting to know what you were referring to,
Like
like what you were
orbiting
listening
ship.
at, and I know what you mean by
Like
like
the Milky Way.
the conceptual idea,
No,
like of
no.
space.
More. I'm sorry. I'm more thinking of like planets if they aren't tied together and like rotating around the
The
sun because you
system,
see
right?
that
The
on like a
quote
local system.
system,
Yeah,
unquote.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
They're named
Like
after.
how does it operate? Like under your like how do you think it operates? If you're saying because you're saying it's not tied together, is that right?
They move and they cause seasons, right? Like so, the sun, right, rises and sets us a day, and as the
Yeah.
stars, sun, and moon do the cycle in the sky, we base our time on it. We get things like seasons. So we have tropics and we have these, outer inner areas where the sun causes the seasons, right? Because
So
it's more
yeah,
sun and it's less sun.
it
Go ahead.
doesn't it doesn't necessarily mean because I know what you're talking about, right? They're all held together by certain distances and sizes and gravities and stuff like that. So they're all kind of like on one long string together, and they just you know what I mean? It's like I know what you're saying,
Yeah.
and that's not like
Yeah,
okay.
and
So
like they
there's
have
no
moons
reason.
as well. Like
So
we
so,
have
so
one moon,
there's
some of them have like different amounts of
so
moons and
they're
stuff.
okay. So however they're within the system in whatever way, whether they're in the firmament, above the firmament, within the firmament, whatever. Okay, because and Bong's getting ready to go over that with you. I'm sure that's what he was getting ready to get to. But there's no reason to think that how one moves has any effect on how another moves. They're all set each, and there could be, but there's no like they don't have to be. Right, and I'm not even thinking that. Like, I have no reason to think that they are, but they're all